650.
SportsRadio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Thursday to all of you. Nice to be with you. We appreciate you getting up with us. We're with you till 10 a.m. this morning. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. How you feeling? How you feeling? I know. We're almost there. We're almost there, baby.
I don't know. It feels weird, Sean. This whole offseason has felt, in a lot of ways, just more urgent.
Yeah.
Every step along the way. I thank Nick Caserio for that in his strategy of constant churn on the mid-tier and lower tier of the roster means that in any given moment, you've got to replace a bunch of people.
Yeah.
So I mean, I'm saying it nicely now. If they end up sucking this year or something, then it's a whole different story.
Hey man, why couldn't you build a foundation, bro? Why are you churning the roster?
Should give me a little peace and quiet in the offseason, you know?
Well, I'll say this, and as we welcome you in here on a Thursday, once again, second day in a row that we get a signing. In the late morning, early afternoon, a re-signing with the Texans, and it's Ka'imi Fairbairn this time. The hints had been dropped earlier in the morning. I think Aaron Wilson had tweeted something to the effect, tweeted something that implied that the negotiations were getting hot and heavy, that there could be something coming down with Ka'imi Fairbairn pretty soon. And then DJ Bieneme actually broke the news when it happened that Ka'imi Fairbairn had signed 3 years. I do think, there's some significance to the 3-year part. Like, this is now 2 straight guys here that they're bringing them back on what for Nick Caserio, these are long-term deals.
Right,
3 is the longest he does. And, 3 was what he did with all the offensive linemen he extended last year. 3 is what he's doing with Fairbairn. I think Dalton Schultz is significant. That's the first skill guy that he signed to a multi-year deal like that as well. So you start to see the Texans going from maybe being the team that you described with all that churn to there at least being, kind of a foundation starting to be laid with some of these guys.
Yeah, and you're right. Like I think for the Texans and for a lot of teams too, the 3-year contract's the one that's starting to be the one that's most realistic for a couple of reasons. One is that it's unlikely to get. It's not long enough that you're going to get to a point where if the guy is performing well, he's going to be extremely disgruntled because he's underpaid. If you give a guy a 5-year contract and he plays well, there's a really good chance that by year 3 he's saying like, oh well, I deserve it, and it's a pain in the butt. 3 years, it's okay. After 2 years, it's time to renegotiate a deal or start thinking about being on the way out. The other part of it is just from a sheer motivational standpoint. Like I don't care who you are as a person. There's always a tendency for complacency to set in. Tom Coughlin was huge on this. That's drilled into my brain. Tom Coughlin is the least complacent person on earth, and yet he knows that the human weakness in all of us is complacency. Mm-hmm. So you give people a 3-year deal, and there's just a much more sense of. I think people are less likely to sit. It just kind of keeps that pressure on that I got to prove myself over this 3-year window.
Yep. And yet it's in that sweet spot where you feel like, all right, this guy's going to be around for 3. Like right. I like both of these signings so far. Yeah. I like the Schultz signing. The Ka'imi signing, he's further up the food chain at his position than Dalton Schultz is in that. He's in that. I think you said 13th average annual value yesterday at $12 million.
Somebody corrected me on that yesterday and said he was 12th.
Okay,
so I blocked that person. No, seriously, because with this contract stuff, there's just so many different ways to rank everything, and the details are always coming in.
Yeah. So the bottom line is, I think Schultz is getting paid in line with where he falls in the tight end galaxy there.
Yeah.
And I think Ka'imi too. I mean, $5.3 million per year is obviously not cheap. It's 4th in average annual value among kickers, but you can make an argument that Fairbairn has been the best non-Justin Tucker kicker since 2020. He's 95% converting field goals since 2020. He was 27 for 28 last year. Maybe there's a little bit of recency for Texan fans that remember he did miss an extra point against the Colts in that Week 18 game that could have come back to bite them, and he missed that chippy at the end of the half against Baltimore that would have kind of swung momentum a little bit. He's been a great kicker for this football team. There's no question.
I think that's one thing. Kickers don't appreciate the fact that the league kind of did them a solid when they moved the extra point back, because it used to be a huge deal if you missed an extra point. Yeah. It was the dumbest thing you could ever do. Now it's like, oh, yeah, whatever, extra points, whatever. Yeah, every now and then you're going to miss one. Mm-hmm. I think that Of you don't know what you got until it's gone.
Yes.
When you have a steady kicker, and his Landry actually was the first person I heard point this out, and I think I feel like he didn't realize that it was as valid a point as it was. Kymie Fairbairn, by kicker standards, has been absent more than you'd like. It's not like he had one big injury or something to which he missed a bunch of time. He's had these nagging little injuries, which that has to be accounted for, and that yet I think they probably look at it as, okay, hopefully just a little bit flukish that a kicker has been injured this much.
Yeah, he missed 4 games in 2021. He missed 5 games last year. The people probably remember the 5 last year more so than the 4 in 2021, just because 2021 was a fever dream, the David Culley year. But last year, in a weird way, Seth, the injury last year may have helped him get this contract done because we had to experience 5 games without Kymie Fairbairn, and that was pretty harrowing. Having Matt Amendola trot out there every time, like in a way, like you just said it, you don't know what you got till it's gone. I think that
like when Peyton Manning was injured that year, and people thought he should be the MVP
because it was
14. Obvious how bad.
Like similar mindset. I mean, I think that's why Cam Johnston is going to get a pretty healthy deal, whether it's from the Texans or somebody. If it's from the Texans, I think the Ty Zentner 4 games play into that. Yeah. Like, man, these guys are really good, and it's a team that, as you pointed out yesterday, special teams is always high on the top of the priority list for the Texans.
So just to be sure, we'll label this episode on YouTube as Pendergast. Kymie Fairbairn is the Peyton Manning of kickers.
Yeah, yes.
Right?
You put that on me.
All right. And predict him as the MVP of the league this year, too.
Man, he's been pretty good. I'll stand on that. I'll stand on your Peyton Manning for sure.
But, yeah, as far as the Texans spending on special teams, that's where I feel pretty optimistic that Cam Johnston's going to be back. Mm-hmm. I don't know, though, Sean. I think that we are also seeing, in terms of public sentiment, I think there were a lot of people that were really excited when they would look at the list of free agency, room under the cap, and see how much room the Texans had. And it was just real convenient to forget the fact that there were a bunch of starters that you either had to replace or re-sign.
Yeah.
And now you're starting to see the actual cost of all
2 down, 8 to go. Yeah.
Yeah. So you pay Dalton Schultz a respectable salary. You're going to be paying Kymie Fairbairn a very respectable contract. Cam Johnston perhaps will get a respectable contract. Yeah. Beyond that, I do think the chance of re-signings is diminishing. I think maybe 1 or 2 of these guys, whether a Cashman or somebody, might come back. But I think they're probably my guess right now is that, like with Sheldon Rankins, the defensive tackle, I think the Texans, as D'Amico said, they're planning on investing resources in the defensive line. Yeah. I think they'll probably want to see what's it look like in free agency for some of the defensive tackles out there. And then also in the draft, like the more mock drafts I see, it feels like defensive line. There's going to be a quality defensive lineman there at 23 that they might take. Yep. So they're probably going to get – I don't think they're going to re-sign Rankins until they get a feel for free agency and see what might they see in the draft.
At that position, for sure. Yeah. I think you're spot on with that. And this is another signing. Like, we played the D'Amico cut yesterday about free agents where guys they know, even a kicker, I think, guys they know – it's a big deal. I think knowing how they react to adversity, how they fit into the locker room is a big deal to them.
And there's always this, too. It's not just whether you know a guy or not. Mm-hmm. It's how does this guy function in this environment? Because I just saw it so many times, Sean, where guys will bring in a player that they had on another team, and maybe he was the salt of the earth on that team. He comes to this team, and all of a sudden, like, he's a different guy. It's just not the right fit. It's not the right system. He's gotten old. The coach especially if a coach brings him in and the guy's gotten old and he's not as good, then you have the peril of, okay, the coach being a little bit more invested or having a halo effect on that guy. There's all kinds of things that can go wrong when you bring somebody from outside the organization in.
Yeah, no question.
That's what my mom used to say about the Irish. She's like, I don't need that element in my household. Sorry, Sean. It took me a long time to learn to trust you because of my upbringing. I was taught ignorance by
the Irish.
Yeah.
You're an Irishist.
I learned it at home.
Yep. Got to beat that out of you. So I think 2 for 2 so far. I like both, like the Schultz signing and the Kymie signing. I'm cool with both of these so far. I think
in some audio later, it's been cool to hear Schultz kind of give the contrast between the Cowboys and the Texans, which people up in Houston or people up in Dallas are apparently not taking all that kindly to. All he did was state the facts that there just tends to be a lot more distraction and hoopla up in Dallas. Something that I've got audio of Michael Irvin will play too. I mean, he's saying the exact same thing basically, but describing what it was like in the 90s with the Cowboys and why Jimmy Johnson left. And so it's not like this is a revelation or anything.
No.
But I think people in Dallas hear it and they agree with it, and yet they don't want to hear Dalton Schultz saying it.
Right.
Dalton Schultz wasn't trying to crush him or anything.
They can't do that to our pledges. Only we can do that to our pledges. It's the old Animal House thing.
Hey, speaking of Animal House, I was listening to Twisted Sister yesterday. That's what I do on Wednesdays.
The band?
Yeah. I don't know why it popped up, but We're Not Going to Take It came up.
Yeah.
And I never noticed or I never put the connection together at that age that at the very end they have the Animal House quotes.
Yeah.
A pledge pin on your uniform?
Yeah, man. You knew that was Niedermeyer when you watched that video back in the day, or had you seen Animal House yet?
I don't remember. I just hadn't made the connection back in the day. I don't know. I think that was when I was in like 4th or 5th grade.
Yeah,
so
that would have been it kind of in because I recognized him as Niedermeyer back in the day. That video came out in like '85, so that's probably right in that sweet spot where I was old enough to watch watched Animal House. Yeah. But you might have not been old enough to have watched Animal House yet?
Yeah. Well, it wasn't. I mean, it was on or at least the version I'm listening to. It was on the actual song itself, too.
Oh,
so
really?
They planned that from the beginning. At least the one. Yeah. This one I got listening to the YouTube cutter.
Okay, got you. Yeah, because I never bought the album. I just I just only watched the video.
Dee Snider was an interesting dude.
We
should get him on the show. He was so smart. Remember he got up in Congress and him and Tipper Gore were going at it?
I do.
That was hot. I bet they did it.
Dee Snider and Tipper Gore.
Some repressed.
Yeah, that's a tape I don't want to come out. I don't need that one.
Yeah, Dee Snider got up there, and it turns out like, wait, what is this guy? A PhD in literature or something? What the hell?
Yeah. That always freaked me out when Alice Cooper turned out to be just like a fairly normal dude.
Golf
also,
nut.
Yeah,
Alice Cooper, golf nut. Yeah,
Meatloaf, baseball aficionado. Like,
and you know what? It's actually kind of the cool thing about a lot of the hardcore bands is that like at the end of the day, those kids kind of grew up like maybe like awkward, didn't quite fit in. They threw themselves into the music and everything. So like they've got multifacets to them.
Yeah,
they're very like they're badasses and they're rebellious and all that, but they've got a kind of vulnerable side to them.
Let's get
coming up next week, Dee Snider.
I'll get him on the show. That'd be fun, man. That'd be great. So let's get to that Dalton Schultz. Dalton Schultz was on the Pat McAfee show yesterday. Said something that got Dallas riled up. Said something that was basically an infomercial for the Houston Texans as well. Man, could we see a player saying what Dalton Schultz said yesterday? Could we have seen that coming a year ago? We'll have that for you coming up next. Soda weight loss. Could someone have said 4 years ago about
SportsRadio.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. All right, Dalton Schultz on Pat McAfee. Man, if you were looking for an interview for somebody to do on a national platform 4 days before free agency, throwing Dalton Schultz onto the Pat McAfee show the day after he signed a 3-year, $36 million deal was a genius move. If Texans PR had anything to do with that, genius chess move yesterday.
Well, what a great point by you. That's very, very true. I hadn't even thought of that angle. This is great advertising for potential free. Any lingering doubts about what the Texans are as an organization? I don't know. I heard about that Easterby guy, and then wasn't there something about this or that? Yeah. Let's just get this out on the McAfee show during an otherwise a relatively quiet sports time too. This ended up being on Florio and all these other places. Yeah,
big time.
Because Cowboys fans are offended.
They are offended. Okay, so we've got some stuff to unpack here. Do we want to get to? I'm gonna let you spin the wheel here, Seth. Do you want to do the Texans are a well-oiled machine cut first, or do you want to do the cut that got Dallas all hot and bothered last night from Dalton Schultz?
Let's do the well-oiled machine part first, because that'll explain a little bit of the contrast, I suppose.
Yep. Well, and I think this is one of your Texans fan too. This plays more into the infomercial thing that we kind of bumped in with as well. Here was Dalton Schultz talking about the Texans organization that he walked into last year after signing his initial deal, his 1-year deal he signed last season.
I think that was one of the things that kind of scared me about leaving Dallas the most is I wasn't sure what another organization would kind of feel like. And dude, I got here and it was this place is a well-oiled machine. It's coaching staff, the coaching changes. I can't speak to the previous stuff, but the strength staff is phenomenal. The training staff is unbelievable. This has been the most trainers that I've ever seen on a staff, and they take really amazing care of the players. The nutrition staff is phenomenal. The chefs, they came in and they poached 5 of the best chefs in the Houston area, and they paid them a bunch more, and they're like, come hang out and cook for us. And so it's everything that they kind of do is really, not being sure of how another organization would kind of be run leaving Dallas. I was so happy and
no!
surprised.
Everything you're saying is wrong.
Okay. So
McAfee, the Colts fan, right?
Yeah. So for those the unindoctrinated to the Pat McAfee show, he wears his decade of playing for the Colts thereabouts on his sleeve quite a bit. He does not. He has a lot of Texans on his show. Everybody from Caserio to D'Amico to C.J. Stroud multiple times. I think Will Anderson's been on there, and now Dalton Schultz. He's had a lot of Texans on there. He loves having the Texans on there. He hates hearing how good things are going here right now, though.
Yeah,
he still lives in Indy,
Especially he's banking on a 3 shoulder injury quarterback to come back and have his rookie year again.
Yeah.
His redshirt. He'll be his redshirt freshman year for Anthony Richardson. Yep. So the well-oiled machine part of it is that's just a compliment that it wasn't necessarily one that said anything about the Cowboys or anything.
Right.
He's just saying okay. Maybe in contrast to where Dalton referenced the previous staff, he didn't know anything about them or how to speak on that. But the way I took it was, all right, Schultz had probably heard things coming in. The interesting thing would be really the fact that the Texans sold Schultz on the Texans despite all of that bad PR beforehand.
Yeah.
Makes me feel all right, that D'Amico and Caserio are handling these guys the right way. They're able to do it. Because Schultz would have had plenty of opportunities to sign 1-year deals in lots of places last year in the offseason. But the Texans didn't even have a quarterback at that point, and Caserio said to him was what he needed to hear.
Yeah, the one word I wrote down in listening to that cut set was March. Because that's when he signed. Yeah. C.J. Stroud wasn't a Texan when Dalton Schultz signed. He was coming in with a lot of still unknown. And I'll say this, too, about the Texans. A lot of the things he's referring to are things that they had been good at behind the scenes for a while. Yeah. It wasn't like D'Amico got here, and then all of a sudden, the cafeteria was really good and the weight room behind the scenes. You've said this before. There's a lot to not like about the Jack Easterby reign of terror that was here. Mm-hmm. But he did do some good things behind the scenes, and I think the seeds of what Dalton Schultz is talking about were probably planted even before D'Amico was in the building.
That was what was frustrating with me with some of the criticism of the organization was it was stuff almost that, because the Texans were such a train wreck, people could throw anything. They could say anything they wanted about the Texans, and if you tried to disagree, they would think that you were just wearing rose-colored glasses or something. I would say, no, there's plenty of stuff wrong with the Texans, but like Cal's willingness to spend is not one of them. When it comes to the non-salary cap type stuff, like there are a lot of stingy owners out there that don't want to spend on the cafeteria, that don't want to buy a virtual walkthrough room, that don't want to do all this extra stuff. Like the Texans are very, very willing to spend on that stuff. And if anything, yeah, some of the issue with Easterby was that I think the McNairs, personally, my opinion is they were a little too carte blanche with Easterby. That like, hey, all right, this guy thinks this is good stuff, and here we go. And then Easterby tried to push through a whole bunch of other stuff as well.
Right. So that was really cool to hear yesterday. Really cool to see McAfee's frustration with it at the end. And I think, sometimes the reaction of your enemy, I think, tells you a lot about what it is you're doing and just how impactful it is. So let's get to the Dallas part of this, Seth. So just before Dalton Schultz had talked about how amazing being a Houston Texan is, he described the experience of being a Dallas Cowboy. Maybe keep in mind as he's saying these things, if there are fans who are reading a transcript of this, not listening to the voice inflection and whatnot, and you're a Dallas Cowboy fan, how you might be taking it. Here was Dalton Schultz on what it was like being a Dallas Cowboy.
That was one of the first things that kind of stuck out to me is like, it feels like much more, I don't want to say college because it's not, but like the focus is just football, you know what I mean? And going back and like telling some people like how kind of being around the Cowboys, like practice facility and, game day, describing some of the interactions and stuff that you see on a day-to-day basis, like surprised a lot of people. They're like, holy crap, like that actually happens like at a practice facility, and like you think it's normal, and then you come to a place like this.
Like what? You don't have to out anything, but like what are you?
No, dude, it's just like there's people literally going on tours while you're lifting in the weight room, and they've got like a one-way mirror for people to like look at. Like it's a zoo, dude. Like, there's people tapping on the glass, like trying to get people's attention as they're doing, power cleans or whatnot, and it's different. And I mean, that's the brand that they've built. That's that's what Jerry Jones likes. That's the way that they run things, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just, you don't realize like how many, eyeballs and how much that can maybe, distract from, stuff just in the locker room. You go somewhere else and you're like, holy crap, like, dude, there's none of that. Like, this is, also a really well-run organization in Houston.
It's true. I've taken the tour of Jerry World while stuff is going on in there. It's like going to a zoo. It's there's people tapping on the glass.
That's what I thought. He said it's like a zoo, right? Yeah. Somebody transcribed it as it's inhuman. Okay. So that's where all these Cowboys fans are acting like, oh, he thinks it's inhuman. No, he said it's like in a zoo.
No, it is. It's like a zoo.
Yeah, it is like a zoo.
Yeah.
And I honestly, in looking at the response, I went to some Cowboys fans to look at the responses from some Cowboy accounts, and there are actually, I would say, the majority of Cowboys fans are like, yeah. Yep, that's what Michael Irvin said. That's what everybody's been saying for decades, that there's so much going on that's not about the football with the Cowboys, that as a young player especially, if that's what you're thrust into and you think that's what the league is, it's kind of an overwhelming environment where there's just constant potential demands and or distractions on you, and the owner is all about it.
Leaning into it. Yep.
Instead of protecting the players from it, the owner is just all about, throw all those distractions at these guys because it's good for putting butts in the seats.
Yep. It, that got Dallas people worked up, man. And I think you're right. I think the biggest thing, like, they realize it. They realize that everything he said was true. But you ditched us, Dalton. You left. And by the way, you went to Houston. You went to the other team here in the state of Texas. 9-6.
I feel sad for the couple. Like, how many Super Bowls do the Texans have?
Yeah.
As if the current Cowboys have anything to do with Super Bowls. The Cowboys of this century, they have anything to do with Super Bowls. It's absurd. My God,
we're coming up on 30 years since they've won a Super Bowl. 9609. Dalton Schultz's comments nearly brought tears to my eyes. Texans are now a destination organization. Do you believe that, Bleep? What a difference since – I love this. What a difference since January 31st, 2023. BDR and ADR. Before D'Amico Ryans, after D'Amico Ryans.
Was it January 30th?
January 31st was the date that they announced the hire,
That's easy enough to remember. Mm-hmm. All right, January 31st.
Yep. I think we celebrated it this year. We probably. But even the D'Amico Ryans, remember, it was
The frustrating thing after the D'Amico Ryans hire was all the various people acting like, well, he better keep his head on a swivel because the Texans are known for firing coaches after 1 year. Like, yeah, all right.
Bad coaches.
That was the frustrating thing, was the notion that somehow the D'Amico Ryans hire was the same as the Lovie Smith or the David Culley hire.
Oh, or remember how amazing it was that D'Amico, and how important it was that he got a 6th year on his deal? To a lot of people, yeah, you better get that 6th year on the deal.
Meanwhile, as Cliff Kingsbury had just been fired with like a 6-year extension.
A year after an extension. Yeah.
No, it really was. And then I remember Keyshawn Johnson was part of all the injustice because D'Amico's only option was to go to the Texans. Like, no. Will you click on an article or something, Keyshawn?
I know.
That was not the situation at all. Only the brilliant Sean Payton turned his nose up to the Texans.
That's right.
Good job, Sean Payton.
So thank you, Sean Payton. We thank you for turning your nose up. So we've got, by my count, we're down to, I think there's 6 free agents left that are Texans free agents that are the significant ones. And if they came back, you go, okay. Jonathan, you could understand them coming back, obviously depending on the money. But the ones to keep an eye on, John Grenard, Devin Singletary, Steven Nelson, Blake Cashman, Sheldon Rankins, Cam Johnston. I think there's 6 left.
This is my power ranking in order of which I think they're likely to sign.
Ooh, okay.
Cam Johnston, just because the Texans they're like the old IBM with their specialists. Like they've got jobs for life.
Yeah.
John Weeks, Cam Johnston, Kaimi Fairbairn, they're going to get a gold watch. It'll be I think Devin Singletary, because Devin Singletary is going to take a look at the free agency market and see just how chock full it is of name brand running backs. And I think the Texans themselves will want to sign Singletary, but still also perhaps sign another running back in free agency and or draft one. Mm-hmm. So it behooves both those guys to get ahead of it.
He's 2 on your list.
Johnson, yeah, I would say. And so this isn't my preference necessarily. I think this is a likelihood. In the order in which they either sign.
Okay.
Cashman is the dividing line in terms of guys that I think the Texans might re-sign before free agency versus they'll test. Mm-hmm. Because Cashman's had a bunch of injuries. He knows that. The Texans know that Cashman's had a bunch of injuries, and yet he played really well this year. I think Cashman might gauge the market also and say, all right, if the Texans give me a respectable 1 or 2 year deal, I've still got another year here where I could prove myself, and maybe there's a rookie they draft, but I'd have a shot at starting.
I like that approach to this power ranking. There's a line where, you can see it in your head. Like, we're starting to get to the guys where, like, there's no way that they're signing before they hit the market here.
So then after that, I think Sheldon Rankins, the Texans like, but we know because D'Amico told us they want to invest resources in the defensive line. There are good free agents out there. There are very promising draft prospects that in a lot of mock drafts are falling right to spot number 23. Mm-hmm. So I think the Texans aren't opposed to re-signing Sheldon Rankins at all, but they got to get a gauge for what the free agency market is. And then Sheldon Rankins himself knows that, okay, do I want to sign a 1 year deal here and then the Texans draft a defensive tackle in the first round? And then, Steven Nelson, I think you just got to let him find a fair value on the market. I'd love to have him back, but he's going to be disgruntled if he thinks he's getting screwed over. Could have had money elsewhere.
Let the other 31 teams tell him he's not a $10 million a year corner.
I think it's Steven Nelson. It's hard for him to not check out other pastures,
Yeah.
And then John Grenard, I think the basic fact of the matter is that the Texans like John Grenard a lot, but there are teams out there who are desperate for a pass run on the other side who don't plan on drafting a defensive lineman in the first round. They will completely, with total self-awareness, overspend for Jonathan Grenard. Mm-hmm. And I cannot blame Jonathan Grenard for saying, yes, please overspend on this. Yes.
And we would salute Jonathan Grenard and say, best of luck, as long as your intentions and goals do not intersect with ours. Jonathan Grenard, have a great career. But if you're going to Tennessee or something like that, those 2 games, that's a bad example. If he went to Tennessee, I actually would want him to not be good at football. Anyways, we like you, John Grenard. That's all I'm saying. All right. I like that power ranking, by the way. That's good. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Let's get to some headlines. We'll circle back to not Dalton Schultz, Kaimi Fairbairn. He's going to be a Houston Texan for 3 years. Rockets Clippers last night. James Harden's return to Houston. And we've got a hire by the Astros in an advisory role. We've seen these advisory roles before. Where are we on this one? We will have that for you coming up in headlines. It is next. But first, West Point Lincoln. Chris Poulos, the owner.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's get right into it. We'll start with the Texans. Second day in a row, we get a signing. We had Dalton Schultz 2 days ago. Yesterday, it was kicker Ka'imi Fairbairn. Aaron Wilson had tweeted out that the negotiations were heating up, and then DJ Bieneme of ESPN.com ultimately reports the news. 3 years, $15.9 million, $5.3 million a year makes Ka'imi Fairbairn a top 5 highest at that level, in my opinion. He's been nails since 2020, 95% conversion rate. He's been really, really good. Injuries, maybe a concern. Missed 4 games a couple years ago, missed 5 games last year with a quad. So make sure, Seth, that he gets with that training staff that Dalton Schultz was pumping up yesterday on the McAfee show.
Yeah, that's the only concern that I have, and I'm glad that Landry kind of pointed that out and drove it home. That you've had a guy miss two notably long stretches for a kicker with, obviously non-contact injuries. I have to think that's just somewhat flukish, and I'm not too worried about it over the time. But you compare it against the stretch of time that he's been in the league. It's not like he's at the age where all of a sudden he's going to be getting a whole bunch of soft tissue injuries or anything. So I'm cool with it.
He's 30. I was surprised.
Yeah.
Like when I saw that, I'm like, yeah, he's been around a while.
It seems like 33, 34 is when I would start, for a kicker at least, to start worrying about muscle and tendon tears and all that stuff.
Agreed.
And that's if they get it at all. I mean, it's not. It's a lot easier for them to keep themselves limber, obviously.
Yep. So Ka'imi Fairbairn signs. I'll mix a quick text in here, 6620. Now that the Texans have signed Dalton Schultz and Ka'imi Fairbairn, what's their current cap space to spend on free agents? I don't have the exact number. I'll just answer with one word: plenty. They've got plenty. These are not cap killing. I mean, they've got like 60, 70 million in cap space coming into free agency. They're fine. If you have a big splurge that you've been wanting, it's still on the radar.
Yeah, as of right now on overthecap.com, and I don't know if they've updated in space. So. Yeah. And they can spread the big name free agents. They can spread those out over several years too. They don't have to be a hit this year.
Yep.
It's the never been out. Most of the listeners know that Sean and I are a little bit. We don't want to splurge. We don't need them to be like the year that Vince Young called the Eagles the dream team.
Right.
Because that almost always ends in disaster.
Yes.
The only time it doesn't was when the Broncos won the Super Bowl, and that included Peyton Manning in the equation. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Hall of Famer. So that's I'm cool with a splurge. I don't want like a massive multi-splurge going on. Rockets-Clippers last night. Rockets on a back-to-back. They lose to the Clippers 122-116. This is actually a game where the Rockets led most of the way. They led by 20 at one point.
Yeah, what the hell?
In this game. They came out hot last night, Seth. They looked really, really good. Alperen Şengün, good to see. Triple-double. Alperen Şengün may be making a little run for player of the week here. He had a triple-double last night. He had 45 points against Wembanyama 2 nights ago, but they lose to the Clippers 122-116. Clippers had the full complement. They had their big 3, Harden, Paul George, and Kawhi Leonard. Harden was great in the second half of this game. He was vintage James Harden. My favorite part of this game, Seth, was the Twitter pregame and Twitter postgame from one of our new favorite Twitter follows, the Momster. Tari Eason's mom, Taroya Eason, said this before the game on Twitter. James Harden is arguably one of the greatest point guards in the history of the game, but leave his Rockets era in your MF hearts tonight. Leave his Rockets jersey in the MF closet tonight. Have some dignity. That's my favorite part. Have some.
Why are you not dignified?
So we know Tari didn't play because he's out for the rest of the year. Here was the post-game tweet from Momster. And this is not some snarky nickname I'm giving. That's her. That's what she labels herself on X.com. I don't want to hear bleep. I don't want to blame one guy. I also don't want to make any excuses. We were up by 20. We fell the bleep apart at the end. And she ain't bleeping, by the way.
Right.
And that's the only reason I am hot, all caps. We got to fight until the fat lady sings. We stopped before she hit the stage.
I thought. Okay, we stopped before she hit the stage. Is that accurate? I would say, look, the Clippers scored 42 points in the fourth quarter.
They didn't miss. It was crazy.
However, the Rockets did come out and they were playing physical. They were being aggressive. They were playing their butts off on defense. You get to the fourth quarter and the Clippers just they showed that they're a they are a more mature, a more talented, or well,
Good
they're at
team.
least more physically advanced and skilled basketball team. They dismantled the Rockets. I feel like for the Rockets, it's a good team for the young guys to see maybe where you could be and where you are right now. Like, okay, we know what we can do when we're playing physical, when we're committed and focused on defense, and yet also we see we got a long ways to go on the polished side to be able to compete with a team like the Clippers in the fourth quarter.
Yep, I think there's a lot of good to take away from that game last night for sure. Uncle Michael Brantley is back. He popped over to spring training a couple days ago. And according to Brian McTaggart, he will be joining the Astros in an advisory role in the near future. Uncle Mike will be around to assist Joe Espada. Quote, I asked him to come back and put a uni on and spend some time. His presence is very valuable, end quote. That's Espada being quoted by Brian McTaggart. So what do we think of Uncle Mike in an advisory role?
I like it a lot. I think as it is with Jim Crane, it seems like Jim Crane allows some of these guys like Bagwell to kind of just to feel it out and see where, and we'll figure out how you can best be used. And that's probably the best way to do it because, you get done being an athlete and you don't know exactly what you actually like doing and what the challenges are of each position. The first thing I thought, I tried to think of, a power ranking of the former great pro athletes who have come back to work with the team in some capacity.
Okay.
And the first three guys that popped in my mind were Bagwell, Clyde as the UH coach, U of H coach, and Andre Johnson in his roving, pretty much, do whatever he feels like role.
Yeah. Well, the bottom of the list is easy.
I would power rank. I would actually put for him actually working at it and like being focused and committed to it. I think Bagwell as both hitting coach after he first retired, and then Bagwell as quasi GM for a spell of time.
De facto GM,
I know this. He's 100% into it. He's 100% focused on it. Because Andre, just from the PR side alone, having him back in the fold and in the organization and being able to talk to young guys and be a mentor or whatever he is. CJ mentioned him when he was at Radio Row that Andre Johnson's around a lot.
Yeah.
I would put him second. And then I would say Clyde's stay as the head coach at the University of Houston may have. I got to put him third on the list.
But Bagwell 1, Andre 2, Clyde 100. I don't know who's in between. Brantley's in there somewhere now. Brantley hadn't even put a uniform back on. He's ahead of Clyde. That was brutal. All right. Real other quick headlines. There's teams are starting to cut guys now. Boy, the Bills had a purge yesterday. The math of the salary cap does catch up to some teams, and it caught up to the Bills yesterday. Jordan Poyer, who's been a really good safety for them, he gone. Mitch Morse, who was a Pro Bowl center 2 years ago, he gone. Tre'Davious White has been an amazing cornerback when he's been healthy, but he tore an Achilles last year, I believe, so he's gone as well. The Bills are one of these teams that have paid their quarterback. They paid a lot of other guys, and now they're paying the piper. Now they got it trimmed down.
Jordan Poyer had kind of a drop-off this year, and he's 32 years old. So I didn't see a lot of Bills fans super distraught over there. I mean, there were, but the people that pay attention to secondary and everything weren't too broken up about that. I feel that the Jordan Poyer one is like, okay, if you're the Bills, you should have had a plan for this, and it shouldn't be as devastating as it is. But I think for a team that's like very clearly got this glass ceiling above them, and as the Kansas City Chiefs, they're just holding the Bills down. It's got to be frustrating to be looking at one of your receivers, Gabe Davis, is a free agent, and the other wide receiver, Stephon Diggs, seems to hate everybody and everything.
Wants to be a free agent.
Yeah. And meanwhile, like, okay, you're losing a bunch of guys who aren't necessarily huge names. You can't retain those guys or upgrade over them.
Right.
So think about the Texans right now. If they had all these starters leaving, and some of them, you might not look. Okay, Sheldon Rankins and Steven Nelson. Those aren't household names or anything. But when you lose all of them and you can't replace them because you don't have the cap, that's a crappy place to be. You can't feel very optimistic right now if you're a Bills
That's
fan.
what Von Miller contracts do to you. It kills you.
I say that, though. I do have to point out that the Bills are bringing back Trubisky. So
they are. That'll solve some things. Yeah. I can't believe this guy's still getting. I'm so mad. I'm so mad he still gets jobs. He's horrible at football. Stop signing him. All right. Keep listening. Hey, next hour, you got a chance to win a pair of tickets to see Nickelback at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo on March 13th. You know you want to see Nickelback, all right? So be listening in the 7 o'clock hour. Up next, let's circle back. Kaimi Fairbairn signs. And some of the guys that are rumored to have mutual interest with the Texans, what's the big draw for most of these guys? We will tell you the names. We'll discuss it all coming up next. Men's Tea Clinic. Tomorrow's my Men's Tea Clinic day.
contest. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 7 o'clock hour we go. Ka'imi Fairbairn will be a Houston Texan for 3 more years, $15.9 million. That's a little pricey for a kicker, and it is. But at least in this case, I feel like you're getting what you're paying for. I don't mind overpaying. Well, It's not an overpay if you're getting something good. I don't mind paying a lot of money if I'm getting something worth a lot of money.
I think that the whole you don't know what you got until it's gone is huge with specialists. It's something that you just don't want to think about too much. You just want it to be there. You want it to be consistent. And Ka'imi's been very consistent and dependable and reliable, except for the injuries. Yep. And I'm really glad. I'm genuinely glad that Landry pointed that out, because it was one of those things that was in the back of my mind. But again, sometimes you don't think about kickers as much as you should.
No.
I mean, it's something to monitor. If Fairbairn has another stretch of missed games because of injury, then I got to start to wonder, okay, well, they drafted Stingley despite his history of injuries, and we got other injuries were an issue on the team last year. The Texans missed more, total game starts due to injury per player, however you work that out, than anybody else in the league by a big margin.
Huge margin.
And usually that's just flukish and bad luck. But sometimes there's something to it. We'll wait and see.
We'll see. Yep, we'll see. And look, I think, too, when it comes to kicker, you played in a lot of close games last year. Your schedule gets much more difficult this year. Yeah. It stands to reason that you're going to be playing once again in a lot of games that are going to come down to a kick, right?
I'm glad you mentioned that, Sean, because we still get this a lot, and it's a very valid point. Even Ross Tucker brought it up at a lot of listeners. It's really going to be like the Vikings were over the last couple of years, where they had a really, really good year, but they won a lot of one-score games, and then last year they fell down to earth in a lot of respects. Yes, that's possible. I think that the first thing I think, though, is that, for one, it wasn't such an exaggerated and outsized effect with the Texans. It was that they, if they had lost, a majority of their one-score games, as opposed to winning a majority of them, like, within reason, it still would have been a very big improvement for the Texans.
Huge, yeah.
The fact that they were in that many one-score games to begin with was just it was a big leap forward in a lot of ways. So I don't worry about that. I mean, the record is going to, just by random dumb chance, you could have won a few more or lost a few more in any given year. But it is a good reminder that it's not as simple as, oh, okay, this is what the Texans were at the end of last year, and then just run it back and you win 11 games, right?
Yeah.
God no. You've got to, A, replace the guys that are free agents, B, upgrade some of those guys that are free agents and or draft picks or guys who left, and C, face a tougher schedule. So you got to improve in a lot of respects.
Yeah, when it comes to the close game thing, I go back and I look at some of the games, and I'm like, man, some of these games shouldn't have been close. Like, some of these games, a more experienced team would actually have gone and won by 10 or 14 points. Like, I think of that Cincinnati game, and the Texans dominated the Bengals that day. Like, they outplayed the Bengals for basically about 55 minutes of that game.
Yeah.
Until that Arizona game, it was CJ throwing 3 picks, and I think they were all in Arizona territory that kept the Cardinals in that game. The Denver game, if the referee doesn't blow that call on the Desmond King scoop and score, it's 23-3, and we're probably laughing at that point.
Sean, and this is where Houston fans know this better than anybody else because of the run and shoot and the debacle in the Bills playoffs game.
Yep.
That at some point you got to be able to run the football to close out the game.
Yes.
And it was like stat nerds, stat nerds want to rebel against it, and they can't. Like, you just can't argue with the fact that when you get into the fourth quarter, if you have a good rushing attack and you can depend on it when you need it, then boom, that's how you seal a game. Mm-hmm. And there's just too many things thrown into the mix when you can't run the ball in the fourth quarter. It's a lot harder to close out games. So the run game alone, if they can just figure that part of the puzzle out, that alone, I think you're right, turns some of those one-score games from last year into substantial leads or closeouts.
Yeah, it never felt like they were lucky to be hanging around in these games and they got a break at the end. You know, like in a lot of these games, they were the better team, I think.
There wasn't a flukish run of weird circumstances or anything like that.
That's right. So players that are interested in the Texans that we've seen rumored, I've seen some of the Christian Wilkins smoke, that there is mutual interest there. That as if you listen to the promos on the station here, you know I'm a big Christian Wilkins guy.
One thing, he's got an incredible personality.
He does, dude. He'd be fun. Yeah.
I don't know if his teammates even like him, but when he's mic'd up, it's really funny stuff.
He is.
So maybe he wears on people. I don't care. I want the entertainment.
I do too. It's fun having fun guys on this team again, man.
And them being allowed to show their personality.
And them being good at football too helps. Let's and I think
overrated.
I think Wilkins.
Did you not talk to Jerry Jones?
Yeah, that's fair.
Being good at football does not put butts in the seats, Sean.
No, that's right. We need zoo freaks on our team. Christian Wilkins, Saquon Barkley, the reported mutual interest has been well documented there, both on social media and who he's following and things like that.
We don't know if it's so. We don't know if it's. Do we know if it's mutual interest between the team, actually Caserio and Saquon Barkley, or it's just that Saquon Barkley and C.J. Stroud have followed each other on social media?
I'm glad you point that out, because the way it's being framed with Christian Wilkins and with Patrick Queen, which we'll get to in just a second here, is that there's mutual interest between the two sides. Saquon Barkley, it feels like the interest has been more one-sided, that Saquon's really interested in becoming a Texan, but I've not seen anything that indicates the Texans are reciprocating that interest.
You know what it feels like? Feels a little bit like the first stages of Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift, where he was just kind of publicly stalking her, you know, putting it out there that he was trying to get her attention and everything.
I
and then
remember.
It worked.
Yeah, no, that's what I was going to say. If you're a Saquon Barkley fan, then you love that analogy, because the two are in a relationship right now.
We get to be the Taylor Swift for once, instead of the, I don't know, Debbie Gibson or some washed up hag.
Never happens.
Yeah.
Washed up hag. This was from DJ Bieneme.
I'm a Tiffany guy, Sean.
That was the big battle back in the day. There was a big rumor after my freshman year in college that Debbie Gibson was coming to Notre Dame next year as a freshman.
Really?
Yeah, that was big. It was big. Never
What did she end up doing?
materialized.
She seems like a Notre Dame type of girl.
Yeah, that's at the
She
time.
would have shown up wearing like denim skirts and stuff.
Oh yeah, girl next door for sure. I was mapping out my whole plan to stalk her and everything, and it just never materialized. So DJ Bieneme yesterday not only reported the Kaimi Fairbairn signing, also the Texans and linebacker Patrick Queen are expected to have mutual interest this offseason. Here was Patrick Queen after the Ravens win. I believe it was after the Ravens win. It was around the time the Ravens played the Texans in the playoffs about C.J. Stroud.
I always believed in CJ. Ever since, I think, me personally, I want him to go number one in the draft, honestly. I think he was the best quarterback in that draft. So I'm a huge CJ Stroud fan. But after the game, I think I might have said it in an interview, post-game interview or something, that he was going to be great. Like, you could tell, like, he's poised. He can make every single throw on the field, even on the run, across his body. Just flicking his wrist, not even putting that much effort into it. So I think when you see a guy like that who don't care about getting hit, still gonna put the ball on the money and stuff, you know, you gotta give him credit. He's definitely not playing like a rookie right now, so I definitely got a lot of respect for him.
Man.
So Patrick Queen, very good athlete, very good player. In a lot of respects, you could see D'Amico looking at Patrick Queen to Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner in San Francisco, and what they were able to do when they had two rangy, athletic, tough linebackers. That like this D'Amico Ryans defense really, really, to be what it's capable of being, unlike a lot of defenses in the league, it relies on those two off-ball linebackers.
Yep.
And the biggest question I have is just whether, like, if you have both Christian Harris and Patrick Queen in the backfield, which one of those guys is the signal caller? Which one of the guys has to take on that mental workload? Queen did not do it in Baltimore, but also in Baltimore, they ask a lot. Like, it's a lot going on. So I think Queen's ability to play downhill and fast while also managing and being the signal caller in that defense would be different than than what it is here. So I have some reservations, except that I'd be excited about the upside. The other thing about Queen that I'd like in terms of being a potential mentor for Christian Harris is that Queen started off rough his rookie year.
Yeah.
It was not a smooth beginning. It didn't look like it was a good draft pick at first, and then he learned how to play linebacker, and he was also playing next to Roquan Smith. That helped too.
Yeah, who do you think of the two guys where there is reported mutual interest? Wilkins is going to be the more pricey of the two. I'm guessing Wilkins is going to be somewhere in the $23 million range. Queen probably somewhere in the teens. If you had to, kind of like what you did with the Texans free agents earlier, Seth, if you had to handicap it, which one do you think has the better chance of being a Houston Texan come Wednesday next week?
I think if I'm the Texans, that I'm thinking about, I think for him, the appeal of having a veteran at linebacker and then drafting youth to rush the passer and to stop the run. There's like this Johnny Newton. I love this kid, this defensive tackle, because he's a prospective draft pick.
Illinois.
Like, I look at him and I think about, okay, him growing up in this system and everything. Draft that kid. The linebacker, I don't want to draft another young linebacker that I got to bring along over the next couple years and hopefully it works out or something. If I feel like I can have Christian Harris in what D'Amico would call his second year, because D'Amico calls last year his rookie year, and Patrick Queen, or just, honestly, if it was Levante David for a year or somebody like that, I like a veteran at linebacker and then youth on the defensive line.
Yep. Man, Patrick Queen, nice things to say about CJ. CJ's been getting love from a lot of people lately, man. Like CJ, if you check it out here, if there's a lot of college guys that if they hear their name called to be a Houston Texan are going to be very excited. We saw it at the Combine. Here was CJ's, just to recap, remember this? CJ's former teammate, Cade Stover, the tight end, what was he called, Seth? Farm Gronk, I think, or something? Farmer Gronk. Here's Farmer Gronk on CJ.
Yeah, I met with them last night. Another unbelievable meeting. It means so much to go back with CJ. I mean, we were captains together 2 years ago, and he was from Rancho Cucamonga, California, and I'm from Mansfield, Ohio, polar opposite sides of the world. But I couldn't tell you how much respect and how close I really was with that guy, just for his pure knack of wanting to win and my pure knack of wanting to win.
He's more of a blocking. Is he more of a blocking tight end, or is he more of a pass catcher?
No, he's more of a pass catching tight end.
Okay. So that's I don't know if the Dalton Schultz signing affects how they might be looking at Stover if they're maybe looking for. They're going to supplement the tight end position. They're going to find more.
I think it's so rare that you find a guy that's a two-way threat that I don't think they worry about it in the NFL as much anymore. Like, it's not you don't go out specifically looking for it. If there's one available, you're like, oh, okay, but it's just the pass catching so much trumps the blocking.
Yeah.
And then I think the other part of it is, just like with Dalton Schultz, I think as long as guys are capable or willing blockers, you figure, okay, we can turn them into a speed bump somehow. Like, as long as the guy's a willing speed bump, we can do this. There were times this year where some of the more egregious examples of Dalton Schultz whiffing on blocks were one I could tell. I think there was a little bit of uncertainty to it. There were times where he just wasn't quite taking the right angle or wasn't quite sure what the communication was between the tackle and the tight end. So I have faith that that'll improve.
Yeah.
Dalton Schultz in his last year in Dallas had actually improved as a blocker a lot, and then it felt like he may have just took a step back a little bit.
Maybe more mental than physical with Dalton last year.
Yeah.
Here was Keon Coleman, wide receiver, Florida State. He loves him some C.J. Stroud.
Felt quarterback that you'd love to catch passes from. Let's call it touchdowns from. Forget passes.
Yeah, there's a lot of great guys out there.
Yes, there are.
I got a limit. I'll get name a few.
Let's go with three, because I know you're going to say Patrick Mahomes.
Of course, man.
Right? Yeah.
The greatest in the game right now. Josh Allen for sure.
Oh yeah.
You can throw the ball. C.J. Stroud for sure.
That would have been my guess. That would have been. I mean, what a rookie year for C.J.
Yeah,
Stroud.
Man, watching him, we was playing against him at Ohio State. I'm like, hey, it's hard to defend that when the ball is exactly where it need to be.
Yeah, the dude is different.
Yeah, him and man.
Guys want to play with CJ, man. Keon Coleman was the big. He was the big beneficiary this year at the Combine of that GPS tracking stuff they were doing.
That's right. I was glad you sent that to me.
This year's Puka Nacua. Yeah.
Because he he moves faster than he tests. That's where I think, as you pointed out, Caserio left the combine before all the testing was finished. He wanted to be there, it looks like, for the interviews more than anything.
Yeah.
And he had talked about it as much in his press conference.
Yep.
But this GPS tracking, the GPS tracking is kind of starting to show you the eyeball stuff. You know, like when a guy doesn't test well in the 40, but you watch him on film and you're like, well, like Jerry Rice, for instance. Jerry Rice notoriously ran a 4.7 40. You watch him on film. Okay. I don't know what he's running on a 40 yards on that field, but, you know, but he's 12 yards and in or on a post, like with a 40 with a curve to it. Like he's doing all right.
I don't know what his actual speed is, but he sure was fast running away from guys in that third Super Bowl that he won.
so that's the extreme version. But I think when you're doing some of these drills and then at the Senior Bowl, those guys wear the tracking technology, I think they get a really good feel for like, all right, yeah, this matches more what I'm seeing on film.
Yeah.
Or like, okay, if you watch the film and look at the GPS data to see if we're missing something, all of that, it's a more complete picture of what really matters, how fast do they move on a football field.
Puka might have been the greatest advertisement for that because he was the big winner with that. I say big winner for the GPS stuff last year. He still went in the 5th round. Now it's a story that Keon Coleman, who's already thought of to be like a late first rounder, like, all right, maybe he should be bumping up against these guys that are at the upper reaches of the first round. It's a good receiver
It's
class
hard sometimes with big guys to really get a gauge for, you know, I mean, honestly, Andre was a little bit like this.
Yeah.
Like, you can't really appreciate how fast they're moving.
So big.
Because, like if they don't even have to be long striders. It's just by size. They're just taking fewer steps.
Yeah.
And sometimes it just doesn't look as impressive visually. It's like when a Tank Dell is running, he's probably like, when he runs 40 yards, he probably takes, you know, several extra steps over a guy who's 6'1" or 6'2", and it just it adds to the element of how stunning it looks visually. Sometimes the bigger guys, you gotta remind yourself, oh yeah, that's a big dude actually moving fast too.
Yep. One more on CJ Star Power. Here was Leatu, defensive end for UCLA. Who would you be most starstruck by when you get on an NFL field next year?
Who's the player in the NFL now that when you're there and you're on the field with him, you're going to be like, oh, my gosh, I can't believe that guy's out there?
I mean, it's going to be crazy. It's like so many people. I mean, you hear C.J. Stroud and stuff like that. And, you know, Will Anderson, I got to meet him a little bit at the Lombardi. And then, I mean, shoot, if I ever see Max Crosby, even on the sideline on the other, I'm going to be like, oh, my gosh.
Fanboy over here.
No, for real. Like, it's going to be hard not to.
Yeah, there you Texans.
Yeah, Latu's a fan of the Texans. I mean, Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud. Out of his 3 guys that he named, 2 of them are Texans.
Yep.
Good job, man.
Yep, good job. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Let's circle back. Dalton Schultz was on the Pat McAfee show. He had some things to say about C.J. Stroud. He also said some things that got Dallas people riled up and got Houston people super excited. We've got that for you coming up next.
Get super excited if you are building a custom home and you're thinking, I don't know.
PayneandPendergastTurf.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Dalton Schultz was on the Pat McAfee show yesterday. Dalton Schultz, how excited are you to be coming back to the Texans and excited to be playing with C.J. Stroud?
Dude, so pumped, man. To have a guy come in like that, and step in and just be able to, take the reins and hit the ground running. He quickly cemented himself as, one of the top quarterbacks in the league, man. And, I can't say that everybody, saw it coming from, just a rookie, but, talking to CJ, just the amount of belief and trust that he has in himself, the way that he carries himself, he was able to do some special things. And, obviously that was a big part of me wanting to come back is, I want to surround myself with guys like that and, guys that kind of galvanize, a football team. And I think he absolutely does that. So, yeah, man, it's a great time to be a Texan. And I'm super excited that, I'm back.
So there you go. It all worked out for Dalton Schultz. Got his 3-year deal, and he's with C.J. Stroud.
And the thing with Dalton is that he's a guy that if you go out there and you test free agency, more money somewhere else from somebody who wants this or that, there's no guarantee, that the best contract's going to be where there's actually a good or viable quarterback. You might find yourself in another situation. And then B, there's also, if you get out there in free agency and the contract you want isn't out there, but meanwhile the Texans decide to move on, then you're stuck in a position where, all right, you go sign somewhere else and they end up drafting Brock Bowers or something like that. That's kind of like what Sheldon Rankins has to think about as a free agent is, okay, if I sign somewhere else, are they just going to go out and draft a defensive tackle? Or if I re-sign with the Texans on a 1-year deal, are they just going to draft a defensive tackle and then I'm kind of taking a backup role? This is Schultz would have looked at it and thought, all right, this is a spot where I know I'm going to be a heavy part of the offense. It's only going to grow. CJ and I have a great relationship in a way that it doesn't just, no matter who you sign, you don't get that same kind of nonverbal communication and understanding immediately off the bat. So that makes Dalton Schultz more valuable than his actual physical ability in some respects. So it's just a good win-win for both of these sides.
I'd have to guess, Seth. I think a lot of times, it's very often that guys re-sign with their own teams. It happens a lot.
Yeah.
I have to imagine that more often than we think, the attitude in re-signing with a team isn't that you're exuberant to be staying there. It's the devil I know. I know the locker room. I know the city. Maybe we're not great at quarterback, but I know where I fit in this offense. There's no settling going on with Dalton Schultz here at all.
And it's it's a classic situation too, where in any relationship, in any human relationship, it becomes more rare and unique the more time you have in it. You just can't replace that. You can't replace the time spent in the system. So those two guys together, if you think about the prime example of it is when you've got a Tom Brady with a Julian Edelman. Okay, if Julian Edelman goes to any other system and plays with any other quarterback, there's a very good chance that he doesn't have nearly the career he does. And that sounds obvious. Obviously, anybody in a system with Tom Brady is going to do better. But it was their ability to just be on the same page and to not and see things the same way. And over time, you build up this bank of shared experiences so you can make adjustments and you just know what's automatic. That part, you got to restart the clock on that. And it's not so simple as just going out and finding another guy to replace a Julian Edelman, or even though they did replace Wes Welker with Julian Edelman, but still, it's hard.
Yeah, it is. No, it is hard. That. That's how you win Super Bowls. Is stuff like that works out, and it doesn't. And only one team can win a Super Bowl. More Dalton Schultz on the Pat McAfee show. Let's start with the stuff that got Texan fans fired up in a good way. Here was Dalton Schultz. He had just come off of answering a question about the Cowboys, which we'll get to in a second. But I love this Texans cut here. Called the Texans a well-oiled machine.
I think that was one of the things that kind of scared me about leaving Dallas the most is I wasn't sure what another organization would. Dude, I got here and it was this place is a well-oiled machine. It's coaching staff, the coaching changes. I can't speak to the previous stuff, but the strength staff is phenomenal. The training staff is unbelievable. This has been the most trainers that I've ever seen on a staff, and they take really amazing care of the players. The nutrition staff is phenomenal. The chefs, they came in and they poached 5 of the best chefs in the Houston area, and they paid them a bunch more, and they're come hang out and cook for us. And so it's everything that they kind of do is really top notch. and, you know, not being sure of like how another organization would kind of be run leaving Dallas, like I was so happy and like
No!
so surprised.
Everything you're saying is wrong.
Okay, McAfee the Colt coming out there at the end. I want to know who the 5 chefs are. I want to know what restaurants the chefs they poached came from.
That makes me want the Texans to start like a Texans grill or something. Start it back up. Remember, there used to be the Texans grill.
Yeah, or in
but
City
they actually
Center.
have it at the stadium with those 5 great chefs.
Yeah,
Cooking a little,
give them each a
little
truck.
Cash in their pocket too.
Give them each a truck in Bud Light Plaza during the day when they're not cooking for players.
A lot of people noticing over the last couple days since that soundbite's been out there. Actually, in a couple different places, he's used the word. He pronounces it organization.
Yeah.
It's kind of catching. I caught myself saying it yesterday when I said organization.
Mm-hmm.
People are accusing him of being a Canadian with that pronunciation. He's from Utah.
Okay.
He went to Stanford. I don't know. How do you say it?
Organization.
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 Right, yeah.
Not I. Organization.
We're going to have to talk to him about this.
Yeah.
Tex-Mex and his pronunciation of organization.
Maybe it could be, and that's how they pronounce it. Sometimes your accent that you develop comes from who you're around. You're right. We need to get to the bottom of this. Why do you say organization, Dalton Schultz? Love your game. Love the 59 catches and the chemistry with C.J. Stroud. But Texan fans are, at the very least, inquisitive about your pronunciation
Is he from
organization.
Of organization. Yeah. Is he from, like, rural Utah? Or is he...
Sandy, Utah. I don't know where that is. That's the name of the
That's where he was
town.
born.
Yeah.
He went to Bingham High.
Okay.
In South Jordan.
Is he a Jazz fan, do you think?
Ugh.
That would
he doesn't
be
like Tex-Mex.
That would be a check mark.
More than I'm looking at this, like, I think rural area of Utah that he's from. I don't know, man.
You better catch 70 balls next year, Dalton Schultz, or there'll be hell to pay. I'm going to tell you that right now.
It's pretty, though.
It's nice. Yeah, Utah's really nice. All right, let's get to
I take it back.
the Dallas part of this. Here's what Dalton Schultz had to say about his time in Dallas and how unique the experience was in Dallas. This did get some Dallas fans a little bit riled up. Are they right in being riled up about what Dalton Schultz had to say about his experience being a Cowboy?
That was one of the first things that kind of stuck out to me is like, it feels like much more, I don't want to say college because it's not, but like the focus is just football, you know what I mean? And going back and like telling some people like how kind of being around the Cowboys, like practice facility and, you know, game day, describing some of the interactions and stuff that you see on a day-to-day basis, like surprised a lot of people. They're like, holy crap, like that actually happens like at a practice facility. And like a place
like what? You don't have to out anything, but like, what are you?
No, dude, it's just like there's people literally going on tours while you're lifting in the weight room, and they've got like a one-way mirror for people to like look at. Like it's a zoo, dude. Like, there's people tapping on the glass, like trying to get people's attention as they're doing, you know, power cleans or whatnot, and it's different. And I mean, that's the brand that they've built. That's what Jerry Jones likes. That's the way that they run things, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just, you know, you don't realize like how many, you know, eyeballs and how much that can maybe, you know, distract from, you know, stuff just in the locker room being in the facility until you go somewhere else and you're like, holy crap, like, dude, there's none of that. Like, this is, you know, also a really well-run organization in Houston.
There you go.
The one-way glass part of it is the part that felt creepy.
I've seen it. It's
like,
weird.
You don't even want the players aware that. I knew that they had the window, like the observation deck or what have you. Yeah. I didn't know that it was one-way glass.
Yeah.
So dudes might be like posing or something or pick their nose in the mirror or something.
Maybe.
What the hell's wrong with you, Jerry Jones? What the hell is wrong with you?
He's into that freakery, man. He's into mirrors and whatnot.
I saw a lot of Cowboys fans like try to make this into a Dallas versus Houston thing, like, well, maybe after they win 5 Super Bowls or what have you, as if that facility they have now has anything to do with winning Super Bowls.
Yeah.
You know, as if the current Cowboys practice facility has produced anything close to a Super Bowl winning franchise. But it's the Cowboys versus 31 other teams. There's no other place in the NFL that attracts action as the Dallas Cowboys facility. It's not a Houston versus Dallas thing. It's Dallas chooses to do it this way. Michael Irvin, on up through 3 more decades of players have said, yeah, Jerry cares a lot more about that than he does the actual, like, Jimmy Johnson type stuff, you know, winning football games.
Right. No, dude, Jerry's counter move to the Texans will not be to go do things that win a Super Bowl. It'll be to go get 6 chefs from restaurants in the Dallas area. Like, you know what? They got 5 chefs. I'm going to go get me some more chefs than them. I tell you what. I'm glad McAfee jumped in to ask that question of Dalton Schultz when Dalton's like, man, some of the stuff you see.
Some of the stuff,
because it's the Cowboys. If you just let it sit out there, I'm picturing dudes doing like lines of coke on the benches in the locker room or something.
I wonder. One thing Michael Irvin had mentioned was just how how many people there are just coming. Now this was back 30 years ago. Who knows? Maybe this isn't quite as bad. But just bringing people into the locker room to meet people and everything.
Yeah.
I could totally see situations where star players on the Cowboys are just have a whole bunch of like, oh, all right, Jerry wants me to go talk to this rich guy for 30 minutes, and it's going to be weird, but okay, I'll go do it. So like the old Clippers owner there. What's his face?
Donald Sterling, yeah.
You remember Blake Griffin talking about how he'd like be at parties and Donald Sterling would be like, "Come here, I want you to meet these people."
I do.
Just had a very creepy vibe to it.
I do, and I'm big into your Donald Sterling impersonation. That's a good creepy guy.
Same as my Jerry Jones impersonation. I'm just going to do creepy old dude for test results.
Good question. I'm not sure. You know my
I'm going
wish.
to find out if I'm in on that. I'm going to do a 23andMe and see maybe Jerry was a little frisky back in the day.
Yeah, you're 21.2% Jerry Jones. That's what it shows up as. All right, let's give away some tickets now to the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. Nickelback coming on March 13th. You want to win tickets? Now's the time. Call right now. Caller number 5, 713-572-4610. That's how you get in on the winning here. Caller number 5, 713-572-4610. We'll do it again. Final hour of the show. Keep listening all day to win tickets. Zach Brown Band tickets today during In the Loop in the Drive. I'll be at that one. That's my power ranking of rodeo shows. Zach Brown Band on the 14th. That's the one I'm going to for sure. All right. Up next, boy, Nick Saban went off in an interview with ESPN about why he left Alabama, what turned him off at the end about being at Alabama, and maybe a warning shot to any coach who's above the age of, 60 or 65 about the changing world of college football. Nick Saban had some crazy stuff to say that we will get to coming up next. West Point Lincoln of Sugar Lane. You heard Clinic.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Appreciate you tuning in. We'll do the 8 at 8 at the top of the hour. 8 headlines, get your day going. Article on ESPN.com yesterday, a long-form article about the transition in Alabama from Nick Saban to Kalen DeBoer, the former Washington head coach, who's now the head coach at Alabama. Chris Lowe wrote the article, and it's really interesting. The AD, Byrne, at Alabama, after Nick Saban retired, told the team, I will have a new head coach within 72 hours, which is a pretty bold proclamation. But it sounded like he had been kind of planning for this for a while because Saban had been – Saban the year before, Bryce Young's last year there, Saban had been kind of – it had been different.
He said we're year to year at this point.
Yeah.
You know, he had just basically said that, okay, I'm not so sure, and yeah.
Yeah, so the AD started planning. Turns out he got a new head coach in 49 hours. He beat his deadline by 20-plus hours. Saban, the money parts of this piece are the quotes from Saban about leaving and about the direction that college football is going. And this was the first one, Seth. I want to get your reaction to this. Quote, I want to be clear that wasn't the reason. But and I don't know. I apologize. It's here. But some of the events certainly contributed. I was really disappointed in the way he's talking about losing to Michigan in the playoff. That's what that was.
Yeah, he's talking about
losing in the playoff. He said, I was really disappointed in the way the players acted after the game. You got to win with class. You got to lose with class. We had our opportunities to win the game, and we didn't do it. And then showing your ass and being frustrated and throwing helmets and doing that stuff, that's not who we are and what we've promoted in our program, end quote.
Yeah. Okay, so right off of that first quote, I guess my first, honestly, initial response to that as I read it was, all right, well, I mean, they're your players.
Yes.
It's in some regards, it's not necessarily like you had zero control over that, unless that's what you're alluding to, is that you don't feel you can control things the way you used to. And that's understandable. Like, I 100% agree and understand that it must be difficult. But that is also within your control, and I think maybe part of it is just him starting to realize, he's not going to be able to control things like that any longer. At least at this stage in his career, it doesn't feel like he can.
Yeah. Like, does even Nick Saban's message kind of wear thin at some point? And it's a new age for players too. There's no doubt, and he kind of alludes to that here, more than alludes to it. He basically says it outright here in what was, I think, the other money quote from this thing. So maybe 70 or 80% of the players you talk to, all they want to know is two things. What assurances do I have I'm going to play, because they're thinking about transferring, and how much are you going to pay me?
Yeah.
The new NIL world that we're in.
It's a whole completely different world. I've saved a lot of credit for, through the years, adjusting to the different landscape or the different culture of college football players, like depending on what the transfer portal is or what the NIL rules are or whatever. I think right up until last year, he's a guy that, like a lot of good football coaches, they don't waste a lot of time whining about the way it used to be. They just know that it's, okay, there's going to be change. And I think, like he said also as a follow-up to that quote, he said, I'm not saying it's wrong. He just flat out said that, like, I'm not saying it's wrong. I don't think he necessarily is making a judgment on whether it's right or wrong. It's a huge change, and okay, at this point, it's too much of a change. Like at this stage in his life and his career, he's managed to stick and move and make changes alongside the players over time, but now this is just too much at this point in his career.
He's long been an advocate of players getting paid, so I think we should point that out. Like, Nick Saban is not one of these guys who is, standing on this false soapbox of amateurism in college football. I've got the full quote here where he's talked about, I'm not saying it's wrong, just to provide a little context. He said, maybe this doesn't work anymore, that the goals and aspirations are just different, and that it's all about how much money can I make as a college player. I'm not saying that's bad. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying that's never been what we're all about, and it's not why we had success through the years.
Thank you for reading my notes better than I could myself, Sean. I was like, where did I put that? Like, oh, it's right there, right above what I was reading.
Yep.
Yeah, and I it's wrong, but I think a lot of guys, hard-ass old football coaches, for the most part, if they're successful over the course of decades, they do understand that things are going to change and that values change and all of that. And they've got to try to adapt to it because ultimately the goal ultimately is still to win football games. It's just the method that you're going to have to do it by now. It's probably a lot more along Deion Sanders and what he's doing in Colorado, more so than it is what's worked for decades with Saban. And you can still, like, Deion is a hardcore, like, he coaches those dudes hard. He's old school in a lot of ways. Like, Deion coaches in a way that I feel like a lot of people assume you can't coach players that way anymore. Deion coaches them really hard. He gets after them, and they respond to it. But he is also very well positioned to understand the NIL side of things, to understand the transfer portal, all that. And, yeah, I know he hasn't had success yet. I'm just saying that attitude is probably going to be one of the biggest factors of a lot of programs moving forward.
Yeah. I can totally see these coaches. Like, of the two quotes we just hit there, the one about the players throwing their helmets and reacting that way, I'm with you on that one. Like, dude, you're the coach. Like, if he had said that and he were still the Alabama coach, he would be getting destroyed probably. Like, dude, what you're complaining about? You're the coach. They control your guys. The second one I totally get, and I know these guys make $10 million a year, and coaches that are, that have to now do this, especially the Power 5 coaches that are all making millions of dollars a year. Like, deal with it, man. There's people in vocations that make a whole lot less money than you do that deal with way more crap than having to delegate to people about NIL to a bunch of your players. I get it. It's a big pain in the ass compared to what your world used to look like before July of 2021 or 2022, whenever NIL hit. I forget which year it was. Yeah, your world has a lot more busy work in it now. School like Alabama, they're creating staff positions to handle that busy work. So, but I understand somebody at Saban's age and with what he's accomplished just going, I don't need this. And by the way, I can go on TV and make maybe not $10 million a year, but I don't need $10 million a year. I can go on TV and make plenty of money to keep stacking for my grandkids here. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So maybe we'll go coach high school. High school, you got to worry about NIL too.
Dude, high school, you got to worry about all the same. You got to worry about the transfer portal in high school. Kind of.
Well, no, you do, because that's honestly, as everybody wrings their hands over how college football is changing, it did remind me that, I forgot the transfer portal for us was when we would go from junior high to high school, that some of the best athletes would go off to like one of the Catholic schools in town that have better sports teams. And I remember when I lost the Sanderson twins. They're two of the best athletes in my grade. And they left, and it's a small enough school that you're like, 20% of our best football players just left the school. Like, what the hell?
Yeah.
We got 5 good football players, and 2 of them just left. Stinks. I've already lived. That's why I turn a deaf ear to some of the whining about the transfer portal. I lived the loss of the Sanderson brothers. Damn it.
Yeah, you knew how it felt acutely.
Yeah,
it's not a literal portal like it is for college, but like you know who did that? As you and I researched it during the show the other day, Christian Wilkins. Yeah. He was at Framingham High School his freshman year, and then decided to go to a bougie private school in rural Connecticut for the last 3 years of his college career.
Yeah,
transfer.
How are you going to compete with that?
Yeah,
you lose the poor public schools lose their best assets.
Poor Framingham, man. Poor Framingham.
I got to call up Sean Sanderson after the show and give him the what for.
You ruined
banding us. Well, Sean came back though.
Okay,
I think Sean's personality was he couldn't be tamed by McQuaid Central or whatever they are.
No,
McQuaid Jesuit.
He needed to spread his wings and fly. Text message, someone said Dalton Schultz on the McAfee show was recruiting other free agents yesterday. I don't know if intentionally he was. I'll tell you what, right now on the TV in our studio, you know what they're talking about? Dalton Schultz's comments about calling the Dallas Cowboys a zoo. That's what they're talking about.
Yes.
Zoo is what hit.
It's like a zoo there. No, and it is. And this is not anything different than various other Cowboys greats, including Ring of Honor members, have said or what have you. Cowboys fans know exactly what the problem with the Cowboys is. It's Jerry Jones. It is, and it has been for decades. I mean, honestly, you know where the salary cap hurts the most in the league, Sean?
Who?
The Dallas Cowboys. Because the Dallas Cowboys, if there were no cap, they would spend $800 million a year on players.
Yes.
And then all of the zoo stuff wouldn't matter because you would just compile he'd have two of the best quarterbacks in the league. He would spend whatever it took because then he could have like 130,000 seat stadium with all that fanfare if you add winning to the actual equation. Imagine the Cowboys plus winning. Like actually winning and competing for Super Bowls or something, how crazy it would be. But the salary cap prevents it.
That's actually a fun question. I may need to dig into that a little bit today. Like if there were no salary cap in the NFL, which would be the owners that would just spend like Cohen does with the Mets, which didn't work. He ended up trading everybody that he signed, like Justin Verlander and Max Scherzer. But in the NFL, because I think if Dave Tepper in Carolina could do that, he might do it. If billionaire hedge fund guy who just is hell-bent on doing whatever it takes to win. I think some of the owners, you look at what their behavior is within the salary cap and in cycling through coaches and everything like that, and you go, that guy would for sure spend $700 million if he could. I think Dave Tepper would spend $700 million on a payroll for players if he could.
I wonder, with the NFL, it might be, especially because right now it's the premier sport in America, the hyper-competitive side of billionaires, when thrust into the NFL, if they had no limitations, that might be like just way too tempting for any of those guys. Yeah, they do it here and there, and you get a Prokhorov in the NBA or what have you, but it's still not quite the same as being the best NFL team. Yeah. I feel like Bezos might actually spend half his Amazon money on winning a Super Bowl.
Yeah. I just think some of these guys would. I might do that today. Just go through the owners here,
or the Saudi sports fund there.
Sure. Well, that's when they'd end up coming in and buying a team. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. As long as we got a couple minutes, because there's probably people getting in their cars going, "What did Dalton Schultz say that had everybody so worked up on Get Up here?" Here was Dalton Schultz on his time with the Cowboys. Take a listen. Listen for him calling Dallas a zoo. Is this worth getting worked up over for Cowboy fans?
That was one of the first things that kind of stuck out to me is like, it feels like much more, I don't want to say college because it's not, but like the focus is just football, you know what I mean? And going back and like telling some people like how kind of being around the Cowboys, like practice facility and, game day, describing some of the interactions and stuff that you see on a day-to-day basis, like surprised a lot of people. They're like, holy crap, like that actually happens like at a practice facility, and like you think it's normal, and then you come to a place like this.
Like what? You don't have to out anything, but like what are you?
No, dude, it's just like there's people literally going on tours while you're lifting in the weight room, and they've got like a one-way mirror for people to like look at. Like it's a zoo, dude. There's people tapping on the glass, like trying to get people's attention as they're doing power cleans or whatnot, and it's different. And I mean that's the brand that they've built. That's that's what Jerry Jones likes. That's the way that they run things, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just you don't realize like how many eyeballs and how much that can maybe distract from a locker room being in the facility until you go somewhere else and you're like, holy crap, like dude, there's none of that. Like this is also a really well run organization in Houston.
Yeah, it's one of a kind. Now here's the thing. This is where I'm going to let Dalton Schultz off the hook a little bit here for what he's getting destroyed. I don't say destroyed. I can't hear the show right now, but they've transcribed the quote at the bottom, and the only part they've pulled from it is the part where he calls Dallas a zoo. I think he was literally talking about that tapping on the glass notion there. Like that's what people do at a zoo. I think it's being construed as he's describing the totality of being a Cowboy as a zoo, which may not be far off, but I just don't think that's what he was talking about.
Yeah, he was talking about that specific situation. Yeah. This is getting. I've seen this is getting taken way out of context in a lot of ways. You know what image it evokes is the opening scene of Rocky III. Mm-hmm. Is it the training where the training, it looks like a circus and they're selling all the Rocky apparel and everything. I can't remember if it was the opening scene.
No, it was when he signed up for the first Clubber Lang fight. That was his training method. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And so it was that, and Mickey just couldn't handle it at all.
He hated it. When can we get back in the gym?
Is that not even close to the opening scene? The opening scene of Rocky III was him fighting Hulk Hogan, was it not?
That was early in the movie. The opening scene is actually Paulie stumbling into an arcade with a bottle of like Ripple or something like that, and kind of stumbling around, and he looks and he sees a Rocky pinball machine, and winds up and he throws the bottle of Ripple at the pinball machine. machine because Paulie didn't. Because Rocky has turned into a bougie aristocrat at that point.
Underrated, awful character in film history, I think, is Paulie. Paulie, one of the more like despicable, like why is this guy around type of like, oh yeah, I would take like 20 different supervillains. I would rather have lunch with them before I'd have lunch with Paulie.
So you mean awful just because he was a terrible person, not that it wasn't a compelling character in the movie?
Right? No, yeah. So like the actual character itself, it wasn't poorly written or anything. It was like it was meant to be awful. Where you're like, I just hate this guy. Oh, what an ungrateful louse. Yeah, like not to mention like, forget about all the nice things they've done for Paulie. The fact that Rocky took the freaking Adrian off his hands or took her at all.
Yeah.
It's not like Adrian's dance card was full.
No, dude.
And Paulie acts like somehow, this has been just awful. This guy that took my wallflower sister and married her and then gave me all this money or anything. What an ungrateful bastard.
If Rocky listened to Adrian multiple times throughout the saga, he would have been like a plumber in South Philly. Like, she didn't want him to fight anymore, ever. Like, every movie, like, you can't win. Like, what a horrible spouse. Adrian
she
was
should have
terrible.
tempered that somewhat. I mean, she was trying to watch out for his physical safety, except she didn't have to do it by tearing down his confidence.
Right, like, once he decides to go back, then get behind him, but he decides to go back, and she's like, you can't win. Like,
right.
There's nothing worse you can say to your spouse who's about to go into a buzzsaw.
Yeah, the relationship with Adrian was so weird. Like in Rocky, that time he's training in Siberia, it's all about isolating it and taking the pictures down to where he's focused just on the fight itself. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere,
who shows up?
All the distractions show back
who
up.
shows up?
Like out in the
wet blanket. Yeah.
Meanwhile, the guy's probably been abstaining from any kind of sexual activity for like 2 months, and you pop up in the frozen tundra a week before the fight.
You're spot on.
My God,
man. You're spot on. She's terrible. There's no doubt. All right, let's get
That's
to.
That's not her fault. That's Rock's fault for inviting her in after
it's a whole other conversation.
Yeah.
All right, you're listening to KLT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Let's get to the 8 at 8:02. Kaimi Fairbairn re-signs with the Houston Texans. 3 years, $15.9 million, $5.3 million a year, puts him in the top 5 for average annual value for kickers. Kaimi Fairbairn, by all statistical measure, has been a top 5 kicker for the last few years. He's made 95% of his kicks since 2020. He was 27 of 28 this year. Big thing, big red flag, Seth, with Kaimi Fairbairn, the injuries of late. 4 games missed in 2021. He missed 5 games with a quad injury this year. I will say 2 things on the positive about the injuries. One, I don't know that he probably still gets this deal if he's fully healthy, but I do think like the injuries might have actually been more of a stark like wake-up call to the Texans. Like, oh my God, when this guy's on the field, he's so much better than all the other street trash that's out there. The other thing I'll say is we never would have gotten the Daria Gumbawale moment if we didn't have a Kaimi Fairbairn injury. And then it happened in a win. Happened in a win.
I wonder if they have to worry about bad blood with Daria Gumbawale now. If they, he lost the kicker competition. I know you had your heart set on that and everything, but we still want to give you a shot as a running back.
Yeah.
I mean, as of right now, I believe, is Daria the only running back on the roster?
He's a free agent. No, he's a free agent. Daria is. Damian Pierce.
Oh, Pierce. Excuse me. Yeah, Pierce obviously is the only running back on the roster.
Yep.
Man.
We good with Kaimi? 3 years, $15.9 million. Thumbs up on that.
Yeah. That's exactly what they needed to do. Like, you didn't have a kicker. Going out and finding a kicker is not as easy as it seems like it should be. And like somebody was snatched Kaimi up. Some poor louse of a team out there that lost a couple of games because of field goals this year would have gone out and plucked him away. The Texans have already established they're not afraid to pay their specialists. They were the second. They had the second highest salary for their specialists last year. So I don't think it's something they think is worth investing in.
Yeah.
I do. That's one of the New England philosophies that I'm glad has made its way down to Houston, because I think it's one of those hidden areas that, because it's unglamorous, because a lot of head coaches or even GMs don't like thinking about it too much, that you get more bang for your buck there than a lot of teams realize. And
you think a Cam Johnston signing might be coming soon too, in that same vein, right? With the special teams.
Yeah, they've already spent on. They did it last year. They're the second highest, I said.
Go big or go home. Number 2, Rockets lose last night, 122 to 116 to the Los Angeles Clippers. James Harden returning to Houston. I had a night last night for the Rockets. Rockets were leading by 20 at one point in this game, and they coughed up the lead. The fourth quarter was bad. The Clippers missed very few shots in the fourth quarter, and we had a couple people point this out when we talked about it earlier, that back-to-back, they may have just run out of gas in the fourth quarter, having played back-to-back games. Big emotional game against San Antonio the night before, and then the Clippers are one of the better teams in basketball. So I got a lot of good to pull from the game last night. Alperen Şengün had another great game, a triple-double for him last night. I would say my favorite performer from last night, though, Seth, was Momster, the mother of Tari Eason on Twitter, both before and after the game. James Harden, this is before the game. This is Tari Eason's mom, who is an awesome Twitter follow. James Harden is arguably one of the greatest point guards in the history of the game, but leave his Rockets era in your MF hearts tonight. Leave his Rockets jersey in the MF closet tonight. Have some dignity.
Yeah.
That's my favorite part. Have some dignity. Yeah.
Get him, Momster.
Momster.
That's a kind of, you know what? She needs to be the team mom, and she needs to be the one that goes out there and tears, like every now and then, Udoka at halftime is like, you guys did it.
Yeah.
You made me do it. You made me do it. And everybody looks up and they realize what had just happened and what this meant. And then all of a sudden, Momster walks in and tells each and every one of them individually how they've let her down.
Yep.
Yeah. That's don't be ashamed to do that, Udoka. It's okay to bring in help every now and then.
Absolutely, yeah. An outside voice sometimes can cut through. And then she gives them orange slices afterwards. Because
you gotta, sometimes you gotta kick them, sometimes you gotta hug them, and you gotta know when to do that. I feel like Momster knows when to do that.
Rice Krispie treats.
The fourth quarter was an absolute debacle. They gave up. Let's see. They gave up 78 points in the second half, 40-plus points in the fourth quarter after coming out and playing the way you want to see them play defensively. That was awesome. You're right. I should have mentioned that the first time we talked about it. The simple fatigue of playing 8 quarters over in 2 evenings, and especially versus a team like the Clippers, is a partial excuse. And then I'm not even mad about the fourth quarter collapse because at the very least, their heads and hearts were in the right place to begin the game. And they, getting up by 20 against them didn't happen just because of some flukish accident or something. They went out and they played their butts off. Ultimately, though, the Clippers just played. They went into full, professional basketball team mode in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, they woke
up.
So
it's a good illustration for the young guys to see, like, oh, okay, we're capable of doing it, but man, it's 4 quarters. It's always 4 quarters.
Yep. 3. Uncle Michael Brantley, he is back in an advisory role with the Houston Astros. Brian McTaggart had this yesterday that Michael Brantley has been invited back by Joe Espada to be part of the team again. Wants him to put on the uni again. There for Espada. Espada's all for this. We know that Michael Brantley was one of the players, Seth, who was probably one of the closest players to Jim Crane when he was an active player here. I think that's why Michael Brantley re-signed here in 2020, I think that's why I think it was 2020, and then he came back on a 1-year, $12 million deal last year. So, Michael Brantley being part of this team moving forward in an advisory role, I'm all for this. This sounds good. As long as they're not giving him the keys like they did to Bagwell to start making trades and signings and things like that.
I'd be surprised if Brantley wanted to get all that involved on the front office side of things or not. But I think Crane, like he has done with Bagwell, is probably open to these guys feeling it out for themselves and figuring out maybe what they want their role to be. The one that I'm waiting for at some point, if Yuli Gurriel ever retires, is Yuli Gurriel ambassador to Cuba. That this Astros organization has done such a brilliant job with Cuban-American players, and Yuli is a god to all of them.
He's a hero down there. Yeah.
All except the godless. Whichever ones amongst them don't believe in are atheistic when it comes to Yuli. We don't need them. We don't need them. We need people who believe in Yuli, damn it.
Yep.
Every Cuban, 99%. These Cuban elections, they generally are like, the president won by 99%. They act like that makes it some legitimacy. No. This isn't a fixed election. 1% didn't vote for him. So 99% of Cubans, I'm guessing, are believe in Yuli Gurriel.
Pro-Yuli. Pro-Yuli, but like legit pro-Yuli. Yeah, I will say this real quick, and then we'll get to number 4. If I want a former Astro hanging around giving tips on hitting, I'd rather have professional hitter swing right out of a textbook Michael Brantley than crouching
honestly,
at the turlet.
Look, Bagwell, though, I mean, a lot of guys have cited Bagwell and some of the advice he's given, and also Bagwell and some of the things he's been able to see that I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm joking. I'm sure Bagwell's got good nuggets, but Michael Brantley's got good film.
Yeah.
So
I don't know. With Bagwell, though, one of the reasons he was able to do what he did with that swing that he has is he's got a very pragmatic way of kind of seeing things on a very plain level.
Oh, I know.
That might not be obvious to others.
I'm just being jokey. I like Bagwell. Yep.
You're just bashing on Bagwell for the fun of it. I don't know. It's become somehow a pastime. So,
exactly. Number 4,
right.
Cougs clinch a share of the Big 12 championship last night. They beat UCF 67-59 on the road. Iowa State beat BYU. If BYU was leading in that game, if they beat Iowa State, then it would have been a conference championship for the Cougs. Instead, be fun on Saturday. They clinched the Big 12 with a win over Kansas on Saturday. But Cougs, doesn't matter what conference they're in, Seth. They just go win conferences. That's all Kelvin Sampson does.
Just a seamless transition into, what's it going to be like now that you're up with the big boys, huh? What are you going to do, University of Houston, now that you have to play with the big... all right. That's all right.
Gonna slap
kind of an afterthought, aren't you?
Slap you in the face with our gloves. So, they can clinch. That'll be fun on Saturday. Kansas in town. Cougs can clinch their first Big 12 title in their first Big 12 season.
5.
Jordan Poyer is now a recyclable on the Bills' curb. He was cut by the Bills, as was Tre'Davious White. The Bills are one of a handful of teams that still have a whole lot of work to do to get under the salary cap by next week. We mentioned Poyer's name earlier, Seth. He becomes one of those guys like, all right, if the price is right, I know they've got Jimmy Ward and Jalen Petrie, but Jimmy Ward sure did have a hard time staying on the field. I don't know where Poyer is as a player right now or what he's thinking about or what he's looking for. I don't think he's getting cut because he's a bad player now or anything. He's just makes a lot of money, and they need to get under the cap. Are you interested in any of these guys that the Bills are kicking aside here?
Well, I think that there are a lot of guys right now that you shouldn't necessarily get excited about, and Poyer wasn't as good last year as he traditionally is, and he's in his early 30s now, 32, going on 33. I think that it makes the Steven Nelson signing less likely. Poyer's a safety, Steven Nelson's a corner, but there have been a lot of defensive backs cut so far for cap reasons. So the market for defensive backs has started to swell a little bit, and some of the guys who aren't marquee guys, who are more journeyman types or journeyman plus, there's going to be competition for their services. I think that if I'm Nick Caserio, I'm kind of thinking like, all right, the guy that made fun of me with my sweater vest on social media, or just random, I don't know, any other cornerback out there in the world. I don't know. We'll figure it out maybe when we hit free agency.
6.
If you think it was all bad for the Bills yesterday, though, it may have been. They signed Mitchell Trubisky yesterday. He's back with the Bills. Remember when he was at the Bills a couple years ago and he got like 4 snaps, and everybody's treating him like, well, he's cured. He's a good quarterback now in the scenes this year in Buffalo. So, therefore, he's ready to go start somewhere else. Didn't really work out. Mitchell Trubisky's he's just not cut out to be an NFL quarterback, but he's back with the Bills again, Seth.
I guess, okay, this is what I'm wondering, though, because with high picks or just quarterbacks in general, we can talk about this a little bit later when we have more time, but I kind of just off the top of my head went through and checked a few guys out. Yeah. They tend to get at least a 4th chance.
Yeah.
They tend to get at least a 4th chance. So this would be Trubisky's 4th chance because he went to the Bills, then to the Steelers, and then back to the Bills. The offensive coordinator, Joe Brady, took over midway through the year for the Bills last year, or like towards the end, and it seemed to be the trick. Like, he seemed to be better than Ken Dorsey. Mm-hmm. He was the quarterback's coach when Joe Brady when Mitch Trubisky was with the Bills a couple years ago.
Okay.
So I'm guessing he feels like there's more to, or there's untapped potential for Mitch Trubisky that Ken Dorsey just didn't know or didn't see. Well, not that they needed to. They didn't have to do anything with him at that point. Yeah. So I'm not gonna abandon Mitchell Trubisky just yet, because you know who else made it on his 4th chance?
Who?
Geno Smith, Sean.
Oh, that's true. Yeah,
Seattle is his 4th stop.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Carson Wentz got 4 chances. Okay. Now he's dead.
Yeah. I hear Tom Brady is a 6th-round pick, so you know what? 6th-round picks, they always just they flourish all the time.
I'm just saying you can't conclusively say it until they're done with their fourth chance.
Yep.
7.
Okay.
You just hate Trubisky so much.
I do.
Trubisky and Bagwell. You just
Bagwell stance.
You hate him.
No, I don't. Don't hate Jeff Bagwell. He's a fellow Connecticutian. How can I hate Jeff Bagwell? So Florio was saying yesterday on McAfee that he's hearing that Kirk Cousins and Kyle Pitts, tight end for the Atlanta Falcons, have already been in touch on who will wear number 8 next year. Florio is so big into this Cousins going to Atlanta thing. He had a post a couple days ago about how the rumor is Kirk Cousins is already looking at houses down in Atlanta and looking at school systems for his kids and things like that. Kyle Pitts got wind of this yesterday. He saw the video of Florio saying this about Cousins and Pitts.
Florio saying that, Now, and Florio, when he said it, said, well, and, this isn't verified yet, but Kirk Cousins might be reaching out to see if his number 8 is available on the, okay.
Florio,
he's up there, talking about how he should be respected as a journalist, and then goes and hey, by the way, I haven't verified this yet, but here's some news that's not verified.
Yeah. Kyle Pitts confirmed yesterday by reposting Florio's comments. He says, this is actually funny, with several laughing emojis, crying. You guys will come up with anything. So Pitts is basically, he's denying that to be the truth.
I'm really invested now in Kirk Cousins not going to the Falcons. Now that Florio is trying to, he's calling himself Big J journalist now because he's the one that has he's the one that has integrity. You see, after he's built a career out of just aggregating other people's stuff.
Yep.
Yeah.
8.
Last one, number 8. We mentioned Dave Tepper, the owner of the Carolina Panthers, before the interview with Kay Adams yesterday. I don't know if it was for Kay Adams' podcast or not, but they did a sit-down in what looked to be Carolina's stadium there, and asked Nicole Tepper, what are you guys most proud of since you became owners here in Carolina?
We've embraced the city. I think what's great about being here in Charlotte and having this platform is being able to open up the stadium to 40 ticketed events. I mean, for the city and the state of Charlotte, for the people here and the economic impact it had. So for me, for Dave, that's really one of the most proudest moments in the 6 years. I think before there was only 10 to 13 events here. So, I mean, think about that. It's amazing.
Okay. It is amazing. I mean, that's a lot. That's a big bump up in the number of events.
I can remember, man. There have been so many times where I'm like, hey, McNairs.
Yeah.
Can we get some more ticketed events?
Please.
Could you get on that, please? I'm tired of being a team that has.
Hey.
I have no clue what a good number of ticketed events are. I have zero clue. How many people in Carolina were like, oh, I can't believe the stadium only had 20 ticketed events last year.
Yeah.
Well, this is embarrassing.
Yeah.
What are you most embarrassed by? That they traded an actual package for Sam Darnold, or the absence of numerous ticketed events?
Yeah. This is where I'll defend Nicole Tepper is there's not been much else to be proud of since they got there. So this may just be a factual answer that's the thing they're most proud of.
They're like, hey, what are you proud of in the Carolinas? Tobacco company. There we go. There's only one of those that you can really shout about,
I'm about 2 things: ticketed events and chewing bubble gum, and I'm all out of bubble gum. There,
that's right.
Take that. 40. That's pretty good. It's pretty good.
That's probably. I bet that is. Okay, to be real, what is it? They get tax dollars for the stadium, and the stadium may have just been all kind of closed up and just used for football games. So at least there. Now, she maybe should have pointed out that, maybe, I don't know, do they not make extra money because of those ticketed events? There's part of me that when a business person trumpets higher revenue as their service to the people, I am a little bit skeptical.
I am.
Hey, Bezos, how does Amazon really help America? I made $10 billion extra last year.
Yep.
Yeah, but how does it help America?
Mm-hmm.
I made a lot more money. Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. That was the 8 at 8. All right, Kaimi Fairbairn in the fold, Dalton Schultz in the fold. To me, there's just 6 names left. And what do we think the chances are? Who do we think is next? Would we be cool if they re-sign all 6? Are we cool with that? Or are we going to get they're running it back treachery? We will get to that coming up next.
Check one name off the list.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, little bit of breaking news here in the NFL. Another big name on the job market now. Broncos are releasing former All-Pro safety Justin Simmons after 8 seasons in Denver. He went to the Pro Bowl last season. It's going to save the Broncos $14.5 million against their salary cap. Since 2016, no player in the NFL has had more interceptions than Justin Simmons with 30. And there's some big names out there on the safety market, Seth, that have been cut in the last few days. There's a few where I'm skeptical I would even want on the team because I think their level of play. But just real quick, Justin Simmons, Jordan Poyer yesterday, Jamal Adams and Quandre Diggs, I think yesterday or the day before. Kevin Byard is out there. He was cut by the Eagles. He didn't have a great season this year. Rayshon Jenkins, Eddie Jackson. So there's a lot of – if the Texans are looking to beef up safety at all, I don't know what the price tag is going to be for a lot of these guys, but there's a lot of names out there that weren't out there a few days ago.
I think given the struggles that Jalen Petri had last year to kind of adapt – I would not be surprised at all if they pick up one of those guys. One of the guys who are in their 30s, perhaps. Like Jordan Poyer started to show times. For a guy who's still in his early 30s, but, might have a new challenge or being in a new circumstance or being with a different defensive coordinator. I think they asked him to do some similar things in Buffalo that D'Amico would want him to do. That might be a good fit. And then you bring somebody in that alongside – the tough thing is you already have an old guy in Jimmy Ward. And from team composition standpoint, you don't want to be – if there's one position I don't want to be chock full of old guys, I think it's a defensive back. So that's the one thing that might hold me back on that a little bit is depending on, exactly how Jimmy Ward's feeling.
Yep. A healthy Jimmy Ward to me, like if there's a wish list for next season, aside from the obvious things like health for C.J. Stroud and stuff like that, but stuff that didn't go well in 2023 that you need to go well in 2024, a healthy Jimmy Ward, if they're going to lean on him and he's still on this team and they're going to lean on him for leadership as well, which they did. I mean, he was the guy hyping everybody up before games. Man, they got to figure something out. All those great trainers that Dalton Schultz was talking about with Pat McAfee yesterday, they got to put Jimmy Ward back together again, man. They need him healthy.
What's interesting is this era is kind of potentially ending with almost unannounced is Eric Murray being a free agent. Because Eric Murray has gotten 2 contracts from the Texans. He got a curiously large contract when Easterby and Bill O'Brien were the co-GMs, and then Caserio extended him. He did. And I do think Murray got more flack than he probably should have, just because about Texans overpaying him for a guy who had been a backup caliber, sometimes starter at safety and cornerback. The Texans paid him this guy's a bona fide starter. And I think he's, as a role player and as a guy that can be a jack of all trades, I think he's been good for the Texans.
Yeah, he's been fine in his role. Probably a little overpaid, but fine.
Right, it's the price tag. That's
yeah, for sure. All right, so I think, Seth, now with Fairbairn and Schultz both back, I think there's 6 names left that if the Texans re-signed any of these guys, they'd be like, okay, depending on what the money is, they'd be like, okay, that makes sense to bring these guys back. The 6 names, to me, are in no particular order. I know you've got sort of a pecking order for their likelihood to be back with the Texans. Grenard, Singletary, Steven Nelson, Blake Cashman, Sheldon Rankins, Cam Johnston. I think if you look at any list of Texans free agents, I think there's a big drop-off in terms of necessity or urgency of bringing them back after those 6 guys.
I think, and without even saying this is about who they really want back, I think just the circumstances and what's available in free agency in the draft is going to make – I think there are 3 guys that I'll be surprised if the Texans re-sign 3 of these guys before free agency begins, and that's Steven Nelson, Sheldon Rankins, and Jonathan Grenard for different reasons. But I think Steven Nelson, for one, he's been disgruntled about his pay before when he felt like he needed a new contract. Remember, he was on a damn 2-year contract, and he was making us think about wanting more money in a professional manner. So I think the Texans have to say, all right, look, he can go. We'd love to have him back, but he's got to test free agency. We got to let him see what the market is so he doesn't think we're screwing him over. Sheldon Rankins, I think they like, but D'Amico's already said we want to spend resources on the defensive line. I think they need to explore free agency and they need to explore the draft before they re-sign Sheldon Rankins or somebody like him. And I think Sheldon Rankins probably realizes that too. If the Texans are going to go out, the Texans have Malik Collins on an extended contract. If they go out and draft a defensive tackle in the first round, Sheldon Rankins is going to be very likely a backup.
Yeah.
So, and then Jonathan Grenard, I think he'll just I think the Texans love Jonathan Grenard or likely love him, except that there's a team or 7 out there that has very bad pass rush and doesn't have any defensive ends they'll willingly and with full awareness overpay for John
That's
Grenard.
an overpay. Yeah. That's an overpay position.
Yeah. They'll be like, look, is he worth this? Probably not, but we really, really, really need. And I don't mean that as like a backhanded compliment or an insult to Jonathan Grenard. It's just he's not proven over the course of 4 years to be a top pass rusher. There's still a lot of sort of a promise and a gamble on him, but I think there's going to be several teams willing to take that gamble.
Yeah, these 6 names, I think they're going to make an effort to bring all of them back to some degree. Yeah. I think there's some where there's going to be a cap on. There's a cap on what they'll spend on any of them, obviously. But for some, I think there's going to be a cap that will not satisfy these guys, at least before they hit the market. Yesterday, the Fairbairn stuff came down to Clint and Ron, and they were talking about they were using the phrase "running it back" and using it, I think, with a negative connotation. I don't think they were hating on the signings of Schultz and Fairbairn. I think there was a kind of a watchful eye on how many of these guys they're bringing back, and is running it back something that's necessarily negative? I would say even if they signed most of these 6 guys, they're still going to make improvements to the team.
That's the thing is, and again, I think some people, because they got excited by the large number on the open cap space part, I think they wanted to be more excited about that. I'm not saying the afternoon show, but in general, there's a tendency to get more excited about that than remembering that, like, I don't know, it's like getting excited about putting the brand new stereo in your car and completely forgetting that you've got routine maintenance to do too.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, okay, oh yeah, plus, I was supposed to get the super oil change service, with all the filters and everything. Oh, I forgot. Oh yeah, it's time for a new battery. Like all that boring stuff. Just to keep the car at baseline level, it costs money. And the Texans had a lot of routine maintenance to do in that they had 10 starters, plus a whole lot of other free agents. More free agents than anybody else in the league. That's the routine maintenance that you got to spend on. And, it's not easy. Like, it's Dalton Schultz. He's not like one of the very, very best tight ends in the league. But if you lose, go out and find somebody to try to replace Dalton Schultz, and likewise pay a bunch of money for a Noah Fant or somebody that you don't actually get all that excited about. And that's just where they are. So I don't think they're trying to run it back. I think they're trying to get to baseline. First you got to get back to baseline. Where were we last year? And then we got to build on top of that. And that's where the draft and some of the more perhaps marquee free agency signings come in. And not to mention some of the mid-tier free agents that you sign in the second and third week.
Right. I'll say this. Like, I don't want to say that they're not dispassionate about their own guys. That's been made abundantly clear. Maybe Nick is more so than D'Amico. Like, D'Amico is outwardly like, there is something about having guys in the building that we know what we're getting with those guys. There is a value on that to the Texans. And I think there's a value with both guys, D'Amico and Nick. Nick was re-signing guys before D'Amico got here and bringing guys back and giving extensions out to guys that were already in the building before D'Amico got here. So that was already something that was going on. So I think they place a value on that. But whatever value that is, if they find a guy from outside the building where they feel that's a better expenditure of our resources, they'll sign that guy,
that's where it is nice having Nick having experience as a position coach, because sometimes the disconnect between scouts and coaches can be that, okay, coaches get a little too attached to their own players sometimes, or maybe they can't see the forest for the trees or what have you, but they also have to spend every single day with guys, whereas scouts and personnel people don't have to spend hardly any time at all with them.
Yeah.
So, and and that can be good too, because they can look at things of, listen, coach, I understand you love this guy and he's the salt of the earth and you love him to marry your daughter, all that, whatever. like this other guy over here, this free agent, is just lights out better than your guy.
Yeah.
But at the same time, Caserio and scouts have to be respectful of the fact that the coach is going to say, like, yeah, I know, but look, this guy's like destroying the chemistry of this team or destroying there's reasons that I don't like this guy no matter how awesome you think he is. So they like that interplay between those two guys. I feel like they've got a pretty good feel for
Very
that.
productive, I think. Absolutely. Boy, a lot of people texting in about this Justin Simmons release. Thoughts on him? My first gut reaction is Simmons. I don't think Simmons is getting cut because of his level of play. Maybe he's getting cut because his level of play and like his $14.5 million cap hit might not be in line. I think his price is going to be a little high for the Texans and what they're looking for at safety. If Jimmy Ward and Jalen Petri are still in the building, Justin Simmons might be able to still command a salary that might be a little pricey for a guy who is in a 3-safety rotation kind of thing. You know?
Yeah, I guess that's the rubber meets the road here a little bit in, okay, your own guys versus objectively another guy
who might be better.
If he can be an upgrade, and like what do you? For one, I like the Texans, and I think Jimmy Ward himself know and understand at this point that, man, at his age and with his injury history, I don't know if you can depend on him to get you 17 games this year. It'd be awesome if it happens, but it's just he's at that stage in his career. I guess the bigger question is, is it? I don't know. Do they want to bring somebody in that would actually, give him a huge challenge for his job? And maybe it ends up being Jalen Petri and Justin Simmons starting, or Justin Simmons and Jimmy Ward starting to begin the year. I don't know. I'd be here for it.
Dude. If they find a way to get Justin Simmons in the building, I'm all for that. He's a really good football player. I think given, as you pointed out, so they got a lot of spots they got to fill, and then you go spend, let's say it's $9 or $10 million on Justin Simmons. Feels like a weird use of resources there.
Yeah. So as far as the Broncos have saved $14.5 million on their cap. They could have extended him, except like then you're taking a guy who's in his 30s, and this is going to be a 2-year rebuild with the Broncos.
Oh yeah.
At least
This won't be the last. This will not be the last move the Broncos make over the next 4 or 5 days. I don't think.
Yeah.
They seem to be dialing it back and tearing it down is what it feels like. All right, Drew Doherty, Texans TV, he's got it. It's up. Mock Draft Roundup 3.0. Who is the most drafted player among 46 mock drafts to your Houston Texans? And where does one player that we've been doing kind of a deep dive on the last couple of days, Letu from UCLA, where does he sit? He sits fairly high up the list. We will get to that coming up next.
Sean's got a defensive lineman at the top of his Texans free agent.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you on a Thursday. Hey, reminder, 9 o'clock hour, we're giving away tickets to the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. So be listening. Nickelback, March 13th. The fellas on In the Loop and on The Drive are going to be giving away Zach Brown Band tickets a couple times during each of their shows today. So good day to listen today because not only we've got road tickets for you here on Sports Radio 610. So Drew Doherty, after much pestering by me over the last couple days, like, Drew, when's mock roundup 3.0 coming out? Seth and I got important stuff to get to with all this stuff. And for those who don't know, Drew Doherty does a great service to the community here in Houston by providing a summary of all the mock drafts, all the relevant mock drafts out there as to who the Texans will be taking with the 23rd pick. Understanding full well they may not end up picking 23rd because Nick Caserio is the GM. But this is the third iteration, Seth, of the mock draft roundup by Drew Doherty. There's 46 total mock drafts in here. I guess before we get to the specific name that wins out in this quasi-election by the mock draft constituency, 80% of the mocks of these 46 have the Texans going on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, and one thing, at least up until last year, I didn't check in with Drew on last year. I'm guessing most mocks had the Texans taking a quarterback. Usually, the aggregate will get the position right, or more times than not. If all the player's going to change, it'll be different. But if the aggregate is saying that it's a defensive lineman or an offensive lineman or what have you, that's been somewhat accurate in the past. So this would jibe with what D'Amico Ryans has said, which is that they're going to spend resources specifically on the defensive line.
Yes.
He didn't come right out and say that it's going to be the first-round pick or it's going to be a high-priced free agent. But the day after the season, what he said all along is that this defense starts with the guys up front.
Yep.
And then he said, and we'll spend resources on making that position better.
Yep. And that's what the mock draft constituency, 46 mocks. Now, it's not a landslide or anything like that. They're all over the place when it comes to the Texans at 23. Defense is the one consistent thing that the mock drafters are saying, 80% of them. But as far as who it's going to be, all over the map. The number one most mocked player to the Texans with just 7 out of 46 is only 15%.
Yeah.
The 23rd pick in the mock draft roundup, the Texans select Illinois defensive tackle Johnny Newton. 7 of the 46 have Johnny Newton, defensive tackle, who I think had 7.5 sacks, 8.5 tackles for loss last year, was a force on the inside for the Fighting Illini in the Big Ten. So they've got him with 7, and they've got a player we've happened to be talking about a decent amount the last couple days. Leatu Letu is next with 5. So those are the 2 at the top of the board right now for all the mockers.
Yeah. And look, I like both of these guys. I think the one thing about the defensive tackles this year, like Byron Murphy is the guy that nobody really expects to get all the way down to 23. But there aren't some of these freak shows that we've started to see amongst the interior defensive linemen, the guys that have been going in the top 5 or the top 10, where they're like 335 pounds, but also good pass rushers. Yep. We're getting a little bit back more into, okay, these are your 305-pound dudes like Johnny Newton and Byron Murphy, or those guys. Byron Murphy's 297 pounds, I think. But I still really like Johnny Newton. I think he's – if I look at Leatu and Johnny Newton, Leatu is potentially just an excellent pass rusher. He's incredibly polished. You can tell he works his butt off at the technical side of the game. And yet he's not necessarily that impressive athletically. And he also is just not physical at all. Like, he's more
that ain't gonna work.
More judo than kung fu,
yeah, okay.
is what I'd say. He's like he's a finesse martial artist as opposed to somebody that punches you in the throat. And I really respect what Leatu has done with his game and how hard he's worked at it. But he had a huge neck injury in 2021. And the way he plays football is like he's trying to keep his neck out of any dangerous situations. And that makes me a little bit nervous. I think he's better off as a 3-4 outside linebacker. So I really like him a lot, and I think he's a good kid. And I personally want him to do well in the NFL because he's got a great story. Like, he thought he was done with football because of his neck situation. But I just don't know if he's the guy, like the headbanger that DeMeco Ryans would want. Where with Johnny Newton, like, he does everything that DeMeco Ryans wants. I think he's a football player. Latu is a really good pass rusher. Newton is a really good football player.
Yeah.
So if I had to choose between those two guys, I think Newton makes a lot more sense.
You'd be excited if we hear Johnny Newton after that.
Yeah. Like, half his highlights. The nice thing about him is half his highlights are in the run game. If you want somebody that really plays his responsibilities but is athletic enough to get upfield and all that, like, he's very much that guy.
Yep. As far as the next tier of players down that are being mocked to the Texans, there are two players who have been mocked to them 4 times out of 46. Wide receiver Brian Thomas Jr., who's a physical specimen out of LSU, a bit raw, but a physical specimen. And then cornerback Nate Wiggins, who ran really well at the Combine out of Clemson. I know Landry is super hyped for them to draft a wide receiver in the first round. The promo is running right now. I think the Texans are going to take a receiver before the end of day 2. If I had to bet, I would bet it would be in day 2 because of the depth at this position. I think that there's a greater likelihood that pick 59 or pick, I think it's 86 that they have, or some move up or down from one of those picks is going to be the wide receiver spot.
I think I'm guessing Nick probably loves it when there's a really heavily weighted position in a draft because he's talked about how he likes to move into an area where a band of players
like
is.
Pockets.
So, pockets of players or bands of players.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, obviously. I think that with wide receivers, you could see where there's so many good ones. And because a lot of people think there's going to be a lot of offensive linemen taken in the top 15, that you could see once you start getting into the back half of the first round, and then on the teams start drafting more and more by need. And then you could really get an unexpected drop of a few really quality receivers. And I could imagine Nick just kind of like waiting to pounce on something.
I agree. He feels like more of a GM who's looking at it going, okay, I know this guy's really good, especially when you're picking in the 20s. It's not like when you're picking up in the top 5 where guys are just much more sure things that high in the draft. I could see, all you hear about this wide receiver class is that there's first-round talent that's going to go at the top of the 3rd round. Yeah. So Nick just doesn't strike me as a GM who's going to be, if he knows there's going to be first-round talent day 2, he'll take. And I think it is a position of need for the Texans in terms of depth. I know they've got 2 really good guys they feel good about in Nico Collins and Tank Dell. They need more wide receivers. There's too big a drop-off after those 2 guys.
Yeah, they do. And you could do that in free agency too. I mean, one thing Nick said last week was I keep trying to remind myself is that we love to think about, okay, this is who the Texans are going to go after. You really, as a team, can't do that because you don't know what the market's going to look like. I mean, some of these guys are going to get re-signed by their own team. Some of these guys are going to have deals in place already on day 1 of free agency where you won't even have a chance to really feel them out because they'll have already committed to somebody. So you gotta be pretty adaptable to all of it. Mm-hmm. Wide receiver is one of those ones where some of those veteran guys are intriguing to me, but I'm guessing they've got a ceiling on how much they want to spend, and if not, they'll just go to the draft.
The other thing that this list that Drew assemble a list of people that I need to cancel because they've got the Texans taking an offensive lineman in the first round. You know that's going to be my policy. I'm canceling anybody who has the Texans taking a offensive lineman with the 23rd overall pick.
I know this is where I guess I think I differ from you a little bit there. I think as long as they acknowledge that the Texans have 2 starting offensive tackles in the blurb that they write about it, I'll accept it. Because there are, especially when you get to 23, if if Tyler Guy is available there and you really like him and you feel like, man, he's by far the best player available at that spot, then I would say, all right, do the Ravens thing, take that dude, and you'll figure it out. You can trade people get injured, whatever it might be. Maybe it's just you figure it out if it's that big of a difference. But I don't think that's going to be the case. They just need to acknowledge it in their mock draft.
Okay, that's fine.
That they're drafting into a position the Texans already have.
I'm willing to listen to that. I don't know. It depends on what mood I'm in. This I know. Mel Kiper Jr., he's canceled because he did not mention Titus Howard in his write-up, when he had the Texans taking Tyler Guyton out of Oklahoma State. Now I've got to go actually check out the actual write-ups from these guys, like Chad Reuter, who's on probation right now for getting canceled by me until I see how he framed that.
Yeah, Chad Reuter is a tricky one because he writes for NFL.com and he feels very much like a company man. Like his draft grades after the draft, Sean, the worst one will be like a B-. It's really, it's
all I care about is, does he acknowledge that Titus Howard is on the roster while he's saying mask?
Yeah.
The Athletic, Deontay Lee, has them taking Troy Fatanu. Deontay Lee, I need to go find your mock draft today. Others have them Fox Sports, Rob Rang, has them taking Patrick Paul out of U of H, the tackle from U of H. I think that's it. So there's only 3 or 4 of you who I need to do the research on today, but there could be some canceling going on the show tomorrow, Seth.
Somebody wanted us to comment on Byron Murphy and T'Vondre Sweat. With Byron Murphy, his height is the biggest knock against him, but he does that thing that you need to see out of a guy who's 6 foot tall, which is he uses his shortness to his advantage. Yeah. Like, it makes him almost immovable when he's taking on double teams. He plays the run, I think, much bigger than his actual stature, because it's not like he's a heavy guy either. He tested really, really well at the Combine, and it matches up with what you think you see on film, that, all right, this guy's got an extra twitch to him. So people are not expecting him to be available outside the top 15.
Yeah, he's in 3 of these mock drafts. I'm with you on him not being there, but he's in 3 of them for what it's worth. Yeah.
Yeah. T'Vondre Sweat, the biggest thing I worry about him is just how does he do living in a city that majors in the avocado, with unlimited funds with which to spend.
How does he do it?
And D'Amico likes to practice outside, too.
Yeah.
It's just that wears on an NFL guy. It's one thing when you're a young college kid. You start to get in the NFL and you're 365. There's a reason there's not that many Gilbert Brown types on Southern football teams. It's hard to be in
the 5 chefs that Dalton Schultz talked about yesterday. T'Vondre Sweat was like, "Oh yeah, sweet! 5 of the best chefs in our cafeteria." They're not making chicken fried steak, T'Vondre. Okay,
and honestly, he's also not a freak enough athlete that I think he would have gone in the first round. In a previous version of the NFL where the run defense was way more important. And yes, I realize he can pass rush and everything, but the weight concerns, I think, would scare me out of taking him in the first round.
Bill Belichick was Peyton Manning's arch nemesis for years. Might Peyton Manning be Bill Belichick's boss now? Talk about that coming up next.
In the loop.
I don't want to bury the lead. I'm just going to say right now, I am very, 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 very
KILT-FM HD2, Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so I think it's fairly safe to say Bill Belichick's going to wind up doing something in the media for at least a year. And who knows, maybe he ends up liking it, making good money doing it. He never goes back into coaching. He's 72 years old. And the big story yesterday was that Peyton Manning's Omaha Productions, which is the driving force behind the Manning cast, obviously. Peyton has several other prominent former athletes on the payroll doing documentaries and the Peyton's Places type interview sit-down shows and things like that. They're pretty prolific, Omaha Productions. The story yesterday, Seth, was that according to company officials, briefed on the plans for Manning's entertainment company, told The Athletic that Peyton Manning is pursuing Bill Belichick in an effort to sign the longtime Patriots head coach to be part of Omaha Productions to generate content for the Manning family.
I wonder. I guess that doesn't seem to me as foregone a conclusion that he'll go in and do media. Other than that, maybe just it's something he's curious about by doing that and wants a new challenge, or just to be sure his name is front and center and stays hot. But there's a part of Belichick where I know he's always been so much into just being a student of the game and a fan of history of the game and everything, that I almost feel like it's just as likely that he takes a consulting position somewhere. And, like Vic Fangio, people made a big deal about Vic Fangio going back to the Eagles because he'd been there 2 years ago. He never actually was, quote unquote, in Philadelphia or with the Eagles. He was watching film at home and sending them his recommendations and kind of staying involved that way. And then he got his job in Miami, and then went. Now he's there as an actual full-time coach. I just wonder if Belichick wants to be involved with more in a hey, get back to just I can focus just on defense for a year. This
maybe
would be fun.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. If he were to do this, they've discussed the possibility. Well, a couple things. Belichick does not want to do a Sunday studio show. Reportedly, he's not into being one of 5 people sitting there bouncing off of James Brown or Kurt Menefee or whoever. That's not his deal. Reportedly, he doesn't want to do that. I don't blame him. Those shows are too crowded. You don't get your touches on there. I don't know how great a fit he'd be. They've discussed the possibility of a Manning cast for Bill Belichick and Nick Saban. Now, Saban hasn't signed anywhere yet either. Saban has thought, Saban's going to do stuff with ESPN, if I'm not mistaken. But the Manning cast, the Omaha Productions does work closely with ESPN. Obviously, so
he'd be like a Manning cast, but just where Belichick in the game and
Saban
kind of and say where Belichick and Saban are watching the game and dissecting it. I could see that being intriguing to both of them.
Yeah, would it be intriguing to you? Would you watch?
Yeah, it would. It would. Sometimes I just always wonder how in depth you can get in the middle of an ongoing game with what those guys. I just know how coaches are, and they like to, if they're going to dissect a play, they want to be able to show it to you 78 times and put it on,
and chastise you.
Or they just want it to be painstaking, over every little detail. So I guess I'm trying to think of it from Belichick's perspective, where he can do whatever the hell he wants, including nothing at all. He could go down and he should buy a house next to Jimmy Johnson's down in the Keys and go fishing every day. That's an option.
It is. It is.
So I think that I guess for him, if I were Belichick, in my version of what Belichick is like, I would rather do some kind of a sit-down format where you're interviewing a person that you've always respected or what have you. I'd like to see Belichick interviewing Saban, and then Belichick interviewing, Sean McVay or various other people that he might not even know that well. That part it seems like that would be interesting to him as well.
Belichick just chopping with coaches. I think the one skeptical thing that people would say about a Belichick-Saban combination is great energy on that show or on that Manning cast. And I think if you've watched either of them outside of the coaching ecosystem, not at a podium, not in a press conference, when they're having to represent their school or their organization that they coach for, they're both pretty good. Like Saban's excellent when he's there doing college game day stuff. His team gets eliminated, but they bring him on to talk about the title game. He's very good. And I think Belichick, they both have levels of energy inside them somewhere that would be fine for broadcasting.
They're both, I think they'd both be really good. And Saban has had more opportunities, when he's doing that game day type stuff and everything, where you've been able to see that already. Belichick hasn't been as much out there. Back when he was still trying to become a head coach again, he used to actively reach out to media members and be more, like he had a coach try to teach him how to be better and more personal and all that stuff. So it's not like he's never actually thought about it or worked at it. You know what it is, Sean? This is where maybe I'm projecting a little bit and reading myself into it too much. Everything has changed so much to where it used to be the only jobs worth having in sports media would be, okay, I'll go get a job at NBC or CBS or what have you. Where now there's so many other things you can do that are just as lucrative.
Yeah.
And, he can have a podcast. He can partner up with somebody else or do something on YouTube that can be just as lucrative as what they'll pay him on television.
Yep.
And it's almost like I look at people that choose to go into TV now, like McAfee. I'm more like, all right, it's because you want to be super famous, all right? Like, that's how I read it. Like, if you got to have your ego stroked and you want to be super famous, then by all means, go on the bigger networks.
Yeah.
But, like, with Chris Long, I think he's doing extremely well financially.
Yeah.
And, Jason and Travis Kelce could conceivably sell their podcast for like $100 million within a couple of years.
Yeah.
So, like, if you're not obsessed with the fame part of it, I would do something else.
Yeah.
Because it's way less hassle and you don't have a boss.
Yeah, I want to get to Kelce in a second. My thing that I would like to see Belichick do if he signed up with Peyton is some version of there would be a shelf life on this, but let's just use Peyton specifically as the example here with Belichick. I know they only played each other so many times, so there's a shelf life. There's only so many games you could do this with. But they competed against each other in a lot of legendary football games. Yeah. If I would watch a series at least where Belichick and Peyton sat down and did almost a director's cut treatment to all those Patriot versus Colts game back in the 2000s, where they just sat there because they would end up telling stories of things that happened on the sideline or on the field that we'd never heard before. People love to be taken, especially regular civilians like me. You were a player for 10 years. I tell you, people love to be taken to places that we don't feel like we're allowed to go to.
I guess,
There's a voyeurism to fans.
I wonder with Belichick how much he would get into that side of it if he felt like he was divulging, stuff that was going to violate somebody else's confidence.
Or if he's going back into coaching, right? How much is he going to give up? Yeah, no, it's not the perfect plan, but I'm just thinking in general for me, what would I like? What would I be entertained by? I'd be entertained as hell by that.
Am I the only one who's ready for these dudes to retire and actually disappear off into the sunset? I have no desire to listen to Billy Belichick specifically. Dude couldn't connect to anyone. That's, again, though, where I think Belichick's press conference persona was very much a contrived strategy. Yeah. It was that was him just being as taciturn as possible to keep from divulging anything, and he was going to make it difficult to work with, and it got more and more that way. But there are many instances of him acting completely differently when just in a relaxed setting behind the camera with somebody that he's comfortable with. That's where I think his actual knowledge base would be fascinating, however it ends up being.
Yeah, I'd give him a chance before I just say throw him into the sunset. I think Belichick's got a lot to offer. That's my hunch. Jason Kelce, you mentioned. Now, Jason Kelce is the hot free agent now all of a sudden in broadcasting. CBS, NBC, Amazon, all these outlets you're talking about, Seth, that are non-traditional. They're all going to be coming after Jason Kelce. I don't know what role he ends up taking. Maybe he does kind of sit back for a year and just keep doing the podcast with Travis. Who knows? Maybe he wants to spend time with his family. We don't know. Jason Kelce hasn't said anything about anything when it comes to broadcasting. What we do know is that he went to that broadcasters boot camp that the NFL puts on for players to let them, find out if this is something for them. Or the flip side is let the NFL and other broadcast companies learn, okay, now we've got sort of a pool of people we can pull from, the next wave of talent. My biggest concern for Jason Kelce is that he is being talked about so much right now. Yeah. Like he is the next hot thing. Jason Kelce is a slam dunk cast. And my experience, even if he's good, my experience is people just don't like being told so vociferously, like so emphatically, like this guy's awesome. They don't like being told that.
Don't cram this guy down our throat.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah. And
yes.
especially when it's NFC East. I think sometimes the NFC East guys, for one, you've got three other gigantic fan bases that are going to despise him off the bat because he's an NFC East guy. There's nothing's more polarizing than saying something nice about somebody in the NFC East because there's just so much contention there.
Right.
But then also, it takes time for guys to kind of find their voice for what they are on television or in radio or anything else like that. And Kelsey strikes me as a guy that's probably, a lot brighter than he usually lets on, and he wants to be more thoughtful. Like, he might want to go into it and he doesn't want to be the guy that's up there wearing a costume, acting like a pro wrestler all the time. I'm guessing. And people might be let down in that respect. Not to mention these damn producers like they do with Gronk. They want Gronk out there doing something stupid and clownish every single week.
Yeah.
So where poor Gronk feels like when he's trying to say something actually thoughtful, it feels like he's been given 7 seconds to try to cram it in, and he gets all hyper and nervous, and I feel bad for him.
Where are you on Gronk as a broadcaster right now?
It's a work in progress.
Yeah.
I think there's times where when he's being genuinely himself, it's good. But then there's other times where it feels like, man, he got like a producer had an idea and they gave him a script, and you be the just one. This is something I know he planned on saying in advance, but they were doing a little segment on cup half empty or half full, and this was at a point when they would have been talking about Zach Wilson, I'm guessing, in this clip. This is Gronk weighing in on the Jets and whether their cup is half empty or half full earlier in the season.
Half full, as long as they can get their QB's head in the playbook instead of outside at parent-teacher conferences.
So I feel like that was good. I feel like that was pushing the envelope for network television.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming that's a joke about Zach Wilson and potentially his mom's friend.
Right,
I don't know.
right.
I don't know.
Yeah. That's how I took it.
But yeah, like that's maybe when he's at its best. I think he makes some really good football points at times, but then there's other times where he's just such an excitable guy, and he's on that show where you got 5 people in the studio and you only have a few seconds to say what you need to say. I empathize with him because I am that hyper dude that sometimes can't spit it out because I'm too excited. I feel bad for him when he's in those moments.
I'm no network executive, so this is not an expert opinion by any means, but it's a very simple opinion for me with Gronk. I think Gronk is a really smart football player. You hear a lot of things, stories from behind the scenes with the Patriots. The behind-the-scenes Gronk is so different than the crazy Gronk that you see on the Gronk cruise and that I saw at Gronk Beach when I was in Vegas, like all that stuff. I think the biggest thing Gronk has to overcome, Seth, is he's got the delivery and the voice of like a college sophomore. Like he's just mature. Just the way he talks is one where he just he's a little meathead sounding.
I mean, that's Romo though too, right? Romo rarely speaks in complete sentences anymore.
Yeah, I guess I'm just talking more about his voice, like just his voice. Like there's something you can't really control, just his voice.
Oh, like it's a squeakier voice?
It's it's squeakier, it's choppier, it's just
Romo as well.
I don't know. Yeah.
You know this. No, you know this. It's that Romo had the little parlor tricks there early on, and that got him his purchase. Yeah,
and just to go back to Belichick, and I guess really, and Jason Kelce here too. More about Kelce because we were talking about Kelce. Boy, are people going to be sick of him before he even gets in front of a camera because everybody's been talking about how great he is. Everybody's like predisposed to probably hate him. Like you said, he was on the Eagles. That's the real shame in where Romo is right now, is he was the one guy who was able to overcome that quickly, emphatically. Right. He became, like 2 games into his broadcast career, like people, me included, like I was wrong. This guy's really good. And I know the parlor tricks are the parlor tricks, but he was also, you could tell he was putting the work in. Like he was providing things. I felt like I was learning things. I don't know what this version of Romo is. Like he squandered. I say he squandered it. He's making $18 million a year, but he ain't getting $18 million a year from nobody ever again. Whenever this contract's up, like he
he got paid based on that really good audition.
He's a joke now. He's a punchline.
And it's I mean, like, should it be any surprise were people in sports media not paying attention that maybe maybe ultra prepared for the duration
Some
of his
weren't,
career?
apparently.
Is that, or that in very big moments he might falter? Were there no or multiple indications of Tony Romo faltering when the moments started to get big?
Romo found a way to come up short in a huge moment in a Super Bowl as an announcer.
I think when you talk about the hype beforehand and how the networks are going to say, you're going to love this wacky big guy. Yeah. Remember how funny he is? I feel like Tony Siragusa was one of the big examples of that, where they were going to put him down on the sideline mic, but they kind of put him in the end zone, and they did all these different things with him. And like it's just different when you're in that formal role than when you're giving funny interviews at your locker.
Yep. Dalton Schultz was on the Pat McAfee show yesterday. Let's get to him. How excited is he to be a Texan? Said something that got Houston super amped up, said something that got Dallas super angry. And we will have both of those for you coming up next.
Hey, super angry might be how you feel if you've been in an
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Yesterday was Ka'imi Fairbairn signing with the Texans. Tuesday was Dalton Schultz. Here was Dalton Schultz. By the way, we're giving away rodeo tickets this segment, so be listening all segment. Caller number 5, a little later on this segment, is going to win Nickelback tickets, so be listening for that. Here was Dalton Schultz on the Pat McAfee show yesterday. You excited to be back with C.J. Stroud, Dalton Schultz?
Dude, so pumped, man. To have a guy come in like that, and step in and just be able to, take the reins and hit the ground running. He quickly cemented himself as, one of the top quarterbacks in the league, man. And, I can't say that everybody, saw it coming from, just a rookie, but, talking to CJ is just the amount of belief and trust that he has in himself. The way that he carries himself, he was able to do some special things. And, obviously that was a big part of me wanting to come back is I want to surround myself with guys like that and, guys that kind of galvanize, a football team. And I think he absolutely does that. So, yeah, man, it's a great time to be a Texan. And I'm super excited that, I'm back.
All right. Are you listening, free agents? It's a great time to be a Texan.
Yeah.
A lot of big decisions.
You and a bunch of listeners made that point that, man, that is good advertising. Right now during this, it's a relatively slow week, despite, it's always the calm before the storm when free agency is here. There's lots of news out there, but it's guys who are cut, but you don't know exactly what I mean. Justin Simmons gets cut. It's a big deal, but there's a lot of uncertainty there. This is a juicy soundbite that has riled up Cowboys fans, or at least the one we're about to play has riled up Cowboys fans. And because of that, because of the comment we're about to play, Dalton Schultz's comments at large are out there on the McAfee show, which is now on ESPN.
Yep. And
any prospective free agent that might have a little bit of a doubt in his mind about the Texans and all the bad PR they had over the last few years. It's 180.
It is.
Completely different story these days.
It is a 180 for the Texans, and Dalton Schultz saying things about the Cowboys for sure. It is. Seth, this interview, we're going to get to those cuts here. It's like, like seasonal advertising in radio, like when Valentine's Day is coming up and you look down and you go, I'm doing advertising for so-and-so these next 2 weeks because it's Valentine's Day. This is like one of those ads. It's like Sherry's Berries for free agency right now for Dalton
That's
Schultz.
right. I've got a special offer code. If you go to HoustonTexans.com/Dalton, you can get a 10% pay raise on your free agency deal.
That's exactly right.
So if anybody out there listening right now, Christian Wilkins, go to HoustonTexans.com/Schultz or Dalton, and we'll take care of you. And then Dalton gets a little bit of a tampering surcharge.
Right. He gets his live read fee.
Yeah.
Do we want to do the Texans well-oiled machine first, or we want to do the Cowboys first?
Yeah, let's do the well-oiled machine so he can then show exactly what he was coming from to see it, why it was so
contrast.
well-oiled.
All right, here's Dalton Schultz saying the Texans he came to last year.
I think it was one of the things that kind of scared me about leaving Dallas the most is I wasn't sure what another organization would kind of feel like. And dude, I got here and it was this place is a well-oiled machine. It's coaching staff, the coaching changes. I can't speak to the previous stuff, but the strength staff is phenomenal. The training staff is unbelievable. This has been the most trainers that I've ever seen on a staff, and they take really amazing care of the players. The nutrition staff is phenomenal. The chefs, they came in and they poached 5 of the best chefs in the Houston area, and they paid them a bunch more, and they're come hang out and cook for us. And so it's everything that they kind of do is really top notch. And not being sure of how another organization would kind of be run leaving Dallas, I was so happy and
no,
surprised.
Everything you're saying is wrong.
So go there now, Texans.com/Dalton, and put in my promo code. That's what it was.
Now, what he just said right there doesn't inherently mean that it wasn't a well-oiled machine at Dallas. I mean, I think you jump to that conclusion oh, wow, okay. He could have just meant hey, it was a well-oiled machine in Dallas, and I came elsewhere, and it turns out it was a well-oiled machine just like it was in Dallas. But it turns out that is not what he meant. That's not what he meant. And I guess, listen, if you have not heard this clip yet, and tell me whether you think he's specifically criticizing the Dallas Cowboys, or if he's just saying, just describing the situation as it is.
That was one of the first things that kind of stuck out to me is it feels much more, I don't want to say college because it's not, but the focus is just football. back and like telling some people like how kind of being around the Cowboys like practice facility and, you know, game day, describing some of the interactions and stuff that you see on a day-to-day basis, like surprised a lot of people. They're like, holy crap, like that actually happens like at a practice facility, and like you think it's normal, and then you come to a place like this.
Like what? You don't have to out anything, but like what are you?
No, dude, it's just like there's people literally going on tours while you're lifting in the weight room, and they've got like a one-way mirror for people to like look at. Like it's a zoo, dude. There's people tapping on the glass, like trying to get people's attention as they're doing, you know, power cleans or whatnot. And it's different. And I mean, that's the brand that they've built. That's what Jerry Jones likes. That's the way that they run things. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just, you know, you don't realize like how many, you know, eyeballs and how much that can maybe, you know, distract from, you know, stuff just in the locker room, being in the facility, until you go somewhere else and you're like, holy crap, like, dude, there's none of that. Like, this is, you know, also a really well-run organization in Houston.
All right, so the phrase there that is getting the most run today nationally, because we've been keeping our eye on the TV here in studio, Get Up and First Take and whatnot, was the categorization of a zoo.
Right.
That it was a zoo. They're parsing that one out right there.
You know what? That's in what he meant was specifically, like, much more literally, a zoo, in that there's one group of mammals staring at another group of mammals with a barricade in between. Right. It was a zoo.
On the glass.
Yeah, like they're looking at like, let's see if I can get Dalton Schultz, this chimpanzee Dalton Schultz, have me around on the glass or something.
Lick the glass, yeah.
Yeah. Hey, look, that one's masturbating. Yeah. That was back when
zoo.
Charles Haley was. Yeah. So the zoo. Well, that's what happens at zoos in the primate exam. Like,
no, I know.
They're out there autoeroticing. So they're primates. They're horny, just like us, Sean. They're allowed to be horny.
You don't have to explain. I know. I'm aware.
So, yeah, it is a zoo. I think circus, if you were talking about the organization at large, I think it would be more about circus than zoo. Because, like, a zoo is actually pretty well organized, and these days, at least, they keep the welfare of the animals as the utmost importance. Whereas not so much with Jerry Jones, it doesn't seem. I think the part that struck me was how it sounds like he would tell people about things about the team and maybe not even realize that it was something weird. It was by people's reaction. That's like the same thing I think happens with people with their childhood sometimes. Like sometimes maybe you've had some really messed up stuff happen to you as a kid, but you're just kind of like matter-of-factly explaining it to somebody because you don't realize how messed up it is, and then you see their eyes open up, and you're like, oh, I guess maybe I shouldn't say this out loud so much.
maybe that's not normal.
They're looking at you like, what? He did what?
Yeah.
I feel like that's what Dalton Schultz had.
Yeah.
Dalton Schultz had. He grew up in an abusive environment in Dallas and didn't even realize how messed up it was.
Yeah. Now
you'll see this sometimes with prisoner interviews where I'm like, so did you have a difficult childhood? They're like, no, I mean it was no big deal. I mean my dad sent me to work in a nickel mine when I was 7 years old, but other than that, it was all
all
just
good.
normal.
All good.
Yeah.
Now, if he were to say, like, it were a zoo in the negative, like, sort of macro connotation of the organization, not just the micro of fans on a tour banging on the glass, I don't know. It wouldn't. The history of the Cowboys would say it's not an inaccurate categorization, is it?
Right. And that's where I see a lot of Cowboys fans that, with a voice of reason, are saying, like, well, yeah, like, nothing he said is wrong. We've heard that from before. Like, this is Michael Irvin being interviewed by Joe Buck on the Audio-Rama podcast.
Why do you think he left? Why do you think Jerry pushed?
Yeah.
Jimmy Johnson.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I knew that it was some stuff going on because Jimmy wanted to run such a tight ship. Jerry wanted to make football bigger than life, which is what he's basically done. You know what I mean? He wanted to make big football. You cannot argue that. And he wanted to bring in princes and everything. Jimmy wanted that locker room door closed, especially if we lost. He was not in any mood to let Jerry bring all these people around. And I think that was what started it.
I mean, you try to establish a culture in an environment like that, like what Michael Irvin's talking about, especially after a loss. You get this image of, you have a bad loss. You really want, everybody hates it when the professional athletes act like it's no big deal after a loss, right? You want to hear about it. Meanwhile, you got Jerry bringing dignitaries in to chat with the fella and show off his athletes during a loss. And you just hear so many various things about how little it is about actually winning football games or winning championships in Dallas compared to what it was like when Jimmy Johnson was there or Landry back, Tom Landry back in the day.
I mean, doesn't it explain like the last decade plus of head coaching in Dallas? I mean, you let Jason Garrett sit around for a decade, not winning a decade. 2010 through 2019, Jason Garrett coached. He took over for Wade Phillips in 2010 and then coached the next 9 full seasons. And now you got Mike McCarthy, who seems like pretty much like a go-with-the-flow guy. He's not going to ruffle any feathers when it comes to what Jerry is trying to do, big picture culturally with the Cowboys, right?
And I think from the outside looking in, I can see how people might hear it where you might think, okay, well, seriously, how much of a distraction is it or how much could it matter? I think whenever you're in a high-performance industry where what you're talking about is competing against other people who are extremely focused and extremely talented, any distraction ends up being a disadvantage. And with the Cowboys, I think it's just the sheer volume and number of distractions that pull at people, including in that city, because the Cowboys are just treated differently. It all adds up. I think it all adds up. The opposite of this would be Green Bay, where I know from coaches who have coached at Green Bay have told me that it's so nice that even though there's a certain level of scrutiny, small town, so like nobody can hide from anything, you're always out there. But as far as there's no actual owner, so there's no interference whatsoever from ownership or anything like that. Yeah. And B, you are out, you're secluded in an area of the country where there's just very little distraction, and it feels like you're in a football retreat.
Yep.
And people can just focus and think about football and very little else.
Text message, the most priceless thing during the Dalton Schultz interview was Pat McAfee's face as Dalton Schultz is describing how awesome Houston is. He hated to hear this.
No! Everything you're saying is wrong.
He does. He hates hearing how good things are in Houston. He hates how good C.J. Stroud is. I think he likes C.J. Stroud as a person. I think he roots hard against C.J. Stroud.
Pat McAfee's going to be good for the AFC South. I think we talked about this when he first took the job. And it might have been one of the first times I heard him going back and forth. Well, I guess with JJ, going back and forth with JJ about the rivalry between the Colts and the Texans. That's actually nice. I'm actually really glad just for that reason alone that McAfee's on ESPN now because you got that rivalry between him and J.J. Watt. They'll argue about it once a week, and it brings more attention to it. And I know it shouldn't matter, this, that, the other thing. It's fun. It's fun to actually see people on national television talk about your team. It makes it feel that much bigger on game day.
Yeah, it may not matter to people. It matters to us. It's been awesome content having all the Texans keep going on there. Like, we get a lot of good stuff. It's really good for us. Know what's really good for you guys is winning rodeo tickets. Winning rodeo tickets, Seth. You want to go to Nickelback next week?
Yeah.
We'll get on the phone.
That's why I thought talking about a kid working in a nickel mine.
Yeah,
was because I had Nickelback on my brain.
Well, go get on your phone and start dialing, buddy, because we're giving away tickets right now.
Yeah. I need these tickets. I can't go back to the nickel mine.
713.
The conditions are.
They're bad.
Untenable.
They're what we hear about. 713-572-4610. Caller number 5 is going to be on their way to the Rodeo, the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, March 13th to go see Nickelback. You hear them right there underneath us right now. This is your last chance to win on our show for today. But during In the Loop and The Drive, they're giving away Zach Brown Band tickets twice a piece on their shows. So 2 chances to win on middays, 2 chances to win this afternoon. And get out to the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. 713-572-4610. Early congrats to caller number 5, whoever you are. All right, up next as we head towards the top of the hour, rumors of players having interest in the Texans, and is that interest being reciprocated? A couple big names there that we've got for you. In a power ranking that I waited till the last segment because I'm going to throw this baby in the garbage. And that said, I'll be waiting for players 40 through 21 later today. But where they've got C.J. Stroud is an abomination. And we'll have that for you next as well. You know what's not
Have now one.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. So keeping an eye on things today, Seth. Will the streak remain alive today? Last 2 days, again, Texans free agency news that has dropped shortly after you and I have gone off the air. Dalton Schultz 2 days ago re-signing. Kymie Fairbairn signing today. Do you think this is something where Nick is doing us the service of spreading it out one a day so we've got a nice steady flow of content for the next few days?
Well, I mean, I think he's doing us the disservice of not doing it during our show.
That's a great point.
For one, I mean, we did. I'd like to announce some of these signings, talk about it.
Yeah.
And then we like to send our audio from the show out to other shows.
Yeah,
so we could do that to the other shows on the station.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So you want him to actually come on and announce with us these signings?
No. Just release it though. Have it reported. Whenever it becomes official, to where the agents leak it to the writers and what have you. Just do it at 8 in the morning.
Right. 8:15 or something like that. Yeah, that'd be kind of fun. Let's go to the hotline. Nick is on a mobile. Nick, what do you got for us?
Yeah.
Hey, fellas.
Well, no, like I said, it doesn't have to be Nick. It's just whatever when the news comes out, have it come out in the morning.
Give it to Schefter, whoever, sometime during Payne and Pendergast. Yes, please.
Yeah.
That would be good. Now, that said, unless we get it here in the next 14 minutes, you think we get some more stuff today? I feel like they got to be working on some things over there, right?
I think they're definitely working on Cam Johnston.
Mm-hmm.
It just makes too much sense that, okay, we had two good specialists. We've spent money on specialists in the past. We're gonna spend money on the specialists this year. Come on, Cam. We don't have to make this any more complicated than it needs to be.
Yeah.
We'll put in a good word for you for America for it. All of that. We'll pay for a Qantas flight back and forth a couple extra times a year. Just whatever you need.
Right. And if it counts against the cap, so be it. We're going to do whatever it takes to keep you. I guess we see these reports that come out about certain guys, and maybe you need to be a certain level of. I get you definitely have to be a certain level of player for this to happen. Probably franchise tag level of player. But for example, when Christian Wilkins, at some point there was a report the talks had broken off. He's going to hit free agency. We've seen that with other players. Nope, so-and-so is going to hit free agency. I don't know that any of the players – I think Jonathan Grenard's going to get paid like one of those guys, but maybe just doesn't have the cachet of one of those guys where we've heard, okay, the two sides just can't agree to anything. He's going to free agency. Now, they may still be working on something too. Aaron Wilson's had reports that both sides want Jonathan Grenard to be here. It's just that the price of poker may get too high.
Right, yeah, that would be the big shocker. If Jonathan Grenard got re-signed, that would be a big shocker.
Yes.
I'm not anticipating it just because I think teams are going to be willing to pay above what even they think is the fair price, because that's the premium is pass rushers. So they might feel that he's worth $20 million a year, but there's teams out there that don't have a Will Anderson or a Malik Collins and desperately need a pass rush. They'll pay extra to get Jonathan Grenard and then, continue drafting and getting other guys.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. Just names, looking at Christian Wilkins, reportedly, both sides, there's something there with the Texans may want Christian Wilkins. Christian Wilkins reportedly is interested in coming here. We've seen that in multiple areas. Saquon Barkley has certainly not I'm not going to say certainly hasn't hidden his affection for the Texans. He's followed a bunch of Texans on Twitter, and there were reports out there that he wants to be a Houston Texan, so there's that.
Yeah.
Patrick Queen, similar reports to Christian Wilkins where it might go both ways in terms of the mutual interest. I'm very excited to leave the studio at 10 a.m. and rush home and sit down in front of my computer and put the NFL Network on at 11 o'clock because that's when the legal tampering period begins, 11 o'clock Central Time on Monday. And Monday is when the deals start getting reported. They don't get agreed to till Wednesday, but the sides can agree on Monday on deals.
Every now and then there's a deal agreed to that falls through, with Earl Thomas, remember?
Yeah.
So every now and then it doesn't, but the vast majority of the time there will be a deal announced on Monday and then it goes through on Wednesday. But there is that little bit of wiggle room there where nothing's official and maybe teams start to see it helps the team that currently has the free agent because they can get that 48-hour window to realize, like, oh, crap, it's for real. Like, there's actually a lot of interest in this guy.
Yep.
And we just got to hurry up and do it. The running back position, as much as we turned into a full-scale war for whatever reason on talking about a few of these guys, I am intrigued to see just what the Texans do. Or should do. I'm like anybody else. If they did sign Saquon Barkley, I've told you people this before, I don't think they should sign Saquon Barkley. I've got multiple reasons for that. And yet, if they sign Saquon Barkley, I'm going to get excited about the potential. Of course. I immediately turn into, I'm still going to be nervous about injuries. I'm going to be nervous about Saquon Barkley at times disappearing for half a season. I'm going to be nervous about all that. And I'm not even worried about his injury history specifically. I'm worried about any guy on his second contract with running backs. They just get banged up and injured.
Sure.
As opposed to guys like Derrick Henry, who are just damn near unstoppable.
I will remind people who I would take in a second.
I feel better about his potential for injury on his third contract than I do about any of these guys on their second contract.
You feel better, meaning like you feel like he's not going to get
he'll be
hurt.
more durable than the average one of these Saquon Barkleys or Josh Jacobs.
I'm with you on that. I will remind people that this show allowed itself to get excited about the post-DeAndre Hopkins COVID Houston Texans. We called him YOLO Bill for at least a month or so on there.
We thought, hey,
you and I talked ourselves into it. Might have been the pandemic, who knows, but we talked ourselves into it for a little while.
Well, it was kind of like, if you go back to, I was reading about the Black Death back from the huge plague in the Middle Ages, and there was a certain point where it was so bleak. I mean, it was like 50% of Europe died, and when it hit your city, you knew it was. There wasn't a whole lot of debate about what anything. There were a lot of people who were just like, well, if it's gonna happen and get loaded and everything, that's how I felt with YOLO Bill.
Yeah,
I felt like it was the Black Death
pandemic,
and but that maybe, hey, look, who knows? Maybe I end up being the king of the world after the Black Death takes care of everybody.
Layers and layers of players. Okay, that's what we were told. We were told there were going to be layers and layers of players, not necessarily
layers
good
of
ones.
Disease and pestilence is what that ended up being.
Yeah, man.
They still have the plague in Russia.
Do they really?
Yeah, the plague.
The plague.
Certain areas of Russia. And then they had issues. They had like an outbreak amongst Russian soldiers in one of their campaigns because their hygiene was so bad.
Okay.
That it's just like they'd have like middle ages issues there with not middle-aged issues like middle-aged white guy, but like issues from the 1500s.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Or whenever the Middle Ages were, the 800s.
Yeah, right. What's worse, the plague or ED? Yeah. So you read a book about this, or you read about the? Are you in on the Black Death right now? Is that?
I'm in a big fan of the Black Death.
You're in a big Black Death wormhole right now.
What was it? No, this was a while ago.
Oh, okay.
I can't remember the name of the book. Was it The Great Mortality or something?
I guarantee you're the only sports talk radio host in this town who began a sentence today with, so I was reading about the Black Death.
Sean, you know the other thing that happened? No, never mind. I'm not going to go all nerdy on you. Remember when I was reading that book about Mao Zedong and it took forever?
I do.
People were getting sick of my Mao Zedong references. But it was so perfect because it was when Easterby was around.
Yeah,
there were so many parallels.
No, they totally
I like that. The Mao Zedong, Jackie Easterby. It's kind of like Lincoln and Kennedy with some of those numerical
or Ted Lasso and David Culley. Yeah. Exact thing. Yeah. You know what I was reading yesterday? A list that I got irrationally angry about. I saw a tweet about this, and Pro Football Focus has their top 101 players. And Seth, you know the easiest way to pull me into a wormhole or get me to click is to have a list or a power ranking of anything. This list is the biggest piece of trash I've ever seen, and I like Pro Football Focus. I pay for Pro Football Focus. But if you have a list where C.J. Stroud is player number 100 on your top 101, and Tua Tagovailoa is 44 on this list, canceled.
Yeah. Is this one of those things where they just based it on their grades and their grades alone?
I believe
with no room for anything else.
With no room for nuance, obviously.
I respect that they do it kind of without regard to positional value.
Mm-hmm.
So that part, it's hard to find power rankings that don't account for the fact that, okay, quarterbacks are more important than
8
anybody
quarterbacks
else.
and then the next guy after that.
Yeah, so it's almost like they do this with weight classes. Like if you were to rank all the best fighters regardless of weight class, that's what they do with this. It's like all the best football players regardless of what their actual position is.
Yep.
But, CJ, now, the one thing I would say, my devil's advocate argument for Pro Football Focus here is that it was, the first half of the season, there was a lot of, wow, that's promising for a rookie. Or, wow, that's really cool. Man, he made some advancements. But he also had, a couple bad performances with the Jets and the Panthers.
He did.
He had his 2 games missed to injury. And there was, I think, a distinct difference between second half C.J. Stroud and first half C.J. Stroud. And then, of course, there was also a difference between C.J. Stroud when Tank Dell was on the field and when he wasn't. So I think I don't want to get too wrapped up, and I know C.J. thinks the same way. There's a difference between having an awesome rookie performance and being an awesome NFL quarterback.
Yes.
And if you look at his performance, the sum total of his performance last year, from beginning to end, it's not like, oh, he's a top 3 quarterback in the league. Right. He's still got to put 17 games plus the playoffs together. He's still got to take a few steps.
Yep. Blake Cashman, 82 on this list. Stingley is 76. Tunsil, 55. I wonder if there numbers 40 through 21 coming today. Do you think there's anybody stack ranked above? I bet Nico Collins pops up on this list. Pro Football Focus loved the year Nico Collins had this past year.
And he's also, he's amongst receivers, even with his 2 games missed, he was still in the top.
He was 3rd, the Pro Football Focus ranking.
Oh, right. No, I was in the conventional stats is where I was going. Even with the conventional stats, he was in the top 5 to 10 in a lot of categories. So it's not just the advanced mumbo jumbo.
Yeah.
It might give him some legitimacy there.
The advanced mumbo jumbo does love him. John Lopez, we love him. He's here.
I love you back.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Boy, I'm guessing you guys are going to have some Dalton Schultz on the show today from Pat McAfee.
Oh, yeah, we will definitely have that.
That was like a damn infomercial for the Texans yesterday.
He is got the
more the Dallas stuff than the Houston stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Dallas is angry that it's being reported that he said that the Cowboys were a zoo, where in fact he was talking about that one specific element where there's a group of mammals with a glass partition looking at another group of mammals. Like, it is exactly like a zoo.
Thank you very much.
The weight room there. Yeah.
Literal zoo. Yeah. He does have the internet going nuts. Well, the headlines on the TV. Hi, Landry. How you doing?
What's up?
The caption, the bottom of First Take, Texans tight end Dalton Schultz on Dallas.
This is why
it's a zoo.
This is why I hate people sometimes, though, because
sometimes
have you if it's literally, you can literally tour why they practice. Like you can literally watch practice. If
I've
you
done
go
it.
like at the Star, like it's one of the nicest, like it's basically a bar area. You walk there, you can literally walk around and watch them lift weights. That's all he's saying.
Yeah.
It's a zoo type of thing.
Yeah.
Now, Dalton Schultz, I remember when he fired up their offensive scheme when we first talked to him, and he said that Slowick, he wished he had this type of teaching his whole career. So there is a little something there, but
that was good stuff.
I think it's just not him. That vibe is not him.
What do you mean?
Yeah,
like, that whole Dallas thing. And
I don't know. I think it might be. They didn't want him. Like he didn't decide to leave. They didn't want him.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we've got Michael Irvin basically saying that this was the issue with Jimmy Johnson. When Jimmy Johnson was there, he hated that it was what Irvin described sounded like a zoo. Just like dignitaries being brought and all this other stuff. Just kind of an environment where it was not as hammered down as Jimmy Johnson wanted it to be.
Did you guys get Kaimi the signing during your show, or was that later in the day?
Yeah, it was during our show.
Okay.
By the way,
were you in the middle of talking about what kind of trash Kaimi was at the time or anything?
No, and I didn't say Dalton was trash.
No, I know. I'm joking. I was going to clarify. Don't worry.
No, but no, I wasn't. I was. We were talking about it. Wasn't like exactly the same. Just how important is it? The injury prone, all that. But no, it's fine. I had no idea. I have no issue with that.
No. 5.3? No. Good.
Good.
Top 5 kicker. He's been a top 5 kicker by all statistics. All right.
Those kicker things are always frustrating, though, because at any given time you'll be watching a broadcast and they're like, hey, this guy you've never heard of is actually the most accurate kicker in NFL history.
Yeah.
And then, 3 weeks later, he's the worst.
It's on the street.
Those guys can fall off very, very quickly, those kickers.
Yep. All right, you're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Seth, I will see you for a Friday edition tomorrow, 6 a.m. Antibodies to you.
Antibodies as well.
Thank you. All right, we're done. We're out of time. In the loop, Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're with you till 2, and they start now.
So our guy gets a deal, and then he goes on Pat McAfee, and now he's a topic on First Take. Like, just imagine. I don't know how Dalton Schultz feels about this, but it's a slow news day, obviously. Pat McAfee says, yes, I'm much gone.
Sure.
So Dalton Schultz goes on, makes one comment, and now he's getting yelled at or
he's getting talked about. That's for sure.
First Take. I don't know how he feels about this.
I don't know how he feels about this. That's a great question. He might be like, well, whatever, no big deal. I mean, I was on there. He's a very candid guy. He might be like, that's not what I said. Yeah, that's not exactly what I said.
You can literally tour the facility while they're lifting weights.
Yes.
We cannot do that over there.
Yes.
You have to have your press credential. You literally walk by, you look down, the players are lifting weights.
Yes. If he said
that's exactly like the zoo.
If he said people tapping on the glass
and waving
is like a zoo, that's fine.
The other day, Sunday, I went to the Houston Zoo. There was a building that you go into. You go into the building.
You didn't tap on the glass, did you?
No, but right there on the glass, there were gorillas. I walked by them as they were going about their daily as they were going about their daily life.
Yeah,
and I walked right by. That's exactly what you can do during a Cowboys practice or a Cowboys workout.
Maybe they need a sign that said, "Do not tap on the glass."
Yes, yeah, like gorillas or whatever.
Yeah, I find it crazy that Dalton Schultz is the A topic around here, but
I don't. I mean,
nationally, it's just kind of it's just kind of crazy.
It is.
Our guy
I don't either, but I do think that whole Dallas scene, man, was not quite his cup of tea. Like because he's talked about Slowick in the past, he talked about that, and so we'll get into that. But he's making some news, man, big time.
J-Lo got me right here on the.
Figgy, hold on. I'll ask you what I just asked on Twitter. Is there something we should know? Is there something that you're fixing to announce? Are you leaving Sports Radio 610 to be the store manager at Dollar General? You're wearing a store manager Dollar General shirt.
So here's what happened.
That's like a legit Dollar General manager shirt.
Oh, with the Energizer logo and everything.
Yeah.
So here's what happened. I went to the gas station on Gessner, the Super Stop. It's one of the best gas stations on Gessner.
Yeah.
And I was pumping my gas, and as I was pumping my gas, I looked over, and it's just probably 25 yards from there. You just hop up the curb, and there's a thrift shop.
Okay.
So I walked in, I got my coffee or whatever, and then as I was like, you know what? I'll just leave my car at the gas tank. I'll go see what's popping at this thrift shop. Ended up buying Figgy a Bruins shirt.
Nice.
It's like $4.
Nice.
Like a original vintage Reebok Bruins shirt because he adopted the Bruins as his hockey team when we were in Boston and we went to the game.
Yeah.
And then section I saw Dollar General official manager shirt, and I said, you know what? Might be I could do a lot worse things for 95 cents.
Dollar General store manager.
This coffee cost me a few bucks. This right here, I could do a lot worse things. Make a lot worse purchases than
It's
this.
a conversation starter, man. There's no doubt about that. I can't wait to see what you got me there.
They did not have anything that I thought you would like. They didn't. It was a quick go through. It's not like I went in there saying I'm getting Figgy this. If I saw something that fit Lopez, I would get Lopez something. It was a Bruins shirt, and there was this Dollar General, and I was just like, okay. I do want to go thrift shopping, though. I will say that. But, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's right.
All right.
You don't even like thrift shops.
I go to thrift shops with my wife all the time.
When? You go
Probably went less than a month
not
ago.
y'all's antique shops where y'all get
The
that
one in the
cheap-ass
Heights. Yeah,
blue.
that's the one in the Heights.
Yeah. How many blue and white cups do you have in your house? Y'all strike me as a blue and white. Why is all the antique wear blue and white?
No, we don't have very many of those at all. I hate that stuff. Yeah, I know which ones you're talking about. It's kind of like porcelain, the blue and white, or the cast iron. Oh, you know what? I have some in the backyard.
I think McLean has some in his background. Like when
Yeah,
McLean used to do Zooms, he'd have
does.
like the china in the background.
Yeah, yeah. So you didn't get me anything.
Go, I'll check it out, dude.
Yeah.
Next time I go,
You couldn't spend 99 cents.
There wasn't anything that looked good, man. They had this. I don't know. I need to go try to find some more stuff.
You know the good thing about that shirt?
95 cents.
Here's the good thing, and I'm kidding, but here's the really good thing about that shirt. You're like 6'6".
Yeah.
It's hard to find stuff.
Yeah.
You know, and to get one for $1, fuck,
man.
Dude,
95,
that's
man,
pretty
it's-
good.
Now we need you to walk in the Dollar General like you own the joint.
Yes.
Just come in.
It's
Hey,
good.
Hi, welcome, ma'am. How you doing, ma'am?
Oh,
Hey, come here. Yeah. Can you get this stuff? Clean this aisle up a little bit.
How you doing, ma'am?
Dude, go to Dollar General on the way home.
You got to, man.
You got to. Just walk through. Don't say anything. I'll bet you're going to get stopped like 5 times.
Well, I want to put like some slacks on and tuck my shirt in.
Yeah. No, you don't. They'll wear anything in Dollar General.
No, what you got to do
The
is
workers would be looking like
you got to walk in like, hey, I'm Landry Locker. I'm the new manager.
Hey, Landry Locker, I'm just doing a walkthrough here.
I bet you can get a discount.
See, the problem with Dollar General, and I remember this was one of the rude awakenings in life. We're talking a lot about prices and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It was kind of a rude awakening back in the day when you realized not everything was $1 at the dollar store.
Oh, yeah. But that was late in the it used to be all $1.
Yeah, but it is kind of...
Somebody called you undercover boss.
It is kind of like alarming though when you finally realize not everything is $1.
Yeah. But for a while it was, and then it
got up to like 120.
How you go to a dollar store and there's stuff like for $15? I'm like, what's going on here, man?
So we're 7 weeks away from the draft.
Dude, I saw that on Twitter this morning, and it kind of makes you a little giddy. Things are happening, and we're going to get into all of them here today, but things that affect the Texans are just happening like boom, 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 one moment to the next. And I haven't seen a bad thing yet as it pertains to the Texans. Like, you can argue about so-and-so got tagged and you were hoping for it, but I'm talking about like stuff that has occurred. It's been a good deal.
Then you got the free agency next week, and, man, everybody's getting cut now.
That's what I'm talking about. That's specifically what I'm talking about.
Everybody's getting axed.
Buffalo had just a dollar sale.
Yeah.
They went full thrift shop.
And this is eventually going to be where the Texans are. You're going to have to let good players go eventually.
Yes.
Hopefully, right?
Yes.
You want to get there.
Well,
maybe they kind of mismanaged it a little bit, but you want to get to that point.
I'll say it now, what I told you guys before the show. Are you listening, Nicky Poo? Are you paying attention, Nick Casario?
Nicky Poo.
Nicky Poo. I like to call him Nicky Poo.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Talk about talking down.
Are you paying attention, Nick Casario? Another day, another reason the Texans have to spend now. I'm not saying go nuts, but are you looking at all this? Buffalo, Miami. I mean, just go down the list. The Chiefs are wrestling with contracts and may have to trade. Talked about yesterday. The Ravens had to franchise tag Matabike. I mean, all these teams are where you're going to be. They're all where you're going to be. So what are you going to do between now and then?
Yeah, and I mean, Buffalo, they made that Von Miller signing. It seems like there's kind of a snowball effect to that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing with this Christian Wilkins talk about.
Oh, that's a good point.
Will you do you want to sign Christian Wilkins? I'm not saying he's at the same point as Von Miller was, but I mean, if it doesn't go right, then
price-wise,
big snowball effect there.
Yeah,
big snowball effect.
I mean, this is. I could not be more adamant than I've been, since day one here. Like you have to, and he does. I'm kidding around. I mean, he knows what's going to come down the pike if he signs these guys. But when you sign these guys, you can get really good really fast, and then start working on the cap down the road.
The market's starting to just be really strange when it comes to running back and safety.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like of all the people, my dumbass is I feel like I just have a better grasp of market value than 75% of the people that talk about it.
We all have hidden talents.
No, I just don't get it.
I'm not saying you don't.
Like I'm hearing the talk about, the running back and the safety, and there's, well, you don't want to spend too much on it. It's like they're bargains right now.
Yeah.
Like safety is almost like running back now. Like it's, well, I don't want to pay this much. It drives me crazy.
Yeah.
It's driving me insane the way that it's being spoken of.
Are you on board now? A lot of safety out there.
How would I not be now?
There's a lot.
How would I not be now?
Dude, Justin Simmons?
Yeah.
I mean, and that's just the tip of the iceberg.
You can't look at this free agent class and be like, nah, we good.
Yes.
I mean, you know what I do? From when the time I get up to the time that we turn on this mic, I'm in the lab and I'm listening to Sean and Seth.
Mm-hmm.
And I heard them talking about Simmons, and I think Sean said something like, well, yeah, you don't want to bring in Simmons, because I texted him immediately. He's like, yeah, you don't want to bring in Simmons and, be paying a guy X amount of dollars to be part of a safety rotation. Safety rotation?
He is not part of any rotation.
He's going to be trying to make the team.
I mean,
fighting for a roster spot.
It's about competition, Figgy.
Safety rotation. And then it's like, well, you don't want to pay $9 million for a guy who's had the most interceptions in the NFL since he's gotten in, at a position where you had to bench someone in the biggest struggle of your defensive season. Like, I don't feel like, I don't think it would be the worst thing for Nick Caserio to zig while everyone else is zagging and take advantage of these markets.
I don't even think it's zigging and zagging. I think it's common sense. And you talk about your hidden talent, and I don't disagree. The thing that confuses me, I don't know if it's a hidden talent.
It's not a hidden
or
talent.
whatever.
It's more me just being a smartass and saying I don't understand how people don't get that running backs and safeties, they're devalued. But why do people go to estate sales?
Exactly.
When your bills get too high and you can't afford the stuff you used to buy, you have an estate sale, right?
Right.
So then someone goes to an estate sale and they get something that is absolute gold, because a team like the Buffalo Bills or a team like the Denver Broncos, they spent their money recklessly and they're getting rid of the item. So now you can take it. It can be a big part of your life. Why are these people just too lazy to go to estate sales?
Yeah.
Is that where we're at?
Well, that's what confuses you. What confuses me, boggles my mind, to be honest, because people that I respect a lot, like people that I have the utmost respect of in the media, nationally and locally, don't seem to recognize what to me is like the most obvious thing. It's not any kind of hidden talent. To me, it's like standing right in front of you, and it's so obvious. There's no way you can ignore it, and yet some people refuse to acknowledge it, and that is, now is the time to spend money. Not next year, not the year after, now. Right now is the time to spend. And I'm not saying be crazy with it. I keep uttering that. I keep saying that, reiterating that. It's now is the time. Right now. This offseason. And some people are like,
I just want a smart shopper.
spend. Well, yes. Of course.
I want a smart shopper.
I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say, hey, go buy this, go buy that, go buy that, go buy that. No, I'm saying if you're going to spend, it's right now.
But what's happening now is there's a lot of talk with like the Wilkins and the Queen is people just want to walk in front of the most popular store in the mall and get the thing that's on the mannequin.
Yeah.
So that you can thing.
Or like one of
what's wrong with
see what's in the clearance.
Yeah.
See what's in the clearance. Go to the thing. You know what my wife did the other day? I was like, I don't know how you did that. Baby formula is expensive. It's damn near like $65, $70. She is in like some sort of CVS BS club, and you don't want to shop at CVS normally. You don't want to do that all the time. But somehow some super coupon activity came around, and she got 3 things of formula for a total of like $29.
Ooh.
That would normally cost you $180. That is called good shopping. That's going. You know what that is? That's signing one of the best running backs and one of the best safeties and evaluating. That's what that is. That's not saying I want Christian Wilkins, so I'm going to walk around the freaking Galleria and I'm going to go pick the $195 outfit on the damn mannequin and act like I've done something.
Yes. By the way, side note on baby formula, I bought one of those big tubs for my new granddaughter the other day because I was driving to their house and I said, "What do you need?" Dude, it's under lock and key. I'm sure you know this.
People be stealing that.
You have to call someone to unlock the dang thing. I'm like, what?
Yeah, no, people be boosting those.
Times definitely have changed. But back to the topic, Landry. Like, you hear people, and I know people are thinking, "Oh, you're talking about Sean and Seth." Well, yes, but not just Sean and Seth.
I don't think it's just Sean and Seth because they're talking about shopping smartly, but they're also open to Christian Wilkins. I don't want Christian Wilkins.
Correct, right.
I don't want Christian Wilkins. Mm-hmm. I don't want to pay for Christian Wilkins.
You don't want that price for Christian.
No,
exactly.
I don't.
Yeah,
I do not.
Exactly.
I do not. I want no part of Christian Wilkins. Okay, mark this because when they sign him, you can bring this back. I don't want that.
My entire premise, and I have this question for those people, and yes, I said those people, you people, that are like, no, you don't want to do this, you don't want to do. Okay, when? It's a very simple question. If you're gonna get over the top and you're gonna sign players that are gonna make you what Buffalo was before they went full garage sale,
and they could have easily won a Super Bowl. They just don't have anything to show for it. They didn't take advantage of the chance.
What the Chiefs are, and they're having to do some gymnastics with the cap. What the Ravens are, the Ravens are talking about having to restructure Lamar Jackson, Roquan Smith, and Mark Andrews. Like, you can be those teams. And you can deal with the cap. If you're not going to do it now, very simple question, when? It's not going to get better than now.
If Buffalo makes a field goal this year, and if Buffalo holds the Chiefs, then maybe it was all worth it. So then we get to the chance for the opportunity. We got a Will Ashley guy on the text line.
Oh, good.
From the 713, an estate sale is when you die. You're thinking garage sales.
That is not true.
Hey, Will Ashley guy
when
here.
Something gets foreclosed. Like Adrian Peterson was having an estate sale the other day. He's alive.
Yeah.
So, yeah, buddy. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm the last guy that should know more about these things than anyone. My dumb ass should tell you about fast food and bro activities in sports. That's all I'm supposed to be here for.
And rectangle pizza.
Rectangle pizza. Like that's the type of stuff that I should be talking about.
Yeah.
You people trying to big body me, I'm starting to think that maybe I need to wear a suit here and teach y'all about Wall Street.
Yeah.
An estate sale is only when you die.
Yeah. They're trying to sun you.
An estate sale is only when you die.
No, it's not.
Good
It's
Lord.
when you liquidate. You don't even have to be.
Adrian Peterson's alive, right?
Yes.
There's an estate sale.
It's when you have
going
to
on right now.
liquidate everything. You need cash. That's an estate sale.
Yeah, chances are you spent money. There's O.J. Simpson has had an estate sale.
Yes, he has.
He's had many estate sales because he needed money and he ran out of bread.
Yes.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig.
Formula under lock and key.
With you.
That blew me away. It blew me away.
Was that your first time seeing that?
Yes, because when my kids were babies, you just go to the grocery store and grab it.
Oh, yeah, that was back in the day, man.
Oh, yeah.
It's under a lock and key. I had to wait for some.
See, but you know what? I actually support that.
Well, I get it
because that price
point.
That price point. But there's some stuff that's under that's like locked up now. Like at some of these spots, not as bad here. Like in California, I think they lock up like M&Ms. But yeah, there is some stuff where I'm like, damn, brother.
Baby formula?
We serious?
I was like blown away.
I'll tell you this: if I was poor and like if
start selling that stuff.
No, I mean if there was anything you were going to steal, that would be be a nice snag.
Yeah, because they could resell it
for sure. Goodness gracious! Coming up, one of the Texans' free agents. We've had a disagreement about him. The importance of him is undeniable. How much does everyone value him? That's the question. He got some national love yesterday. Having a better perspective of what this guy's market may be next week during free agency. That's
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your channel, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
Blake Cashman. Blake Cash Money. Getting some love. This was Mina Kimes. She was doing her podcast. She was talking about under-the-radar free agents. Texans have already locked up two of their own, Dalton Schultz and Ka'imi Fairbairn. Blake Cashman. We've talked about it. I don't know what the value is going to be. I know he's valuable here. So does Mina Kimes. Apparently, the national folk have taken notice of that cash-ish.
As I was watching Houston, increasingly I was like, yo, who's 53? I was just like, damn, he's really good. He's a really good tackler. And he would make plays in coverage. There was a game mid-season where he had like 19 tackles, which is crazy. He played Mike Will, Sam. He did it all, and it was just such an obviously good fit for the D'Amico Ryans defense and what they ask of their off-ball, what he asks of off-ball linebackers. And you have to kind of put it in context. But of all linebackers who played over 200 coverage snaps, Fred Warner. Sure. Cashman came in at fourth lowest in the NFL as the nearest defender. So he was very good this season. And I feel like he's an ascending player. Maybe Houston wants him back. We'll see. But that's somebody that I would have an eye on if I was a team that needs a linebacker.
All right, there you go. So she's about that cash-ish, Mina Kimes. Look, I don't know what his value is going to be. I think he's valuable here. I do wonder if perhaps them believing in him last year and giving him the extension, maybe if that allows them to kind of the tie go to the Texans to where they'll have a chance to perhaps match or something like that. I don't know how you keep him off the market without just paying a lot. So this is kind of the juggling act that Nick Caserio has to figure, because I do think Blake Cashman has earned the right to test the market and at least see what's popping out there. But I also think that they value the hell out of him, and they know what he's about, and they're aware more than anyone of what type of guy this is and what type of player he is.
See, I think that's where we can kind of reach a compromise here. I'm talking about you and me, because yesterday we were talking about this, and I'm like, man, I can't blame him if there's teams out there. It's a opportunity that he'll never get again in his life, so he should probably cash in. And your point was, well, I'm not sure, who's going to pay him, if they're going to pay him like that. I think the compromise is the Texans can fix this by kind of overpaying him a little bit, like they did with Dalton Schultz and Kaimi Fairbairn. We could go ahead and give him something that he can't refund out to the father. But still, don't even let him go and test the market.
Kind of a slow movie.
Because get out of here. Because he is going to get more money, and he should chase more money. He should absolutely chase it. Even though he loves it here, he should chase it. So get that decision out of his hands. Just say, you know what? But we're going to pay you $4.5 million for 2 years.
If that's the price, then yes.
Right?
But he is the type of guy where even like on your side of things, where I've said I don't think there's going to be like a ton of money out there for him. He is the type of guy that can get better than that. Perhaps.
106 tackles last year.
Yeah, perhaps.
Yeah. So I don't blame him if he goes. I'm going to feel bad because I think he's really integral on D'Amico's defense, especially in coverage, as you heard there from Mina Kimes. But I won't blame him. I won't blame him at one bit, man. I would do the exact same thing. Man, I love it here in Houston. I lived here in Houston for all these years. Love the family here, blah, blah, blah. But you know what? It's about time to cash in.
It is about time to cash in. No pun intended.
Yeah.
There. Landry Locker, John Lopez.
Blake Cashman.
Yeah, he's the one guy right now. I think Singletary and Cashman, and I actually wonder, like, of all the guys, I don't know how realistic it is to keep Cashman off of the market. I don't know how realistic or smart it would be to commit to Grenard, what it would take to keep him off the market. I also wonder if they like someone other than him. But the one guy that I got to wonder that they've openly said that they want to bring back, that it might make sense to not hit the market, is Devin Singletary. Like a group, given the fact that Devin Singletary came in here last year willing to be the backup and the change of pace guy. And he ended up giving you more than you could have possibly hoped for. And quite frankly, with a good running back room, probably more than you should have even had to ask for. But I do wonder if they could give him a few $1 million. And I think that's kind of how they've used that extra cap money. Pay Kaimi Fairbairn, pay Dalton Schultz. Like, that's the type of stuff. Like, I don't think the extra cap space is going to make them decide, you know what? We're going to use this money and we're going to go pay Christian Wilkins or Patrick Queen. I think if they were going to do that, they were going to do that no matter what.
Yes.
But I do wonder, like, from Devin Singletary's point of view, if you go ask him and give him just a little bit more than he got last year, because there's 3 reasons that you leave a team. And I'm you can tell me if there's more. But money, opportunity, and comfort.
Yes.
Are typically the 3 reasons why you leave.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I don't know that Devin Singletary is going to get more money than what the Texans are willing to offer him.
Right.
I don't know that he's going to get more opportunity. I think he's going to be a change of pace guy more likely than not, no matter where he goes. And I also know that they love him and he loves them. So there's the comfort level. So all 3 reasons that you look at, you can't say the same thing with Cashman.
Exactly.
You can't say the same thing with Grenard. But from Singletary perspective, I could see him being a guy that they keep off of the market. And I also don't think if they do sign one of these top running backs, I don't think he's going to look at it as disrespect because he came here last year to back up Dameon Pierce.
Yeah, here's how I would put it. if it gets paid, you can't say it's a bad decision. You understand his decision. I'm not trying to get in his business, but if Singletary leaves, it might be a bad decision. Because he made $6 million in Buffalo. He made $3 million last year here. He had the best season all given the number of touches. He has an opportunity to win here. So you could argue Blake Cashman, look, dude, I get it.
Yeah.
Devin Singletary, what are you thinking?
Yeah.
And so that's the difference in the situation.
And I think Cashman might get broke off.
Yes.
I don't think Singletary is going to get broke off.
Exactly.
So that's the situation. So I'm going to tell you guys what I'm doing, and you guys tell me if you're down with this, because I think you might be.
Okay.
And this is one of the most me things that is going to be done in the offseason. And you know what? I think you're going to appreciate it. I think our listeners are going to appreciate it, because something we take pride in is giving you full transparency of what's going on with the Houston Texans.
Okay.
No matter what. If they suck, we say they suck.
You're going to work part-time at Dollar General?
I am not going to do that.
You bringing the Dollar General at NRG?
For the people that just tuning in, I bought a Dollar General store manager shirt at the thrift shop for $1. Very much enjoy it. But this is what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
And right now the score is 1-1.
Okay.
The score is 1-1.
Okay.
I am going to keep a scoreboard of the media-type news breaking when it comes to Texans free agents.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Because there's always an argument. Whoever tweets it first,
so
whoever
DJ
breaks
broke
it first.
one.
DJ has one. He has the DJ Bieniemy has one because he has the Fairbairn.
Mm-hmm.
And then Ian Rappaport has one because he had Schultz.
Yeah.
So right now, in the news throughout free agency.
Come on, Houston.
Okay.
Throughout free agency, I am going to keep score. Right now, DJ and Ian Rappaport are tied atop of the standings at 1-1.
So let's say there's 12 signings.
Yeah.
What do you think the final score is going to be?
I think Rapp and Shefty are going to be going at it.
10-2?
I think Rapp and Shefty. Although I do wonder.
I'm talking about national to local.
Oh, national to local?
I'm thinking 10-2 national.
I think it'll be like 6-6, maybe.
Ooh, you're confident.
Yeah, I'm gonna say the local's probably gonna get a good 4.
Okay.
8-4. Yeah. I like this game.
I like this game too.
I really like this
and
game.
Prove me wrong.
My prediction has nothing to do with the respect I have for local. I just think agents go immediately to the national guys.
Well, you can make a case that DJ's national. And I also
but he's a beat writer. Locally.
But I also wonder if now there's kind of hey, Adam Schefter saying, "Hey, I got this. Go ahead and take over."
You just
yeah.
I see what you're saying.
Let him know. Yeah. Hey,
just kind of feeding him a little bit.
Feed the beast, man. Let him know. 1-1 right now. So we're waiting on the other newsbreakers. Got to see the Aaron Wilsons. He's going to get in the mix for sure.
When
Jonathan Alexander, he's going to get in the mix, and then we'll see what happens from there.
Just missed it by 5 minutes.
Tom Pelissaro. It's going to be a fun contest. Fun thing to keep up with. Coming up, this guy's a slime ball. Absolute slime.
Me?
Yeah, you're a slime ball. Because John Lopez came in here with a question, and it was aimed in the direction of your general manager, who I think's been doing a decent job lately. So I don't know why he's getting asked questions like this. Are you paying attention, Nicky Poo?
Yeah, I said that.
Next.
I said what I said.
making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, so John Lopez has a question. Are you paying attention, Nicky Poo?
Yeah, I said that. I said what I said.
Explain yourself.
All right. He knows how I feel about him, so I can call him Nicky Poo. Nick Casario. Are you paying attention to this? And this is one of those topics that doesn't get me agitated, gets me frustrated. It just gets me frustrated that people, and you know who you are, aren't looking at what's right in front of them. Like right in front of you, staring you square in the face. Yesterday, the Buffalo Bills, they're pretty good, aren't they? I mean, they've been all right.
They've been good. They've been a few plays away from perhaps winning their first Super Bowl.
Right. Not anymore. Like I can't make too many predictions that I know are going to happen, but I can tell you this: the cap has caught up with the Buffalo Bills, flat out, and there's going to be a steady decline in Buffalo. Now they're still going to win. They're still going to be good. They got Josh Allen, for God's sakes. But they're gonna maybe win the division. You know, who knows with Miami? But we'll get to them in a second. They're gonna make a little run. They've got a great quarterback. But when I was talking about Seattle yesterday and how they took advantage of Russell Wilson's rookie deal by bringing in guys, and people were saying they drafted most of those guys. No, they didn't draft Michael Bennett. They didn't draft Marshawn Lynch. But they did have some great young talent on rookie contracts, and they took advantage of it. And so my point is, and there's a number of examples, not next year, not 2 years from now, right now. Free agency starts Monday. Right now, the Texans have to spend. Are you not paying attention? And I know he is. It's just to illustrate the point. Are you not paying attention to what's happening around the league? Let me give you some more examples. Buffalo, complete garage sale. Now, the good thing for Buffalo is they have a lot of draft picks. Yeah. So they may be able to retool a little bit. The Dolphins, they had to let Christian Wilkins go. Do you think they would have done that if they weren't in cap hell?
No, not at all. And, I mean, eventually, I've said this before, you're going to have to say goodbye to good players as you get better.
Xavier Howard in Miami. They're talking about reworking Tyreek Hill's contract. Why? Because they have quarterbacks on big-time contracts, the Buffalo and Miami. Let's look at the Chiefs, the greatest team on the planet. They're wrestling with Chris Jones' contract.
Got a weird tweet. It said KC ... and had a picture of him.
What does that mean?
No idea.
They might have to trade L'Jarius Sneed. They had
to let Tyreek Hill go.
They had to let Tyreek Hill go. Are you paying attention? Because the time to sign these free agents is right now. You know, Sneed was targeted 90 times last season and did not give up a touchdown. And they're going to have to trade him because of that. And this is after what I talked about, with the Broncos. What about the Ravens? You think, well, they're in good shape. No, they're not. I mean, because of Lamar Jackson's contract, they had to tag Justin Madubuike. They're going to have to restructure Lamar Jackson, Roquan Smith, and Mark Andrews in order to be able to afford anything and stay under the cap. So it's rhetorical more than anything. Are you paying attention to this, critics or skeptics, to be more precise? Oh, we don't want to spend money. When? When are you going to spend money? Because you can't spend it in more than 3 years from now because you're going to pay C.J. Stroud $1 gazillion. Right now, Landry, right now. Monday, it's going to get hot and heavy, and I can't wait for it.
But what do you want? Like, what do you don't – I mean, do you want them to sign Christian Wilkins or Queen? Like, what do you want? Like, when you say spend, what do you mean?
I always say it's smart, big money. Now, how you define that is up to you. How I define it is someone who maybe isn't on the wrong side of 28 or 29 and is in a high leverage, high impact position like Christian Wilkins. I'm with you. I'm not all in on Christian.
I'm not a fan, but I understand. I know he's a good player.
I understand. But $12 million for Saquon, or $10 million for Saquon, $11 million for Josh Jacobs. That's how you get there, man. That could be your Marshawn. That could be your Marshawn Lynch right there. And it's not expensive. Gabe Davis. I know you and I have different opinions of him, but what I'm saying is he's not going to be more than, what, $13 million?
I don't know.
But somewhere in that neighborhood. So if you're paying attention, I'm dumbfounded that you don't see this. I'm very confused and frustrated. I really am. I don't understand it. How you think, well, not now. Okay, when? Because you're not going to be able to later.
I want them to do the same thing they've done the last 2 years. Mm-hmm. And let me explain this. I like their approach the last 2 years, and I think naturally as the organization has become better, as the place has become more appealing, that approach has kind of increased, whether it's adding a year or so. But in the Lovie Smith, David Culley era, they were bringing in guys on one-year deals. Most of these guys couldn't play. Most of these guys were washed up. Mm-hmm. But last year, as we kind of saw the talent increase, we saw the cap money increase, we saw D'Amico Ryans come in, and the place had a little bit of appeal. The one-year player and the quality of the one-year player improved. You got Dalton Schultz. You got Sheldon Rankins. You got Jimmy Ward. You got Devin Singletary. I think if we see a similar approach with the natural progression from 2021, 2022, 2023, evaluate, advantage. Don't commit too long-term to guys. I actually don't think the approach needs to change that much. Naturally, I think it's going to get more expensive because you're talking about better players, but I actually don't have a huge issue with the approach they've had the last couple of years.
I'm going to kind of edit what you just said, in my opinion. 2 or 3 years. Not 1 year. You don't have to get a 1 year deal. I mean, and plus you can't attract as good a player with a 1 year deal, because they're going to have other offers. So I would say 2 or 3, but no more than 3. I mean, if you have to do a 4-year contract, but it's up, front-loaded bonus and all that, I get that. But I think in order to bring in the type of player that can put you over the top, 2 or 3 years minimum. And then there's this aspect of it. Like, you're more of a magnet. That's what I've always called it. You're a magnet now because of C.J. Stroud. You don't think players noticed what Dalton Schultz was saying yesterday? Dude, C.J. Stroud, man, I wanted to come back. You don't think other players, free agents, noticed that? Sure they did. They want to play with C.J. Stroud, too. They want to play on a team that's on the rise.
I just want to spend that bread, man.
Yes.
Wisely.
Win. Yeah, wisely.
Mm-hmm. But you're not open to, like, the Christian Wilkins thing, right?
Like I said, I would embrace it, but I'm not open to it right now. Okay. I would rather receiver, safety. Yeah. Look, that safety market got real interesting, man.
Wild. It's wild on those streets.
Did you see all the names that are available at safety right now?
Wild on those streets.
I mean, it's nuts, all the safeties. Justin Simmons, Eddie Jackson, Kevin Byard, Rashawn Jenkins, Jordan Poyer. 7 free agents on the market at the safety position. So that's smart. They're going to be competitive. All the running backs on the market, that's going to be a competitive market. So safety, running back, maybe an edge, maybe another wide receiver. That's four spots that you can afford. You can absolutely afford right now.
And I think those are 4 spots you should look at. Evaluate, man. Evaluate. Get out there in that market. Get out there in those D-line streets. Get out there in those safety streets. Get out there in those linebacker streets. But go out there and shop. Mm-hmm. Don't just stop when you see the stock mannequin out there.
Yeah.
Don't do that. That's Christian Wilkins. That's Patrick
exactly
Queen.
Right.
Go in there and look around. Find you something.
Texter with a good text that I should probably clear up. If I missed it, John, has Nick given any indication he's not willing to spend this offseason? No, in fact, he's kind of given us indications that he's willing to spend. What I'm saying is anybody who doesn't recognize that, like, he spent more on Dalton Schultz than we thought. He spent more on Kaimi Fairbairn than we thought. To me, that's a good sign. To me, that's a sign that he gets this, that he gets that now is the time to fortify this team because it's not going to be as easy in 3 years.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. So I'll be damned, man.
Mm-hmm.
Another segment and more accusations directed at In the Loop. This is becoming a weekly thing with this guy.
Doesn't he realize he's a guest?
This is becoming a weekly thing with this effing
He's
guy.
a guest in our house?
Brandon Scott.
It's like going to your...
You know what he's accusing us of now?
Why'd you put that on the wall?
We got tickets to Rodeo coming up. Who are we giving away today?
Zach Brown Band.
Wow, that's a good one right there. I've seen them a few times. Shout out to Zach Brown. And I guess Jelly Roll had 75K yesterday, so he did his thing.
Hey, the big boss said it was off the charts.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, she went. She said it was knocked it out of the park.
He needed Cody Johnson up there with him, right?
He had the violinist. Who's the violinist? The big. I
don't know.
I forget who it was.
But he had Cody Johnson with him, right?
I don't think so.
Yeah, he brought him
did.
up.
He did?
Yeah.
Damn.
Should have had him do half the concert. Probably did, honestly.
Maybe that's why it was not.
Probably did.
I was about to say, do we got enough songs to hold his own at the rodeo?
Jelly Roll, I don't know. Apparently everybody likes him, man. Yeah, good for him.
So what did B. Scott do?
So B. Scott is accusing you and I. We got tickets to see Zach Brown coming up. But before that, B. Scott is accusing you of me of not loving Will Anderson as much as we claim to.
Oh, wow. Wow.
The hell is that?
I don't know. We got to get answers.
Next.
Right now, Ability Trees, abilitytrees.com.
think that we don't got love for Will Anderson?
I thought y'all did.
Will Anderson is our guy.
No, I thought he was. I thought he was too until I started hearing y'all talking. Until I started hearing how y'all talk about this free agency thing, man. I thought y'all liked Will Anderson.
Who do you think
I thought y'all wanted Will Anderson to be great. I mean, y'all do, right? Don't y'all want Will Anderson to not just stat pad and get a bunch of sacks, but to be making plays in meaningful games and stuff like that? Don't y'all want that?
Dang straight.
Then why don't y'all want to surround him with no talent?
Who said we don't?
Why don't y'all care about surrounding Will Anderson with great players the way y'all want to do with C.J. Stroud? I just don't get it. I mean, I thought that y'all wanted Will Anderson to succeed, but based off of the conversations I've been hearing y'all have, Landry doesn't want to pay Jonathan Gennard or Christian Wilkins. You don't seem too high on Christian Wilkins. Like, I just want to know where the great players along the defensive line supposed to come from. Is it the draft? Are y'all into these Robinson cats in the draft? I mean, I know I advocated for Grover Stewart, but I don't think that that's the answer to unlock the Will Anderson potential. I don't know, man. If it's not Jonathan Gennard or Christian Wilkins around Will Anderson.
I think there's a natural increase in talent by himself as well as Christian Harris and Derek Stingley. I think the offense can help the defense. I think there's better opportunity on offense, and I trust their evaluation. I trust Nick Caserio to not have to pick the outfit on the mannequin in front of Nordstrom. I trust him to be able to find some quality and not just the shiniest item. And I also want a complete team. I'm not just focused on Will Anderson. I think Will Anderson's naturally going to be great, and I also think that maybe this is just I don't think this is even picking and choosing, but like when we talk about free agency and the dangers of free agency, the worst contracts look like what Christian Wilkins is going to get. They just look like that. Like the defensive lineman on the second contract, 28 years old. That just seems like what those contracts look like.
But see, I don't feel like you can generalize it and put it in a box and say, hey, this is what these contracts look like, because my thought on the Christian Wilkins thing is very specific to your situation. Like a lot of teams will sign a guy like a Christian Wilkins or a bad contract like that, and they don't have this very specific scenario that you have where you got the quarterback on the rookie deal on the one side, but then specifically on defense, your cornerstone pieces are still on their rookie deals. I know Derek Stingley, that question is going to come up a year from now, or we'll see even if that comes up during the season. But you've got 2, maybe even 3 if you count Christian Harris, of these guys, your best defensive players, all cheap. And from the very top, the youngest, in Will Anderson. And so to me, a great way of looking at trying to unlock Will Anderson, and I expect him to be great singularly no matter who he plays with, but having another double-digit sack guy on the other side of you, on the other end, or a guy like Christian Wilkins, who I will acknowledge, like we'll agree on this, he's not Jeffrey Simmons, and that's where I'm kind of with you on the hesitation. I do understand. He's not Jeffrey Simmons. He's not Chris Jones. He's not Aaron Donald, obviously, but he's somewhere right below that, like just a cut below that. And I think something like that, paying a guy like that in a very specific scenario where Will Anderson is still cheap, at least one more year of Derek Stingley still being cheap, I think that's a space where you can afford to throw money in that specific direction.
Here's my answer to you coming into our house and telling everybody afterwards that you don't like the way we have our furniture. Got
to move some stuff around, man.
You've been to my house.
Got to be ready to move some stuff around.
When you left my house?
No, your furniture at your house is actually great. I wouldn't mind y'all coming over and helping me fix my stuff up. But that's another discussion.
Here's my answer to that. Number one, you get there with C.J. Stroud. You get there with C.J. Stroud.
I'm not going to push back on that.
So you have to surround him with every single piece that you possibly can. Number two, two of the strongest positions in the draft are cornerback and edge rusher. I think it's wide receiver, cornerback, and edge. Cornerbacks are going to – I think there was 8 in the top 40 that I looked at the other day. So you can fortify a little bit via the draft. The third thing is from the start has said safety, guys, safety. And everybody's looking elsewhere. I think if you get a big-time Justin Simmons – kind of safety.
Scott was in on the safety thing before Simmons even got cut.
Yeah, you were, and I was too.
Yeah.
And then the fourth thing is, I think this is the most important one, and this is where Landry falls. You say he's not Aaron Donald, he's not Jeffrey Simmons, he's not what was the other one, Chris Jones.
Right.
So don't pay him like him. because you're going to have to pay him like one of those guys.
Yeah, I get that.
That's
part.
overpaying.
Yeah, I get the idea that it's overpaying, but I think it's not because of your specific situation. I really think that you kind of made the case for Christian Wilkins specifically, just the fact that you can go get corners. There's a market for corners. There's a market for edge, and then also like this whole safety thing, all of these cap casualties. I feel like you can get one of these safeties for cheap. Basically everything is either cheap or something that you can get in the draft, except defensive tackle. And to me, like
I'm so disappointed in you.
Nah, man, I think
like I can't even stress how disappointed I am.
I'm disappointed in you. I thought you liked Will Anderson.
See,
apparently, you just want him to go out there and carry the defensive line. Who is the above average player on the defensive line that's going to play with Will Anderson?
Look, I don't know. I have no idea. I just don't. I don't want to overpay, but I don't want to overpay Christian Wilkins. It's just not me. And I went on this rant last night on the stream, Locker Room on YouTube. Went on this rant yesterday on the stream because I didn't expect this from you. I expected this from someone that had like a screen name and like a hidden identity.
Those people, so you can see that.
I've gotten this from Sean. I've got like, why are you people, and I'm talking about you, Sean, people on the stream, why are y'all acting like me and Lopez are sitting here and it's like a schoolyard style pick, the draft, where Christian Wilkins is lined up, Saquon Barkley is lined up, and we're saying, hey, we'll take Saquon. I still might do it, by the way, but that's not what we're doing. Like it cost a lot more to get Christian Wilkins than Saquon Barkley or some of these receivers and all that. So it's not like people like Saquon's not even in the same range.
But see, that's not what I'm doing. And matter of fact,
you're talking about offensive guys,
and I'm also really supporting you. I think the fact that you can get Saquon for a reasonable price, the fact that the running back position has been devalued, the safety position has been devalued. You've got all these other positions that have been devalued. What's the correction? Where's the math going to fit on the other side? Hey, you get Saquon Barkley for cheap. He's a great player, and you can pay him $11 million. Then, you might have to overpay for a defensive tackle who, you might think it's an overpay, but can impact the game, can wreck the game, especially playing alongside Will Anderson. So, to me, you got to make up for it somewhere, and defensive tackle might be where it's at. You're getting your wide receiver maybe out of the draft. Who knows? Adonai Mitchell might turn out to be a Pro Bowl level wide receiver next year. You get him for a first round pick. And you might have to overpay a little bit for a defensive tackle. But if it has that impact, if it turns Will Anderson from a Pro Bowl player or a Pro Bowl alternate or whatever he was to an all pro, if it helps him.
Yeah, I mean, look, we don't like the best case scenario of Christian Wilkins is he gets better every year. He continues to improve each year, and you're paying. It ends up looking like a bargain. That's like the best case scenario.
I think I like that getting Christian Wilkins doesn't stop you from getting Saquon. Which you know what I'm saying?
That's the most obvious thing about it. Like
that's so like back to Lopez's point from weeks ago when everybody was trying to make it seem like you just wanted to spend all the money in the world. But y'all were checking me on this on a show that I was doing, I think with Sean. He's like, man, remember y'all was saying you could sign Saquon and Mike Evans. Yeah. All right, well, no, you can't now. Mike Evans, but you could sign Saquon and a Christian Wilkins and start filling filling everything else along the margins in other ways.
Yeah, and that's where I'm at. I just want to. I also have like a big trust in the way they do things. Like I think the thing that I like the most about Nick Caserio is his thought process, where they're able to find guys and maximize what they get out of them, like Steven Nelson. Hopefully he's gone now. And then they're able to, let the market play out, and they get Sheldon Rankins or Dalton Schultz. Like I like the way that
I was going to go.
I like the way that they evaluate things. And I like the work they put into it. And I just, if they put the work in on Christian Wilkins and they feel like it's appropriate, cool. But I also just trust them, like whether it's a Chase Young, have Chase Young use us, figure it out. You mentioned Stewart. There's just a lot of organization when it comes to just like diving in and really, really.
And it's similar to with Saquon, where like y'all, I think we all want Saquon or acknowledge Saquon would be the best offensive weapon that they could add. But it doesn't have to be Saquon. It doesn't have to be Christian Wilkins. That's the part that I like about it. Like I was always just not going to be in the business of saying no to the very good to great players.
Right.
The best players on the market for the Texans to be in this position. I couldn't find myself to just outright say no to any of them, knowing damn well that you can't get all of them.
Exactly.
Mike Evans goes off the board. Who knows if they're going to be able to get Saquon Barkley. I want them to come out of here with something.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, the players at the top of the board, the top of the market, should all be guys that the Texans are interested in.
My thing is, with Christian Wilkins, I've said it a million times, I wouldn't be opposed to it if they sign him. How do you guys feel about Sheldon Rankins, though? We really haven't talked that much. I get he's
Next.
No.
Come on, Landry.
I get that he's not Christian Wilkins.
Next.
I get that he's not Christian Wilkins, but he's one of your own guys, which Nick Caserio has said, I want to worry about our own guys next. He's made some plays. Pro Football Focus has him ranked 4 spots behind Christian Wilkins. Wilkins is 3rd on the free agent market.
Don't mention Pro Football Focus.
He's
They
4th.
have Tua.
Well, I understand
They have
that.
Tua 56 ahead of CJ.
I understand. And his market value is half, literally half of what Wilkins.
I don't hate Rankins, but I want it.
Yeah.
I want it to be similar to what it was last year. If it's going to be,
Hey, I tell you this, Sheldon Rankins ended up being I thought Robert Woods would be. The veteran presence, but is also
He's a
highly
hardo, man.
productive.
He's like a firm
for
hard
half as much.
For half as much, and then also like the respect. I know this maybe is
half
the
as
last
much
thing.
as Wilkins.
As Wilkins, yes.
Yeah, and this is maybe the last thing we think about, but the respect and the like he's one of those dudes.
Yeah. Oh, he's the guy.
He's one of those dudes in the locker room.
And
Like I
respect
would not
on this damn
I-
show.
man,
I ain't
not-
asking you about anything, sir. We're sticking to ball.
To be honest, he scared us.
He had me sticking to football. If you want to talk about how scared that is,
we were afraid of him.
Yeah, no, he's got a level of
respectful. I
focus.
wasn't afraid. I just was
you were a little
respectful.
afraid. You were.
Nah. He's one of those dudes. He's definitely one of those dudes. But you think about it's a great point though, because you're either bringing him back, but the replacement for Sheldon Rankins, like, don't forget the reason why you went out and got Sheldon Rankins in the first damn place. It was because you were past the point of where it could be a Roy Lopez, Kurt Hinish type of situation. You needed to level up. You're bringing in DeMeco Ryans, trying to become a serious team. Now you're even more serious than that. So it's like you got to either bring that dude back or level up. So we're having one conversation or the other. It's either Sheldon Rankins or something along those lines, or Grover Stewart like I've talked about, or go out there and just sign Christian Wilkins, pay that money you can afford to do it right now. You're not just some schmuck team that spends bad money on just, you name it, defensive tackle. And I bet you it looked bad when the Bengals did it when they signed DJ Reader, but we see how that worked out when they had a quarterback on a rookie deal.
Yeah, but DJ was still kind of a bargain. He wasn't like.
No, I get it. I'm just saying, like, he was a free agent defensive tackle signing on a team that had a rookie quarterback with some young pieces to it.
Yeah, I think I would be more encouraged, like, if the Texans signed some D tackle and it's like, wow, that guy got that. Like, that's how much I trust him right now. Like the 6th-rate D tackle or something like that, and they like overpay him and they like him enough to where I'm just like, damn, they must really know something. That maybe that's just kind of like how much I've started to trust him.
Yeah.
Another position that is appealing right now is safety.
Yeah.
And I wonder this, because the safety market right now, it's absolutely bananas. Justin Simmons is on the market. I won't mention Jamal Adams. Jordan Poyer, Kevin Byard, Quandre Diggs, Rayshon Jenkins, Eddie Jackson, they're all on the market. So much like the running backs, the safety market is very, very, very steep, and it's a position where you're not paying $20 million for elite guys. You're probably paying less than 10 at this point. Are we sure? Because I feel like when we talk about safeties, there's like it's like you're trying to put together a puzzle, and it's like you can just throw these pieces to the side or you can throw them away. Like Jimmy Ward at this point in his career, we love Jimmy, and Jalen Petri, with what we've seen from him in 2 years, should not be enough to prevent you to get one of these safeties if you think they're good, not fit with this trio.
Yes.
That is not enough for you to ignore the opportunity to upgrade. Like, if Jalen Petri has to be a situational player and maybe even play some special teams and maybe improve, then so be it.
Yeah.
You're not that married to Jalen Petri.
Let me ask y'all this. Put it to you this way. All right, so we named the names. Justin Simmons, Jordan Poyer, Kevin Byard, Quandre Diggs, Rayshon Jenkins, Eddie Jackson, and you didn't want to mention Jamal Adams. So let's just throw them in there for the sake of it.
Mm-hmm.
If you were to add Jalen Petri and Jimmy Ward to this list, where would they rank? Because I have an idea.
I don't know that Petri would rank.
There you go.
Yeah.
I said nowhere higher than like for Petri, nowhere higher than that. And look, I like Jalen Petri a lot. I still, I'm biased in Jalen Petri's favor if I'm honest about it. But if he was on this list, he would be somewhere around 4th or 5th. He wouldn't be ahead of Jordan Poyer, ahead of Justin Simmons, ahead of Quandre Diggs. I wouldn't put him ahead of Eddie Jackson or Kevin Byard either. So, I mean, So that puts into perspective what we're talking about,
and that's the reason why I've been so adamant about it.
The guys that are available, and then we know Jimmy Ward. There's like I don't know where he would be on this list, but he could probably save you some money if you cut him. Like to me, you got to think about the fact that the guys on this list, almost all of them would be an upgrade from your current situation.
I feel like I'm blinded. Like I feel like we're blinded, and I'm part of it because when you look at this list of safety. God, maybe these guys are declining. And I heard the guys breaking it down this morning, and they're like, well, Jordan Poyer, his play kind of fell off. If Jalen Petri were 30 years old and he put on tape the season that he did last year,
exactly,
you would say this guy's washed up and doesn't belong in the league. So I do think we need to take that into account. I know he's younger, but if these guys are declining, what is Jalen Petri? And the other thing is this is something else I don't think people are talking about. What was the biggest – you were there, B. Scott. What was the biggest debate? We're getting you your Zach Brown tickets in a sec. What was the biggest debate between Jimmy Ward and D'Amico Ryans that they kind of joked about and went back and forth about before the season last year?
Whether he played nickel.
At this point in his career, with Jimmy Ward not being able to stay on the field, with everything that happened, do you think maybe he might be more willing to move around a little bit?
Yeah, I think he should be.
He's always been willing. He's saying it's preference.
Well, yeah. Willing is not the issue. It's the preference, and I would imagine that the preference is still not to do it.
Yeah.
But hey, man, now there's a specific need there. Like there is a need there. You're being paid handsomely.
We're damn good.
Exactly.
We can get places.
Exactly, and especially if you can get ahead of it. Like he didn't like playing nickel in the middle of the. Like in the middle of the season, kind of having to switch up. But if that's the plan from the beginning, I think we're having a different conversation. So it's a maybe.
All right, Zach Brown, he's coming to the rodeo. Hell of a show. Seen this a couple of times. Caller number 9, 713-572-4610. Caller number 9, you're going to see Zach Brown. Coming up next, tried to sell you on Saquon. Now he's going to try to sell you on the biggest Texans killer perhaps of all time, Derrick Henry. 5 reasons why, next.
You drive or the price tag on your clothes. There's no...
Check one.
Scott, 5 reasons. Sell us on Derrick Henry. Man, those workout videos. Some of the most impressive workout videos.
I was going to say, damn, those workout videos might speak for themselves. Like,
Yeah.
how do you just not look at this
pretty ridiculous
jumbo, doggone Avenger-looking type dude and not think, man, like, I want that. I want that on my football team. But, yeah, I got 5 reasons. Man, white ones.
Lay them out. Last week it was Saquon. This week it's Derrick Henry. Next week free agency will be upon us, and they might have signed one of these guys.
Whew.
5 reasons, starting with number 1.
Come on, let's go.
Número 1.
It's the bargain, man. I think it's the best bargain, the best bang for the buck on the high end of running backs that are available. Look, Saquon Barkley, I think, is the best. You know, I think Josh Jacobs is probably right there with him in that conversation. Derrick Henry's behind. I think he's the clear number 3, but I think the market is going to reflect that. The money is going to reflect that. If Saquon is going to get this, and I think we all feel like Saquon's going to get underpaid in some way. I think it's because we like Saquon.
Oh, he will. I think he will.
And we don't devalue the running backs the way most people do.
Yeah.
But if you don't think Saquon's going to get a bunch of money, what you think Derrick Henry's going to go for it? And I don't know the exact number. I'm not going to pretend to be able to predict the figure, but I do feel comfortable saying it's going to be less than Saquon Barkley. It's going to be less than Josh Jacobs. And for that number, for that clip, the difference in what you would get from those guys, I think is negligible compared to the money. So it's the bargain is the best bang for the buck for me.
I think you can almost say that about any running back at this point.
And it's going to be 1 year.
Yeah,
but could be 1 year.
It could be,
yeah.
and you know, maybe 2, but you're betting on. If you do the 2, you're betting on the 1.
Yeah,
really.
Yeah,
you know, you're doing it for the 1. So to me, it's the best bang for the buck.
Número 2.
Bailed out a bad offensive line. Now, this is a little similar to the Saquon Barkley argument, but Derrick Henry was productive last year. I know it did not look the same. He is not as explosive.
That O-line sucks.
But that was
Look,
not
him
that
and
you
Spawn
imagine.
won it 2 worse, like depending on what list you pick. It was Giants and Titans near the top.
And so how do you localize that? How does that relate to the Texans? Well, we expect and anticipate, want, hope, whatever you want to call it, that the Texans' offensive line is going to be better next year or this coming year than it was this past year, if for no other reason that the health situation should be better, like they had an unprecedented health situation. But even if it's still not that great, all right, even if our optimism is not served at all and it's just mediocre, I think that Derrick Henry has proven, he's still got a little bit left in the tank. I feel like that he has proven that he can make the most out of a bad offensive line, even to the point to where I'd say last year, in a lot of ways, he bailed out a bad offensive line.
Número 3.
Time is running out, okay? I think this is the debate on Derrick Henry. Is he washed? Is he not? I sit somewhere in between of, hey, not washed yet.
Yeah.
Not washed yet.
Not washed yet.
That's why I think this is important.
It's a pretty weak pitch.
No.
I don't know how you're going to get 4 and 5 out of this.
Listen to me pretty good, though. He's not washed yet, but he's going to be. I think he's got about another year or two. If
sign me up.
No, I'm saying if you do the short-term deal, you've only got another year to look.
Look, I'm with you. You know that.
Derrick Henry,
he's on his way down, I feel.
On his next contract is going to be somebody who I'm like, yo, stay away from.
Yeah.
But I saw enough from him last year to say, hey, this guy is not washed. And this is going to be supported by one of my later points,
We
too.
ain't washed yet.
Not take advantage of the time. The time is running out.
It's soaking right now.
Look, think about it. Imagine look at it like this. However many years from now, Derrick Henry goes to another team and is still good, and you think, man, Derrick Henry was available, and he only had a year or 2 left, and we didn't pounce on that in a year when we had money. That's what I'm saying. You don't want to do revisionist history, look back and have some regret, like, man, I thought he was what? No, people are saying he's washed. I'm saying he's not washed yet. Sign my dude.
Can't wait
Número
to hear
4.
He's a weather weapon, man. He is a weather weapon, weatherproof.
weapon.
Yeah, man, a weather weapon. I feel like if you take that C.J. Stroud-centric defense, and this is another thing that I like about it, kind of similar to Saquon. Both of those dudes.
C.J. Stroud-centered offense?
Yeah,
okay.
my bad. C.J. Stroud-centered offense, but like similar to Saquon with Henry, they carried an offense where they came from. This is going to be C.J. Stroud's offense. You're signing these guys, either one of them, but in this case, Derrick Henry, to be a complementary piece. But you take that CJ-centric offense into a December game,
like New
a
York,
weather game, the Jets, Baltimore later. If you're in the situation that the Miami Dolphins were in last year when they had to play in the coldest game that Kansas City has ever had over there at Arrowhead, and you're like, man, we've been throwing the ball over at NRG the whole time, but nah, you got this secret weapon. You got this weather weapon, this weatherproof Derrick Henry, who, by the way, back to my earlier point,
giving it to him 30 times, minus 3 degrees.
Yeah. And you do that later on in the season, but that's the point in not being washed yet. You know what I mean? Weatherproof dude. I like it. Sign my man.
Number 5.
Feel like you're playing defense. And this is also supporting my not washed yet point.
Oh, you're scared of Baltimore.
You're playing defense. Look, man, I don't want to overlook this. To me, you can not want Derrick Henry all you want and say whatever you want. But when I think about him on Kansas City, when I think about him on Buffalo, when I think about him on Baltimore, Miami, Cincinnati, the Browns, the Chargers, any of the teams that are right there with you or right there ahead of you or maybe even chasing your heels a little bit, in the Chargers case, having Justin Herbert and then just bringing in Harbaugh.
Mm-hmm.
Look, say what you want about Derrick Henry. You cannot tell me that him added to any of those teams that's an AFC contender doesn't make you look twice. Doesn't make you check up a little bit, especially later on in the year when it really matters.
I think it was Derrick Henry I was talking about the other day. He's the guy that if you don't sign him, you're like, oh, whatever. Then you see him sign with Baltimore, you're like,
damn.
Crap.
At noon, we're going to play Fear Factor. I have a list of things that would strike fear in my localized lenses that have nothing to do with the Texans, and what you just spoke of may come up. So the 5 reasons, reset them one more time. The 5 reasons Derrick Henry could make sense. Hashtag not washed yet.
Not washed yet, baby. Best bargain, bang for the buck, build out a bad offensive line. Time is running out. People talk about he's wide yet.
Then there's the one reason that hit me like a truck this morning when I saw the video. Have you seen his pecs?
Yeah.
Dude, they're like
yeah. Dude,
he is just
he looked like he was doing push-ups before he started walking.
Oh my gosh, he's just like
he's a big dude.
He is a monster.
So the pecs, that's what got you?
That's one reason.
Yeah.
That's reason number 6.
Yeah. And look, he may not be as explosive, but a dude.
Hey, and this is the guy. This is the hardo who tried to say he wouldn't let another dude rub his back yesterday.
Hey, I'm man enough to admit that the guy's got the list.
He like looking at the backs. He don't like rubbing them.
He ain't say he's gonna rub his pecs.
Don't act like you didn't notice.
Not washed yet.
Yeah.
Telling you, weather weapon, weatherproof. You can take them on the road in December, January, whenever you're playing, as late as you're playing, and it's still going to work out. And you're playing defense, man. You don't want him on Baltimore. You don't want him on the Bills. You don't want him on the Miami Dolphins, who could really use some physicality, right, like that element to their game. You don't want him on Cincinnati or Cleveland. You want him in Houston, man.
What are you doing, man?
Dude, he's
Lopez
a
is sitting there.
He had it bookmarked and everything.
I did not.
One hand on the mouse, one under the table. He's watching Derrick Henry's workout video.
I just said, have you seen his pecs?
I mean, goodness gracious.
Yeah. Don't act like you didn't notice.
Next chance to win the Zach Brown tickets coming up at 1. Brandon Scott in the building for his weekly visit. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you 6 weeks away from the NFL draft. The encore roster for CJ and D'Amico are going to be shaped up significantly in the very short term, but the next 7 weeks should fill most of the puzzle. Will Saquon Barkley be part of that puzzle? There's one team that's generating a lot of buzz when it comes to acquiring Saquon, and it ain't the Texans. The hits are lit next.
All right, you know how people say you don't want to be a Karen? Well, you might want to be this Karen. Karen out of Pasadena.
For details. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
The hits are lit here on Instant.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, Saquon to Philly. That's the latest buzz. There's multiple people in Philadelphia, WIP's been talking about it, that are talking about the possibility of Saquon Barkley landing in Philadelphia instead of Houston. Thoughts on that? Does that kind of give you a sigh of relief? Because I know where B. Scott was going with it. I just don't want to see him in Baltimore.
Yeah.
That's really the nightmare situation for me is Saquon in Baltimore.
I want to see him here.
Yeah, so I don't like sigh of relief, I guess, from him not being in one of those other teams, but also, like, to me, it says what you should be doing. It tells me what you should be thinking about. Like, if Philly is interested in Saquon Barkley, one of the more, and I know they had a rough year last year, but the Eagles have been one of the more well-run organizations in the NFL for a long time. And if they're interested in Saquon Barkley, and they've already decided to pay their quarterback, so like they're interested in Saquon Barkley on the timeline that they're on.
Yeah,
you're on an even more favorable timeline than they are on, and have all of this money. If those guys are interested, I feel like you should be interested.
So they're saying mutual interest, right? That's pretty much what the dialogue is. They said the same thing about the Texans. I mean, it's hard to say. Now, I could see him wanting to stick it, to the Giants a little bit.
He's also got the
yeah. So, but who knows? I mean, I don't think it's off the table by any stretch. I'll say that, for here. Yeah,
it shouldn't be.
The problem with Philadelphia is Sirianni's on the hot seat, right? Which is weird because you lay out his body of work. It's pretty damn impressive, but he's on the hot seat, right? Like, if they have a bad year, he's done.
Well, they're already making changes.
Yeah, I mean, they changed coordinators. Yeah. Didn't they change coordinators midway through last year?
That's a sure sign.
On the defensive side?
That's a sure sign.
For a guy that was already in his first year there, I mean, it's looking like, not looking like, it does look like that the whole story there as far as coaching goes was the coordinators that they had before, the guys that are head coaches now, Steichen and Gannon. Like, those were the coaches.
Yeah, it's wild. Safety market getting wild. Justin Simmons released today. You have Justin Simmons, Jamal Adams, Jordan Poyer, Kevin Byard, Rayshon Jenkins, Eddie Jackson, and Quandre Diggs on the market. Quandre Diggs just tweeted that he's going to get down to 190 and switch back to corner. He's just kind of kidding.
Yeah.
He said his birth certificate's wrong. He's actually 28, not 30.
No, I like that one.
Yeah.
Here was Justin Simmons. This was before the Texans took on the Broncos this year. This was Justin Simmons and how he felt about C.J. Stroud.
The number one thing that comes to mind is poise. When you watch him on film, he's been in a lot of tough situations. Game-winning drives, and he's put up big numbers. But I think it's the poise for me as a young guy to be able to go in and execute when he needs to. There's multiple cases of this, but they played the Bengals, and he throws almost like a pick six, and the next drive he comes out there and it's not even affecting him. That could be challenging for a young quarterback or any player in general, to give up a play like that and then to come back and finish out the game.
Yeah, I'm getting far too excited for the possibility of Justin Simmons.
Yeah.
Like, far too excited about that possibility.
And he's one of the dudes that CJ acknowledged ahead of them playing the Broncos whenever we had the midweek availability with C.J. Stroud. I mean, and obviously you would, all pros on the other side, you're going to acknowledge them, but, like, they are both obviously and clearly aware of each other. Just the thought of bringing in an all-pro talent, which I don't feel like would come at all-pro prices. You know?
Yeah.
Like that is, man, that is intriguing, man. So intriguing. This safety market. Whew.
Big time.
What do you think they think of Petri?
Yeah, I think they like him. I think they like him a lot more than what the conversation is around him.
They did bench him, though.
They did.
I'm not so sure about that.
No, I don't think they're blind. I don't think they're dumb, but I think they like him more than probably most of the conversation because they know him better.
Mm-hmm.
And he does have like a quality about him. He's played good football before, and he's got a quality.
He? I mean, like, has he? I mean, I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
no, he's made plays.
Okay, like
He's made some plays.
on a bad team, he led the team in tackles. Like they were busting through, and he had a few interceptions.
No, I mean, that's all he had. He's only played 2 years, and 1 year was decent on a bad team. He played decent on a bad team. The next year, he played bad on a good team. So, yeah, there's something there, probably more than the rest of us do. And should it worry you or concern you a little bit?
I still don't know about that. I really don't. I think D'Amico is very, you know this, you talk to him a lot. Like, he is going to protect players as best he can, but he's also going to give you hints.
Yeah.
Like what he really
benched
thinks.
him.
And the hint, that's the biggest hint.
Do I think they think he's better than these guys on this list? Hell no.
Right.
No, I that's what I'm saying. I think they think he's better than what the conversation is around him. Do I think they think he's great? Do I think they think he's one of these guys on this list? No.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying that.
I think
that's
he
what
can
makes it
end
interesting.
I think he can end up being a good player. I'm not like completely writing off Jalen Petri. All I'm saying is he should not stop you from entering this market if you feel like there's a weakness. He's still going to have 2 years left on his contract after this year. So if you bring one of these guys in and he continues, and then there's it's not like you cut Jalen Petri. Like, he's still a good football player. He can still do some things, but relying on Jalen Petri to be a 3-down player, especially in coverage, it didn't look good last year.
He hasn't earned the we're good aspect of a player in the NFL. You're not good with Jalen Petri. He hasn't earned that.
He fell off last year.
Yeah.
Does that mean you completely write him off? No, but I do like. I know Nick Caserio said that he'd like to have, what did he say, 200 Jalen Petries or something?
Something like that.
You want to get fired? I mean, like, I get that. Like, I don't want to get to the over-romanticize part of the Texans that we used to hate so much, where because a guy's a good guy and he goes in there and works hard, that you ignore opportunity here to,
especially these prices. Like, you don't think that one of these guys is going to be prohibitive or crippling in any kind of way. So you know that you can do it. And then, like, it would be different if it was like, okay, Jalen Petri, you know, we've got this relatively cheap, you know, player on this deal, but it's the same thing. It's like you're getting, again, all pro talent at, you know, borderline crackhead prices. Like, just do it.
Yeah, that market's crazy. I do wonder what they think. And again, if they bring in someone else, maybe that motivates you. I'm not discounting.
Everything is competition,
I'm not dismissing Jalen Petri being. He's halfway home. He's halfway through his rookie deal.
Jalen Petri might even be better suited in some kind of like hybrid linebacker role. Like, even though he's small, I get it, but like he's more along the lines of that kind of player.
Yeah.
Like, he's almost like a better version of what Tyvier Thomas was. Like, I think he could be that. Like a dude that plays kind of closer to the line of scrimmage. He's listed as something, but he's more of like, hey, we just put this guy out there and tell him to run and tell him see ball, go get ball.
Yeah,
he's just smaller.
I don't know about see ball, get ball. Oh, like on the run, right? You're not talking about like in the air.
No. I meant like
Okay, okay.
And then make the tackle.
And then make the tackle.
And then make
he does a good job of getting there.
Okay.
He can catch the ball, right?
He's not a good blitzer either. That's what really kind of bothers me. I mean, there's been some times in run blitzes he's there, but like he whiffs. Sometimes he just gets swallowed up.
Yeah.
The Bryce Young play sticks out. I know that's kind of like the highlight. Like, he's not even really like a great blitzer.
Yeah, he's an effort guy. I was saying, might have been the guys on the drive, or I can't remember who it was. Somebody was calling him instinctual, saying he's an instinctual player. I was like, if by instincts you're talking about effort, like he's got the instinct to just go and try, then I give you that. But he's
been caught in bad situations multiple times, like out of position.
I do feel like his issues are coachable though, and he's a coachable player.
But what I'm saying is that's not instinctual.
There's been
multiple times where where was Jalen Petri?
I'm agreeing with that. I'm agreeing with that part.
I don't think again, I don't completely dismiss it, but I'm also we watched what we watched. And I also think there was an element to, and I think this just comes with the territory. There was an element to two elements. One, I think it was misleading ass stats in year one. I mean, it was misleading. And number two, he's a local guy, so I think people are just really enamored.
And he's
by
a good
him
guy.
and
He's
his
a likable guy.
personality. Yeah,
I'll copy
they're
that.
enamored by him and his personality.
Yeah.
So probably not the coolest thing. I mean, when Nick Cassera said that, I said, "What are you doing?" He said we nitpick Jalen Petri. Nitpick? He got benched, sir.
Yeah.
I mean, this isn't. Hey, he needs to get more sacks. This isn't Will Anderson.
Or
if I had 200 of these guys, we'd be fine. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, dude. Who we picking first?
Coachable, likable. You know, they like team guys, swarm.
I mean, that does go a long way.
He fits with all of the branding and the messaging that they have.
But he's not like, nah, all these safeties, we're good.
No, is he Justin Simmons? Is he Quandre Diggs? I mean, come on.
And again, I'm not out on Jalen Petri. I just don't think he should handcuff you. I think he saw himself play last year, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the only thing I didn't like about him, and this could speak to a number of things. I don't like how whenever they win, he's front and center and he's the guy and all that, and then after the Browns game, he's nowhere to be found. Be a leader.
Yeah,
that's not being a leader. That you got to go up there and step up.
That one would have been tough. That one would have been tough. That would have. I'll say this. That would have hurt with the branding and the messaging. I can give you that much. That was not a good day.
Well, you got to go up there and face the music.
But
man.
you do.
You got to face the music.
Listen to what Jason Kelsey said.
If you're going to be one of these go-to guys, you got to go up there. You got to face the music. Don't dip out.
I'll say that like, people don't realize. I think some things happened in that Browns game that really helped this team come together, especially on the defensive side. Like things got tense on the sideline. Like they really had to check up. Jalen Petri got benched, obviously, wasn't happy about it. You know, like it was not the greatest for a team and for a season that we will remember fondly.
Yeah.
That particular day was not a good day.
Yeah.
Not a good day, and not just because they lost. For sure. So I get why we didn't hear from him. Maybe not at the time, but since then, I've understood why we didn't hear from him that day.
What are you saying? What are you, Craig Carton? Like, what is that?
I'm telling.
Like, what are you like,
I'm
saying?
telling you.
I know something that y'all don't.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
What is that?
He got benched. He was not happy about it. It didn't necessarily go. It's
not the first time that's happened.
Thank you.
They didn't feel great. Everybody didn't feel great about it.
Here's why I still don't agree with what he did. He ain't the first person.
No, I get that.
Yeah.
No, if you don't talk, you don't talk.
No, I get it.
Like that's the thing. Like Laramie Tunsil don't talk.
Yeah.
Like when Laramie Tunsil has an awesome game, it's the same damn thing the whole way through. If Dameon Pierce has a bad or good game, Dameon Pierce is there.
Yeah.
Nico Collins is there. CJ Stroud has to walk up to the podium.
Dameon wasn't at his locker that day after he got benched. You remember that? He had been there
during practice.
Yeah,
during media availability.
Yeah, during the week.
Yeah,
been there same day every week.
But I'm just saying, like, if you're going to be the man, be the man.
Exactly.
Like, go up there and face it.
Exactly.
Go up there and face it.
I think it just taught us that they're
kids.
Yeah, young players and this whole be the man thing. Like CJ Stroud went out there and became the man.
Yeah,
you know that's the difference. Yeah. What we saw CJ Stroud do, what we saw Will Anderson do. What we saw Dameon Pierce and Jalen Petri do in year one was on an entirely different scale, and we probably over-romanticized it at the time. Now that we know what going out there and being the man in year one actually looks like, I think we got a better sense for it.
I mean, what you said has got me even more convinced that you have to look hard at a safety, because I mean we can go down a list of players how far back you want to go back, because players like D'Amico were there every day. You know, hell or high water, good day, bad day, whatever. I mean, Kareem Jackson almost got run out of town. He was there every day.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, more recently, you can just are accountable and are the leaders.
Yeah. John Lopez loves Derrick Henry's pecs, and he wants to look hard at a safety.
Yeah.
In the loop, Sports Radio 610.
Just got erotic.
I mean,
real quick.
I can't.
I wasn't expecting this.
What's the safety word? I don't know.
Rockets fall to the Clippers yesterday, 122-116. Alfie Şengün, how about that encore?
Yeah.
23-19 and 14.
Yeah. Damn shame they gave up that 20-point lead, but the energy at Toyota Center I've been the last two nights.
Yeah.
When they beat the Spurs and when they blew it last night against the Clippers, it has not felt like that since the Harden days.
Oh, they're bringing it
All
like
right.
that. Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
like people are there. There's a buzz.
Nice.
It had not been that way.
Nice.
Yes.
Do you think that they're like is the front office intact? They're good. They're good to go, no matter what. Like after the season.
I don't think it's necessarily based off of how they perform. I think there's clearly like some personal relationships going on with that front office.
Sure,
That's the only explanation for how
asking,
it was ever intact.
The only reason I'm asking, I don't know. I mean, the Jalen Green thing doesn't seem to be working, and I love Şengün. Don't get me wrong. I mean, they tried to sign Brook Lopez.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that might have been as much a doke.
The one saving grace for him is for the front office, I think, is that they got flexibility within what they have. Like Fred VanVleet, Dylan Brooks, Jalen Green, all of these guys are guys that they can move off on if they need to. Nothing's crippling.
There's nothing to be pissed about.
Yeah.
B. Scott, appreciate you for coming through, even though you're very mean.
I just want y'all to love Will Anderson the way y'all say y'all do.
Coming up, the offseason fear factor path that could kind of be not what you would think when it comes to free agency. In the Loop continues, little lunchtime coming up next.
Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, so I have fears. What are your biggest fears in life, John?
Biggest fears in life? And you're not talking about like fire or something like that.
Man.
Just
whatever scares you. What are your fears?
I'm sure it has something.
Don't go too deep.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not going to get all like, oh, my kids are dying in a fire, and I'm not going to do it. I'm talking about like fears like what you're about to talk about. I can't really think of too many, man. Can't really think of
that's fine. 100% all good. So I have a couple of fears. 4 fears to be exact, involving the offseason, and it has nothing to do with like a signing that the Texans could or could not make.
Mm-hmm.
And let's start with number 1. C.J. Stroud spending too much time with Amber Rose. I truly hope that was a one-off thing.
This is fear factor.
I don't want C.J. Stroud.
That faded away though, didn't it?
I think so.
Yeah.
He's been under the radar. I like it. She could break that young man. So I just hope that C.J. Stroud can.
Yeah. No, I think that one was kind of. I mean, who knows? Either they went on the down low, or it just kind of ran its course, and he's moved on. It's not a bad fear. If it's real, if it's out there, because she absolutely can break people, especially men.
Welcome to Fear Factor.
Next one, and this is on the field next year. A Jonathan Taylor monster season, man. Last year there was the contract dispute. He was coming back from the injury, but we saw it in the final game of the season. Mm-hmm. Jonathan Taylor, if they keep him on the field on that 4th down, who knows what happens? If he doesn't get hurt before that, who knows what happens? He's motivated. He's happy. They gave him the 3-year contract.
Yeah.
We know Anthony Richardson might have some limitations. Jonathan Taylor is able to bounce back to what he was before the injury. That could be the biggest obstacle, really, for the Texans. And that's also taken into account that the Colts got a lot to work with. They have a good offseason, and they get a fresh Jonathan Taylor ready to go, motivated, all that, much like what we saw the last week. That might be the scariest player in the division for me.
I was just going to say that. I think he might be absolutely destroyed the Texans. Lucky to get out of there. But, I think he scares me more than Trevor Lawrence or really anybody. Derrick Henry's not going to be with the Titans anymore. Yeah, I think that one I can sign up for reluctantly.
This is fear factor.
The Ravens getting any weapons. I think this was kind of an under-the-radar type of thing. The Raiders' weapons improved, and they still were able to run the ball. Zay Flowers, God, I don't know what he's going to end up being, but there's got to be a lot of reason for optimism there. He's a hell of a guy. He's a hell of a receiver.
Yeah.
But the Odell Beckham Jr. thing wasn't great.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually very grateful that DeAndre Hopkins wasn't on the market earlier, because I thought if they had gotten nuked, that would have been kind of an upgraded version of what they got from Odell. The Ravens are to the point, and I think that the next thing is kind of in the same situation. The Ravens are to the point where whatever running back they sign, whatever receiver they sign, I'm going to have fear in because Lamar Jackson still able to win an MVP, even when the weapons were not. It's not on fire. Another way, they didn't even really have Mark Andrews for the most of last season either.
Ravens, that's a good one. I will say I'm wondering how they're going to be able to bring in some of these weapons. They're kind of bumping up. They're going to have to rework contracts and stuff like that. But that one I would agree with is a good one, because at the top of the AFC, Ravens and Chiefs, doesn't look like they're going anywhere, and they're going to try to rework contracts.
Welcome to Fear Factor.
Final one. You know it. I know it. Figgy knows it. Anyone driving around knows it. Anyone in the NFL that follows the NFL knows it.
And that is?
Chiefs are getting a wide receiver.
Yeah.
We don't know who the hell it is. Could end up being Xavier Worthy or something like that. They released Valdez-Scantling.
Mm-hmm.
Between Rice improving and them adding a receiver, I think that's going to be a big obstacle for the Texans, too, because you know it's happening. I know it's happening. Everybody knows it's happening.
Yeah, and the Chiefs are almost an outlier because, I mean, it's ultimately going to be them. Whether the Texans can make a run or the Ravens again or Buffalo or whomever, Miami, it's ultimately going to come down to the Chiefs. I mean, in the AFC, it just absolutely is. I have a couple that I thought of while you were talking.
Welcome to Fear Factor.
Anthony Richardson is good. I know you're not high on him. Man, that coach, that Arsenal, you mentioned Jonathan Taylor. If Anthony Richardson is good, that I don't know, I wasn't high on him in the draft, but he showed enough things in very limited time that you're like, he might be good. I don't know that, and I'm still not tremendously high on him, but it is a fear factor. If he's good,
yeah, I'm just not. I'm not there yet. I'm not entertaining it.
I have one other that I thought of.
Welcome to Fear Factor.
And this is kind of a good news, bad news thing. The good news is this would only happen if you're an absolute monster of a team next year. The bad news is my fear factor. They were really close to losing Bobby Slowick this year. I think not only is Bobby Slowick going to be on the board again next year, I think you might have some Frank Ross run. There was hints of it. There was hints of Frank Ross getting a job here and there, but it might escalate. If you lose Slowick and Ross, who knows what Matt Burke's thoughts are. But if this is a great defense, you got coordinators that are going to be targets. And you don't know the future beyond that. I mean, Slowick I guess we would have to bet that he's gone next year if we had to bet. I don't know about Ross and Burke, but they're going to be mentioned if the Texans are really good. You could have multiple coordinators on the market, and then the future is unknown after that.
Yeah, but that's getting too far ahead of ourselves, isn't it, when it comes to being scared?
Off-season fear factor.
Yeah, but we're going to at least get to enjoy those guys in season.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. I would hope. I'm counting on it.
Oh, man.
What's wrong?
I'm just getting stressed out thinking about these things.
Yeah, well, I mean, the good news is they have fear, too. Like the Texans are going to be striking some fear in people, with whomever it is that they add. Whether it's the draft and or free agency. Like C.J. Stroud is a scary proposition in this division.
You said Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. You said that the Texans perhaps this week have kind of tipped their hand.
I did.
What exactly does that mean?
I kind of think, and you have to read between the lines, and it's conjecture. I get that. Tell me if you disagree. When it comes to the draft and everything that we've seen happen with players being released and tagged, et cetera, I think they're going to use that first-round pick to draft one of three positions. Now, you might say, look, there's a lot of players out there, but I think in order it's going to be wide receiver, cornerback, and edge rusher. I think one of those three positions is going to be your first-round pick. And if I had to bet on one, I think I would bet on cornerback. I think cornerback is going to be their first. Let me explain it just a little bit. There are 8 cornerbacks that are ranked in the top 40 players in most, draft rankings. It's at class cornerbacks. I don't know what they're going to do. We've talked about safety today. I don't know what's out there free agent-wise at cornerback. If I had to bet, I don't even know what the odds would be.
There's a crap ton of cornerbacks now, too.
There's a ton of cornerbacks.
Like veteran corners, like Steven Nelson range corners.
Yeah, but if I had to bet on the draft, I think he likes having that young corner that's a stud. And if you can get another one at number 23.
Who doesn't?
No.
Who doesn't?
No, I'm just saying it's opened his eyes. You get another young cornerback at bookends, then you sign Justin Simmons. Come on.
I think they're going to get a vet opposite Sting.
Mm-hmm. You think it's going to be a veteran?
Yeah, I think it's going to be
but not Steven Nelson.
I hope not.
Mm-hmm.
I hope not. I saw Steven Nelson was on his Instagram story. He was I guess, reposting pictures of him with the interest from the Titans and Cardinals.
Mm-hmm.
Have at it, sir.
Yeah, especially
Please.
the Titans.
I would love for him to be on the Titans.
Yeah.
I'm over that.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, of those mid-level free agents versus a number 23 overall pick that you have a lot of confidence in, I feel strongly they're going to draft a cornerback. If not that, wide receiver, edge rusher. There's another reason I think one of those three positions. They're going to sign a running back, and you're not going to take a running back in the first or second round at this point if you sign.
Not in this draft.
Yeah, if you sign them, and they're not that good. They're going to have to do something. They could do something on the defensive front. I think maybe Chase Young. That's the one that I've looked at. That can help. Obviously, help Will Anderson. And then there's some wide receivers on the market. Like the other thing that Dalton Schultz said yesterday that I think was kind of enlightening when he was on the Pat McAfee show. Boy, he was just gushing about Tank Dell. I mean, just gushing about Tank Dell. And then he mentioned Nico Collins. Maybe he's kind of telling us, we're, at the top end, we're good. Maybe we need another mid-level guy, whether it's Gabe Davis or whomever. So they maybe sign a receiver. They're going to definitely sign a running back. They might sign, I don't know, another position on the defensive front. That points to wide receiver, especially cornerback in the draft. I think they're going to draft a cornerback in the draft, first round. If I had to bet today.
First round?
Yeah. Stud.
Your best friends in the draft right now are quarterbacks, offensive linemen, maybe even Brock Bowers at this point going ahead of you. Like those positions, because you're not in the market for them, those are the best things that can happen to you. Quarterback, O-line, tight end.
Yeah. I mentioned earlier the three strongest positions are wide receiver, cornerback, and edge rusher. I didn't mention offensive line because I just don't think it's not even relevant other than what you're saying. Like if other teams make a little run.
Oh, you want a tackle run.
Yeah. Whew. Yeah, you want to tackle run.
You get those three, and then you get a tackle run, even a wide receiver run. Like a top-end wide receiver run.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Get him out of the way.
And bring them.
No, you're not getting Harrison.
Yeah.
You're not getting Neighbors.
Mm-hmm. Let those cornerbacks start to fall. I mentioned this too, so it's worth mentioning why I feel so strongly about it. One of those three positions. 8 cornerbacks in the top 40 players ranked, 7 wide receivers in the top 40 players ranked, and 4 edge rushers. Well, I mean, that's a lot of, what was that, 19 players? That's a lot of players that could easily fall to you at 23. I feel pretty strong about that. Let them draft the tackles, let them draft the quarterbacks, and one of these guys drops to you at that spot.
Landry Locker, John Lopez. Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader Sports Radio 610. Zach Brown tickets coming up at 1 o'clock. Safeties, man. Safeties. They're out there. How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel really good. It makes me feel really, really good. If you have Jimmy Ward at nickel, and I think he would do it.
Well, I think at this point he's probably a little more open to it than he would have been last year.
Yeah. And then you have these guys that are coming in at one of these guys coming in at safety. We've said the list multiple times. At the top of it is Justin Simmons, Quandre Diggs as well. I mean, like that's not even a little better than what you have already with your safeties. That's a lot better. Like you are all of a sudden top tier at safety if you can get Justin Simmons. Like this number is truly like off the charts. He got drafted in 30 interceptions. That's elite. He is an elite. He's an all-pro. He's an elite safety. To not even consider it at what, and I think B. Scott was right. It's not going to be like outrageous money either. It'll be good money, obviously, but it's not going to be outrageous.
It's an opportunity, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's another one of those opportunities to take advantage of what other teams don't value, which is running backs and safeties.
Yeah.
Figure it out.
You can do the math, obviously not exact, but running back on the cheap, safety relatively on the cheap. I mean, that's two
veteran
big,
corner.
Evaluate
D-line, figure that out.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're going to look for something to – I mean, they're not going to let Grenard go without not actively looking in that area.
Exactly.
So, I can imagine that the evaluation of that has been –
That's where Chase Young comes.
He
He
might
might be on the sheet.
majority of D'Amico Ryans and Matt Burke and whoever the hell else is time.
Yeah, there's another one.
In that
right there.
evaluation.
Mm-hmm. Totally agree.
So we'll see how that goes. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Dollar General, man.
Going to work after this?
Dollar General.
If you didn't see my tweet or hear us talking about this earlier, Landry is literally wearing a Dollar General store manager shirt. And frankly, I kind of had some fun with it, but it's a pretty damn cool shirt, and it's pretty damn cool you got it for $1.
95 cents.
5 cents.
95
And that's
cents.
got to be an actual one.
Yeah, someone had to put this up, at the thrift shop.
You got fired or
Before
whatever.
10, yeah.
I still want you to walk into a Dollar General after the show. Just walk in. You don't
Take notes.
Don't say a dang word. I'll bet you people are going to be asking you about stuff.
Did you used to work here?
If you buy something, I bet you're going to get a discount. They're just going to assume.
You used to work here, sir?
Yeah, exactly.
You should be like, no, I work at the one in Gessner. Oh, okay. Here, you could take that and go.
Dollar General's a good store, man.
Can I get my discount?
It's a good. Oh, speaking of stores, when we get to confessions, maybe you and Figgy will have to be the judge on this. I might have my most controversial, polarizing confession since we've been doing them.
You're going to say Target sucks or something?
Nope.
Are you going to talk bad about HEB?
Nope. But you're getting warm.
Uh-oh.
You're getting warm. I maybe it's not that controversial. Maybe it's not that controversial. Maybe it's not that polarizing.
Boy, you talk about HEB, Figgy's turning your mic off.
No, I'm not talking about HEB. You know better than that. By the way, OG sauce if you're interested. Anyway.
Wait, OG sauce at HEB?
Let's go. You said it. I didn't.
Wait, it's there?
No, I want it there.
Oh, yeah. Just what they need, more barbecue sauce.
Hey.
Good God.
I walked through HEB.
You know, the HEB barbecue sauce, I feel like I see 80 OG sauces.
By the way.
I see guys' faces on barbecue bottles all over the place. God.
Here's the thing. I walk through the barbecue aisle every time because I look at them and I compare and contrast with
who is this guy? Who the hell is
I've
this
tried
guy?
them all, dude. I've tried them all. There's some that are excellent. Don't get me wrong. Excellent. Man, I'm like,
who is this pipsqueak?
Garbage. Let's go.
I'm worried about you with OG sauce, man.
Why?
I'm just worried
It's
about
fun,
it.
man. It's going like crazy on the
Worried
website.
about it, man.
I
just want the product to stay the same.
The product is
I don't want it to start getting
awesome.
watery or anything.
Dude, don't talk about my business like that.
Once you start getting expanded, I just don't want it to become watery.
No. It's still the same, baby. It's still the same.
Just
By the way, that's
want to keep the integrity.
That
man.
locker room on YouTube sucks.
Hey,
I'm worried about it.
I'm just
It's blowing up too much.
I'm worried about the locker room on YouTube.
Hey, we're 8,000 deep now.
Yeah?
Subscribe on YouTube.
Yeah?
Locker room.
It was better
on
when it was
YouTube.
only 300.
I'm worried about it because you're getting too big too fast.
Same thing, man. Sometimes when you need to mass produce,
doesn't feel too good, does it?
when you need to mass produce,
He used to keep it real on there at one point.
I remember when you started it out. It was just I'm worried that you're going to stay true to the original
He's
product.
a company man now.
Yeah.
the mass production worries me.
Yeah, mass
man.
production of YouTube.
It worries me.
Yeah, the locker room on YouTube. It worries me. You're right.
Coming up next, lunchtime confessions. I don't know where the hell this is going to go with Lopez.
Most controversial, polarizing confession I've ever had.
Okay, that's saying a lot. We will hear it next. First, I want to talk about Orchard. My
These are my confessions.
Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
You want the big one first?
Give it to me.
So I'm driving yesterday, I'm looking at all these billboards and stuff as I'm driving. And I saw two that made me realize the Chick-fil-A cows are washed.
What?
They're washed.
I didn't even know they still used them.
Dude, like they're trying too hard, man. Like some of the little, I mean, it was catchy for what, 15 years, 20 years, whatever it is. It was really fun. But like they're trying to more chicken thing with all these other different angles, and I'm like, that's not funny, that's not cute, that's not like they got to move on. They got to move on from the cows. I know that's blasphemous because they've made.
Have they already?
No, they're still on every billboard, man. Like I wish I could have remembered what it said. I was like, dude, what are you doing? Like move on from the Chick-fil-A cows. That I know that's unheard of in some circles, but they ran its course. They've made you millions and millions and millions of dollars. They're not interesting. They're not funny, and they're trying too hard to make these little clever slogans on billboards. Chick-fil-A cows are washed.
That's not controversial. I don't think people care about
people
the cows.
love them.
Do people love the cows?
Yeah,
the cows have
man.
been a thing for a long time.
Don't get me wrong, love Chick-fil-A. Who doesn't? But come on. Come on.
Are you offended by this? I have no problem with the Chick-fil-A cows.
They're not good anymore. Maybe that's why you're not offended.
I never even think about the cows whenever I go to Chick-fil-A.
They were awesome. They made a big. I still have a Chick-fil-A
Eat more
cow
chicken.
somewhere. See, now that was awesome.
And they couldn't spell?
Yeah, that was awesome. And they're standing on each other's back and all that. They have a paintbrush. It was awesome. But maybe do a new twist. Do something. I mean, it's enough of that stuff.
Do something, bro.
Do something, bro.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I'm doing something that I don't know why, but I'm going to enjoy it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm keeping score of who breaks the news when the Texans sign players. There seems to be I think
it's a great idea.
Who gets it first?
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to keep a scoreboard during free agency. Right now, the score is 1-1. Ian Rappaport has 1 point.
One breaking news
for the Dalton Schultz, and DJ Bieneme has 1 point for Kayemi Fairbairn. It's based on, by the way, whoever tweets it first. I'm not gonna do anything, and I know that sometimes that's a slippery slope, but whoever tweets it first gets the credit.
They should.
So that is what I'm going to do right now. It is 1-1. Ian Rappaport 1, DJ Bieneme 1.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. I'm with you 100%.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Figgy, you're going to love this one. I honestly think this is not, I truly, in my heart of hearts, believe Landry needs to travel a little more, man. You need to watch more documentaries. You need to travel the world a little more. You need to understand other cultures a little more.
Oh, God.
So
Are
we're
you
in the
talking about
elevator.
Larry David yesterday?
No. So we're in the
That was
elevator.
definitely Larry David.
We're in the elevator yesterday. That was a Larry David moment, Figgy. All right? It's just Landry and me and another man.
This was bad. No, this was bad. But you do got to admit, you can tell your story, but I need you to clarify something.
Okay. I don't think there's a lot to clarify.
Nah, there's a little bit to clarify.
So there's a man of color in the elevator with us.
Okay.
Okay?
A man of color?
He was a man of color.
Okay, but when people think man of color, they think black dude.
He was brown. Light
okay.
brown.
Yeah.
Light
Let's
brown.
say man of color.
All right?
Minority.
A minority. That's better.
Okay.
On the phone, Figgy. And he's saying something.
He's having a full-out conversation.
A big, full, loud conversation in another language. Landry turns to me, palms up, and goes, what's he saying? What's he saying? Dude was speaking Hindi. He was Indian. And Landry wanted me to translate. I said, hell if I know. He goes, what's he saying? What's he saying? I goes, borderline. If it was on the air, it would have been a slime ball nominee for sure. But it was borderline slime ball, whether it's on the air or not. He's like, what's he saying? What's he saying? Because he was a very animated conversation. And I'm like, why are you asking me, man?
So is that a race card?
That's a race card and a slime ball and whatever else you want to throw on top of that.
Now, let's be honest about this, though.
Race card!
Let's be honest about this, though. Let's give full transparency. You and I were in the back of the elevator.
Yeah.
And the guy just walked right in and he had his back turned to us.
And he was talking.
Yeah, he was talking.
Yeah.
So from behind, he just looked like a brown dude. I don't know Spanish. I know
Correct.
I can speak a little bit of Spanglish.
Yeah.
And he was speaking, so I was just like, hey, what's going on here with the conversation? Now, when I got the side view and I got the full view, I realized that I was a little off there.
A little bit.
Yeah, I realized I was a little bit off.
But we could hear what he was saying,
Yes.
and it sure as hell wasn't Spanish.
Yeah.
I wasn't listening close. I just knew it wasn't English.
It was Hindi.
I just knew it wasn't You sure?
It was Hindi.
You sure?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, it was Hindi.
You're positive.
Positive.
That's your final answer.
Final answer.
What floor was he on?
I don't remember.
I want to go ask him.
Go ask him. Well, I want you to go ask
Was it Hindi?
Yeah.
Okay. There you go.
Go ask him.
Yeah, that was funny.
What's he speaking? What's he saying?
What's the deal? What's
What the
going
hell
on
are you
here?
looking at
What's
me
the
for?
conversation?
What the hell are you looking at me
What's
for?
the convo? Man, it seems like I am a magnet for phone conversations in the elevator.
Yeah.
A magnet.
Mm-hmm.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I saw what happened with the Buffalo Bills yesterday, and I thought about the future of the Texans once they get good. This was Ian Rappaport with that report.
The Buffalo Bills were over the cap by a lot, by tens of millions of dollars, about $40 million, a little more over the cap. Still working to get there, but they had to make the kind of painful decisions that very good teams with a lot of high-priced good players have to make eventually. If you want to keep this going, if you want to remain in the playoffs, you want to do it with a quarterback that's getting paid a lot of money, you got to make some tough choices and cut some respected veterans.
Okay. Yes.
All I think about now is what's it going to be like 3 years from now when the Texans are having to make these types of decisions.
It's going to be fine. They're going to have 2 Super Bowl appearances under their belt.
But it also does feel kind of a long ways away.
Yeah.
And that was another thing that I kind of thought about is, man, the Bills, I don't want to say it seems all for nothing, but you look at this core that they're having to get rid of. Under 20 seconds, they couldn't stop the Chiefs from sending it to overtime.
Mm-hmm.
And then they missed the field goal this year. I mean, there was just so many opportunities to where the Chiefs just broke their heart and they weren't able to capitalize on it.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm a little bit worried about that down the road, but I do have confidence in Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans, and I will be feeling a lot better if they get a Super Bowl or 2 under their belt before they have to worry about these kinds of decisions.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So you mentioned the Bills. The safety market is ridiculous right now. We've talked about that. My confession, and maybe you disagree with one of these, no thank you on Tre'Davious White and Jordan Poyer. White has had all kinds of injuries. He had an Achilles this year, right? Tre'Davious White. Great players in their time, injury-riddled, bad injuries, on their last legs. I want a safety. I'm really, really wanting Simmons right now. But Tre'Davious White and Jordan Poyer, I don't think I want them.
I feel bad for Tre'Davious, man.
Yeah.
The injuries, they caught up to him.
An Achilles.
Not even necessarily.
I think it was an Achilles.
Yeah, he had an Achilles. He had an ACL before that, I think.
And Poyer has not exactly been the picture of health either.
No, Poyer is a declining player.
Yeah.
My only thing with that would be they're old, but if we're gonna look at declining, like how much do they look at Jalen Petrie's clear decline last year? Do they just look at it as it's young?
Yeah.
Or do they look at him as a declining player too, and maybe they try to compare him to these other declines going on?
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm really confused by this this talk about the market when it comes to the safety and the running back, and people saying they don't want to pay a lot for a safety when the safety price has already dropped along with the running back. I feel like I thought it was just a running back thing, but now I feel like it's turning into a safety thing.
Yeah.
Is there am I missing something here?
No, you're not. And this is like smart shopping. You talked about the great deal your wife got on baby formula earlier because she did some smart shopping. And I think that's a big factor, if I'm being honest, kind of a mini confession within a confession. When I look at Christian Wilkins, I think at some level you're going to be overpaying for what you're going to get out of him. At safety and at running back, you're going to be underpaying for what you're going to get out of him. And maybe it makes me more biased against Christian Wilkins. In fact, I think it does. But that's why I agree with you.
Coming up, the Texans, they were an A topic on first take today in all the national shows. We'll tell you why next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, so the Texans, they got to figure some stuff out. Yesterday, they had Dalton Schultz making a national appearance on Pat McAfee. He seemed like one of the Must be a slow news day. Guest bookings, to be honest. Dalton Schultz signs a contract. Hey, let's get him on. Let's talk about the Texans and the Cowboys. And I'll be damned if turn on the TV, go on websites, and Dalton Schultz is an A topic around the country because he said this about his former employer, Up 45.
When you get to Houston, is it vastly different than your time in Dallas whenever you're talking about all the off the field? Is it? Is that real?
That was one of the first things that kind of stuck out to me is it feels like much more the focus is just football, you know what I mean? And going back, like, kind of being around the Cowboys, like practice facility and, game day, describing some of the interactions and stuff that you see on a day-to-day basis, like surprise a lot of people. They're like, holy crap, like that actually happens like at a practice facility. And, it's just, you think it's normal. And then you come to a place like this.
Like what? You don't have to out anything, but like, what are you?
No, dude, it's just like there's people literally going on tours while you're lifting in the weight room. And they've got like a one-way mirror for people to like look at. Like it's literally, it's a zoo, dude. Like, there's people tapping on the glass, like trying to get people's attention as they're doing, power cleans or whatnot. And it's different. And I mean, that's the brand that they've built. That's, that's what Jerry Jones likes. That's the way that they run things. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just, you don't realize like how many, eyeballs and how much that can maybe, distract from, stuff just in the locker room, being in the facility until you go somewhere else and you're like, holy crap, like, dude, there's none of that. I think that was one of the things that kind of scared me about like leaving Dallas the most is like, I wasn't sure what another organization would kind of feel like. And dude, I got here and it was like, this place is a well-oiled machine.
Yeah. So this has been kind of run with. I think there's some Cowboy fans from looking at mentions that are kind of like, yeah, no kidding, that's been our problem. And then there's some that will, defend the Cowboys. It's been a little bit of a back and forth. The zoo comment, I think it was actually more literal than it's getting credit for. Like figuratively, when you say zoo, you literally go to their facility, you pay for a tour, and you take the tour while they're practicing or working out, and you walk through that tour, and you literally see them working out.
Yeah.
So it's the term zoo is actual, like it's more literal than figurative, the way that he was talking about it. But that's not the world we live in. And now Dalton Schultz is, he's catching some of the wrath. He's also catching some of the praise.
Yeah. Anytime you mention the Dallas Cowboys, you're going to be the A topic at some level. So there's that factor too. But boy, you're right on that because he was saying like that particular thing is like a zoo. They were tapping on the glass, and like we were the animals. So it's overblown on that respect. But if you kind of listen to the whole thing, he did say, "Boy, it was wild up there." He indicated a lot of different things. That it was a different world in Jerry World, and at the Star and all that. So it's not like he didn't say it's pretty wild, but he didn't say it's a zoo. It's different. One thing that I think we're kind of missing here, which is like never ever would have thought this would happen a couple of years ago. He called the Texans organization a well-oiled machine.
Does that surprise you?
Not me, because we've been close. We've seen the change.
Yeah.
But like this organization was just being.
Yeah, it was a joke.
It was a joke. It was being dragged through the mud.
It was a joke.
So that's really cool.
Made it a joke, and they got the right coach, they got the right quarterback, and it's different. Like at the snap of a finger, it can change.
Yeah.
Now, they obviously had to go through the mud for a couple of years and clean up the mess, but
it's just cool. Like so fast, you got a veteran like that. This place is a well-oiled machine. I'm like, that's pretty cool. That's pretty dang impressive that they've made that turnaround that quick.
They had those ratings,
and they were
B+ or something.
7th overall grade, something like that. Yeah, a B+ from ownership, I think, is what it was. That's impressive. That's good.
It's just kind of funny though. Of all people, Dalton Schultz is getting
like he's the most likable kind of like whatever. Chill. I'll just do my job. Yeah, just chill. And all of a sudden, Dalton Schultz says Cowboys are a zoo. I mean, it's not like it's Antonio Brown out there tweeting stuff that's bizarre. He just was trying to talk about something specific.
And then there's Cowboys reporters.
Oh yeah,
defending Dallas, and then people are arguing with, like, obviously the Cowboys have a better brand. Like, is anyone gonna argue that?
Mm-hmm. No,
that's not
like if I were, producing a national talk show at least twice a week. I'd say, all right, what do we got about the Cowboys? Because they're a hit.
The other thing about it though is, do you think, like, let's say Cal and Hannah got it to the point where it is a national brand, like the Cowboys, like giving tours during practice? I don't think they would.
I don't either. No.
I think D'Amico could call the shots. Quite frankly, I think if you asked Mike McCarthy, do you want this to happen, and he had the power to say no, he would do it. I think that they give him the power. But I mean, you're talking about next level marketing and next level with Jerry Jones. Like, literally Jerry Jones, and I don't know how this is, he honestly doesn't care what you say about him. Like, it's not.
No,
it's
we've
actually
talked about that,
it's actually one of the most fascinating things that I've.
You can
that
call
I've
him
ever
anything you want. He's the king of spell the name right.
No, I think he's the only example of spell the name right.
Like,
I haven't seen any billionaire, any egomaniac that literally does not care what you say about him. He does not care.
Like, legitimately.
Like some people will say it.
I don't care when they kind of do.
He does not care at all.
Yeah.
Like, at all.
Yeah. And look what it's got him. And that's why he doesn't care. You can call him any name in the book. Anything.
You should have heard the way that the OG Randy Galloway used to talk about it. Like, I'm just Jerry. Like, that's where the term football idiot comes from. Jerry Jones is a football idiot. He's ruining his team. Yada 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 yada. Blah blah blah. That's 30 years of it. Like, if you ever look at when they made the Herschel Walker trade, this is one of Galloway's back clips. He's like, "And football's officially dead here in Dallas." Like, that's his thing. Like, he's like been crapping on him, like the #1 columnist, all that.
Yeah.
Dude, when you walk into a room with Jerry Jones and Galloway's kissing him on the cheek.
Yeah, they're buddies.
Jerry's like kissing him on the cheek. He literally does not care.
Yeah, they're boys. Like, he's helping Jerry Jones. And if only more people realize that. No, I'm serious. Like, I'm trying to think of a good recent example that people, it might be like, oh, it's a really bad thing. No, man.
Maury?
No, it's a good thing. It's a good thing for you.
In his instance, like with that brand, it's wild. It's just, at what point do you draw the line?
Yeah. No, but I mean, like, it's a really, like, all these people, this is not a great example, but it's the first one that popped in my mind. All these people criticizing, like, Caitlin Clark and Peter Maravich like I did. That's a great thing for Caitlin Clark. Like, that's awesome.
You don't think she cares, right?
Well, I don't know if she does or not. But what I'm saying is, you're talking about her and she's on the national stage. And that's great. Like, it's hard for people to fathom, but it is. It really is.
Not always, though.
Almost always.
Not always.
Almost always.
Okay, well, we've seen the Texans. Mm-hmm. There's been some times where they probably just didn't.
Well, sure.
Yeah.
Well, sure. But I'm talking about more like brand.
Yeah, like truth or like a true opinion.
Yeah.
Like misreported fact, I don't think is great.
Correct. Yeah.
But, yeah, he is the ultimate example of that. Dalton Schultz, I think it's hilarious how Dalton Schultz found himself in the middle of that. And that's not the first shot he's kind of taken. He kind of took a shot at the coaching staff when he was with us, when he was talking about Slowick, and said, man, I wish I would have had this my whole career.
Yeah. Like, I actually think, and you disagree with me on this, but I actually think, because when you read between the lines of what we just heard and then the Slowick thing, I just don't think Dallas was his thing, man. It wasn't his vibe. It wasn't his thing. And so he was just glad that he's seen the other side.
The other side.
The Texan side.
But he would have stayed in Dallas at the snap of a finger. That's the other thing that I think.
But I think it just kind of was.
But did he like those bright lights, though?
Yes,
the tours and all. Did he like that?
I don't think he had a problem with it. That's the other thing. Like, I don't think he's necessarily crapping on it. They didn't want him. They got a better tight end than the Texans.
No, I think
they moved on from him. They got a Pro Bowler.
I mean, you're right, but I think.
But it sounded like he had some type of issue.
Yeah, he had feelings that
a little
were
more laid back here.
Yeah, he's laid back, but I don't think he would have ever wanted to leave Dallas had they wanted him.
Well, he wouldn't have left because he was familiar, and as he said there, I didn't know what else it was like.
Yeah.
But
The
fact
like he was saying it's so laid back here compared to there. I like it here.
Just how different. Oh, he likes it here for sure.
Yeah.
But he had no choice but to like it.
Mm-hmm. But then
because they didn't want him.
But he likes it enough to want to resign, and not test the market.
Yeah.
Where
I just don't think he was saying anything bad. I don't think he was trying to take a shot.
No, I don't
like
either.
In this instance, I think there's certain situations where there will be athletes that will say stuff because they're trying to poke the bear. I don't think he was doing that.
Mm-hmm. No, I don't either.
And I also don't think he was trying to say that this is the way that you're supposed to do it. I think he was just saying it's different.
And I don't think, but yes,
and they two different vibes.
But it was different. He would have stayed there. All those things you're saying are right. But I don't think it was his apprentice environment. He didn't, because he's still talking about it. But he would have stayed there if they'd have paid him. But I don't think it was like, it's kind of like when you're in a place and you're like, okay, I'll go with you and it's fun, kind of, but I'd rather be in a different, you know what I'm saying? In a different environment.
I feel like you would like that environment more than this environment.
I
feel like if you were lifting weights, you'd like people tapping on the glass, waving to you.
What are you saying, Landry?
I'm just saying. I mean, you're wearing a hat with your own face on it.
It's called branding.
Yeah, exactly.
Spell the name right.
So are the Cowboys.
Spell the name
That's
right.
what I'm saying. I feel like Lopez would like to be doing some power cleans in there. 10 on each side.
With the OG Sauce shirt.
Yeah.
With the arms ripped off.
Yeah. They wave in there. He's like,
bite me
pointing
shirt.
to the OG sauce.
And the OG sauce hat.
Yeah. I could see you
Get
liking
my
that.
good side.
Yeah. You say that as if that's a bad thing.
Get them weights in, man.
That's not a bad thing.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Some people like it.
Yeah.
Nice little brand
and
going on.
some people, it's not their vibe. That's all I'm saying with him.
Do you think it's Schultz's vibe?
It's whose vibe?
What do you think is Schultz's vibe?
I think this.
I think he can fit into anything.
Because didn't he say, I heard it, and I'm trying to remember exactly. He said, it's not like college, but it's just football, I think that's what he wants. I just want to go do my job. I just want to do it, go home, play video games till, 4 a.m, and then do it again the next day. Which, by the way, he does.
Coming up next, let's go around the NFL. Texans love defensive lineman visits the Texans, and a lot of cuts around the NFL. What the heck do they have to do with the Texans? Round the league coming up next.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Blake Cashman getting some national love. This was Mina Kimes talking about her under-the-radar free agent. She brought up number 53 for your Houston Texans.
As I was watching Houston, increasingly I was like, yo, who's 53? I was just like, damn, he's really good. He's a really good tackler. And he would make plays in coverage. There was a game mid-season where he had like 19 tackles, which is crazy. He played Mike Will, Sam. He did it all, and it was just such an obviously good fit for the D'Amico Ryans defense and what they ask of their off-ball, what he asks of off-ball linebackers. And you have to kind of put it in context. But of all linebackers who played over 200 coverage snaps, Fred Warner obviously allowed the lowest. Cashman came at fourth lowest in the NFL as the nearest defender. So he was very good this season. And I feel like he's an ascending player. Maybe Houston wants him back. We'll see. But that's somebody that I would have an eye on if I was a team that needs a linebacker.
All right, there you go. So there's the national attention of Blake Cashman. It will be interesting to see what the market looks like. I anticipate they would like to keep him, even at a relatively high price. But that's the most intriguing guy left for me. I feel like I have a clearer picture of what the other guys, whether it's what the market's going to be for Gennard, Rankins, the other guys, Singletary. But the Cashman thing could go either way. You and I you think he might be able to break bread. I think it might be a little bit more of a bargain than we think. But I don't have like a full, strong grasp, and my grasp has been wrong before, but I feel like it could go a number of ways with Blake Cashman.
I would say, like, the Texans in terms of free agency, there's not a lot of guys. In fact, there's no one that's a gotta have him back. Dalton Schultz wasn't a gotta have him back. Kaimi Fairbairn wasn't a gotta have him back. But I think Blake Cashman might be the closest thing to that. Like, he's not a you got to have this guy back, but I think he might be the closest one because of what he does in coverage, the improvement he showed under D'Amico's, and Matt Burke's defense. So I would say that's why the Texans should probably maybe they would be willing. Certainly he's
the kind of guy I would not be upset about overpaying.
Yeah. He's not a gotta have him back, but he's close. He's in the neighborhood.
Steven Nelson on his Instagram, and I saw
not a gotta have him back guy.
An aggregator put this up. Steven Nelson's Instagram, and I'm just going to look at what all he's entertaining.
Mm-hmm.
He put a picture. All right. Let's just go through this story real quick, okay? All right. Let's just go through this. All right.
This is Steven Nelson.
He has a picture of his podcast up. We're hitting it today. Shout out to Pittsburgh. He has like a Pittsburgh baseball jersey on. Then he's showing comments, talking about the Steelers. So I guess someone told him secondary haven't been elite since you, Joe, and Hilton left. Okay. Someone else said, loved you in KC. I know you weren't hyped on some of it, but us fans respected your game and what you brought. So he's putting up these praises. Mm-hmm. Letting you and Hilton go was a major mistake. Set the secondary back for years. Talking about the Steelers.
Yeah.
Then he has
love me.
Then he has a picture of him on PFF with Arizona Cardinals and Tennessee Titans as potential suitors. I would love for him to be a Tennessee Titan, by the way.
Yeah.
Then he has a highlight tape with the accompanied analysis of been doing this ish for a while, if we being honest.
What is he getting recruited? Putting his highlight tape up there? Central Michigan's interested. I think I'm with you.
I mean, he did good, but at this point, man,
you can move on. He's not a gotta have.
At the veteran corner, I think you can get a better player, and I think you can get a better.
Yes,
I think you can get better mindset at this point.
Yeah. No, I wish him the best. I hope he gets paid. I feel like the Texans need an upgrade there, or can certainly replace what they got out of it.
No doubt. The Texans visited with defensive lineman, former Jags defensive tackle Foley Fatukasi. He visited yesterday with the Texans. This is from Mike Garafolo.
Okay. I mean, I don't.
Damn, disrespect.
No, we're talking about Sheldon Rankins. We're talking about. I know there's different roles, but I mean, maybe even Christian Wilkins, Fatukasi, decent. I think you can do better.
I mean, he's a guy, man.
He's a guy. Yeah. So you're with me.
So you're not down with the Fatukasi?
Not down with the Fatukasi.
Fatukasi.
Yeah. Bless you.
The Bills released a lot of players. This was Ian Rappaport talking about what happened yesterday in Buffalo.
The Buffalo Bills were over the cap by a lot, by tens of millions of dollars, about $40 million, a little more over the cap. Still working to get there, but they had to make the kind of painful decisions that very good teams with a lot of high-priced good players have to make eventually. If you want to keep this going, if you want to remain in the playoffs, you want to do it with a quarterback that's getting paid a lot of money, you got to make cuts from respected veterans.
They're inching toward the worst place you can be as an NFL team. You have a really good quarterback, and you can't do a whole lot else because of what you're paying that quarterback.
I mean, they've released Tre'Davious White, they've released Jordan Poyer, they've released Mitch Morse, they released Deontay Hardy, Saron Neal, and they released Nyheim Hines. The Tre'Davious White thing's interesting. Like, is he good to go? He has a torn Achilles. Is he good to go?
I wouldn't want him.
I mean, the crazy thing is you're not asking these veterans to hold it down too much. You're asking them to just be ball hogs.
Be a number two?
Yeah, be a number two, man. You still get a young guy.
I don't care if you're Aaron Rodgers. That Achilles is interesting. It takes a while.
Hey, man. Technology's going crazy.
By the way, was Aaron Rodgers back in 12 weeks, like you said, or whatever it was?
He was if you listen to the Jets, he apparently looked like freaking Joe Montana in his prime in practice.
But I didn't see him play.
No, I didn't play.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what happens with Tre'Davious White. He was a hell of a player before those injuries caught up to him. Justin Simmons released from the Broncos. This was him on C.J. Stroud last year in anticipation of the Texans matchup with Denver.
The number one thing that comes to mind is poise. When you watch him on film, he's been in a lot of tough situations. Game-winning drives, and he's put up big numbers. But I think it's the poise for me, go in and execute when he needs to. The number one thing that comes to mind, there's multiple cases of this, but they played the Bengals, and he throws almost like a pick six, and the next drive he comes out there and it's not even affecting him. That could be challenging for a young quarterback or any player in general, to give up a play like that and then to come back and finish out the game.
That's a guy that I'm really, really hoping the Texans can somehow figure out a way, and they can, but do they want to?
Yeah, and it's not about how does he fit with the other two.
Come on.
One of them's going to have to take a step back. Yeah. Whether they think he gels better with Petri or Ward, if that means making Ward a nickelback, so be it. If that means making Petri more of like a situational player / reserve, so be it. But if they like Justin Simmons, bring his ass.
He's in. Yeah.
Most interceptions in the NFL since he arrived. NFL draft exactly 7 weeks from today. Free agency less than a week away. Jason Kelce, he had his retirement. We all remember this part of his retirement speech in which he described the private parts of big what, Nick Foles?
I won't forget Nick Foles having the game of his life on the biggest stage possible. And the biggest on the team going up to Doug Peterson and asking for the Philly special.
All right. Apparently, he asked Nick Foles, because Nick Foles is kind of like one of those real straight-edge dudes. Apparently, he asked Nick Foles for permission to make this joke. Cast.
I think that any other retirement speech, past or present, will ever mention a teammate's, how should we put this?
Schlong.
Hammer.
Sausage. I mean, I hope not. I hope it doesn't become like commonplace that everybody's just referencing.
It's like, all right, who's got the biggest? How can I thank him?
I text Nick to make sure he was okay with it. It's like, yeah, you can tell everybody it. But the surprising one was when he said, I asked Tori, and Tori, his wife, and Tori gave the okay. That was the surprising part. I was like, okay, all right.
Thanks, Tor. Everyone enjoyed it. A lot of people are saying it was their favorite part of it.
It was. It was.
Nick Foles. Hey, honey.
Yeah.
Jason's retiring, and he's going to mention my wiener. Is that okay?
Sure, dear. And I don't care how straight laced you are.
But they were chanting Big D Nick, like in the parade.
Yeah,
so it's not like he just randomly brought it up. That's what they were calling him, Big D Nick.
Yeah, exactly. But I don't care how straight laced you are. I mean, the man's been in locker rooms.
They did a video for him at the end of this episode where they had like a bunch of people talking to him. Like Shaq was on there, JJ was on there, Charles Barkley, a bunch of his former teammates, and Nick Foles like chugged a beer.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it looked like he was about to barf, though. He handled it all right. He's like, I still got it. But, yeah, it was pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Travis Kelce, remember when he was at the zoo in Australia with Taylor Swift?
Mm-hmm.
They talked about that and how there were all those overhead views. This is what Travis Kelce talked about with his brother when he was in Australia with Taylor Swift at the zoo on the New Heights podcast.
Oh, really? The Beatles? Yeah, I went into the FBO.
Yoko Ono.
I'm like the Beatles.
Yoko.
Dude, it's a wild ride. It's a wild ride.
Play that again.
It's a great line.
Dude, it's a wild ride. It's a wild ride. But I will tell you this: Australia. I went into the FBO.
Yoko Ono.
I'm like the Beatles. Dude,
he called him Yoko Ono.
He sure did.
Wow.
Hey, he is in that relationship.
He sure did.
Exactly. Like
But
she ruined the
Yoko
Beatles. They say she ruined the Beatles.
She did.
That's hilarious. Man, these guys are funny. They're starting to grow on me.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
The podcast. I'll tell you this: the best PR that Travis got was his brother's retirement this offseason.
No, it's Travis. I mean, it's Taylor.
No. Because if you look at what happened, he got blackout drunk, sloppy as hell.
Yeah.
At the parade, embarrassed
so.
himself.
Yeah.
He grabbed his coach, and there have been some Taylor's fans. Trust me, I watch TMZ every day.
Yeah.
There's some Taylor fans who think that he should basically just be with her 24/7 on tour, and the likability and the relatability of this was the best thing he can get. I think it actually kind of hit him a little bit
because of Jason.
Yeah, it kind of cancels it out.
Yeah,
just a little bit.
I think Taylor Swift might have had something to do with that.
Here's Travis describing the zoo.
It's a wild ride. It's a wild ride. But I will tell you this: Australia
loved it.
Did not disappoint.
Yeah, I can imagine.
It was amazing over there. I only went to Sydney. The layout was very, I want to say similar to Miami, but it has a lot of intercoastal.
Zoo.
It was the zoo.
Were there just drones above your heads at all? Like, where did this footage come
No, there were full-on helicopters just flying around.
Helicopter?
Yeah, they helicoptered us. Well, not us.
That just seems like how much...
Yeah, this is all because Taylor's the biggest and the best thing. The Australians are pretty rowdy. They like to have a good time.
It also looked like there were a lot of Travis Kelce jerseys among the fans out there in Sydney.
There was a few Taylor fans, so they wanted to show their support.
Have you? How do you feel about your jersey being worn all over the Eras Tour?
It's pretty cool to just have your jersey being worn on a day or
I think it's cool.
At a football game.
I only asked it because it's in this clip. I mean, I don't care.
Right now, I guarantee you there's people out in Philly right now wearing your jersey. Guarantee it.
Well, yeah, I just retired yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I just retired. Of course they are.
How long do you think him and Taylor last?
You know, I didn't think long, but
I think they break up.
It seems.
I think they break up before the season.
Figgy?
I think they last to the end of the year.
I think they're going to last a little bit.
I think they're going to last.
They're going to break up.
Yeah, I think at the start of the season. But I think it'll be cordial.
Yeah.
Because as much as you sit there and say that she benefits from him too.
She does. No, she does. But it's by and large like her.
But there's no one in the world that Taylor Swift could date where she benefits more from them than they do her. Like, is there anyone in the world? Like, is there one person you can name?
No, there's not.
So you take an NFL guy who's very marketable in a face, and his team's good enough to be there, like on the biggest stage. Like this is, I don't know. I'm not going to say this is like the max.
Do you think she's already writing songs about?
No,
Travis. I do.
No. Her songs, by the way.
I do. I think she's already writing songs.
What's up with her songs?
What do you mean what's up with her songs? They're giant.
Do you know that one of the Beef songs is about Katy Perry?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Which one?
Bad Blood. Was it Bad Blood?
Yeah, we got Bad Blood. Yeah, that was about Katy Perry. She was mad at her because Katy Perry stole her backup dancers.
I had no idea.
When they went on tour.
I know that was the reason.
So that was part of it. So they made up that Bad Blood, and they showed Katy Perry. She went to her show a month ago, and I feel like my wife making me watch a TMZ or having it on the rotations helping a lot.
Now it's your wife.
Yeah.
I thought it was you.
No, I mean, me too, but she DVR'd it. It was me if I just caught it. It's part of the nightly routine now.
Yeah.
It's the wind down. But they showed Katy Perry singing Bad Blood, and they're friends now, like they've made up.
Okay.
But the song but that'd be so sick. That song's about you, that hit. But I was listening to one of her other songs the other day, and I'm just like, what is going through her mind?
Taylor Swift, she's enormous.
Yeah, but she's saying some weird crap.
Like
one
what?
of her hits on the radio, I don't know what it was, but like in the third verse or something like that, she talks about having it. Help me out, loopholes. I know we got a lot of Swiftie loopholes, guys and girls. But there's like one verse where she's talking about how she has a dream that her sister-in-law murders her or something like that, and then her sister-in-law's not in the will.
Are you making this up?
This is like a hit that you would hear. Like if you heard the hook.
I probably wouldn't know.
If you heard the hook, you would be like, okay, I've heard this jam, but I actually just decided, okay, I'm going to listen to this. And I was like listening, and it's like she has a dream, her like sister-in-law or something kills her, and then she wasn't in the will, so there's like some sort of like I'm telling you, someone help me, man.
Somebody please help him, because I don't know if I'm buying all this.
Somebody.
I had a dream somebody killed me.
I'm telling you, man, and I was like, what is this sick crap? Someone help me out, please. Tyreek Hill might need some help. So he already has the lawsuit with the, what does she call it, an influencer that broke her leg allegedly in his backyard doing football drills. He claims she tripped over a dog. She claims that he got rough with her. He had the incident on the boat where he ended up getting nearly charged or whatever. That ended up getting dropped. He had his divorce reported. He denied that the divorce had happened. No. Apparently it had happened. And then he had his house burned down. Here's him on the pivot talking about the house burn down situation. And apparently he's mad at Rick Ross, too, because Rick Ross is one of his neighbors. And Rick Ross was just like Instagram living the thing. And he's pretty pissed at him. So here was Tyreek Hill on the pivot.
Bro, what the hell happened? Bro, I was at practice when it happened. Crazy. First of all, I just want to say, Rick Ross, bro, I can't vibe with you now, bro. I can't with you no more, bro. Like, you ain't even come over. You had the audacity to talk to a fireman instead of come text. You got my number, bro. Twitter. Like, after what me and my family went through. You supposed to be the neighborhood hero.
What's going on?
To be honest, bro, like, I was at work, and I still don't got the full story. Like, I'm asking everybody in the house what's going on. Everybody looking at me crazy. You feel me? So going through that feeling right there, though, it was like the worst thing ever, though, because it's like everything that you work hard for. I had, like, my mom, my nephews, my sister. I had everybody living with me. You know what I'm saying? And my wife, she was gone at the moment, and it's like people won't take care of your stuff the same way, you know what I'm saying, you would. And it's like, bro, like, that's the most hurtful feeling ever. Like, I try to, like, be that nice guy where I, like, take care of my family and help them out a little bit. But it's like, dang, bro, like, can you at least take care of the stuff that I work hard for, please?
What is he talking about?
I have no idea.
So the house burned down? And
how does he still
Are you
not
saying they
know?
burned it down?
Yeah, you got to take care of my stuff.
Yeah, what is going on?
I don't know what happened.
And let's be honest, if it's a mistake and you don't want to say anything for insurance purposes, you wouldn't say it like that.
Yeah.
Like, you would just say, we have no idea what happened. It was some sort of accident. But he's calling out his family for the house.
He went from, I'm still not sure what happened, to all the people in my house need to learn how to take care of my stuff. I'm like, okay.
All right, so loopholes have helped me out. I don't sound as stupid. Or, yeah, whatever. Save your jokes for yourself. But it's called Anti-Hero Taylor Swift. Like, listen closely to this and tell me what's going on here. Because I thought her songs were just like, we belong together.
Yeah.
Like all that type of crap. Here you go. Go ahead. It's called Anti-Hero. Yeah, this song. It's on commercials.
Dream my daughter-in-law kills me for the money. She thinks I left them in the will. The family gathers around and reads it, and then someone screams out, she's laughing up at us from hell. It's me. I am the problem. It's me. It's me.
Yeah, that's it. I didn't know. I didn't pay attention to
Damn,
the
she a
lyrics.
little dark, man.
I didn't pay attention.
That's what I'm saying.
I heard this song.
That's what I'm saying.
I heard this song a million times.
Yeah, I didn't hear the lyrics.
Never paid
her
attention
songs
to
are
the
good
lyrics.
enough. I'm not a hater. Like her songs are good enough to where like, hey,
Yeah.
it's me.
Yeah.
And I was like, all right,
Wait,
you know
what
what?
did she just say?
Yeah, we were driving home. We were driving home, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna turn this up and hear what she's working with on here. What the hell is this song about? And like, she killed you, and you're watching her from hell.
Daughter-in-law?
She's watching her from hell.
Would you let your daughter listen to Taylor Swift?
I don't know.
713-572-4610.
Let me know. Goodness gracious. Coming up next, the internet goes nuts. A coach, how did he react when a reporter reportedly called him fat? We'll talk about that and a lot more.
610.
Insider access. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, internet going nuts. We do it every day. 125 here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. Stuff that broke the internet. There was a report a while ago. We remember this. This is one of those, I think, that got picked up by an aggregator, perhaps taken out of context. I'll let the woman speak for herself. Diana Rossini, she was on Pardon My Take. Now we know how Tyler Milner feels about Diana Rossini.
Yeah.
What did he call her? Fine-ass Diana?
Yeah, something like that.
When he sent out the audio with one of the clips. But this was...
I mean, but to be fair, who is he not called? Fine-ass.
Don't know.
Yeah.
Really don't know anybody.
Fine-ass Diana cut one.
But here was Diana Rossini talking about that report about Mike Vrabel getting upset with her saying that perhaps GMs were intimidated by his size.
Mike Vrabel. He called me the day after an aggregator took something I said that basically said Mike Vrabel's too fat to work. That
you didn't
was
say too fat. You said he's a large person. He is.
What I shared on the football podcast on The Athletic was that I had dinner with a GM at the Senior Bowl, and we had conversations about how bizarre this last coaching cycle was, how crazy it was that Belichick and Vrabel didn't have gigs. And I said, why do you think that Mike didn't get a job? He said, I think they needed a change there in Tennessee, but in terms of the next opportunity, I think there's a lot of people who are very intimidated by him. He walks into a room and he's humaning.
Yeah.
And it's a little startling at first. Very normal, right? When I say this to you, right?
These are all facts, by the way, and we love Coach Vrabel.
Hands are the size of your head.
He hit me on the back at the combine a few years ago, and I almost coughed up a lung.
The aggregators took that and changed all of this, the way I said it, so that wasn't great to hear from. He didn't call me after the piece we did on why he got fired, but the piece on him calling him a little fat, he wasn't too happy.
Oh, God. What do you think that phone call's like?
Pissed
off Mike Vrabel?
Well,
I might just be laughing. I'm really bad sometimes when people are mad at just laughing.
He is a very intimidating guy, and the way she put it is perfect.
Power rank the Sports Radio 610 hosts that make you, like, when they're mad, make you laugh the most, to where it's like, man, I can't not laugh.
Seth?
He makes you laugh the most?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know.
He don't make me laugh.
To be fair,
I've
never been on the receiving end of it.
Yeah, okay.
Like if it was me, I'd be terrified.
Okay.
I'm just saying, like, I've seen him,
right.
and I'm not going to try to portray him as some lunatic or whatever. I'm saying, but I've seen him pop off, and I just kind of
Seth.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then.
Yeah, big deal. Okay.
Really?
Yeah. You don't really see him mad that
You don't think
often.
it's funny when Sean's mad?
I haven't seen him a lot. I have seen him mad, but maybe a little bit. I could see where you're coming from on that. I haven't seen too many others that mad, really, to be honest.
The funny Clint mad a couple years ago.
Yeah. What about when Clint was mad about Tyler drinking Old Fashions?
Oh, that was good. But that was kind of like...
He was pissed. No, I think he was mad.
You think he was legit mad?
I think he was legit disgusted.
Which one are you talking about, Figgy?
I'm talking about a couple years ago. He did the show with somebody, and they was talking about the cheating scandal and all that stuff.
Oh, yeah.
You're like, you keep saying the same ish.
Yeah, there's some guys.
You're like, I don't care about your stupid articles.
Vrabel might be a little much.
Yeah.
I got the internet going nuts.
Well, we both have this one, but the Dalton Schultz thing, it's like nuts. Like the definition of why we do this segment. Dalton Schultz minding his own business, happy about a new contract, goes on Pat McAfee, asks some questions, gives some solid, honest answers. A little bit of it gets twisted around. Boom. He's on every show in America. He's on every show in America.
And he's probably just playing video games, not even worried about it.
Yeah, he can't even hear anything. He's got the
chilling.
headphones on.
He's like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
But I will say this. I do like that this is going to be taken and run with, and the Cowboys play the Texans next
This year. Like
Yeah.
a real game.
Yeah, this season.
Yeah, a real game.
In Dallas.
God, what if he gets some booze?
On Thanksgiving.
Give him some booze,
hopefully.
man. Oh, come on. Why you want Thanksgiving so bad?
I think it'd be cool.
Yeah, what were you going to do on Thanksgiving? I forgot. What was it?
Deep fried turkey.
I
in
do
the
it every
parking
year.
lot.
I do it every year. Well, not in the parking lot. I'll say this one more time. I don't think you understand how easy it is to transport the stuff you need.
No, I know. I just
like steaming
burner, pot, it's the turkey.
I'm just imagining you finding a spot in the parking lot.
I would. Let me ask you
Jerry
this.
World, just
let me ask you.
Instead of eating the expensive ass food that's free.
Let me ask you both this: do you think I wouldn't? And I'm not talking about
maybe.
I'm not talking about just to prove a point.
I think you would.
No, I would.
I can see you doing
whether you
that.
brought this up or not.
Oh,
Yeah.
you wouldn't do it to prove a point though, too?
No, I'm saying not because to prove a point. I would do it anyway. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seems like a lot.
I got the internet going
So
nuts.
this is a badass bit. So Jersey Jerry, who he's the guy on Barstool who he hosts Jerry After Dark. And his last challenge, he was the guy who spent 24 hours in a golf simulator, and he couldn't leave until he hit a hole-in-one. So he was in there for literally 24 hours. At times, he had to sleep. He took on his newest challenge the other day. Did y'all see this?
I did.
I seen it.
So he decided that he was going to break Caitlin Clark's scoring record. So the rules for this were he had to break her all-time NCAA scoring record of 3,685 points. He had to hit a minimum of 509 threes and 762 free throws, and then the remaining points could be scored however he chose. So he could still shoot threes or he could shoot layups. And he completed this in 5 hours and 36 minutes, actually. And at the end, he's holding up the 3688 sign right there. This is a funny bit right here.
It's a great bit. I think he'd be able to finish it.
I thought he'd be able to finish it.
Yeah.
They had a highlight tape of him like missing layups. I don't know if it was a bit or not because he was stroking the threes and the free throws. He knew what he was doing.
I'm just saying, I thought he was going to run out of gas.
5 hours, 36 minutes.
And got it done. Good for him.
And he's wearing the Caitlin Clark Iowa. He made it from the logo to end it, too.
Oh, did he? I didn't see that.
Yeah, he made it from the logo to end it.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
This guy's the king of the bit, man.
He is the king of the bit.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, are you ready for the absolute, and keep in mind, I'm talking about Cleveland here, the bleepiest bleep show of all Cleveland bleep shows. Joe Flacco says he's open to a return to Cleveland.
Yeah.
Open to a return to Cleveland.
Yeah.
Dude, it's going to be maybe a half of the first game. If
we want Flacco.
Yes.
If Watson
we
struggles.
Want Flacco.
If Watson struggles, it's going to be.
We want Flacco.
Oh my gosh! I didn't think there was any way.
Deshaun Watson throw another pick six.
Yeah, where's Joe Flacco? He's elite. This is going to be nuts.
It's going to be real nuts.
Mm-hmm.
I got the internet going nuts.
But will it be as nuts as this? July 20th.
Dude, I will buy this.
Jerry World.
Yes.
It's on Netflix. Available on Netflix.
Mm-hmm.
Jake Paul has a new opponent. Now, we've seen him beat up, wash up MMA fighters who aren't boxers. But now Jake Paul will be boxing Iron Mike Tyson. You're going to watch this?
I am going to watch this.
No shame in your game.
Oh, come on. I mean, and we've seen, if you haven't, you need to look it up, the videos of him training or working out or whatever. He is 57 years old and just destroying. He looks as good as ever. It's going to be can't miss stuff. How do you think it's going to play out?
Like, what are they really going to box?
I don't know.
They're not.
Is this going to be a spar or is this going to be a real box?
They're going to put all these stuff in the contracts, no knockouts, no knockdowns, and all that stuff.
Yeah, because I don't – if he's really going to box, I think it could be interesting because he's in way better shape than Mike Tyson at this point.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think he can take that punch.
Yeah, but do you remember and you're a Richard Pryor fan, his bit about when he did an exhibition with Muhammad Ali? He's like, it was all cool, and we had all these rules, and we were just going to play around and spar and jab and all this other stuff. And as soon as the bell rang, I thought, what if this guy has a flashback?
But Jake Paul's a trained boxer.
Yeah, but what if Mike Tyson has a flashback?
No, I'm saying, like, are you going to let him go? Are you going to let him do his thing? I think you got to let him do their thing.
I hope they do. I mean, I hope they do. I think it'd be the most entertaining fight we've seen in a long time if they let it happen.
Yeah, I can't frown upon this. I would love to hike my leg on this. I'm sure there's like some boxing hardos and historians that. I mean, this is right up my alley, man.
Yeah. Yeah, this
is a party event.
This is
a kegger.
Yes.
I don't know what the kids do
if
now.
it's real.
Yeah,
Now they're gonna sell it as real. They were done.
Yeah, but they'll make the rules clear.
They've already done.
I think they just go. Quite honestly, I think like there's been times where Jake Paul has set himself up to where he's probably leaning things in his favor to where he can win because he doesn't want to lose.
Yeah.
Getting your ass knocked out by Mike Tyson ain't going to ruin your credit at all.
No.
It might actually increase it.
He's in the ring with him. Yeah, he's in the ring with him.
Can you imagine just taking a body shot from Mike Tyson?
No, I cannot. I cannot imagine that
Man.
at all.
He's going to try to move around, though, on Tyson.
Oh, for sure.
Tyson's
you think he's
going
to? Yeah. Do you think he's going to try to get to Tyson's body? Try to.
I would hope not. Mike Tyson's pretty short. You kind of want to. He might actually have the reach on him. Paul does.
Everybody has the reach on Tyson.
Yeah,
doesn't help.
Is he going to talk crap about him like he does his other opponents?
No. That is going to happen. That is going to. They've already done the poster.
I don't think so.
No, I do.
I think he's going to show a little bit more respect.
No, I don't.
I think he's in a different headspace, man.
I think Jake Paul, the way that he talks about his other opponent,
branding.
There's no
Selling
way.
tickets.
There's no.
Absolutely.
These tickets are going to sell themselves.
Yeah, and that's going to help.
But he's going to.
They've already done the stare down poster.
I think he's going to show. I think it's just going to show.
He ain't going to disrespect Tyson.
He's going to talk trash.
I don't think he will.
I think he will.
Dude, he's 60.
He's 57. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to disrespect him. I think it's going to be.
And I think it's going to be badass.
I think it's going to be respectful type of stuff.
No way. That doesn't sell tickets.
And Mike Tyson's going to be like, yeah, he's done a great job for boxing.
No way.
Blah, blah, blah.
No way.
I respect him, but I'm actually a real fighter. I'm not one of these washed up MMA guys. They're actually going to fight.
Well, Jake Paul's going to come at him, and Tyson's going to come back at him.
What an absolute crazy thing going on. Zach Brown Band. They're coming to Rodeo. Rodeo's been crazy with the concerts this season.
All the special guesses.
All of them.
Yeah.
Zach Brown Band, caller number 7. You're gonna get to partake in perhaps one of the best concert seasons that we've had at Rodeo with one of the best performers in country music. 713-572-4610. Caller number 7. Going to see Zach Brown at the Rodeo. Coming up next, business is picking up, and there's an opportunity in front of the Texans that we didn't anticipate. Next.
And a little bit of chicken fried. Cold beer on a Friday night. A pair of jeans that fit just.
Amy Fairbairn is coming back. The Texans.
800-462-3333.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
So where's safety on your list now? That market's getting crazy. It was kind of like well, maybe they'll think about it. But now you got Simmons on the market. You got all these safeties on the market. Where is safety leaping up? Because you've been on it since before yesterday.
Yeah.
Where are we at now?
Number 2. Solid number 2.
Number 2.
Yeah, cornerback is up there. Running back is number 1. Wide receivers up there. Running back is number 1. And I think they need to go running back if they can with either Saquon or Josh Jacobs and then Devin Singletary. I'm just thinking about the possibility. And you say safety, I'm thinking Simmons. I'm thinking.
So it's all Simmons?
Well, no. I think if they bring in another safety, whomever it might be, there's going to be some great possibilities there, and the defense is going to get better. Especially Diggs or something like that. They'll get better. But, boy, dream scenario. If you can get Simmons and then, let's say, Saquon and Devin Singletary on offense, and then you can draft a cornerback and you sign another wide receiver, we're going to be in business, man. We're going to be in business.
Yeah, I think that.
Where is it for you? Is it better, lower than 2?
You know how I feel about safety.
Yeah.
They got to do something.
Mm-hmm.
They got to do something. I'm going to be very. I don't want to say the credibility of the organization's on the line. I don't want to be like too dramatic. The way that I would feel, and maybe this is you talk about being scarred, being damaged, all that. You've talked about whatever. What's the word that pissed off the morning show so much that you said?
Epitome.
I might be the epitome of scarred recent Texans fan / media type. If they just run it back with Jalen Petri and Jimmy Ward next season, I'm just going to feel like this is like right kind of guy, tough, smart, dependable type of crap.
Ooh.
Well, I'm serious because
no, I get it.
The thing about it is Jalen Petri,
smart, dependable
that's what
guys.
I would feel like Alfred Blue, Rex Burkhead, Eric Murray, like that. That's the type of vibe that I would feel because even if you bring in someone else with Jalen Petri, you still have Jalen Petri making nothing for the next 2 years. And I say nothing loosely, but he's still on a rookie contract. So it's not like you have to give up on Jalen Petri. And if Jalen Petri ends up elevating his play to where you feel comfortable with him out there 3 downs a game, then so be it. But with this opportunity, with how much it's going to cost or how little it's going to cost, it just seems like there's a clear opportunity to upgrade safety. I think safety can make your entire defense better.
No, you know how I feel about this. Any loophole who's been listening for any amount of time knows how I feel about this, and I've been very confused by anybody who doesn't feel this way. I'm not saying I'm right, I'm wrong, you're wrong. What I am saying is,
I'm right, you're wrong.
Yeah,
I'm stupid, you're dumb.
I'm not saying that. What I am saying, how badly do you want to win? I mean, it's really a simple question. No, seriously. Like what you're saying, let's say they're running back.
Yeah.
How badly do you really want to win if that's what you do?
I mean, if it works out, then good for them, and it'll be the latest bit of crow that I eat.
Yeah, if you're a lot smarter than we are, good, you should be. But secondly, given what we've seen, and it's not just the safety position. Like if you're thinking, well, we can draft a running back in the 4th round and bring back Devin Singletary, how badly do you want to win? Well, Nico and Tank, I know there's some questions and there's some injury things. I think we're going to stand pretty pat right there and hope that Mechie gets better and Hutchinson gets better. How badly do you want to win?
Let's hear what they said, because we hear Nick Caserio talk about Jalen Petrie.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what they said about Justin Simmons. This is the Broncos statement when they released Justin Simmons. You tell me if this sounds like the kind of guy that maybe the higher-ups with the Texans would like. You ready for this statement?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have to call me sir.
I just say that all the time.
You also say, we'll talk to you later. You did it the other day when I called you on the phone.
All right, we'll talk to you later.
It wasn't a three-way phone call, John. It was just you.
I live in Texas, sir.
Oh, that just like, what is that? Just like brisket, and we'll talk to you later.
Like y'all come back now here.
All right, so here's the statement. Justin Simmons' impact as a Denver Bronco extends far beyond his exceptional play during his 8 seasons with our organization. In addition to growing into, I know like that team captain.
Big fan.
Justin became our perennial Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year, devoted to uplifting others and using his influence for positive change. Whether it was in Denver or his hometown of Stuart, Florida. Where the hell is Stuart, Florida?
Isn't that down in the Miami area? Let me check.
Okay, of Stuart, Florida. Justin inspired and mentored countless youth while providing unwavering support in the community. The hundreds of hours he spent at the Denver Broncos Boys and Girls Club will be much a part of Justin's legacy with the Broncos, as much a part as his leadership, dependability, and many interceptions. Justin will always be a Bronco, and we thank him for the outstanding manner in which he represented our organization on and off the field. Does that not sound like, on top of what we see on the field, does that not sound like D'Amico and Nick Caserio?
How badly do you want to win? By the way, Stuart, yes, down by Fort Lauderdale and Palm Beach.
Fort Lauderdale, what's up? Shout out to Keon Dooling.
There we go. And the other thing that you need to know is that they even did a statement. Like a lot of these guys, like they felt that he was that important, that good a dude, that important to the reputation and the organization that they even did a statement. That tells you a lot.
Telling you, man.
Yeah.
Might be number one now.
No, running back is it, but
running backs. But yeah. I don't even count running back because I think it's
just a matter of who.
I think it's just a no-brainer, right?
And I know this could be interpreted like, okay, well, you're spending someone else's money. First of all, yes, I am.
No kidding.
Yeah, first of all, yes, I am.
You've never worried about that.
Spending other people's money? No.
Yeah.
Never worried about spending other people's money.
Getting back on that jet with Mac for March Madness?
I don't know. We'll see what he says. I'll text him. I'm sure if I ask nicely. I'm not gonna apologize for that.
No, that's okay.
No, but
you like spending that bread, man.
Well, yeah, I mean, especially if it's not mine.
Not my money.
Exactly. So it sounds like, oh, you're spending their money, freely. No. I'll talk about this, and we'll get the boys from the drive-in in just a second. The way I started the show. When would you suggest that they spend money on free agents? If you can't do it now, if you're not going to do it now, when?
So you're focused on when. I'm focused on how.
Well, I'm focused on both, but the whole concept.
Because they're going to.
Well, they're going to spend some. But I'm talking about, quote-unquote, going for it or whatever, cliche bell and all that stuff. Because look at the Bills, look at the Dolphins, look at the Ravens, look at the Chiefs even. Just go down the list of teams that are just having wholesale, they're unloading players because they can't afford it. The Texans can. And they may not after CJ signs his deal in 2 or 3 years. So if you're not going to spend it now, when? think there is an answer. It's
Two-year
now.
plan, man.
It's now. Okay, so spend it now.
But even 1 year deals, it kind of just resets, right?
Exactly.
It just kind of resets. You get it back, right? It
Yeah.
doesn't go, it comes back.
Well, if it's a 1 year deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's what they did with these guys.
Yeah.
A lot of these guys that
Figure it out.
they're trying to re-sign.
Figure it out.
You're just going to have to redo it all of a sudden.
Look at that. Justin Simmons, man. That statement right there.
Mm-hmm.
Sound like Nick Caserio talking about Jalen Petri, except for the guy that actually plays
this one's
well.
really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah, this dude's really, really good.
Man.
Mm-hmm.
Selling me on that safety.
Yeah, big time.
Selling me on that.
And it doesn't have to be him, but boy, if it is. I mean, look, you saw me going through all the what ifs. Like after they signed Dalton Schultz, you got CJ at quarterback. What if you get Saquon at running back? You got Dalton at tight end. You got Nico. You got Tank, and maybe another receiver. Think about of it that way in the defensive side. You got Will Anderson. You got Christian Harris. You got Derek Stingley. You got Justin Simmons. Wait a minute, Justin Simmons. I mean, come on. Yeah. What does that do to the defense?
Makes it better.
Yeah.
It's the name of the game. Make it better. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. We got Clint Stoerner and Ron Hughley arriving in the building.
What up, boys?
What's up, gents?
Hey, it's a hell of a year to be in the market for a running back and a safety, ain't it?
Ooh.
I would say so.
I mean, there's going to be some opportunity. I don't know what the hell the Texans are going to do, but boy, there's going to be some opportunity to bring at least some guys with some high expectations.
Yeah,
in here.
And I feel like Ron has really been on the same wavelength from the very, very beginning. Ron, I just asked the loopholes and Landry and Figgy, if you're not going to spend it now, when the hell are you going to spend it? Like when? So the market, it's like you got really lucky in the draft that C.J. Stroud was there. You got really lucky in free agency. You got a glut of running backs that are affordable, a glut of safeties that are affordable, and other key players like receivers that are very affordable. So anybody who says like, well, no, maybe this and maybe – okay, when's it going to be a better time to spend the money?
It's as if all we've been hearing all the time is, hey, the great thing about having a quarterback on a rookie deal is you can spend you got a chance to really build a team around it until they have gotten here.
Until it gets a nut cutting time.
I don't know. Here's my thing with the safety thing, because now it's opened up.
It's getting real.
Yesterday, even the guys in Seattle and Diggs and Adams, and now Justin Simmons, who is a Pro Bowl level safety. I'm wondering from you too, because I got a feel of where you go on this. Like, are you in the thought of we need to get somebody to replace Petri? Is that where you are? Are you in the because that's where I struggle. I'm with you. Like, if you look at it and you think, like, we could get better at safety. Because right now, you got Jimmy Ward, you got Petri, and I'm sure you can do some things. But, like, if we're talking about these guys that are out, these are Stewart.
Yeah.
Right? You know what I'm saying? These are guys
Easy. We said that was our guy at the gala.
I'm not nothing. I'm just saying MJ Stewart.
MJ's good people.
And Justin Simmons, who we're talking about in a different range. MJ Stewart knows he's probably not starting. Justin Simmons is coming in here thinking, I'm going to start. Like, are you to the point where you're like, we've got to replace Jalen Petri? That's where I am on the safety thing.
I'm at the point where whoever you bring in, they're going to be on the field the whole time. So this, like, how does he fit with both of those guys? I don't give a damn. Maybe Jimmy Ward's more open to playing nickel, because that was kind of something that him and D'Amico went back and forth at last year. Maybe after being banged up, he'll be open to play more nickel. And Jalen Petrie's got 2 years left on his rookie deal. He can still contribute as a football player, but I'm really I don't want to I don't feel comfortable with Jalen Petrie.
And I'm at the spot.
I don't feel comfortable.
I'm at the place where you get a lot better. I don't care what you think of Jalen Petrie. Like, you get a lot better with Simmons here, and then you figure it out.
Yeah, that's fair. Get the players in here.
Yeah.
I just
he can still be here. He's still got 2 years
left.
No,
he can still be here. I just I still believe in that kid.
How much?
Like, I think he can be a player next year. And listen, it was disappointing. He took a step back, but
real quick,
bringing someone to replace him.
B. Scott had a great point.
It's not like Pierce to me.
Analogy, whatever you want to call call it 8.
Yeah, if you put
safeties
Jalen Petrie on that
list of 8 available free agents, where would Jalen Petrie rank?
Yeah, I know right now.
Maybe 7 or 8.
I don't know, especially coming off of his year.
Yeah.
But I don't know, boy. I think I believe in that cat. I mean, the point is made. Hell, get them all in here and we'll figure it out. Like, hell, there were a rash of injuries at that position last year anyway. So I don't know. That one's one to look at.
You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. Clint is deep in thoughts. I'm very intrigued to hear what he has to say about this.
The drive Lockdog.
is
59.
live.
Your time at 59, baby. I didn't want to. I'm long-winded. Hell.
That's so hard for me, man.
What part of it's hard?
Because
I think there. I mean, obviously there was a step in the wrong direction. He backslid. I mean, it was obvious to everybody, whether you're a Texans fan or not. He was standing next to DeMeco Ryans on the sideline in some of the biggest moments late in the season.
You know, man, and but you know me. I'm like, if they say we're going to bring in a Pro Bowl level player at this position, that's probably not going to cost a whole lot.
Yeah.
You know, as much as you would think. I'm not going to be, I'm not going to be one to say, no, man, don't bring in that dude to make this team better. But it does feel like if you're bringing in a Simmons, if you're bringing in a Poyer, like you're taking that dude off. Like it's him, right? It's him that's going to be probably taken off the field as much. And I do think it was a tough first year in the system. And I talked to Andrew Zendeo, the ex-safety in the NFL. We were in Vegas talking about, boy, that first year you're just thinking. You're thinking a lot. And, man, he has been really, really good everywhere. Stafford, at Baylor. His first year here, I just
Look, we've seen him play multiple positions in a year with Lovie Smith. In terms of both safety, we've seen him play a box safety. We've seen him play more of a free safety, kind of a deeper safety. He excelled at both in that system. He comes in with DeMeco, and it's obviously a different system. He struggles. What the root of the struggles were, I don't really know. But I'll tell you this: you watch the kid play. And I think this is a big part of what really rubs Lockdog the wrong way. Justifiably so. He is in the backfield right there. He's done everything but make the tackle. I mean, his instincts are still putting him in position consistently to make plays. Now, he's got to go make those plays. For some reason, he's hesitating. Maybe it's luck. I don't know. Some reason he's hesitating. That could be not knowing the offense. I mean, the defense. It could be struggling with playing. Maybe Lovey had him playing at a one spot. He's better than the other.
He missed tackles with Lovey too.
I can't. And look, they all miss. I mean, Zach Cunningham missed tackles and elsewhere. I mean, he was leading the team in tackles, but he did. I mean, everybody on the defense missed tackles. Christian Harris missed tackles early in the season. I mean, there's just you got good tacklers, and then you got great tacklers. Good tacklers miss a lot of tackles.
Yeah.
The great ones stand out, and we praise those guys. When it boils down to Jalen Petrie, for me, is when I watch him play, the instincts to be around the football, whether he's behind the line of scrimmage and it's a quarterback or a ball carrier, or he's in coverage and he's around his instincts and his knowledge of the game and his ability there, it's putting him in position to make plays. He's just got to make them. I still believe in him. I am a huge believer in instincts, and those just didn't disappear overnight with Jalen Petrie. Here's the other thing, though, Ron, real quick, is I agree with the point of bring in anybody that makes the safety room better. But here's where I'm at. If Tavier Thomas can be on this roster and can be a defensive back on this football team and consistently get run and consistently be viewed as a positive for this defense.
Allow you to cut Des King.
Jalen Petrie is nowhere near not good enough to play in the secondary. Whether it's a box safety, a high safety, a rotational safety, a nickel defender. I don't know how you slice it. That kid will be valuable to this defense. I am not out on him as it pertains to what he can do for the Houston Texans. Now, you bump him up against Simmons, a 30-year-old Pro Bowl safety.
Simmons is playing. Simmons, Poyer,
sure.
they're playing.
Okay, so then you bump him up against, obviously, Jimmy Ward. Now what do you got right there? I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I'm all game on Jimmy Ward in that situation. Yeah. You know, I don't know how you shuffle the safeties in terms of who plays which position better.
Yeah.
But I'm just going to tell you right now, when it comes to being a better football player, I gotta. There's a decision to be made against Jalen Petri, Jimmy Ward. There's damn sure a decision. I don't think it's a decision. I think it's a no-brainer with Tavier Thomas and Jalen Petri. There's a lot of dudes that we saw get a lot of run.
Tavier Thomas is a corner, so that there's
he's not, Ron. No, he's not.
That's what they have him listed.
Absolutely not. He is.
Tyler, he's Pro Football Focus #1 corner.
No, he's a linebacker. He's a linebacker.
He's a linebacker. That's disrespect. Don't take safety from him. He's at least a safety.
No, he's a box player. You don't want to see him in center field. You don't want to see him in center field. No, sir.
He's not even a safety.
He's a box player.
He's a 50 number.
You know when Tavier Thomas is in the game, his ass is going to be in the box. You know exactly where he's going to be.
Well, here. You help me with this, Tyler, the people as well, because maybe this is what is messing my head up. Because in my mind, I almost feel like, all right, if you're bringing in, because the two names that jump to me is Poyer from Buffalo, and then Simmons, flat out a top 5 safety in this league. He's long, unusual, like he's got a crazy skill set. Like he's that's serious. He's the best. He's one of your top 3 defensive players on the field if he comes in here. But if you bring in somebody like that, does that mean in a way that in some way that you're kind of moving past Jalen Petri? Because in my head, that's what I see, and I would be curious of his reaction. Damn.
Yeah.
Well, I got Jimmy Ward. You brought him in as a leader, and you're paying him. That was your top free agent money 2 years ago, and now you just brought in a Pro Bowler, an All-Pro. Where do I fit?
Well,
does that mean you're working past him? Because I'm sure Jeffrey Simmons ain't a 1 year.
If you don't find a place for him to fit,
yeah.
Because I do believe this. I think it's fair to look at Jalen Petri, given what the 2-year sample size that we've seen, and say, man, we love you as a football player.
We got to get better.
But there's no question you got to get better. You got to finish.
Or we got to get better here.
We got to find out who the hell you are. We got to find out where you play best. And we don't want to go 8 or 9 games into this season when we got a chance to go get a guy like Simmons. You don't want to wait 8 or 9 games into the season and figure out, well, we're playing him out of position again, and your ass ends up standing by DeMeco Ryans in critical moments like that. The Texans
cannot defend that.
The Texans can't do that. So
he's in a playoff game standing next to the coach.
Two things can be true though, Ron. Here's the deal: you cannot get sense of phrase, and you can also go get Simmons.
And that I guess that's where my mind is rolling, because I think, like, I know when you go get Saquon Barkley or Josh Jacobs, or you go get Derrick Henry, Damian Pierce is like we
you signed 2 of them.
We have turned the page. You sign any of them, you have turned the page. Now, obviously, more safeties can be on the field at once, but like you do that, Damian Pierce is as a starter, something like he's turned the page, like he's pretty much expendable. In my mind, I'm just I'm wondering. I guess you could do some things like Landry said. Jimmy Ward could now become your nickel corner. I don't know. I love that, and he doesn't love that. He has spoken himself within the loop. I'm a safety. I love having the S next to my name, and I don't know if that's the best thing. He's not as good as Des King, for instance, as a slot corner exclusively. So I don't know. I just the Jalen Petri that safety thing is tough for me, because
well, he made it tough. He made it tough last year with whatever situation. I mean, resulted in, again, I hate to keep beating the dead horse, but I can't get the vision. I never thought. Yeah. I mean, the 2 craziest things last year clearly is Damian Pierce and the way he fell off. But then I remember looking down there from our spot up there, our little perch up there in the press box, and I'm constantly watching the secondary this year coming out. And I look out there, and the last thing I thought I would see with all the injuries, hell, I didn't think I'd see it anyway, but with all the injuries, damn sure I didn't think I would see Jalen Petri in critical moments standing on the sideline. And I thought
Jimmy Ward's not available.
Oh, he's hurt, done.
Not available.
I mean, hell, they had 6 defensive backs on IR at one point in time. Like, I thought that there's no way. And I look down and I'm thinking, where's Petri at? Where's he at? And I look down, he's standing right next to DeMeco Ryans. I guess you can say he's at least keeping a good attitude about it.
They got Houston Carson in there.
That's it. That's it, man.
And Kareem Jackson, who they just brought in.
Yep.
I can't defend
wild,
that,
man.
I can't defend that, but
I will not. This is a hill I'll die on. 2 things. My eyes very rarely deceive me when it comes to this. Like, the instincts are a huge part of being successful at this level. All these guys can play. If you've got instincts, you can separate and you can be great. And we've seen it with him. We've heard it, as you mentioned. We saw it at Baylor. We saw it here for a year.
It's a completely different thing if he just finishes these plays.
Right. That's a whole different conversation. If he finishes 5 plays last year, yeah. and I don't have all of them. One of them was on the goal line. One of them was a sack. But if he just finishes those, it's a whole different conversation. But I cannot get out of my mind DeMeco Ryans talking specifically and being very intentional about mentioning instincts. If you got a defensive-minded head coach that's calling plays, that constantly talks about instincts, and he gets his hands on a player like Jalen Petri, bad as he had, the instincts are blatantly obvious. Yeah. That coach is going to do his damnedest to find a way to get that player on the field. And then you add to it the level of vocal leader that we've seen him be.
All the other stuff, he's everything.
Right. I
can't get that guy. I know this is stupid of me to bring it up. I can't get the guy if we're sitting there, camp, it's Tyreek Hill on the field. Tyreek Hill on the field, everybody on the field, and he baited Tua to end the practice in a pick 6, and it was beautiful. I mean,
right
everything. The instincts, everything you're talking about, thinking about it, and he picks it off and takes it to the house, and you could tell he sat there and thought it through. This wasn't him just out there, just walk. He has thought this thing through.
Quarters coverage, jumped the slant, outran everybody 70-plus yards to the crib.
But he didn't finish that stuff.
He wasn't doing it 4 months later.
He didn't do it enough.
5 months later, he wasn't doing it,
You're
Ron.
right. Like if you're DeMeco, you're Nick Caserio, you got to sit in a room. We got a rash of injuries. We don't have the aforementioned M.J. Stewart. We don't have Eric Murray. We don't have Jimmy Ward. We don't have anybody. But against the Cleveland Browns in a playoff game, I need Houston Carson in there and Kareem Jackson, who's been here for 26 minutes. I got to have him in the game. And then he just got benched the first time they played him because he just clearly just missed coverages against Amari Cooper multiple times in the first game against the Browns. So, I feel like I'm John McClane talking about him who watched him at Baylor forever.
Sorry. It is very, very real. The 2 things that we've mentioned that I think are big in DeMeco's mind, the instincts and the leader. Like, I understand with Will Anderson, you've got a different pillar that you build around now, and that's your leader, and that guy sets the temp in the room, if you will. He's the thermostat in that defensive room. I get that. But you still got to have leaders in every position room. You've got to have leaders and communicators specifically at the linebacker and safety position. And there's no debating or denying what he's capable of doing in that category and the instincts. I got to believe DeMeco. I've never met a coach, offensive or defensive, that had a player on their side of the ball that had those kinds of instincts go, nah, man, we're done with this kid. They may be done with him at a particular safety position because they can upgrade with an all-pro caliber player, with a veteran where he's at a whole different level. But being done with him from within my scheme, there's not a place for you. I don't see that being the case with Jalen Petri in any way, shape, or form. There is a place for the Houston Texans. For Jalen Petri to be a very productive standout player on DeMeco Ryans' defense in Houston. I don't know exactly where that's at. Don't know what that looks like, but that cat can play some football, man.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. I didn't know the Jalen Petri thing was
going to pop.
Send me like that, but yeah, man. He had, as you said, he has put the Texans or himself in position for this to be a conversation. He's put with his play last year. He's put himself in this position and situation, just like Dameon Pierce in a much more dire situation. He's put himself in a situation where like he's on the back burner. So we'll see what they do. But that is that running back free agency class as well as that safety free agency class is a big group of really good football players. All right, as we continue rolling through, we generally, Clint, we try not to be judgmental. Sometimes we are, Tyler and some of his situation with his dogs.
My daughters, you mean?
Clint.
Are they all girls?
Yes, sir.
Clint, way he bathes.
Bitches.
Me and my usage of towels. We try not to be judgmental.
Clint's toes. Fungus.
Another one.
Yellow nails.
No judgment, bro.
I found my fungi nail in the cabinet yesterday.
Butchering words.
I'll judge you for that.
Clint butchering words.
Fungi nail is a cure.
Greg. I mean, we try not to be. But I'm sorry, man. I'm judging. I'm judging Dalton
Judgy McJudgerson.
Dalton Schultz?
That's where you're going with this.
I'm judging Dalton Schultz.
Kid is a freaking baller.
For what? What do you do now?
He just got a new contract. We got good vibes with Dalton.
There's a few things, Dalton, but this was one that really stuck out. He was on Pat McAfee yesterday.
Okay.
And I didn't know that he was that big of a gamer. But apparently he is he is serious. This is Pat asking him.
This ain't gonna go well.
How many hours outside of the season, after the season ends, how many hours he's playing the damn video games?
Dude, okay, so when the season ended and we got done with the exit interviews, I woke up at like 7:30 in the morning just because, I'm still on the in-season schedule. And I didn't get off the game until 3:30 in the morning.
Damn.
So I went from 7:30 to 3:30, straight. Got DoorDash.
No breaks. Where'd you pee?
Dude, it was...
Yeah, where'd you go?
Right down the hall. Come on now.
Oh, so you get up to go pee and dump.
This ain't the old school World of Warcraft days, dude.
You're judging him for that?
You do the math. That's 20 hours.
That's ridiculous.
Why is that ridiculous?
That's a grown-ass man.
It's a grown-ass man who's doing his job good enough to where he just got a contract extension. Go game your ass off, bro.
I'm judging him. That's ridiculous.
I'm up till 3:30 sometimes playing on the sticks.
Yeah. We're judging you too.
Why?
It's ridiculous. At least you're not this bad. 7:30 a.m.
Okay, yeah, I've never gone that long gaming.
3:30?
I don't consider myself that level of gamer.
That's as long as we're on the radio.
Like, how many times do you think his wife walked past there and just said?
She plays with him. They play.
they got it
play
together.
Fortnite together.
I can't relate. I can't relate.
You usually are.
7:30.
I can't relate.
Nah, I'm
man.
with you. Come 7:30 to 3 a.m.
You got no right to judge this man for his gaming hours.
It's a joke.
He takes care of the business in his life. He has 20 hours laying around and he wants to use it on a game.
I'm not saying that he don't take care of business. That's ridiculous. Has anyone in the audience listening done this? Has anyone?
Hell yeah!
No,
I guarantee you, Tyler's done it within the last year.
I might be up late, but
you may not be 20 hours, but you can't tell me that you hadn't gotten up one morning, hung over, and got on your little Xbox or your little PlayStation or whatever it is, and didn't realize it was midnight, and you've been on that thing for 10, 12 hours. 20
of the 24 hours.
Well, man, that's what I'm saying, man. I don't know if he can touch.
Day?
I don't know if he can touch 20. I mean, you've got to be. You got to be deep into something.
No, I can't go that long, man.
20 hours.
I think the most I've ever gamed is like 3 hours.
Like you're a gamer. You're the gamer here.
Kind
of. I know we got to go. You think this is the same game for 20 straight hours he was playing?
Yeah.
Yes.
One of these story mode games or something?
One of them sandbox games where there's no ending?
No, seriously.
I knew this was going to piss Clint off. He hates video games.
No, I mean,
I think they're the devil.
I think
I think they're the devil. I absolutely. I believe there are several levels of devil. This is one of them.
So this is where you face the boss.
Video
games are the devil.
Coming up.
How many levels? Like as many levels as Pac-Man?
Well, I mean,
during the break, we'll be discussing video games is the devil. Coming up, we will get you ready for what your chance could be in the 3 and 5 o'clock hours, and the number one sports story happening right now. The announcement has been made. We'll discuss that next.
All right, March is one lucky month.
Find your groove. Check them all out on the Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness. Get that big fitness energy. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
People up here, some people are a little upset. It's a little 50-50. Ron, don't be judging my guy Dalton. I'm not a millionaire, and I still game about over 2,000 hours annually. It would absolutely do a 20-hour session.
Look at that.
I could.
My God.
Leave that man alone.
My God. I don't know. No, I'm not leaving anybody alone. No. It's 2,000 hours? Is that what he said?
Yeah, 2,000.
2,000 hours.
I mean, it sounds like he's taking care of everything
math.
else.
Do the math. 2,000 hours in a year. How many days we got in a year?
365.
How many hours is that a day?
24.
No, not in a day. How many hours? 2,000 total hours in 365 days. How many hours is that a day?
You want how many hours there are in a year?
No, I want to know 2,000 hours divided by 365. I want to know what that is.
Get that.
It's damn near 6. It's over 5 hours a day. It's over 5 hours a day you're playing video. I don't know who the texter is. 5 hours a day.
Almost 5.5.
5.5 hours a day you are gaming. And I'm going to guess you didn't just sign a 3-year, $12 million deal. So you're not accumulating a lot of those hours in the offseason.
He got 23.
He might be making those millions through gaming. That's a big industry now.
He hadn't even signed that damn contract yet.
Right. I mean,
not Schultz.
Let me tell y'all something. Ain't nobody texting in this game talking about I gain 2,000 hours a year.
Annually.
They're going to lead with, hey, I make a damn living gaming. That's what I do.
That's fair.
They ain't counting hours. Come
fair.
on, man. 5.5 hours a day playing video games. There has got – and I'm not
Somebody texted and said it's 38 hours a week.
Come on, man. What are we – you got to be kidding me.
I think this is the one subject that I see consistently frustrate you.
It's disgusting, man.
No, but I'm serious. I want to say just this generation because there's some fools in our generation that have done this and will do this. All right, and the generations back there sit around there, and it might have been a Game Boy or something, but they would sit back there playing that sucker. Somebody will sit there couldn't beat Sonic the Hedgehog and just go sit there and keep playing it over and over again. But I just for me, I can't think of anything like the closest thing that I have done is sit on my ass on a Thursday or Friday in the opening of the NCAA tournament and watch the games from 11 till 10. But there's even an hour plus break in between that, and I did a little something else. But man, this man went from 7:30 a.m. to 3:30 p. or 7:30 a.m. to 3:30 a.m. Now that's crazy as all get out.
Man, I can't.
That he could do it.
I'm off of Dalton, and I'm on this texter. 2,000 hours in 365.
I used to
you can't tell me, Ron. You can't. I mean, look, and you can't tell me that there's not a part of your world and your life that needs a little bit of work. I get mad because there's probably 3 nights a week where I get home and I put that baby to bed and I sit there and watch an hour and a half, 2 hours worth of shows. And I'm like, I could use that 2 hours I can better myself some. I can catch up. I can get ahead. I can get some things. I can read a damn self-help book. And then I get 5.5 hours a day on a video game.
Yeah, our boss, Parkport, we came through talk. He said, maybe not 20 straight, but it's like I've rolled out of bed 10 to midnight, 10 a.m. to midnight with the fellas. Had a couple of breaks in between there.
Look, the problem is
You think how many times, Todd, you think he checked up and said, well, maybe I should get off.
Park?
No.
Dalton?
Maybe I should
Not
get
one
off
time.
here. Maybe I should
Not
get up
one
here
time.
and see what's going on with the fam.
Not one time. Not one time. Not at all. It's wild. Because here's the deal. That's the reason I don't play video games is because this would be very possible if I were playing video games. This is what
you
I
can
would
see
do.
yourself getting
Absolutely. I'm addicted. I got an addict. Like whether it's competing in a sports game and getting mad, throwing remotes, being mad at people, trying to play again, or it's a game that's got levels and stages to it, and I'm trying to conquer it, and I lose track of time. And next thing you know, I've been on that thing for 7-8 hours. I did that for about 3 months of my life when I was a kid.
Happens to me, man, in season mode.
And I was just like, there ain't no way. I can't keep up with school. I can't keep up with work. I can't get a little bit of sleep every now and then.
What was he doing during COVID?
Oh, hell.
He was probably letting it just go.
Man, the question is, how do you, Tyler? Like when you stay up, you said you stay. Like when you wake up late the next day.
Mm-hmm.
Does it ever creep in your mind? Like, man, what did I do that for? Like I could have got up and got some things done this morning. I could have done this or that, or I could have.
To be honest, I'm not saying it's never happened because I know that I need to take time each day to like legit decompress myself and do something kind of mindless.
Get you some yoga or something in.
No, and that's a good point. Like that would be better for me. But like I don't ever think that way because when I'm gaming, that's like my time to just be with myself.
I'm not tripping about you. Like this
sounds like that's
your
what
game
Dalton does too.
Like when you let it rip, your gaming hours can go from what to what?
Like 30 minutes and then at most like 3 hours probably.
Yeah, that's not.
Usually there's some dirty water involved too, by the way.
Yeah, this is 20. This is
whiskey and chips on the table.
I mean, there have been times where I've like you, not The Bachelor, but I've sat and I've watched shows and I'm like, I need to get off my ass and go to bed, but I gotta see the start of this next episode. Let me.
Yeah.
Would you like to continue?
No question.
But I'm three. It's 3 episodes, man. He's watched 17 episodes.
Mm-hmm.
20 episodes.
I've finished a 6-episode series before in a week, and at the end of the week, been like, man, you know how much more productive I could have been if I wouldn't have watched that stupid ass show. Could you imagine playing damn near 40 hours of video games a week?
The part that scares me is you think this was just a one-timer? You think this was like, all right, the season ended.
No.
And to me, I get it. All right, at the end of every year, I'm just going to get my 20-hour game in.
No.
20-hour day game. Do you think?
I don't think so. Because if you, all that audio, we listened to it, you heard it. I mean, in Dalton's defense, that's playing video games in the offseason. Like, that's what he went to, that's what he studied in school.
Yeah,
he's actually built a game, programmed a game. Like, that's what he wants to do long term. So, given the fact that he is completely in the offseason and doesn't have any responsibilities whatsoever on a day-to-day basis at this point in time, and given the fact that it's somewhat a long-term career, long-term end game for him, I guess I can make sense of being involved. Not 20 hours, but I can make sense of why he's so involved in games. But man, boy, I tell you what. 20 hours?
I hope that was just at one time.
He got a kid, doesn't he?
Yes. I don't like. You think he
got a kid? Dalton got a kid?
Yeah, young one. You think he went and said, "All right, 3:30. All right, finally, I'm done." You think he went to sleep and got up and grabbed the sticks again?
Most likely. These gamers like that, man, they're wired that way.
You think he got up, maybe got a little breakfast, and then hit the sticks again?
I would imagine he woke up thinking about it.
Grabbed a breakfast taco, a coffee, and that controller. Let's clock back in.
If I'd have just signed a 3-year 36, I would have went straight to the game and said, "Hey, babe, you hit that taqueria around the corner and bring me. I need 2 potato and egg, beans, cheese, and hot sauce."
That man said DoorDash and everything. Just kept rolling.
DoorDash is clutch when you're gaming. I will say that.
That's unbelievable. That is unbelievable.
Get you some Taco Bell just right to that front step. Woo!
Maybe for 3 hours and just let's see what we can get done here.
Let me tell you.
That's a long ass time at any restaurant.
We're up against it. I got one of the best video games. You want to talk about pissing me off? I got a good one for you.
I'll tell you, I
can't wait.
It's
We'll hear his story. And why is Mike Tyson doing this? We'll discuss all of that coming up next. But listen, I don't sit in buffets for 3 hours any longer. Soda weight loss, which has helped me in a lot of ways. Now, obviously, the obvious, I lost 122 pounds in 11 months. But it's really taught me, the foods that I need to stay away from, the foods that are best for me, and the foods that help me get to where I want to get to and maintain where I want to get to. If that's something you're interested in, see the changes that so many people have had in their life, go to sodaweightloss.com and you can change your life. Soda is, say it with me now, state of the art.
In the loop.
I don't want to bury the lead.
prices? Well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we continue rolling on The Drive. This was announced. I sent this text to Clint. Clint didn't believe I was serious.
I thought you were joking.
I was joking. No, Jack. Netflix, if you ain't got Netflix, you might want to get it. And don't think you could. Hey, they are really clapping down on multiple households. But we had, of course, you know us. We had them rolling.
Let me guess, you're stealing from somebody.
No. Well, I'm making it up on something else. But we father-in-law tried to get on. Hold on. What happened here? I mean, we had it. We had it. Us in our house, my father-in-law, my brother-in-law. They were all using. My father-in-law, brother-in-law found out they couldn't use that sucker no more. They're clapping down on that. But they're about to get some people to start rolling through, and I bet you they're going to raise them prices right before that. I think I've heard they are anyway. But Jake Paul is fighting Mike Tyson. Jacob Paul is fighting Mike Tyson. Yes, Iron Mike Tyson. Robin Givens Mike Tyson. That Mike Tyson. Tattoo on his face Mike Tyson.
Oh, it's your children.
One of the greatest turns, him and Chris Brown, one of the greatest turns in American history of beating the hell out of women and then kind of becoming likable almost.
You ain't lying.
To the American public. Been able to really dance around that. But they are going to be on Netflix July 20th. You know Jerry Jones slid into this business. They're going to be fighting it in Jerry World at AT&T Stadium. Jerry almost slipped a hip trying to get to that thing. Nah, we got you right. Hell with that Vegas. We got you right here.
You don't need no MGM. We got AT&T Stadium.
I don't know what Mark Davis was doing. I don't know how he did not get that at Alliance Stadium. But whatever.
Getting a haircut.
It is going to be in Dallas at AT&T Stadium, and Mike Tyson is going to get knocked. And
I disagree.
I don't
see that happening, bro.
I don't want it to. You don't think you?
I do not. I won't.
Come on, y'all.
I'm not saying it's a wild statement, but I don't see it happening, dude.
I don't think it's impossible, but the confidence in which you lay that down is interesting.
Mike is good. Listen, man, don't.
If he didn't have that tinge of crazy in his brain, up in his dome, I'd say that is more possible than anything. But that dude is built different in a very different way. He ain't gonna get knocked out.
I know
he might knock Jake out.
No, listen, I'm not gonna say that Mike doesn't have enough power to punch out Jake.
Sure.
Yeah, he could knock out Jake. I don't think it's gonna happen. He could knock out, but he's not ready.
I guess I've not paid enough attention to Jake and technically how good of a boxer is he really.
But Jake has been fighting. Jake is young. How old is Mike?
52, I think.
Hell, I thought he was older than that. Mike at his 50. When's the last time?
He's got to be in his 50s.
57.
He's 50.
Okay, I was 5 years off. 57.
He said, okay. He's closing in on 60.
Just half a decade off. No big deal.
He's closing in on 60.
Yeah.
When's the last time he fought? You get that? When's the last time he fought? Has he fought in the last?
He fought in one of these exhibition type deals, didn't he?
June 11, 2005. He lost to Kevin McBride and then retired.
In a real?
No, since he's retired though, he's fought in one of these exhibition
like he
things.
fought like a Danny Badaduko fight.
I don't think he did any of those.
I think he threatened to. I think he was going to
Jones or somebody in an exhibition deal, like some kind of silly. What didn't he?
I remember that being a conversation, but I don't think.
And
it
they
ever
danced
happened.
around each other. I'm almost maybe it wasn't Mike, but I know Roy Jones.
Someone did say that he fought Roy Jones a couple years ago.
Yeah, I found it. You're right. It was a gimmicky type of deal in 06.
Yeah, and it was thought to be, and as you watched it, kind of.
It was how long ago?
2 years ago.
What I'm reading says 06.
No, I think it was more recent than that.
Okay.
It was. I mean, yeah.
Cheryl?
Roy, Like, I'll be honest right now, and some people might. Roy can't handle Jake Paul right now. Roy's not. Roy hasn't fought him.
But we're talking. Like, I guess maybe I'm underestimating Jake Paul. Like, I don't like. He seems to me to be more of a showman than a boxer.
He's got some power now.
He's a showman, and this is the business he's in.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's like
versus one of the best to ever do it
at 58.
57. Don't try to up a year. See,
trying
to get an extra ticket.
How old is Mike? He's going to be 58
by fight time.
Yes.
You saying Jake Paul is going to knock him out? That I follow that logic. That's a logical statement. But I just don't. I don't think it's going to happen.
It's because you got the mic in your mind.
Yes.
You didn't watch that workout video.
There ain't no question.
I didn't watch that workout video.
I would have said exactly what you said had I not seen that work. I randomly saw a workout video. I had no idea they were going to announce his fight, obviously. But I randomly saw a workout video about and Mike. I tell you what, Mike is still the guy that is going to throw haymakers, and if he lands one, your ass is in trouble. Not only are your lights going to be out, but there's a good chance something's going to be broke.
Yes, it just the sudden Mike Tyson. That was a video, but the sudden Mike Tyson. It's got to happen in the first round.
No question. And it's got to happen before. If Jake hits him with a jab,
it might have to happen in the first minute.
I wonder how can Mike take one? Not a big one. Not a big one, but how can Mike how can Mike at that age take just a good solid jab on the button?
I don't think he's probably taken a real punch like that since like 05 or 06.
Let me tell you what, I am going to be irate if this is because I remember I'm all in too, but I remember the Roy Jones deal. When I watched it, it was a joke. It was clearly a put on. Like, if this is not a real if these guys aren't really Roy Jones and Mike were not trying to knock each other out. Nobody was trying to win.
They're there making money.
They were in there making money. They sold their tickets.
Now Jake's going to make money, and Jake's going to knock his ass out.
Sure. But
I hate it. There's a part of it I want to see. I think I'm rooting for Mike. I know I'm rooting for Mike. I'm rooting for Mike.
Can you imagine if Mike knocks him out? The sports world. I mean, that'll capitalize on everything.
That's a damn shame. This is probably going to be the most watched fight. Mike's
been.
Yes, it is a shame.
Mike's been micro dose and frog poison or whatever that is.
Yeah, microdosing is helping a lot of folks out with addiction issues.
I mean, at one point, I heard McAfee and them boys was talking about that frog, whatever the frog drug is.
Is that where you lick a toad and your pupils get all big?
You don't lick anything. You don't lick toads. It's something that they extract from toads.
Text line. Poison. Jake ain't beating this dude, guys.
I'm not saying that.
Come on, man.
But I ain't gonna be shocked either.
I hope he does. I hope. You're right. He's got one punch. If he's not dead tired.
I think it boils down to whoever lands the first big one. Because I don't care how old Mike is. What I watched, Jake Paul ain't surviving one.
If he hits him on the button,
that's what I'm talking about.
And he's got everything behind. And
if he hits him square, if he hits him on the button, Jake ain't surviving it. And because Mike is older, I don't know that he's going to survive a solid one on the button from.
Oh yeah, Jake. I mean, and like you said, he's got that crazy gene. Yeah, I know he got that crazy gene. Got that crazy gene with Holyfield 20, 30 years ago. I get that. He'll bite. He'll bite ears. And Jake might want to wear some ear protection, but
that would be. How about if Jake comes out there in some old wrestling helmet with ear guards on,
protected ears? By the way, but no, I'm telling you, I'm in this. Like I'm probably gonna throw a party. I'll probably put something on the smoker. I'm like this right here. Oh, I'm in it. I'm in this.
I'm trying to figure out if I want to make the trip up to Jerry World.
I'm in. Oh, okay. You trying to go?
I mean, it's kind of like it feels like a once in a lifetime type of sporting event, you know. I don't know if I'll do it though.
You don't do it.
Man, he's almost going to be 60 years old. I mean, people have really got this. Like Jake's 27, man.
I'll hit an old man in public.
He's got.
I mean, but you talk about a real pair, man. For Jake to get in the ring with this old man.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you feel like you're the better boxer, You can't tell me
you think there is still a tinge of fear factor
absolutely.
from Jake?
I mean,
there better be.
It's probably fear of the. Yeah, let me avoid the. I wonder how much power that does. Like in a boxing match, because listen, he's gonna. When Tyson probably has a shot to get a real heavy power punch, he's probably gonna be a little winded. Like I just wonder how heavy that punch is.
I mean, are we all? I mean, we know what happened with Mike's career, but is Mike the best to ever do it?
No.
Had Mike's career not got derailed, had he kept going at the clip he was going at, would he have been the best to ever do it?
No.
Muhammad Ali, obviously.
That's my pick.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I mean, like you start getting like that's what I'm saying. In Mike's prime, you start getting into the third and fourth round. He's compromised. Like he's the most. You could argue he's the most dominating. But I mean, you. Like Holy, he's winded. God, man, what Buster Douglas did to his ass in Tokyo, boy, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. No, I don't think he's the best to ever do it. He's certainly captured the audience and probably the last real big star. That's not fair.
Well, I just mean from a standpoint. I know he's obviously he didn't last long enough to be the best to ever do it. But had his career not been derailed like immediately and then just he disappears for years. I mean, if he would have just continued winning and in the championship talks and winning belts and kind of would he have been considered the best to ever do it? I mean, I'm biased because he's my favorite of all time, and it was right in my window of watching and being a fan. So,
yes,
and the only guy that I put from an entertainment perspective is Muhammad Ali. Like I could only imagine like the hype and the build up as a fan. Back in the day, watching Muhammad Ali, the build-up, all the trash talking, and the way he entertained when he fought, like that's yeah. I mean, that would be stupid. So, to me, those two guys right there, one of them was in my heyday.
You're talking about heavyweights, yeah. Someone texted in, no, probably about it. Muhammad Ali. Listen, I never watched a Muhammad Ali when I was alive, right? Like that's so. I'm sure I've seen a lot of fights. I've seen. Old highlights and stuff like that. So I can't, I'm not in that. That's not my age. Floyd is probably just when you talk about everything from boxing, the best. Like you can't get a power shot on him at all. So that may be really do. And we weren't
Sad.
doing. And we're not talking about. Oh man, Jake Paul.
Video games.
Jake Paul and Floyd, or like Floyd and McGregor and this Jake Paul and Mike Tyson are probably the two fights.
I mean, video games and streaming.
So I mean,
YouTube.
That Crawford fight was cool till he beat the damn brakes off of Errol. I can't remember his last name right now. I'm about to call him Spinks. Yeah, Spence. Like until he beat the hell out of him, but still that still ain't like dragging me.
What was the last like monster buildup? Was it Pacquiao Mayweather?
Probably.
Man,
I
think
outside of the gimmicky ones.
Yeah, maybe. I think McGregor and May.
Yeah, but that was UFC versus. I'm talking like boxing.
True boxing, probably.
It's got to be Pacquiao.
Mm-hmm.
Their first one was.
Yeah.
I mean the hype, the build up was
because even like the Canelo fight, like they didn't touch this. Not Mayweather Pacquiao because we just hadn't seen him and wanted to see him. George Foreman, people rolling it. Yeah. I got it. Yeah, man. I hate it for him, but Jake about to knock his ass out. All right. Coming up, the Rockets lost, but I think it was a win and a potential win in what we're seeing from their best player. Following up his performance against Wemby, Sengun was special again last night. We'll discuss that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, Dr. McCoy.
when you Angie that.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
We're going to let time wind out. The only thing surprising about tonight that we didn't see Travis Scott, Harden's buddy, and rap star courtside. Other than that, it worked out the way that James Harden would have liked it to. His team victorious, 122-116.
All right, that's courtesy. That's Mark Jones, courtesy of ESPN, as the Rockets. The second time this year they're on national TV, and they get the loss against the Clippers, a team that, if they make it to the Western Conference Finals, will force me to shave my head on air.
Oh, yes.
It's not going to happen.
I'm so happy about that.
Jim will blow it. Jim, Russ, really I'm depending on the combination.
Wait, did I miss this bet?
Oh, no. Where
was I?
Right there. Sitting right there. Yeah.
I didn't know it was official. I think I may have remembered the banter, but I don't remember it was official.
Yeah.
So you're shaving your head bald if the Clippers go to the finals?
Yeah, on air, right here.
The finals or the conference finals?
Western Conference Final. Yeah, I was very bullish on them not working. They played pretty good. The 4 seed. Played pretty good. We'll see. They'll blow it. That is too much. Somebody's going to get hurt, and even worse, they're Russ, James.
Which is not good enough.
Kawhi, they'll blow it.
They're not on good team.
Shut up. They just beat them the other day. What a tough ball game that was last night against Kings. But the Rockets, they lose 122-116. But, Clint, we talked about Sengun, who had an amazing game yesterday against Victor Wembanyama, 45 points, 16 rebounds, 3 assists, 5 steals. Was really, really good. The thought was, all right, that looked very Jokic-like. How do you continue this? How do you continue to find this physicality and play the way you did, even more consistent? And Clint, last night, even in a loss, was very impressive. He goes 45 last night with 3 assists and 16 rebounds, or the night before. Last night, then he goes 23, 19 rebounds, 14 assists, and 2 steals. Like, he is obviously having an impact in so many different ways of the game. And to me, following that up with a triple-double against the Clippers, and they threw everything at him. Zubac played last night. Miles Plumlee, who he put on his ass at least one time on a spin move, just physically just moved him. Like, this is becoming a thing. Like, this is a guy who has been consistent, leading this team in scoring and averaging over 21 a game, leading them in rebounds at 9.5, second on the team in assists with 5 behind Fred. Like, he has been playing consistent. I'm watching now. Are we seeing a guy, and in sports, whatever with players, sometimes it just clicks to you going to the next level. We've seen him play at a really good level this year and consistent. The last 2 games, he's looked like Jokic. And I'm wondering, is this him unlocking something to even go past the level that he was at? I mean, that's an impressive performance on a back-to-back.
Yeah, it was definitely impressive. I need his ass to hit them 2 free throws within 3 minutes right there to keep that a 1-point ball game instead of leaving it a 3-point ball game and letting the clip go down there. The clip. I mean, look, this was one of those games. He did. Look, he showed promise. Obviously, there's flashes. Obviously, there's hope. And as a Rockets fan, you watch this, and hell yeah, you like what you're seeing from Sengun, and it's been two really good nights. But when you look at the game itself, Ron, it was a young basketball team that was overwhelmed and out of sorts when it mattered the most, and a veteran basketball team that just flat ass kept this thing close until the last 4 minutes of the ball game and then did what they do. I mean, I always tell that story about going and watching Kobe Bryant and the Lakers and the Memphis Grizzlies, and it looked like a playground game until about 5 minutes left. Kobe yanked them tearaways off and got on the floor and said, "Give me the rock, get the hell out of the way, let's go home. Let's get on this plane and go back to L.A." That's what it looked like last night. When at the end of the game, the Rockets, appeared to dominate that ball game until the fourth quarter, and then I guess LA came out high, but the Rockets still had a lead, and were playing well, and then it's just like the clip just put their horses on the court and said, "Let's get on the plane, boys." And they had a plan. They had confidence. They had players. They had shot makers, and they executed. The better veteran team showed up.
It did feel like a little bit like the Clippers knew they could kind of turn it on.
No question.
Whenever they wanted.
That's exactly what I felt, Ron. That's exactly what I felt. And I'll be honest, as a Rockets fan, though, I can live with that. I can live with you going out there, busting ass, putting on a good show. Sengun played well. Other guys played well. Guys played hard. And then the team that's absolutely loaded at the top of the roster put their horses out there and beat you. I don't think this team is obviously ready in the last 4 or 5 minutes of a ball game to compete with Paul George, Harden, and Kawhi. Like, that's just not fair to expect. And that's what happened the other night. But to your point, yes, I think the talking point here, Sengun put another night. He stacked 2 nights back-to-back that were awfully impressive.
And if you missed it, we talked to Brandon Scott yesterday. You can go back to the podcast page and check that out, 440 Rockets Report. He was asking the question of, hey, is this dude somebody that – is he actually the max player guy? Is he the guy that you really build everything around? He's playing like this? He's doing this, dominating the game like this, back-to-back nights where you could argue he was the most dominating player on the floor. A triple-double against the Spurs, that's pretty impressive. So that is something to look at for the Rockets. Even though in a loss, it looks like they're finding their guy. Their best player is seemingly taking another step that he has taken from the start of the season.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, free agency is about to kick off, and you're going to see a lot of names being going around, and the Texans absolutely will be a factor in this, hopefully. But the safety position is starting to get really, really thick in terms of free agency. The Broncos, they released their star safety, Justin Simmons, who's been thought of as one of the best safeties in the game, all-pro level player. He's been there 8 seasons. The Seahawks, they let go of Jamal Adams and Quadre Diggs as well, 2 safeties there. And then Jordan Poyer of the Bills, another top-tier safety, was let go. And many people feel like safety is a position that the Texans need to add to. But do they need to go to this point? Because these guys that are being released, especially Poyer and Justin Simmons, to me, these are guys that are flat out, they will come in and be the best safety on the team. Like they would come in and I would say be the guy that, all right, Justin Simmons is playing all the time. He's your top safety, or Poyer is your top safety. They're leaving teams where they were. Safety is a priority for the Texans. Should it be looked at as a priority for the Texans when they have Jimmy Ward, Jalen Petri there?
No, I wouldn't personally make it a priority.
It's more of a luxury, you think?
Yeah, look, I just think if you look at the Texans' defense right now, the linebacker room is in worse shape just from a numbers perspective. The D-line room is in, and I'm talking D-line, D-ends, I'm talking edge rushers and interior D-line. That room is in a bigger need position. And then the corners with no Steven Nelson. I mean, you don't have anybody opposite Derek Stingley right now. I would say the corners are in a more difficult situation, a more needy situation. So while look, if Simmons is available and they can bring that caliber player in at the safety position and better the defense overall, cool. I get it. I'm not saying you avoid it, but when position of need, if you got Jimmy Ward and Jalen Petrie, I feel pretty good about the defense you can put out there on Sundays. Now, you got to go get some depth. You obviously can upgrade, but if we're ranking defensive positions of need, I think safety is down the list.
Yeah, I do too, but I can understand they are in a situation where they do have the ability to add to that room if they deem that they need to add to that room. Like this, at this point, they do have the ability to say, all right, man, we want to add to this thing. We want to bring in add to the thing because we feel like this can make us really, really good, right? So they've got the luxury to do that. I just hope if they do that this isn't a move that kind of moves Jalen Petri to the back burner.
Sure.
I know a lot of people have issues with Jalen Petri right now, and I think it's fair. If you want to be out on Jalen Petri, I'm not going to argue that. He's sitting on the bench in important moments late in the season when everybody's injured but him at the safety position. But I still believe there is something really good there to great there with Jalen Petri. And I don't want him to not have the opportunity to be on the field to be able to show that.
Well,
I'm not giving up on him. I feel completely different about him than I do like a Damian Pierce.
Well, I agree. I agree with that. Look, I mean, Ron, it's cut and dry. This is cut and dry. I mean, since we're having the conversation, I mean, you look at edge, interior D-line, linebacker, corners, and safety. If you're ranking needs on this football team right now, safety's at the bottom of the list. Because you have two guys that are starting. Look, we can nitpick about whether Petri should or shouldn't start. But he is a starter in this league and has been for the majority of 2 years. You can't say that at linebacker. You can't say that at the D-line position. You can't say that at the edge rusher position. You can't say that at the cornerback position. And so, look, it's one of those to me where is it smart to split and spend money there that you could spend at one of those other positions? I don't know what that looks like for D'Amico Ryans. You can definitely upgrade the position. In fact, you've got to bring in some quality depth at the very least, if not a starter at that position. But as a priority, and do you want to go out there spending what I would say is vital cap space as it pertains to the holes you have to fill? I don't know about that. I don't know. I can't. It's hard for me to want to go spend on a safety right now, knowing you got the other holes that are out there.
Yeah. And like I said, I'll be good if they sit there and say, yeah, hey, I envision, boy, we can have all three of them on the field at times. We can do different things with Jimmy and Jalen, and we can do. Like I get it, but I just hope it doesn't come to at the expense of Jalen Petri, because I hope they haven't. I don't think they have. They've given up on what that cat could be. So,
I'd be shocked if they've given up on if D'Amico Ryans doesn't look at that kid. And not only not giving up, I would be shocked if D'Amico Ryans doesn't look at him and have extremely high hopes for him.
Like, you don't think they're sitting there thinking we need a starter at safety?
No. If I had to bet right now, I believe D'Amico Ryans is thankful that he has Jalen Petri as a starter at safety to start at the safety position on his team.
I think there's something.
If I had to bet on it, that's what I'd lean into.
I think there's clearly something there.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right. Congratulations to Kelvin Sampson and the Houston Cougars basketball program. As in their first season in the Big 12, the Cougs, they clinched at least a share of the Big 12 championship this year with their win on the road at UCF last night. They will finish out the season for an outright championship at home in the Fertitta Center against Kansas on Saturday. I'll be there. But congratulations to them.
H-Town. Hey, Tyler, what conference is Kansas in?
Big 12, baby.
Yeah, the Jayhawks.
U of H, year one.
Yeah, no.
At least a share of the title.
Hey,
this is shaping up so beautiful. This is shaping up so beautiful for us on this show.
Impressive performance.
And Ron's going to be there when U of H takes down the Jayhawks this weekend to get the outright Big 12 conference champion. Oh,
hey, impressive to them.
You got to wear U of H gear Monday.
Do not. Impressive for them. No, great season, man.
He's not very confident, is he, Tyler?
Jamal Shed should be,
You and Bada Bing Bajani, y'all should put together a friendly bet.
Well, listen, I know this game means a lot to Houston after they just got demolished up in Lawrence. They
This guy.
I'm just saying, Kansas
history matters.
Kansas shot 70% of that game, so I think they'll be up for that game, and it should be a good one. They'll be favored in the game as they should, but they got a chance to be the number 1 overall seed in the tournament. And Jamal said has been the best player in the conference. Should be potentially a first-team All-American. Great season by them. Coming in to the Big 12 for the first year and winning this thing and having a chance to win it outright.
And wrapping it up with an ass whooping on them Jayhawks.
Could.
On Ron's Jayhawks.
It could happen.
Hey, look, man.
It could happen.
Tell Trey that H-Town apologizes.
They apologize.
Yeah,
Nick will be out there, too.
Well, I don't know if Nick's old enough to get his feelings hurt by the Cougars, but I think Trey is.
He'll get pissed if Trey does.
Yeah, he'll get pissed. If Dad and Trey are pissed, I can see Nick walking along behind him madder than a hornet.
And listen, and I'll say this to you all. If what many of you are crossing your fingers, I can hear Sean Bajani and you.
No question.
If many of you are crossing your fingers about what you hope happens, if that don't happen, I promise you, I'm a gracious winner.
Kansas gear on Monday?
Listen, I'm a gracious winner.
You do go lower.
And
I think there should be a gear.
I
think there should be a gear Monday
listen,
winter gear.
I'm gracious. I'm a gracious winner. And I will. I won't do what you will do to me. I could. Won't do what you
Hold on,
but I'm sure there's no Kansas got no chance. Sure of it. All right.
That was diabolical.
All right. No, Clint, I've been thinking about this. And I've been thinking about how the Texans potentially will look at what they're going to do to build this team in the offseason. And I wonder, doing a kind of copycat. We know the NFL is a copycat league. Should they be copying what was successful last year? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Well, Ron, why don't you take
here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, coming up, remember in this hour, we're doing it two times today, in the 3 o'clock hour and in the 5 o'clock hour. Got a pair of tickets to win. To go see Zach Brown Band. Zach Brown Band coming up in the 3 o'clock hour, in this hour at some point, so make sure you're listening. And also coming up in the 5 o'clock hour, your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Zach Brown Band. So stay tuned, listening. You should be listening the entire way, but stay tuned for your chance to win in the 3 and 5 o'clock hours. Well, Zach Brown Band.
Zach Brown, great voice, great music. I mean, he's got enough music to field 2 or 3 rodeo shows, so it's going to be absolutely tremendous, number one. Number two, Zach Brown Band, Zach Brown himself. Love the way he showcases younger artists. I told you guys every time he's introduced me to several that are tremendous. Number 3, Ron, you'll appreciate his hat game.
Really?
Strong hat game. Really strong hat game. Now, I don't know if Zach Brown – I can't remember the last time I saw him without a hat on. But I think there's probably he probably needs to visit advanced hair. He's probably got a little receding or a little balding, a little thinning up top that he really needs to see advanced hair.
Still have time to save it?
Oh, he could definitely, with his money, he could save it. But I think he just prefers to cover it up with hats. I could be wrong, but I think I remember that being the case. If I'm wrong, I'm sorry, Zach. No disrespect to the hair game. The hat game is off the charts. He is one of them dudes that went from being kind of coming up, kind of a little chunkier, just kind of a little thicker bodied guy.
Dropped a little weight?
Well, he dropped a little weight and got in the gym.
Oh,
he's been hanging out red over it a little bit.
There he is.
I mean, rocked up. All of a sudden, them clothes got a little tighter. Them arms and them legs got a little bigger. That gear got a little more flashy. That hat game went to the next level. Zach Brown's a good one, man. That will be one hell of a show.
Yeah. So you got a chance to win. Coming up in this hour will be your first opportunity, and in the 5 o'clock hour, so stay tuned with us. All right, we've talked a lot, and we will, about what the Texans will do in the offseason. And you know it. You've been around the league for a long time. It's a copycat league. A lot of things that you see as a trend, become a thing that you do, right? We started to see, I remember when Marshall Faulk got out there and you could have running backs that could run routes and with receivers, and then all of a sudden the job of the running back changed to stop not just running the ball, but we want to be able to use you as a weapon in a bunch of different ways. Blitz and all this, and 3-4 to 4. We've seen the league take a turn and people kind of copy off of what has been successful. Last year, Clint, I would say, to me, one of the things that jumped out was last year felt like the year of the defense. It felt like the year of the defense back, and it felt like the defenses around the league were even more of a dominant unit than many offenses. The Ravens' defense was dominating. The Chiefs' defense was dominating. The Niners, they had a little issue in the middle of the season, but they were really good last year. Like a lot of teams' defense it seemed to really have a big year last year. When you're looking at this offseason, do you feel like the Texans should maybe lean into what was successful last year in the NFL? You think the offense should, or you think the Texans should look at maybe really building up the defense and trying to have a defense like those teams that we saw were really, really good last year? Or do you think last year was just a one-off and this is still going to be an offensive-centric year? Because before last year, it was offense for the most part. And last year just seemed like it was dominant. You started looking at the scores, there were more down. You think that's a trend that defenses have come back to be more of a factor than they have been in the past?
Look, I think there's a handful of things about the game at the NFL level, really at all levels, but at the NFL level for sure, that'll never change. A quarterback that from the pocket is required to win consistently in the playoffs. Having a run game is a unbelievable advantage, and playing good defense, being able to stop the run and rush the passer is a tremendous advantage. So I don't. Again, I mean, in the Patrick Mahomes era of football, it's easy because they win so much and so often and so effortlessly. It's easy to say, well, that was an offensive era of football. And then you watch Aaron Rodgers go out there and throw 40 touchdowns and single-digit interceptions. I don't remember what it was. But the reality is that playing dominant defense will always be a huge one of what I would say 3 huge advantages are in the game. And so I think I don't think it's a trend. I think from time to time we're going to have great offenses that are better than the defenses out there. But I do think that more times than not, a good chunk of the teams that remain when you get down to the final 8 teams, the final 4 teams for damn sure, are going to be teams that in one way, shape, or form can play dominant defense. So no, I don't think it's a trend. I think.
So you don't think the Texans should say, "All right, boy, we got to build like the Ravens.
No.
We've got to build the way that the Dolphins offense we see once they got against these teams they could play. We've got to build like these teams."
No, I think not taking any of the needs or any of the salary cap, the draft, take all that off the board for this conversation for me, Ron. Obviously, let's acknowledge they're in a phase where they're building a roster. To me, DeMeco Ryans. I don't care that C.J. Stroud worked out and Nico Collins came out of nowhere and Tank Dell looks like the truth. I mean, and you should go sign a big-time playmaking running back. Forget that. The minute that you decided to hire DeMeco Ryans for an extended period of time, to me, the one thing that had to come to fruition is this has to be a dominant defensive football team. The Houston Texans have to be viewed as one of the best defenses in the NFL sooner rather than later. I understand why they may have not been seriously considered last year. Statistically, in some categories they were. I don't get into those stats too. I don't lean into those stats too much, but they did some good things last year. From a personnel perspective, Ron, from a play caller perspective, play design perspective, DeMeco Ryans' perspective, the Houston Texans, regardless of how many games they win, championships they compete for, the Houston Texans should be one of the top, I'm talking about 3.
Because of him.
Because that's who you are. That's who you know is going to be here year in, year out. Now, if you go build this thing around CJ and Bobby,
and that's why I'm wondering, should you build it that way? Should you?
Hell yeah, you should. Absolutely, you should.
So maybe, now, maybe don't go after Saquon.
Well, no, not that. No. I mean, you've got an edge rusher, a corner, a quarterback, all on a rookie salary, and your best linebacker all on a rookie contract. So yeah, you can do 2 things. But I believe that there is no, if the offense struggles year to year and maybe backslides a little bit year to year when you lose an offense or maybe injury hits you, that's one thing. But defensively, you should always have a DeMeco Ryans advantage, and the roster should be built accordingly. They should be building to be absolutely dominant on the defensive side of the football. And I think whether that's a trend, whether you believe it's a trend in the league or not, or it's an offensive-centric league or not, or what kind of era of football we're playing in, you hired DeMeco Ryans. Your ass said right then and there, we are going to be great on defense, and we believe that's the path to winning football games and ultimately winning championships. So I think here in Houston, regardless of everything else, you got to build this thing big time on the defensive side of the football.
We'll see. Well, maybe that's what the offseason will look like.
No, it's got to look like that to some degree. But it better be on. They're still at a point now where they're building an entire roster. They're trying to put this whole thing together.
Yeah. All right, coming up, your chance. Let's do it right now. Your chance as soon as we get back to win a pair of tickets to see Zach Brown Band. So tell your friends, tell your people. When we get back, Tyler will clear these phone lines, and you'll have a chance to win. And Tyler's ready. His turd list. Tyler's turd list. It's Thursday. That's coming up next.
Don't be a turd. Call Generator Supercenter today. Get you a free estimate on a Generac home standby generator from Generator Supercenter. They are the nation's
Lay down to get me smelling so fresh and clean. Don't forget my bag. Nice. Febreze fabric spray. It's just that easy. Now we can both breathe happy. Febreze. La 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 la.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Maybe tomorrow will be better.
Is that Zach?
Hell yeah, it's Zach.
Hell yeah, that's Zach.
That's a good one right there, boy.
If you're on YouTube or Twitch, Tyler's really lip syncing the hell out of that sucker. Just grab the mic. All right, calm down. All right, Tyler, open up the phone lines, man. Let's calm down. You're free. He's about to lose his mind. I don't want to take away a good time for him.
He didn't have that line anyway.
Let's have that. He didn't have that line anyway? Mm-hmm. He didn't have it. You felt it. All right, let's do it right now. First of two opportunities on the drive today in the 3 o'clock hour and later on in the 5. Let's do it right now. Caller number 6, your chance to win a pair of tickets. As you hear them right now, maybe they'll hear this song coming up.
Oh, there ain't no doubt.
There ain't no doubt. No doubt? Yeah, there you go. Thursday, March 14th. Zach Brown Band. Your chance right now. Caller number 6, 713-572-4610. 713-572-4610. Caller number 6. Zach Brown Band tickets right now. Tyler will take care of you. As you've had two opportunities, you'll have two opportunities. This is your first chance right here in the 3 o'clock hour. Coming up a little bit later on, your final chance today in the 5 o'clock hour. Make sure you're listening. And remember, during rodeo season, and we're in it right now, every single Tuesday and Thursday, you'll have a chance to win tickets to the rodeo right here on Sports Radio 610 and right here on the drive between 3 and 5 o'clock every Tuesday and Thursday. So now you got to wait till next week. So that is the latest. Congratulations to whoever it is that will be the winner, as Tyler is taking care of you right now. All right, Clint, we didn't get to talk about this. I wanted to talk about it earlier this week. What do you think about Johnny Manziel's stance?
Which one? Johnny's making waves.
Yeah, you're right.
Lately.
Johnny's making a few of them. His stance, that tweet he sent out about Reggie Bush. He said, "Full thought and consideration, I will humbly remove myself from the Heisman Trophy ceremony until Reggie Bush gets his trophy back. Doesn't sit right with my morals and values that he can't be on that stage with us every year. Reggie is the Heisman Trophy."
I like the stance. Because I agree wholeheartedly with him.
You should, yes.
I like the fact that Johnny's taking the initiative to maybe be the tip of the spear, if you will, that actually creates a little bit of movement. I don't know that Johnny's the guy that needs to use morals and values and his actual presence somewhere at this point in time to move the needle.
I agree with him. Because you got to be thinking, God, if Johnny's in there, if Johnny's up there every week, and everything we've heard Johnny say that he has done during the time, and Reggie's not up there, it is wild that he isn't up there. But yeah, I think it's going to take a whole lot of them to have to.
Well, yeah, that's the beauty in this, is that potentially Johnny can get the ear of a couple of the guys that are a little bit more influential in that group, and maybe bring a topic to the table to where now those guys start talking about it. And the guys that we see up there every year, I mean, obviously everybody doesn't come back, but the Archie Griffins and RG3's a big voice right now. There's a bunch of those guys. So I like where he's at. I agree wholeheartedly with him. I think it's an absolute joke that Reggie Bush ever got it taken away from him from jump, given what we know now.
Especially, when you.
I mean, Jimbo Fisher told you last year or 2 years ago to go check Nick Saban's closet, right? For crying out loud. But
yeah, I didn't like. I don't think John. I don't know if Johnny's got, but it is crazy that Johnny's up there.
Yeah,
and
and they don't let Reggie
Come on,
keep
man.
his. That is insane.
Yeah.
Because Johnny's, I mean, there isn't no, oh boy, we got to investigate and we can't find anything. No,
Johnny's
he's
talking
told
about
you.
it. Yeah.
He's told
and his
you.
daddy and the head coach. I mean, they're everything. So look, I love.
What you think I'm gonna do with $30,000 on a trip to Dubai? I need 300. What am I gonna do with 30,000?
I don't know. I don't. I just think for Johnny, like Johnny needs to maybe move in silence and be the tip of the spear, and I think he's got a little more repair work to do before he can drop morals and values and stuff like that out there and move the needle. But I like where his head's at, man.
Yeah, good for him. Yeah. Reggie, you think Reggie ever gets his trophy back?
Yes, I do.
I hope so.
I think
sooner rather than later.
You think it's going to be because of Johnny?
No, it's because of NIL.
I don't think that I think it's going to be whatever governing body takes over
after the NCAA. Yeah. To say body, I don't think I think they're going to be just real hard asses about this for some reason because it's silly.
What did Johnny say on that podcast with on Club Shay Shay? He said that he's not going to get it back until I can't remember what he said.
Yeah, I can't remember either.
He gave a kind of a specific thing that Reggie needed to do or that needed to happen for him to ever get it back, but I can't remember what it was.
Yeah. Damn.
I tell you what though, all BS aside, Johnny is really, really, really good in the media. I'm like when I listen to him on Club Shay Shay, like that, he is really, really good at articulating his screw ups, other people's screw ups. His storytelling is tremendous. Obviously, he's a Heisman Trophy winner and one of the biggest stories. And
slip himself into a podcast.
Yeah, no, at least I'm telling you, man. If he can do enough repair work, the name and the ability of getting on that TV and talking is as good as there is out there.
Well, Hill Urban got a job immediately. All right, speaking of turds, let's do this. Tyler's Turd List. Tyler's Turds of the Week.
Pro athletes are sometimes a lot to handle.
Which is not good enough.
Maybe even a bit dramatic.
Altuve stole an MVP from Judge.
Turdish behavior will not be ignored. No one is safe.
I'm not. You don't let it.
Tyler's Turds of the Week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, who's bringing up the bronze, Tyler?
I like to imagine our voice guy recording that. Turds of the Week. Bronze this week. Man, this is a segment, an idea, this turd list that this guy helped form and create. So he's got to be in it anytime he enters my mind. And he enters my mind pretty easily whenever he shows up on the TV screen. James Harden. James Harden is one of the founders of the turd list. He's getting the bronze this week. Because honestly, I was watching that Rockets game last night, and I still find myself just very irritated and not happy with that, man.
So you gave James a turd just his,
it's
mere presence.
Well, it's just still the waves coming off of his turdish acts over the years.
I think he's the reason why this is a segment.
He's in the damn intro, so he's got to get a medal if it's pertinent at all. But James Harden gets the bronze, man.
I think that's not fair. You just gave James a turd because you saw him. All right,
he helped create the trophy, So
it's your list, though. All right, who's got the silver?
So silver. I didn't even know y'all were going to be talking about Johnny Manziel this segment. But speaking of Johnny Football, I hate to do it, buddy.
What?
You know I love maroon and white, but I got to give it to Johnny Manziel.
Johnny?
Silver for Johnny Manziel.
As a turd?
As a turd. Not extreme turdish behavior. He would have gotten gold, obviously. But silver for Johnny because he and some others out there really, really got my hopes up about Mike Evans becoming a Texan. Johnny over the weekend at Texans. Mike Evans with the eyeball emojis. I was buying into it. They're close. They're bros. Nope. Mike is he won't be wearing battle red.
Yeah, you saw Johnny. You thought he had a personal conversation.
Dude, I was ready. I was like, hell yeah, we're getting Mike Evans.
Mike told him something.
And to add on to that with Manziel, you've never texted me back once when I'm trying to get you on this damn show, bro. But you can tweet me back. You can reply to me. Pick up the phone, Johnny.
You got his powerful social media, man.
That's true. Blue check goes a long way. All right, real quick, gold medal this
Hold
week.
on, you're okay.
No, what's up? No.
You're mad at him because he responded to you on Twitter?
Yeah, you're gonna reply to me and call me fam, like, but you can't. A guy can't get a text back. I mean,
all for the gram, man. All for the gram.
Yeah, you ain't Club Shay Shay, dog.
Remember those Aggie values, Johnny. Gold medal this week for Tyler's Turd list. It's going to be one and only DeAndre Hopkins, the former Texans receiver. I don't know if y'all saw this.
What the hell did D-Hop do?
Oh, you haven't seen this headline. This came out earlier today. DeAndre Hopkins, he has now deleted this tweet. But he put out a tweet and it said, hey, I love all my 20 quarterbacks that I've played with. But if I had a Hall of Fame quarterback most of my career, ... What are we doing? What kind of loser-ass mentality do you have? And do you realize that the city you started your career in, Houston, Texas, literally just got a guy by the name of Andre who worked with the same level of talent at quarterback that you did?
I mean, he's just pointing out the...
He has a loser mentality like I've thought for a long time. So DeAndre Hopkins is getting the gold this week because he can't stay out of his own way. He can't stop acting like a child all the time, especially on social media. Why you got to attack like, Hoyer, all the Patriots guys, Mallet?
Because they're awful.
What are we doing, man?
Because they're terrible.
How about you try staying on the field for a full season, DeAndre?
Get out of here.
No, DeAndre Hopkins is an immature little turd. He gets the trophy. Thanks, DeAndre.
No, he shouldn't get. Those guys should get the trophy for him being forced to play with them.
They were doing their best.
Yeah. Rest in peace, Ryan Mallett.
No doubt.
What you got coming up in the 4?
Jalen Petrie. Should the Texans be done with Jalen Petrie the way that Tyler is done with DeAndre Hopkins?
You deal with
Jalen Petrie's job may be in trouble with this current free agent safety market. We will discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, I got to tell you about Our Vision Homes. Are you in?
free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
All right, all hell is broken loose in Denver. They are clearly. I just listened to a little Mark Schlereth, who joined us. By the way, didn't he join us at Radio Row on the drive?
Yeah,
he's great.
He pushed the limits.
Apparently, they which we know, having to pay Russell the money, the dead cap hit that Russell was leaving Denver. Obviously, they got some serious problems. Salary cap wise in Denver moving forward, but Mark Schlereth said, "Hell, man, it's time to quit putting Band-Aids on gaping wounds, man. It's time to do some serious surgery," and that's what Sean Payton. They're cutting some folks, and one of the cuts has, I think, stirred up a lot of folks here in Houston, a lot of Texans fans. If Jordan Poyer getting cut in Buffalo didn't do it, several other safeties have been cut around the league. And now, 8-year NFL vet Justin Simmons has been released in Denver. 31 years old. 4 of his 8 years in Denver, he was an all-pro safety.
We're talking Hall of Fame territory now when we look at that.
We're talking about an immediate upgrade over any and everybody on the roster. We're talking about a plug-and-play starter.
Your most accomplished defensive player.
Agreed. And we're talking about a guy that is a game changer. I read something a little earlier. Since he's come in the league, nobody's had more interceptions. Is that fair? No safeties had more interceptions? Or was it has to be safety, right?
It sounds like.
I think he's got 30, something like that. Yeah. But, I mean, anyway, he is, do it all. He's a ball player. He can do it all. And, look, I don't know anybody that's a Texans fan that looks at the current situation in the secondary for the Texans and says no thank you to Justin Simmons. I don't believe there's anybody on this roster, particularly at the safety position, or I don't think there's any number of voids on this defense where you say, Justin Simmons, if you're interested, no thanks, we're going to move on. You're at least going to entertain this in some form or fashion with Justin Simmons. But it does bring to a point close home with Jalen Petri. In our crosstalk within the loop today, we got stirred up a little bit, and we kicked our whole show off with a full segment on Jalen Petri. We can all agree that Justin Simmons is definitely a stone they need to flip and consider, given the cap space that they have, given the needs they have on the defensive side of the football. You got to at least flip the stones, right? I'm not saying safety's a priority, but when it's Justin Simmons on the street, all of a sudden, it's a different conversation than priority, right?
Any Texans fan that would have an issue with them bringing in Justin Simmons and it's not going to be a crazy price. Like, it's not going to be like Jalen Johnson with the Bears just got $70 million. It's not going to be anything like that.
Right.
Any fan that's upset and has an issue with it, I would strongly disagree with that. I think it would instantly make the team better. My thing is, I just hope it doesn't mean, all right, we're moving on, or we're at least pushing him to the side for now, Jalen Petri.
Yeah.
Or his role will immediately change, which I think if you bring in him, I mean, there's a real strong thought with him and Jimmy Ward back there that his role would change.
I think that's the more interesting conversation, because, I mean, you get a chance to get a Justin Simmons, assuming he's healthy, assuming he is, from an intangible perspective, from a leadership perspective, a guy that D'Amico and Nick would want to bring in because he's going to influence. He's the caliber player. Assuming he's the right guy, I don't think that it's. I think it's a pretty short conversation of where should you bring Justin Simmons in. The key is the trickle-down effect. What happens at that point in time with Jalen Petri? Like I said, Jalen Petri, I think highly of Jalen Petri. I do not believe that Jalen Petri's in a position or has put himself in a position where the Texans should consider his status or his happiness when considering a Justin Simmons. Now, here's where I'm at with it, though, Ron. I am significantly higher on Jalen Petri than most, and there's a couple of reasons why. One, I don't know what position he plays, but I know he is one of the best 11 football players on this football team, on the defensive side of the football right now for the Texans.
Yeah.
I am.
I wonder how many people agree with that.
Well, look,
I agree. I think he is.
Well, I mean, there's a couple things. There's no denying that two things. Jalen Petri is a leader, and he is a vocal leader, and he plays a position somewhere in the defensive backfield. He plays a position where leadership, communication, clear communication, communicating with authority is very important, and he is damn good at that. We've heard multiple coaches say that, right? And I don't think that's deniable, right? Number two, I don't care if it's good season under Lovey, bad season where you're benched in critical moments late in the season for DeMeco Ryans, right? When this kid's on the field, you see elite instincts. You consistently see elite instincts. Now, when he gets to the ball carrier, did he tackle well? No. When he gets to the quarterback, does he make good decisions and stay grounded and corral the quarterback and get him on the ground? In critical moments, he did not do that. But in order to get to the position, to make the play on the ball carrier, make the play on the quarterback, to get there, he shows elite instincts. When this kid's on the field, he's got that. And I don't care if you're playing offense, defense, special teams. If you've got elite instincts, you have a chance to be great in this league. I think he had a rough year. I think he backslid. I don't think they know exactly how they're going to use him. But, Ron, I would bet good money that Jalen Petri ends up being a very productive player on the defensive side of the football for DeMeco Ryans. And I would be willing to bet a good chunk of money that DeMeco Ryans is stoked about the opportunity to work through all of this with Jalen Petri and figure out how he's going to be, whether it's at strong safety, weak safety, box safety, nickel defender, dime defender, wherever it may be. I just believe that DeMeco Ryans and Jalen Petri are going to end up being a really good pair.
I'm a Jalen Petri guy. I really like him. Disappointed and actually really shocked that his performance
I am too.
Took a step back.
Not minimizing that at all, Ron.
Yeah, because you could just tell, what I am hopeful of, this was a year one in a new system in which he had different priorities and had to do different things and had a lot of injuries around him, so maybe he also wasn't always playing and being played in the spot that maybe they intended him to play in because Jimmy Ward was in and out of the lineup a lot. MJ Stewart was out for the season. What's his name? The other safety. I can't remember his name.
Xavier Thomas is
no the one that Bill signed and they kept on. I can't remember his name.
Stephen.
He played in Kansas City. I remember he was awful. But anyway, he was.
Dang it! What's his name, man? You said it earlier.
I know it. I've lost it.
Eric.
Sorry, Greg.
Is it Eric something?
Yeah, Eric
Murray.
Eric Murray. Eric Murray injured. So they had a lot of issues there that maybe put him in roles in spots that they didn't consistently want him to play. He played a lot of center field, which I don't know if that's his strength, but he looked a lot just like he wasn't using his best skill of instinct. He looked a lot of thinking. A lot of, all right, I got this responsibility. Should I be doing this? Should I have been? And not using what is his best skill set, and that is just reacting and having a knack of where he needs to be. And I am hopeful year two in this defense and him having a more defined role and being in a more defined spot where they want him to be to use that. We can see what I'm hopeful for, because I can't get out of my mind of, do the Texans need to add safety help for depth, which means they got their two starters. Now they just need depth stuff, which is a different animal than the Texans need to go find somebody who's a starter. The Texans need to go find somebody, and then that puts them in this conversation. I want to say, no, go find somebody for depth because you got two starters right there and you can go spend that money elsewhere. But I cannot argue against anybody who says, nah, man, they got to make sure of it. They got to shore that up.
I think there's some flexibility at the safety position, and I think it goes back to me where if you do sign a Justin Simmons. By the way, we're just discussing that there's a rich free agent market at the safety position. Guys are getting released left and right. Justin Simmons just got released in Denver, and that's obviously a great player, and how it affects Jalen Petri I think is a big deal here in Houston. But like I still don't know that Jalen Petri's not a better box nickel defender. We've seen the role with Tavier Thomas. You can't tell me that he can't play that position significantly better instincts and cover skills than Tavier Thomas. If I were a betting man, but if you do sign a Justin Simmons, then you move over and you go, okay, whatever you were going to ask Ward to do, is Petri as good or better than Ward at that position? Does a player that can play the nickel and safety, is that a better role for him? I just the only thing, Ron, right now that I find it very difficult to arrive at is we got to move on from Jalen Petri. I don't have all the answers,
or we can't be stuck with him being on the field.
Yeah, no, I don't think D'Amico Ryans or anybody else for that matter is concerned with that position.
Like someone texted in, sign Simmons and Petri would be the depth player. I'm just not ready to be there.
Yeah, I'm not ready. I'm not ready. Now Simmons is a different animal. I'm not ready to say that Jalen Petri's
and he would be. You're right, but
I'm not ready to say Jalen Petri's not a better option at the other safety, if that's the case, because then it becomes a Jimmy Ward Petri conversation. I mean that's a Petri Tavier Thomas conversation. Like it's just hard for me to believe that there's a scenario where this guy's not on the field, consistently on the field. So we'll see what happens. I'm a little more firm believer in Jalen Petri. Damn it, Petri, make me right now. Make me right. But this safety market, boy, if you are in the camp,
you got to look at it, man. It's got to be a conversation,
bro. If you were in the camp that the Texans need a safety, like it's a priority, boy, it's a hell of a time to be in that camp because they've got some available. I'll argue that D-line, interior D-line, edge rusher, linebacker, and corner, there are more desperate needs on this defense than at safety. However, you get a chance to bring in still got it. It's hard to pass on that one there.
Omaha Blue.
Ron, I gotta share something with you, man. I just remembered that I didn't even warn you. I told B. Scott and Tyler, man, but I'm over here dealing with a little something, man. And I'll let you know what brought it to mind.
Is it still itching?
Oh, it's worse than it was.
What the hell?
I got poison ivy, man, and I got it as bad as I've had it.
Is that why you were out Monday? Is that why we lost you?
No. That's I was doing. I had some work to do, and I was doing some work.
And you got poison ivy? Where at?
All over my arms.
This is the second time you've had it.
It is awful, and it's gotten worse. I mean, it is awful. I feel like it's not airborne or anything. It's not like I walked in here with the COVID and I'm blowing it all over you or anything. But I'm
not allergic anyway. It's fine.
Well, my mom told me how she was not allergic. Well, she got a little deep in it with me too. You know, my mom, I mean, she's about 94 years old, but she just was out there in that heat with me working a little bit.
She's in her 70s for those scoring at home. Linda's not 94.
Yeah, she's 73.
See, this is what happens, Tyler, when you don't do a lot of yard work. You can avoid things like this.
Well, this is when you're stupid and your wife tells you not to do stuff and you do it. You just need to put sleeves on. You just need to put sleeves on. I had everything covered except for my elbow to wrist, and my elbows to wrist, they're both swollen right now. But I tell you what made me think of it, Ron. Have you ever had poison?
Oh, kid.
I mean, if you're a male, whether you're a kid or an adult, and you get poison ivy, there's a 90% chance you're going to transfer it when you use the restroom. There's a 90% chance you're going to use it.
So you transferred it to your
90% of the time.
Your Johnsonville.
Right? In an effort to not transfer it.
It felt like it ripped my nuts off.
I'm kind of using my waistline to steer when I'm at the urinal. And I was in there a while ago. You
got to get them Dusty Baker gloves.
That would be the barbecue gloves.
Yep, that would work.
The smoking gloves.
That might be what Dusty was
Now,
using.
I wonder what somebody would think if they walked in and I was in there taking a leak and I had on some Dusty Baker gloves.
Just lean up to him and say, hey, Ivy.
Well, you ain't going to believe it, Ron. I for the first time in my life, I'm going to claim that I may have missed a little bit and hit the ground. I immediately thought
Like
of
a
you.
lot of ground?
Probably about 5 drops. But I went and got it. No, I went and got a paper towel and I cleaned it up. Because there's no way, after all the hell that you've raised about whoever pees on that floor in there, there's no way I was going to leave. When I knew it was me, there's no way I was going to leave it in there.
I just had to draw the line when I found that dookie on the seat.
What's he talking about? I'm talking about my inability to aim right now because I can't use my digits, and he's talking about dookie.
Yeah, he's talking about dookie.
Anyway, there was 2 things that I needed to come clean. One, I got poison ivy all over me. I'm not going to shake your hand or anything like that, but one thing I got poison ivy, probably should have warned you. Number 2, man, I appreciate the influence of cleaning up after myself because I probably wouldn't have even known for your raising.
Good, man. I'm glad you did.
But I wanted you to know I did it because I'm having problems steering.
Yeah, because you don't want to get poison ivy on your Gary Daniels.
No, it's a bad deal, Ron.
You don't.
It is a bad deal.
All right, coming up. Have the Rockets found their guy? James Harden's impressed by him. This is a back-to-back performance, I think, that we got to take notice of. We'll discuss that coming up next.
H-Town, what's good, baby? I got a quick question for y'all.
Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness. Get that big fitness energy. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, remember, rodeo tickets coming up, 5 o'clock hour, your final chance today. I respect my man. I got to do this for him because this is something that I would do. Like I tell you about them tickets, you got to take advantage of your resources. All right? You want to go to rodeo, you got a plug, you use that plug. Like to 3 different shows, you use that plug. Me, I got 8 tickets. They all in the suite, by the way. You use that plug.
Must be nice.
Your tickets in the suite?
Nope.
All right, well, anyway, but you use that plug.
Hashtag producer life.
That's all right, baby. You use that plug, baby.
You want to sit with me, Tyler?
That'd be pretty sweet. You get it?
I do. We got it. We got it. God damn it. All right, my man Byron. Shout out to Byron. Byron using that plug. I hear you, baby. Byron want me to shout out. Said his girlfriend's dad's a huge listener of The Drive. Shout out to Alton Ferguson. We appreciate you listening to us. You got a good young guy dating your daughter. I'm not certain if you view him as a guy that's good enough to be the one yet. I would assume not. I would assume Byron needs to do more to get your feelings of that. But he's a good kid. He has done a good job here. And Byron's using that plug right there, man. Have the boys say hello. Alton Ferguson, shout out, baby. Shout out to you.
Big Ferg.
Big Ferg. AF. Alton Ferguson.
Hey, Tyler, was Byron respectful on the phone? Was he decent, respectful young man on that phone?
Yeah.
Now, listen.
Outstanding.
Mr. Ferguson, your girlfriend's or your daughter's boyfriend has a little issue stealing mints. But outside of that,
I'm confused on that one. What happened?
You remember he's the one to go up there, and Byron's the one who took all the mints up there.
That's who won?
Byron's the one who takes the.
No, I know that, but Byron is the guy that won the tickets. I thought you were talking about.
No, Byron, our producer, Byron. The young kid, the young producer.
Damn, I thought Byron just won the tickets to Zach Brown. How did I get lost in that?
I don't know.
I wasn't sure what you were talking about, but I just was going to go with it.
Well, hell, if that's the case, I don't need to ask Tyler. Yeah, I mean, he seems to be a good kid. He's good, genuine, sincere kid, but I need you to send him a message. If he keeps stealing my mints and then walking by this window out here and laughing about it, he may have to cancel that next date with the daughter. I don't necessarily have to rip your head off and mess in your neck.
Listen, I apprecight it.
I like Byron. He's good. He's good. No, all joking aside, great dude.
But man. I appreciate him using his, hey, man, he caught me in the hall. He said, yo, I think you could, my father, my girlfriend's dad's a big fan. I think you could shout out on all.
Oh, absolutely.
Use that plug, baby. There he is.
Yeah.
There he is.
If you got peppermints in your hand, I'm coming out there.
Yeah, Byron does get a little greedy. He give you about 5. He give you about 5 peppermints. Take about 5 of them bad boys. By the way, for Byron, it was a good thing I in a better place, guys. We almost would have been really dealing with an issue on the show here. What, to the tail end of that last segment? I was having the acid reflex flare up coming. You know, you ever feel we're starting to
part of getting old.
It's starting to come, like, you know,
you're bumping up on 40,
bubbles.
ain't you?
And I don't know if you saw me over here getting some good breaths in, just trying to, oh God, go away. When I got up, turned that corner, got out there, got a good belch out.
Byron's right there.
And
you blew it all over him.
I didn't blow it all over him, but it was good. I think maybe the sight of him made me get that belch out. Now we're in good shape, fellas.
What? Why did you answer my question, Tyler?
Tyler said he was.
I said, was Byron respectful on the phone? And you said, oh yeah, upstanding young man.
I didn't understand the phone part, but I know Byron, so that was my answer. He's a respectful. I just didn't know what you were talking about. I was like, I don't think Byron called me, but whatever. I didn't want to call you out and be like, what the hell are you talking about, bro? Phone. He's right over there in that room.
I didn't put 2 and 2 together until you brought the mints into the deal. I was like, wait a minute, okay. Good God.
Hey, we got here.
Yeah, we got here. We landed it.
That's right.
A little rocky on that flight, but we landed that plane.
You never know where it's going to take us.
Never know. How when you got a guy like this at the controls, never know where it's going to take you. Sharpville happened to me. Yeah, it did.
Ferg, I got 2 daughters, man, and you know what I know about.
Honestly, you think
what I know about old Byron? One of them brought him home. I'd give him a shot.
Yeah, you're saying
I'd give him
now.
a shot.
But do you think he has viewed Byron as all right? He's good enough. You think at this point?
No. Byron, you got work to do, Chief. That's no disrespect to Byron.
Yeah, Byron.
I just think that no matter how good of a fit it is, there's just a certain amount of time that you got to spend before I think a father's going to be comfortable with that kind of commitment.
I mean,
I don't know that Byron. I don't know Byron's age. I don't know that Byron's old enough to have invested that amount of time.
I mean,
yet.
Clint, hell, I'm 12 years into it. I'm certain he looks at me sideways sometimes. I'm certain he looks at me.
Well, once
you know what he told me.
Once you get a couple buns in the oven, man, you get them kiddos. I think the old father-in-law was like, "Well, hell, we're in."
When I asked for his blessing, he said, "Just want you to know, this is a no return policy."
That's good. I like that.
Hey, I laughed. He said, "No, I'm serious."
Not even if it was in the first 30 days?
This is what he's talking about. I can bring him. He said, it's a no return policy. She is yours.
She's not back on my ticket.
I never heard that. That's good.
He has said it to me a couple of times. Now, he will check on me. He'll check on me 100
When you're
times.
coming to town, sir, get a hotel.
Well, when I put that crib together and he wasn't there, I believe he came over and checked it. But when I put that crib together, we called a couple of times. Sure you got it? Oh, that's precious cargo. I will say this. If I were him, understanding my handy skills, a guy that has not had a flat.
We've all done that. Maybe not at 40, but we've all done that.
I wasn't 40, but I mean, I was a grown man. Didn't have a flat head. That's it.
Or a quarter.
That's sad.
Yeah. Well, I thought you may have just been in a predicament. I mean, look, here's the deal. I'm gonna be honest with you. Knowing you as well as I know you now I'm not your father-in-law.
He checked me multiple times.
But if I didn't know you had a father-in-law that came in, took care of some things around the house for you, things like that, checked on you. Hey, man, you get it done right. I would probably feel that role for you. If we left the show and you said, "Man, I got to go home and put this baby crib together," I would either call you that evening, text you that evening, or the next day. The next day we'd open the show with, "Hey, tell me about that. Tell me about that baby crib, Chief."
How's that looking?
How's that going for you?
Hit up Courtney now for real. How do you boy, man, to change that light in that ceiling, I almost killed myself off that ladder, boy. Almost lost it. All right. The Texans signed their tight end, Dalton Schultz, who we will get to here in a bit. But another tight end just signed today, a free agent deal. A guy we talked about compared to Dalton Schultz. I want you to hear this deal and tell me, would you rather have that? We'll discuss that next.
Steven Jackson, Matt Barnes. They had my man Pat McAfee on there, all the smoke pipe.
Whatever you pick, you can't go wrong. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Single item at regular price.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Five o'clock hour, your chance to win tickets to see Zach Brown Band coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. Someone on the text line, man, y'all always have me laughing about what y'all go through in life. How's the baby? How's that baby crib over there, Chief? No more cribs.
Standing.
No more cribs. Oh, I took that sucker apart. Done. Cribs are done. All done with that.
I got one that I had to kiss goodnight through her crib last night, and the other one's just now starting to sleep in hers. So I got a few years before I can get rid of mine.
Man, you got two different cribs.
Two of them.
I got mine spaced out. I've been able to. I hung with the same crib, all three.
When did yours get out of the crib? Like at what age? I know you saw the video of Nicholas. He said, "To hell with it. I'm gonna climb up out of this."
He was able to climb on out himself.
Liv ain't figured out how to climb out yet. I mean, she's close. If she wanted to, she could, but she ain't put two and two together yet.
I think like two-ish. Something around there.
She's over two. She's got 25 months.
Yeah,
Well, we're considering putting her in one of them regular, or one of them small baby beds that's on the ground, that she can get up and walk out of. But
oh yeah, the ones that
Then you got to deal with her either waking up and trying to yank the little baby out of the crib, or slapping me on the face, on the side of the bed, or
I had they were. See, Nicholas is about to be 4 tomorrow, so he's been in his bed good year. So, it's in a little after.
All my daughters still use their kennels.
That's going to be a big step in the Stoerner household, boys and girls.
When she gets done with her kennel?
When
crib?
When the 2 to 3 year old can just get up and roam the house freely. Like when there's no place you can put them to confine. Like the only place that she's confined is if we put her in a crib. Well, she would actually love that.
You'll be surprised.
But that bay would be a tad bit dangerous.
You'll be surprised. Like for me, mine, I wondered that too. I'm thinking like, boy, these nuts would just be able to get out of the bed and they just come in our room. That's it. If they do, they just come in our room.
Yeah.
Get up.
Well, I don't know that I'm ready for that.
You don't even ready to get up and you ain't lying, boy.
Like right now, if she gets to crying at 3 o'clock in the morning, and I'm in a good deep snore, I may miss it. She may just have to cry herself back to
that
sleep.
Point where you just didn't know you had a foot in your back.
Exactly.
And you wake up.
Yeah, we've done it. We're going to try to keep that from happening.
Okay. Good luck.
We're going to try.
Good luck.
I think we got a chance with Liv. She's not a big fan of it. I've been like exhausted and just been like, I'm not laying on this floor anymore. So I pick her up out of her crib and take her to the bed. She's like, I want to get back in my bed. She's pretty adamant about it.
No, we'll see. They'll fall in there. All right, as we talked about it, Dalton Schultz, the Texans signed him earlier this week, 3 years, $36 million, 23 guaranteed. One of the guys that we talked about potentially out there, and this kind of gives you an understanding. Jonnu Smith, he is a tight end, played with the Falcons last year. I would think kind of in the line of Dalton Schultz, more of a receiving tight end. I think he probably blocks a little bit better, but he's not known to be a great receiver and pass catcher and blocker. And he's mostly thought of as a receiving tight end. And Clint, he got a 2-year deal with the Dolphins. 2 years, deal is worth up to $10 million.
Yeah,
I mean, we're up to $10 million.
Yeah. I mean, look, we're the thing. Like Jonnu Smith is a very, very explosive hybrid tight end.
That's a difference.
That's got a little bit more of a Brevin Jordan feel to him.
Yep.
That at one point when he in his last year in Tennessee, when I believe he jumped up to New England, boy, there were really, really high hopes, and he lasted 1 year up there. Only had 27 catches. 250 yards roughly, no touchdowns. Now, again, that's take that for what you will. There was a defensive coordinator calling plays. up there in New England. So it was who knows what the reasoning was. But, last year splitting time with Kyle Pitts, 50 catches, almost 600 yards,
as
3
a second
touchdowns.
tight end,
yeah, as a second tight end. But I mean, I think the things that obviously Dalton Schultz brings to the table is a little bit different than Jonnu Smith. To me, the Jonnu Smith option would have been to go with a little more hand in the dirt, inline tight end that can help you in the run game, and then add Jonnu Smith as a more proven weapon than Brevin Jordan would be. That was where kind of the Jonnu Smith conversation would come up as it pertains to the Texans. Clearly, you re-sign Dalton Schultz. That's your number one target in the pass game as it pertains to tight ends is Dalton Schultz. So clearly, there's no room for a Jonnu Smith.
You think? Yeah, I get that. You think for the Texans, there is that, and sometimes you think about it for the Texans. I think you do have to look at it that way because of the relationship he has with CJ. And you think about it, he's got a 2-year deal worth up to $10 million for the Dolphins, Jonnu Smith, and then he's got a 3-year deal where he's getting 23 guaranteed in Dalton Schultz. You think the gap is that big between those two?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
the gap between Jonnu Smith and Dalton Schultz.
I don't know enough about Jonnu Smith, but I do believe as we talked about yesterday, Ron. I think, and the more I thought about that, our conversation yesterday about Dalton Schultz, the more I've probably sold Dalton Schultz a little bit short. I still believe that I thought the Texans would go a different direction. I thought they could have upgraded in an inline tight end to get downhill and help in the run game. But Dalton Schultz, what he brings to the table, and I'll sum it up and put a bow on all of it as being extremely quarterback friendly when it comes to settling in zones, when it comes to sudden movements to get open versus man, when it comes to seeing the hot, being the hot read, breaking your route off, or making yourself available to the quarterback. Those are all things that are tremendously important as it pertains to quarterback play and the offense staying on time and on. That is extremely valuable. And I only say all that, I only reiterate all that again is to say, if Jonnu Smith did those things at the same level that Dalton Schultz does, Jonnu Smith would be getting $12 million a year.
Yeah.
Like he is more of a fullback tight end hybrid that, again, if he brought those same safety valve type qualities, quarterback friendly type qualities, I would imagine he would be making a lot more money. But I think Dalton Schultz is in the big scheme of things. I think he is a one tight end in this league. And Jonnu Smith, I don't believe, obviously is not. There was a time in the league where you thought he could be an every down player, but he's not an every down tight end.
Yeah. So that is it shows the difference. Shows the difference in how much these guys are getting. So Dalton Schultz clearly in front of.
Well, Ron, where this conversation, for what it's worth, I enjoy it. I don't know how much everybody else out there enjoys it because Dalton Schultz is a Texan at $12 million a year. And it is what it is. So I don't know what the conversation's worth. But when you could look at this thing, you said Jonnu Smith is 2 years up to 10. So it's probably not going to be 5 a year. He's going to hit every incentive. Yeah. I don't know what the incentives look like. But you're looking
like 7 or 8.
Yeah, that's what they say. You're looking anywhere from 3.5 to $5 million per. Is Hunter Henry then going to get and then you go, okay, could you have had 2 of these guys that together bring a lot more to the table than a Dalton Schultz does for that same $12 million or in the ballpark? To me, that's the conversation that needed to be had before the decision was made. Clearly, it's made now, and Dalton Schultz is a dude.
But I also don't want, and we talked about it yesterday. I think Dalton Schultz clearly, and I think it's a real thing. He means more to the Texans, maybe to other teams.
Oh,
right?
Yeah,
with his relationship with the quarterback, his relationship with the team, as they said, man, and we've heard the reports like he's not a yes man. I think CJ has said that is one of the most realist teammates he's ever had. That says what needs to be said to him and not just, oh, man, you're doing great. So I think for him, he means more to the Texans than other teams.
Well, there's a knack for a guy that's not a superstar in this game to be able to be completely transparent and not worry about hurting feelings and rubbing people the wrong way and literally be enough of an alpha, enough of a leader to grab the ear of C.J. Stroud when he needs to and have that kind of chemistry with C.J. Stroud. That's a knack. I mean, not everybody can't do that, right? And so there's something there with Dalton. And the more I think about it, and again, maybe this is a conversation down the road, Ron, but the more I think about it, the quick point we made, we discussed yesterday of what is the plan for this offense moving forward, man? I can't think in any Dalton Schultz is your number one tight end and you're going to focus on running the football. I mean, there's a real conversation to be had about what does this thing look like based off of the Dalton Schultz move. That promo that's playing with Landry Locker talking about picking a wide receiver in the first round. At first, I was like, what the heck is Lock Dog talking about? But you start thinking about Dalton Schultz, 3 years, $12 million a year. That's the guy you're going to put as the lead dog in your tight end room. C.J. Stroud, what he did this year, Tank Dell, Nico Collins. Is it crazy? Is it wild to think that the Texans could sign a big name in free agency at wide receiver or draft a guy in first or second round and go air this thing out? I don't know. I don't know if it's going to happen, but I don't know that it's crazy based on what we know, what we've seen.
That's a conversation we probably should have. It is a conversation to see. You hinted towards it yesterday. Does the Dalton Schultz deal give you a hint to potentially what they're thinking offensively? All right, 5 o'clock fire coming up next, and we're going to start with some real fire. That fire being your chance to win a pair of tickets, your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Zach Brown Band. As soon as we get back, that's your final opportunity today on the show to win a pair of tickets. That's coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, if you're out there and you're dealing with chronic joint pain,
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old Dirty and the Dilf and Psycho T have the latest. Wow.
That's unbelievable, man.
Well, I was getting ready to try to help you, actually, is why I didn't do my normal drop. Just wanted to remind you about our new sponsor.
Yeah, I was going to say it after we ran through the names, and then I was going to say them.
I'm sorry. That's why I was distracted.
Must be. It must be losing its pop, man.
No, I love it.
No, stop, man. Stop. I'm done. The big dilf. I'm done. That's it. All right, man. I know when it's over.
The big dilf.
Let's try it again.
I will never give up.
Hey, it is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old Dirty, Ron and Psycho T have the latest for you. And the latest is one. 5 o'clock fire is brought to you by Kirk Holmes. We appreciate them as a sponsor and helping us out with 5 o'clock fire. But the first fire that we are giving you right now, clear to the deck, Tyler. Open up them lines. Your chance right now. Your final chance of the day. Number 5. 5 in the building. Caller number 5. 713-572-4610. 713-572-4610. Your chance to be there on March 14th. That's next Thursday. To see Zach Brown Band live at the Houston Rodeo. Be on out there. Is this when you're going to?
No, but I'm considering it, man.
Thinking about it?
I'm considering it, man. This is. I mean, the rodeo is it's a long 3 weeks, man.
I'm going tomorrow.
It's a long 3 weeks if you overdo it. But there's always one or two acts that I don't go to because I'm scared to overload myself, and then I wish I did. And Zach Brown Band is
that's one, huh?
That has the potential to be one without a doubt.
Well, you may regret a little.
Yeah. Did you hear about Jelly Roll? Y'all hear about Jelly Roll last night?
Was it good?
Yeah, I mean,
I saw the boss lady.
I heard he was really good. But he had a little rap session. Obviously did his country songs. Guess who he brings out, boys? Cody Johnson. Brings Cody Johnson out.
That's
to
one
do
of your
him.
favorites.
Yeah, Cody's good, man. And he's not playing the rodeo this year.
How many songs did he do with it?
I think he just did one. I just saw the highlights. So
damn,
I think
Cody
he just did
in
one.
town, huh? See, I slide in there with you.
Yeah, man. It was I missed that one.
Yeah. Surprises. You never know, huh?
Mm-hmm.
How about that? All right. Gwen Stefani came out with her husband.
With Blake Shelton, yeah.
Surprise. And Cody Johnson. Well, caller number 5. Your chance right now to be there March 14th, Tyler. Alvino in Houston. Congratulations to Alvino, the winner. Our final winner today. Remember, though, every Tuesday and Thursday during rodeo season, which we are in currently, we're hooking folks up all day long on Sports Radio 610, but in particular, as you're listening to the number one, which you all have helped make, that's why we want to do things for you, the number one drive time sports show in the city of Houston. Every Tuesday and Thursday, you get a shot. You get an opportunity to win a pair of tickets. And congratulations to our winners today. Coming up on Tuesday will be your next opportunity to win a pair of tickets. So that's a little fire. That's a little way to kick off 5 o'clock fire today.
5 o'clock fire.
We're going to let time wind out. The only thing surprising about tonight that we didn't see Travis Scott, Harden's buddy, and rap star courtside. Other than that, it worked out the way that James Harden would have liked it to. His team victorious, 122-116.
There it is, Mark Jones bringing it every time. Him and RG3, they used to share the booth during college football games. Those two were fun. Comments like that at the end of it. No, listen, they took an L last night, Clint. They lose, and they were on ESPN 122-116. And I know it stings a little with James Harden coming in town. You want to get that W. I tell you what, he may not be coming to the Texans, but Mike Evans was sure on the sideline pissed as I saw a video going at it with officials. He almost got ejected. It looked like it.
He was damn. I mean, look, his feet were on the floor, obviously front row, and I thought I noticed it because how animated he was being in the seat. I was like, man,
he was really like he had money on it or something.
Yeah, I said, look at this cat, and I was like, damn, that looks like Mike Evans. And then I looked at the crew he was sitting around. I was like, Mike ain't rolling to the game with that crew. And then you look to one side, it's 2-3 females. It must have been that. What? I've been to Galveston Ball. Them cats he was sitting next to ain't Galveston.
Could have some A&M buddies.
Yeah, okay. I'm just gonna tell you.
Okay.
I'll bet you. I'll bet you a
Tyler,
good.
have you seen that? Have you seen that video? Mm-mm. There's a video out there.
I'll check it out.
He is losing it.
Do you think he arrived with the females to his left or the dudes to his right?
But there's so much to break down.
How busted up did the females look?
I want to. Oh.
I mean, he ain't gonna walk in with no busted up female.
Did he say?
I thought that's what y'all were hinting at.
No,
I thought that's why you were like, no, he wasn't with them.
No, there's just like 2 or 3 girls on one side that at first glance they're smaller, so they look a little bit young, and then the dudes on the other side are.
He's had the same girls since high school.
Look at the view, think, oh, that's not the crowd. They didn't roll. But listen,
it was enough for me to think there ain't no way that's Mike.
Find the video, and for me, it's the fellas on the other side. I'm gonna tell you what right now. I'm never paying. I don't think in my life. I don't think I'll ever reach that point to pay for front row tickets to an NBA game, even if I got it. But I'm damn sure not paying for those tickets and sitting the way that those gentlemen were having to sit on that front row. There was one guy, Clint Tyler. I swear before God, he looked like he probably on Southwest forgot his flight, needing to check in his flight the day before, and he was 15 minutes late. Damn, and he tried to check in real quick, and he got a C-51.
Yep.
Because that's the way he was sitting.
He had the only seat available was between Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard.
He in there,
the middle seat.
He in there, shoulders.
His shoulders are rolled forward.
Shoulders are rolled forward, having to sit up. Looked like his only option was either to sit with his arms in close like this, or, hey, baby, somebody gonna have to get uncomfortable, and we're gonna have to go an arm behind a buddy.
Ron,
I mean, there ain't no way. Like, we gotta space them seats out or something.
It looked like he knew the dude on one side. I'd have had both my arms behind the dude. I'd have had two
both
dudes.
Behind both.
That's it,
yeah,
man.
That
right
was
Come on, boys.
That's ridiculous. That was
he looked like he was uncomfortable.
Like
as hell.
James Harden and the Clippers coming to town. That's gotta. How much you think that front row seat is? 5?
Oh, I have no idea. I mean, I got to believe it's a good chunk.
Yeah,
I mean, there was 20 empty seats in every row, about 2 rows behind him. So.
Man, he's sitting. They're 3 people down from Mike Evans. There ain't no way in hell I'm sitting that tight. Not like I'm on a Southwest flight.
Well, and then think about it. If you were in that seat, and then you got Mike Evans,
give me Delta.
You got 6'5" Mike Evans sitting down there getting real animated.
He was going to get comfortable. Mike sure as hell would. It felt like Mike's seat was spaced out. Looked like they spaced Mike's seat out, and Mike took some of the room, and that's why they were forced to sit down there like that on the end. That's damn.
Hey, ask Mike to slide down. No, you ask him.
You ask him.
No, I'll just sit here uncomfortable.
They said, fellas, you can sit here, but we got to slide this down a little bit.
No, them boys on the drive.
Because you can't stand up to give you some space. I mean, that was all. But getting to it, man, I think yesterday's game was big because Sengun followed up his spectacular night against Wemby the night before, and this is a back-to-back where he had 45-16, 5 steals, and 3 assists. And we talked about it with Brandon yesterday on his Rockets report. We said, what is it going to look like? The consistency. Can you do that game in and game out? Can you not just have moments where you look like Jokic? Can we start to see some consistency? Where he comes back the second game of a back-to-back against, obviously a really strong playoff team in the Clippers, and he dominated their bigs. 23 points, 19 rebounds, 16 assists in this game to follow that up. Another 2 steals. This is starting to become impressive, and these aren't just back-to-back games,
And if you watch it, Clint, like you don't get the sense like, oh man, he's playing over his head.
Yeah.
This is a miracle. Like, he looks like he's in complete control of what he's doing. And this could be big to continue to watch the rest of the way. Is this him reaching another step?
Yeah.
Did something else just click to getting past the point of the player that he was going into it?
Look, that's the lead story the rest of the season for the Rockets is can Şengün legitimately establish himself as potentially being one of those guys you build around, like a franchise player, or is it not going to happen? Is it far-fetched? Like that's the storyline, right, with the Rockets. That's the hope for the Rockets. But I'll be honest with you, Ron, I watched that game last night, and that is a loss. Like, nothing about the way that game turned out drove me to a place where I'm like, man, I ain't watching these damn Rockets. You just look at the final score, and really you look how the game went, and you could argue that there is a reason. But I'm telling you, I watched a team that dominated at times, played really good basketball, lost a little bit in the third quarter there, but really down the stretch had the lead, had opportunities to keep the lead and extend the lead. They didn't do it, and they let this game get to a point where it was in strike. The Clippers were in striking distance, and now the team that had veterans, the team that had experience, the team that had assassins, the team that had superstars went out there and managed a game and won it with ease versus a team that's in it that doesn't necessarily have those stars, that's not the caliber team that the Clippers are yet, and they missed opportunity after opportunity in about a 4-minute stretch, and the Clip ran away with it. So, I mean, that's the kind of game where I can watch and I go, I don't expect the Rockets to win that game.
Yeah, it seemed like the Clippers kind of coasted, and then
that's it.
Really turn it on.
Paul
with
George,
guards that
Kawhi,
can control the game.
That's it, man.
But they didn't have nothing for Şengün.
No, you're right. You're right. I mean, down the stretch, the youth showed with him and some of the other guys. But overall, the story, the lead is Şengün in another game in back-to-back games has had some two impressive outings.
Absolutely. So, tough L. And I know Tyler's struggling because James Harden came in and got a W. I know he hates
Turd
that.
Ferguson.
But, and that's not to be confused with Alton Ferguson.
You're a turd.
Yeah, not Big Ferg. No.
Big Byron's girlfriend's dad.
Socket trouble.
Alton Ferguson. Turd Ferguson. Not to be confused with him.
5 o'clock fire.
Hey, now, this is my favorite sports story of the day. This came out. Jake Paul and Mike Tyson are set to fight, to have a boxing fight, July 20th on Netflix. Jake is, I'm going to be honest with you, I'm not rooting for Jake. I want to see Mike Tyson hang in here, but Mike Tyson's going to fight. He's 57 currently.
Dude, he is approaching 60.
He's going to be 58 years old. He is near an AARP card.
Here's
Jake's 27. Jake's going to knock out Mike Tyson, and I don't want to see Mike on the ground trying to find his mouthpiece like he did against Buster Douglas.
I don't like the confidence you're saying that with, Ron.
I don't like the confidence I'm saying it in either.
By the way, it was 2020 the last time Mike Tyson, when he fought that Roy Jones Jr. exhibition match.
Yeah.
I did not realize that Jake Paul was on that undercard, and when he knocked out Nate Robinson, boy, that was a hell of a feat. He knocked out Nate Robinson. That's kind of when he started this whole entertainment boxing pay-per-view.
He's fought better than Nate here of late.
He has, absolutely. But I don't know that I like the confidence that you say he's going to get knocked out. I think Mike's got a real chance here. Y'all seen that workout video? That training video?
I haven't, but
you need to look at it.
All it takes is one.
You need to look at it.
Tyler said the other.
It's better than anything Jake will put out.
I don't even know if it's accurate, but Tyler just yelled in our pre-show meeting. He was on a cane last year.
I did?
Mike was on. Yes.
Yeah, Mike was in a bad spot.
You said Mike was on a cane last year.
Them toads and mushrooms took a toll on that.
You are thinking of someone else. I didn't say anything about a cane.
I'm almost.
You did say that. I'm not sure who you were talking about, but you did say that.
I thought you were talking about Tyson.
Nope.
But listen, he's sick. He's almost.
You stayed up till 4 a.m. playing video games with Dalton Schultz. You should be
wish I was
almost 6 years old, man. I just this is if this thing goes. Now listen, I will say this. I've seen the training video, and it does appear like Mike Fresh still has some knockout power. It looks like he could, if he caught Jake nice on the chin. Now I'm not gonna say like Jake could just go in there and just have a blast and just have no fear of a punch of the right hand. This thing gets going more than a half a round. We get through a round. We get to 2 rounds. Mike's get a little winded.
Yeah, Ron, your path to victory makes sense. But, I just can't help but look at this thing. Like, even right now, from a quickness, explosive, power perspective, Tyson's he's better. From a know-how perspective, he's better. This guy was picking on Nate Robinson 4 years ago, bro. And I know he's done some work since then, man. I can't. Man. I know, Ron.
There it is. Here they got Mike on TV right now.
I'm telling you, Paul ain't got that in him. Paul ain't got that move right there in him. Okay. He is not popping that pass. I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna put money on it. Now, I'll tell you what's gonna piss me off, though.
Let Mike throw that one in.
I'm gonna tell you what's gonna piss me off. I watched that Roy Jones exhibition match. Clearly, nobody was trying to win that. Clearly, it was.
Old timer.
How about we sold some tickets? How about we don't get anybody hurt here? If this Jake Paul, Mike, I'm done with them. I'm done with Jake. I'm done with these exhibitions. I'm done with Mike.
Jake's gonna knock him out. And I just from a text in, Mike's gonna destroy Jake. Mike has that old man strength.
I think it's gonna be ugly.
So you got Mike.
I got Mike, man. Okay. I got Mike. Absolutely.
You got Mike what?
I got Mike winning this boxing match, knocking his ass out.
All it takes is one.
Listen, I hope he does.
Jake Paul had to come a long way to compete with old man Tyson.
Okay, he will have to have come a certain way, and Mike is going to have to
stop going the opposite.
Stop going the opposite. Mike hadn't been in a real fight since 2006. All right, so let's roll. Let's roll that.
We'll see. Right. We'll see about them mushrooms, huh?
Yes.
That toad sauce.
Should the Texans approach this offseason mirror what seemed to be the dominating thing in the National Football League this year? Should they kind of construct their team the way teams were constructed this year? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. It's truck season at Ron Kraft Chevrolet. And guess what? As usual, they got big-time deals. There's huge savings right now on Silverado 1500s. We're talking about GM financing as low as 0.9% for
Inside information, in-depth analysis, and behind-the-scenes interviews you won't get anywhere else. All on Texans All every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, text line, Jake Paul will KO Mike in the second round. Hate to say it. Know it, man.
Got to get there. Got to get there.
Yeah, I know Mike does.
He's going to head to the Denny's afterwards.
That boy might go be drinking that water and not spitting it out.
And getting that ARP discount.
I hope he does. No, I hope he does knock you out. I really do. I will be watching. It'll be a nice. Hope they got a good rest of the card.
Oh, I'm sure Jerry will make sure it's stacked.
I'm sure they know. How much money is Jerry about to make off this thing? How about Jerry? That's right. The fight is at AT&T Stadium. Tyler, we're talking about. I think I'm going to try to make my way down there.
I really am. That could be an experience, you know? We'll see.
You couldn't pay me to go.
I mean, you could pay me to go.
Yeah, I'll take money to go for sure.
If they want us to do our show, if they want us to do our show live there for Radio Row,
the drive is live.
The drive is live.
From Tyson.
Oh, I go. They guarantee us get Mike and Jake.
I mean, you'd have
managers.
And I'm a big fan of going to boxing matches. By the way,
I have never been to one.
Bro. When I Jermaine Taylor, I got to know him pretty well in Little Rock when he was making that run to the middleweight championship, and I was in Memphis when he beat Bernard Hopkins. If I remember correctly, he beat Bernard twice, didn't he? I think I was at both of them. But anyway, there was two fights in Memphis. The Bernard Hopkins Jermaine Taylor fight for the title was one of the coolest. Like, I mean, the hair on your neck stands up. I mean, you feel like the testosterone in the building starts.
Especially when someone starts going on a flurry and everybody rises. I want to. Yeah.
Bro, we got now. I don't know how common this is. Like I said, we were in Memphis, and so I imagine it's a little bit different than Vegas.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a dude. I'm probably on the fourth or fifth row, like right up next. I can hear everything, and. This may have been like the fight before the fight before the what's that called before the main event?
Oh, the undercard.
Yeah, but the last one. Anyway, there's clearly some dudes that aren't real concerned with the law, what's legal and what's not. I'd say sitting about 3 or 4 rows behind me to my left. This cat is full of cash everywhere, full out taking bets. I mean. it looked like there was a dice game on the street,
just going on right there,
on the floor
in the FedEx
of this heavy. I mean, a middleweight championship fight, and it was out and open for everybody to decide. He was taking bets.
Who needs action?
There. I mean, it was the damnedest thing I ever. And then they come out and two dudes beating the hell. You know what it was? It was gosh dang. I can't remember if it was the fight when Jermaine Taylor actually came out, but one of his fights he came out to, I can feel it coming in the air tonight. And that's when Jermaine Taylor was.
Isn't that the song Mike Tyson knocks Homeboy out to in The Hangover?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, that's it.
Yep.
That's it. Yes.
I can feel it.
Bro.
I was wearing my Phil Collins shirt
yesterday. When that I can't remember if it was that fight or if I was watching, but when Jermaine Taylor came out to that one right there, come on.
That's cool.
On, Chief.
Now you got me wondering though what kind of odds I'll be able to get Tyson on for knocking Jake Paul's ass out.
Come on,
I bet
man.
that'd pay out big.
Hey, the hair on your neck will stand up. You'll get chill bumps, boy. You'll think that you can fight for about 10 minutes till you realize folks standing around, you probably can.
Oh, I can fight, Clint.
Ooh, no, I wouldn't mean you. I was talking about just in general.
Yeah, he's clearly kidding.
I'll throw hands.
Yeah, that's one I got to get to. I don't know if
you should. That's worth the penny, man. That's what
I don't know if we'll ever have a really big fight.
Let's go together, man. Road trip.
It don't have to.
This ain't. I just don't know that I want the first one to be
Tyson.
You get the same
Tyson at 60.
You get the same. There's some out there right now,
60,
like Ron,
Jake Paul.
The Fury fights that are going on right now.
Yeah,
like you get the same feel. You get the same feel. One of the greatest. It's impossible at this point.
I just want to get a halfway decent.
It's something about sitting there in that ring, watching by design, everybody buying tickets to watch two men beat two people, because now women do it too, beat the living hell out of each other. Like there's something, like if that don't move you as an individual, like if that don't get your juices flowing and make you feel something a little different, and something's wrong with you.
I gotta in some way have my work have me the ability to somebody give me some of these tickets.
Clint, you should hit up Jerry.
And he goes immediately to not paying for them. I'm gonna tell you, I bought one.
Clint, I can't. How much was it?
I think I probably spent. This was years ago. I probably spent, I don't know, $3,000. I think probably $3,000 for two tickets. I bought my brother's ticket. I flew my brother in.
Tickets?
I flew my brother in, and he and I didn't ever do stuff like that. And now that I lost him when he was 40 years old, is even cooler that I did it. But
$3,000. In a couple of years, that could be doable.
I'd spend it right now.
Yeah.
The experience, the feel, I would do it right now.
Yeah.
I would now. Where I was going with it is boy, it would not have been as fun if it would have been one of them. Mike Tyson walks out, you see the introductions, and about 20 minutes into the thing, it's over. Now, that would have been a tough pill to swallow, I would guess.
Yeah.
Like Jermaine Taylor and Bernard Hopkins, they went at it.
Yeah, that's the other part, boy. You just don't – you could be out in a damn round, and now you out this money. I got to spend that concession.
Looks like 400 levels are already in the mid-200s to 30.
Line when there to sit that far.
No, you got to get down there. You got to get down there where you can hear it.
How much? What's the highest?
So what I'm seeing here on Vivid Seats is section 400s are a bunch in the 250s and such.
I bet for $1,000 you can get on the floor.
Let's see.
I don't know, man. This thing gonna drive up. They're gonna start talking enough trash to really drive this thing up.
Oh, I don't know, man. I wonder how many hardcore boxing fans are even remotely interested in this kind of thing.
Holy hell! Floor seats. If what I'm looking at is accurate, they're ranging anywhere from $2,500 to $6,000.
Yeah, that's a little low. The 6, I would think. Floor, like really, yeah. That sounds right.
Get rich, Jerry.
That sounds right. Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, he gonna do his thing. He gonna do his thing. Jerry gonna make that money. Yeah, man. That's a bucket list. I gotta get to man.
You got to splurge. Don't treat that experience for you and whoever like you did Courtney's pinky. Now, I mean, just spend the money and let's move on.
I just said, just hear it out. That's all I said.
I don't know how much a pinky.
I mean, just say, hey, I'm going. Before you ever ask how much the tickets cost, I'm going. This is it. This is a chance of a lifetime.
Yeah, I did have an offer. I kind of turned it down for the whole show, actually. I did get a call from a guy. He said, hey, man, I guess there was a fight in Vegas. It was about a week or two ago.
Oh, UFC?
It was a fight.
Oh, wow.
He was like, hey, man, these guys are saying they're looking for people to do Radio Road there and go to the fight. They'll pay for your airfare and stuff and go to the fight if you guys do your show for a week there for Radio Row. I was like, nah. I made the decision. It
seems like a decision we should all make together.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's something we should all sit down, maybe go to Twin Peaks and say, fellas, are we interested?
Yeah.
If so, then we run it by the boss.
It seems kind of bold.
I know it was the week after we were just down there.
I mean, there was a time in my life where I'd have hook, line, and sinker took that.
Yeah, I know you would do that.
What other decisions you making for us?
It was 2 weeks after we went to Vegas.
If I didn't have two babies, I would have strongly considered it.
I know you did. Listen, I'm saving this for you. There's no conversation you need to have with Lo or Courtney.
Very fair. Kept me from having potentially making a mistake.
And you know you
yes, you know I got to stay here anyway.
You got to stay here and do it anyway. There's no way.
Son of a.
You got to work it into the contract next time, T.
Okay.
I don't think I even have a contract, my friend.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Let's work that in there, huh?
Maybe I should just work on getting one of those.
You can work it. How about work it into your job description? However the hell it works.
Yeah, he was like, yeah, you can do Radio Row. They'll pay for airfare and lodging. I was like, oh, man, we were just down there.
Oh, us three don't want to go. Thanks, Ron.
I don't know who it was. UFC just fought, didn't they?
No, it was boxing. It was boxing. Yeah, I thought I'd make that decision for us. That's fair.
Now I'm just wondering what other decisions you're making.
Look, I'll be honest with you too, Ron. A big part of it is like I would be disappointed. Who was it that fought recently? It was Fury and somebody. Their entrances.
Oh yeah, it was Wilder.
Awful. Wilder got beat and said part of the reason was his headgear his headgear in his introduction and his come out was too heavy. And Fury came out like we're carrying him in like some kind of king's chair or something.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like, what are we doing, man? I'm gonna tell you that go back and find that one when Jermaine Taylor came out to coming in the air tonight. Ooh wee, boy, that'd make your skin jump now.
Let's do it. Yeah, I'll have to do it. That one I had to make an executive decision. All right, we'll get to that. Some things here. The safety market is heating up. Should the Texans really look into that? And I did want to get Clint's thoughts on should the Texans be building their roster the same way that teams were successful this year? Defense was the story of the NFL season. Is that how the Texans should be attacking this offseason? We'll discuss that next.
All right, check it out, man. If every time you look in the mirror you don't like what's staring back at you, what I'm talking about is a receding hairline, balding or thinning to any degree. It's not a secret, man. That hits your confidence. It hits your swag. And a lot of people out there are struggling with it. Well, I'm here to tell you, if you're out there and you're struggling with it right now, you need to call Advanced Hair Restoration. They can reverse years and sometimes even decades of hair loss with a simple one-day treatment. I'm talking your own natural hair beginning to regrow the very next day. And this is the best part, so heavily in their product that it's backed by an advanced hair guarantee. The treatments, they work for bald spots, receding hairlines, thinning. They work for men, women, younger, and older. So there's no excuse. If this is a problem that you're dealing with, if this is something that you'd like to correct and get back to looking your best and walking with that confidence and that swag and feeling good when you leave the house, Advanced Hair is where it's at. 832-688-HAIR, 832-688-HAIR, or you can always check them out online at advancedhair.com. Again, that's advancedhair.com.
Check one name.
knowpneumonia.com. That's KNOW pneumonia.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right. This year in the NFL, Clint, it just seemed like it was a shift to more of defenses kind of ruling the day this year. Now, I mean, not going to say it was just completely dominant. I mean, there were some teams and some games that played well, but this year in particular, it seemed like, you know, teams like the Ravens dominated as they were the 1 seed, dominated by their defense. The Niners scored, but their defense also was top 5 in a lot of categories, and they had a big season. The Chiefs, who eventually won the Super Bowl, was led by their defense this year. We saw a lot of teams where it seemed like offense just seemed to be kind of slow. You start looking at some of these scores, and we were talking throughout the season, like, you know, offense just is kind of down in general throughout the season. Do you think that is going to be a trend moving forward? Do you think there's something that has been figured out by these defensive coaches and these defenses in which this is something we're going to look at? Because it felt like before last year, Clint, a lot of times games were in the high 20s and the 30s, and you started looking at it this year, we saw a lot more, 20-17 games, 17-14 games. Hell, the Texans had, some weird games, right, where they were low scoring. Yeah. Do you get the feel like the league is shifting that way? And I think the reason and the conversation between that is that how the Texans should be attacking free agency? Is that how the Texans should be attacking the offseason? How they add things to say, all right, we want to have a defense that's like the Ravens or like the Chiefs or like the Niners or like these teams that were really, really good, because the Dolphins seem like one of the teams were like, all right, they are offense. All they played anybody worth a damn with the defense, they were shut down. You think it's moving, and the Texans need to move with it.
Well, Ron, I don't know what's trending and what's not trending. I really don't. But at the end of the day, for me, I know two things. I know, one, no matter what the league does, how it changes on the offensive side of the football, quarterbacks that can process at an extremely high level win a lot of football games. Running the football is always a power play and is always going to be effective. And playing good defense, particularly playing good defense in your front, we used to say front seven, now really your front six. Being able to stop the run with your front six and being able to get after the passer with your front six. That is always going to play no matter how the game changes. And we're talking particularly specifically about the defensive part of it, the front seven. The defense always plays, and should the Texans. The second that Cal McNair and Hannah McNair and the Houston Texans decided to hire DeMeco Ryans, the immediate statement, no-brainer, no doubt, zero excuse statement that was made was the Houston Texans are at the very least going to be great on defense. The Houston Texans are going to be one of the more feared defenses in the NFL. They're going to have an advantage from a game plan perspective. They're going to have a play calling perspective, and they better damn well build a roster to give them an advantage from a personnel perspective. You hired DeMeco Ryans, a defensive-minded head coach that is a play caller. At the time was one of the best in the league, if not the best in the league. The one guarantee you have is, the one non-negotiable is, your defense better be top-notch. And so I don't know what the trend is, Ron, but I damn sure believe that the Texans should build that way, because that's the one. DeMeco, I just can't forgive you if this defense ain't worth a damn. I can forgive you if you lose an OC and the quarterback works out or doesn't work out and the play caller works out or doesn't work out, or if there's a bunch of injuries. I cannot live with the Houston Texans having DeMeco Ryans as their head coach and their defense not being a huge advantage on Sundays and one of the best defenses in the league. So should they build that way ultimately is the question? Absolutely they should. Absolutely that they should, without a doubt.
So when you say build that way, should that mean, all right, we want to stack up and defense going to be our calling card, we've got DeMeco, then maybe we should be loading up defensively in this offseason? We should be loading up going there. So maybe, hey, Christian Wilkins, maybe they get serious about a corner. Is that the route they should go?
Well, yes. I mean,
you think so?
Well, but yes. Two things can be true. Yes, I believe they should. They've got more work to do on the defensive side of the football than they do on the offensive side of the football. Now, I'll argue that right now, when you've got your number one corner undisputed, your number one edge rusher undisputed, your number one linebacker undisputed, all three of those guys on a rookie contract, then I believe that you can spend on both sides of the football. But ultimately, you better build this thing the right way on the defensive side of the football. So, Ron, yes, I believe that if you made me pick, if you said, Clint, you can't have both. The cap space ain't there. The draft picks ain't there. You can't have both. I want DeMeco. I want to be guaranteed that DeMeco Ryans is going to be an absolute problem every Sunday, and that we can win with less on the offensive side of the football because our defense is so good. To me, that's the part that, again, we all expect a great offense, and we expect quarterback, these Nick to hit on quarterbacks and Nick to do this and Nick to do that. At the end of the day, the only guarantee that's in Houston is DeMeco Ryans better put a hell of a defense together.
See, that changed a little bit to me when you got CJ.
Fair.
That changed a little bit to me when you got CJ, and it appears, especially if he continues to play the way he has. Like, I think last year is going to be an anomaly. Like, I don't think that we're going to roll through here and see some of these offenses, like, look the way they did. Like, I don't.
Kansas City's fixing to get better, no question about it.
Like, I don't think that
Baltimore's going to be better.
Baltimore struggle, even though they're releasing some people. I think they'll be better.
I mean, the only one that I can think of off the top of my head that is probably going to slide a bit would be Miami, because that was a record-setting year from a production perspective.
Maybe, but still, I think and I think a lot of these teams that had really good defenses are going to lose at least important members, right? Like Baltimore potentially is going to lose Patrick Queen, and I think they kept Matabike, but. They're potentially going to lose him. The Chiefs would probably Snead or Jones, right? And the Niners, their top corner is somebody they got to make a decision on, which are various wards. So like a lot of these teams, like, man, the Eagles offensively, they ain't going to be that bad again next year, are they?
Yeah,
you know what I mean? So I feel like last year was just a weird year of offense. And there is a point with me of thinking, all right, when you got CJ, boy, you want to really give him weapons to have to compete with the top of the AFC, and then hopefully use DeMeco's ability. Like, I'm not saying you can't just have nothing over there, but like kind of the Bengals formula, right? The Bengals formula when they were rolling is we got these cats on offense, and we're going to use Lou Anarumo and his defensive mind and his skill. We'll give him Trey Hendrickson, and we'll give him a couple of guys, but he's going to scheme the hell out of guys to keep offenses down enough so Higgins and Chase and Burrow can roll through. I'm with you when he was hired. That's the thought. But boy, with CJ, that kind of changes things, because like last year, you could beat the Chiefs and the Ravens scoring 25.
Yeah.
Like if you're good enough, you could do that.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you can do that. If you're going to be able to bank on being able to do that next year.
I love the point, Ron. Like here's the beauty again. To me, right now, the Texans can do both. I think your question.
I agree.
I think your question is going to be. It literally is going to be a topic in 2 years, because you're going to have to pay Derek Stingley, right? You're going to have to pay Nico. You're Hell, you're going to have already paid Nico. You're going to be you're going to be talking about paying CJ. You're going to be 2 years from paying Will. And so at that point in time, I think there's going to have to be some serious decisions made of, okay, now you're not just signing 1 or 2 free agents. You're re-upping your number 1 corner and your number 1 edge rusher back-to-back years. I mean, you're going to have to re-up Christian Harris at some point. You're going to have to re-up, at some point you're going to figure out what you're going to do at the tackle position because those guys' contracts are going to be up.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's going to be, and if Tank continues to play to re-up him, like at that point, I think there's going to have to be some real, like one side of the football or the other is going to have to do more. More with that. That's a beautiful thing about. That's why I'm so adamant about with the Texans right now. I have to look thing like the Chiefs. Hey, Pat, last couple of years, you've had to do more with less on the offensive side of the football. Defensively, they picked it up, right? You won Super Bowls doing it. Great job, right? But at some point, D'Amico and Nick are going to have to operate like that. Right now ain't the time.
But it's overall. I just don't think this is about to turn into a defensive league.
I think it's fair.
You know what I mean? I think you're still I think you're going to still need to do what you had to do against the Bengals in some of these games against the top teams. And because I think one thought would be, well, man, look what happened. Look what happened. Defense was the best. Defense. Look at all the best teams last year, defense. So then let's load up and get Christian Wilkins. Let's load up and get Patrick Queen. Let's load up and bring back, Grenard or something like that. And I don't know. I think you still going to have to score points.
Yeah.
And even more. And I think last year was just
well, look, it don't matter. It doesn't matter what kind of defense you have. Like, you've at the very least got to have a team like the Texans had this year, to be honest with you. We didn't see it coming, but they ended up having it. Like, you've got to have a team that if you look up on Sunday, you may go into the whole season and you may be more conservative and you may be more Kansas City-like, where Kansas City scored 10 less points a game this year than they did last year, something like that. I know it was a touchdown plus. But, but they still had the ability to go, oh, you want a shootout? Okay, let's go. If they had to, they had a chance. You got at the very least give yourself that kind of chance offensively. And I think with C.J. Stroud, you're always going to have that.
Yeah.